Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from a sunny Sunday here at the Snetterton 300 circuit in Norfolk of England. We are back for day number 2 of the Summer Trucks versus TCR event here, and it's brought to you by the British Automobile Racing Club. And goodness me, what a day we had yesterday. 7 races, absolutely packed full of truck racing action, and of course plenty of car racing action from the Brit Car Endurance Championship, among other series. But of course, the Brit Car Endurance Championship only had Saturday, and here today we've got a front-engine, front-wheel drive Bonanza here, and I'm joined by none other than Andy McEwen. My name is Paul Walsh, but Andy, coming to you, of course, we had a bit of Civic action yesterday, of course, seeing the power of VTEC, but around us are a good number of Audis. We've got TCR UK here as well, and add to, of course, Pointy's favourite, and what Pointy will be covering, of course, we wouldn't be without him, and that is the British Truck Racing Championship and the pickup trucks. For Andy, to you, because, of course, we've got all of our Audis here, and they're almost ready to go.
They are indeed, thank you. I've been allowed out of the commentary box for 5 minutes. This is going to be a real treat. We're going to talk to some Audi drivers, I think, and we should probably start with the pole position, shouldn't we? Carl Swift, who is chilling over here, chatting actually with Andrew Rogerson, who'll be starting on the front row with him. If I could just interject, gents, we are live. Mind your language, Carl, I know what you like. Good to have you back on the grid. Pole position as well. Brilliant start to the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, small grid, but we've just been saying now it's going to be good for Donington. It's part of Truckfest, so apparently that's massive anyway. There's 5 people that couldn't make it today because of holidays and weddings, believe it or not, that were at the last round. So we've got at least 12 there, and with it being Truckfest, maybe 15s, looking forward to 20s maybe. There's 100 cars out there.
There's no reason why not. We discussed this yesterday, didn't we? There's no reason why not. This was a hugely popular championship. I really do believe it can get there again. As far as today goes, though, you've got Andrew alongside you on the front row. How much of a fight are you expecting from him? He's pretty quick, isn't he?
He's talking the fight.
Who is he?
He's done nothing but talk the fight.
OK, so how nervous should he be feeling then, Andrew, going into turn 1?
Well, I told him last night, keep an eye on my front end, because you're going to see it for a few corners. No, I mean, I've got massive respect for Carl. He's rapid. Massive respect for everyone, to be honest. I think we just need to go out there, use our reds, and just put on a good show for everyone at the end of the day.
And I've chatted with both of you actually yesterday off mic about some of the changes that were made to the car and how that actually seems to be improving the racing as well.
Yeah, definitely. The cars have one small change, I call it, and I think it's dramatically changed the way we can race each other now. You can really, not think you're going to drive into the side of someone, basically. They were a little bit too unpredictable. I don't think it's massively made them quicker, which is a good thing, because I think if anyone else out there has got the helical diff, come and race. Right. I think there's a couple of cars that have been with us that have got the helical, and
okay,
it's not a problem at all. So yeah, if you've got it, come play with us.
Excellent stuff, and I second that thought. Right, best of luck, guys. We're looking forward to seeing how they get on off the front row of the grid. I think I might have time for one more interview before I've got to dash back to the commentary box. And there was one driver I did want to speak to right the way down here, Ruby Smith, because Ruby is going to be starting off the back of the grid today. But that was only because of issues, I believe, Ruby, in qualifying yesterday. Now, it says on my grid sheet that you were disqualified from the qualifying session. I'm sure you don't want to dwell on it, but what was the issue?
I was underweight, unfortunately. That's just one of them things that happens.
So it would have enhanced the performance massively, I suppose, and at least now that's all sorted, you can hopefully make some progress in the race. What do we think will happen here?
Hopefully. I mean, I'll just stay out of the way the first corner and then hopefully come through, do what I can.
Yeah, there's some hot heads up there at the front. I think you could inherit a few positions. How are you enjoying your time in the Audi Cup? Are you getting on well with the car?
Yeah, it's been really good actually so far. I mean, there's not a lot of cars, which makes it a little bit easier, but it'll be nice with a few more, I guess.
I guess whilst you're learning, maybe, yeah, that's not a bad thing, but I think if we get some more competition, we'll see you getting stuck in. Warm conditions out there as well. Are you mindful of that? Does that present any sort of challenge to you?
I think it makes it a bit easier for me, obviously.
Oh, really?
I think my last one at Thruxton, it was so wet, it was raining, which I didn't do well with. So I'm a bit happier now.
Yes, no rain forecast today, thank goodness. Ruby, very best of luck. Thanks for having a chat. Now, I've got a dash to the commentary box, but we've got more time to chat to some drivers down here in assembly, and Paul Walsh is your man. Paul, enjoy.
Will do, Andy. Thank you. And so as Andy does a bit of an Olympic dash there now to the commentary booth, of course, he'll be joining none other than Dave Goddard. Well, let's carry on the story of catch up with some of our Audi Cup drivers. We make our way along, of course. And we're going to come to a man who's not just racing Audis this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. You saw him on the mini Clubsport grid earlier on. I just wonder if we've got time to catch up with you again, John. I had a bit of a chat with you yesterday before the mini race. Now into an Audi. I've got to ask, what's the difference between racing the mini and the Audi?
I think the Audi's slower, to be honest. It seems like it. It's the first time out in it, and it's a rental, and I'm just to fill the weekend up, really. So we just see, but I don't know. We'll get used to it. I race a Golf as well, so it's a similar car to the Golf, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what it's like. It's quite safe and secure. Would be a good car for someone if they wanted to do a bit of club racing without really taking too many risks. So it's a good car.
Oh, 100%. Well, we wish you the best luck in the races today, and we'll see you out on circuit.
You will, and you'll see me later on as well.
Oh, indeed. That being none other than John White there. And, well, we'll be catching up with him as well in the minis later today. And I feel we've got time for one or two more interviews. So can we get a word perhaps with Sean Smith as we make our way around? Sean, you got time for a quick chat? Yeah. And Sean, good to catch up with you as always. And, well, all set to go. And today starting from 5th on the grid here. You looking to move forwards or hold your position or just see how it all plays out?
No, we always want to go forward, I think. So we didn't have a great qualifying, had a few issues with the car, so I think we sorted that now. So we'll move as forward as we can.
All fair play. Now, of course, it's going to be a bit of a cooler morning compared to perhaps this afternoon when the sun comes up. Is that a big part of racing these Audis in terms of how you set them up?
Yeah, I think so. It does make a difference. This car was still learning because it's new, but it was a lot hotter on Thursday when we were testing. We didn't get to test Friday, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot cooler.
All fair play. Well, hopefully you can keep your cool in the cockpit of the car. We wish you the best luck for the first race of the weekend.
Lovely, thank you. Cheers.
Here and there, ladies and gentlemen, from Sean Smith. And well, I think we might have time for one or two more interviews here. We're just waiting to see when we will see all the drivers get called to what will be the grid. And I wonder if we can potentially catch up with Patrick Booth here. And well, we're just trying to come for a word with Patrick. Patrick, you got a second? Oh, hold up. I think we're being summoned away, ladies and gentlemen. I think, yep, we are good to go green. So what we're going to do, we're going to walk away from our lovely Audis there. Our marshals also making things to go. And well, we are going to be getting ready then for this first our races. 14 races today, of course, and race number 1 being the Audi Cup. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to your commentary team, and you're going to have the wonderful Dave Goddard, and of course, joining him for the Audis, the Civic Cup and TCR UK, it's going to be Andy McEwen. So Andy, Dave, it's over to you. Let's go racing.
Yes, thanks so much indeed, Paul. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England. Dave Goddard here, and Andy McEwen, I can see him. He's just on his way across now to the commentary box as we get ready for our first race of the weekend for the Audi Cup. There's 2 races for them today. We've got the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. TCR UK have 2 races there. Latest round. Seems a long time since we were at Croft in the rain up in the northeast, but it's beautiful weather here in East Anglia. British Truck Racing have 3 races today. 2 races for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship and 2 races for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport as well. They're here in big numbers this weekend. And we've got the Civic Cup here as well. 14 races in total across the day. All the qualifying was done yesterday, so we don't have to worry about any of that. It is racing all the way through today. Keep your comments coming in all day on YouTube as well. Hi to Erki, watching in Finland. Carl to Cormac. I think that's Ross Makar, who has been racing in the Audi TT Cup this season. He's not here today. So his car, number 73, is being raced by one of the Mega family. Yeah, 73 Jack Mega will go from row 4. So I'll give you the grid then before we hand over to Andy to take you through the race. Carl Swift, the ex-Autograss champion, is on pole in car number 45. Good to see him back out. Not seen him race for a while. Andy Rogerson has had a couple of wins this year. He's alongside in car number 113. Sam Marr in car number 5 alongside number 33 Patrick Booth. Sean Smith, ex-Legends racer in 211, goes on row 3 with John Wyatt. As we said, he's doubling up with the Mini Challenge Club Sports here this weekend. The number 7 car alongside him. Then Jack Barr, number 73, in the car regularly raced by Ross Makar, the Scottish racer, and Ruby Smith will go on row 4. Jack qualified out of session yesterday, so he starts from row 4. Ruby Smith alongside, as we heard. Her car was found to be underweight after qualifying, so she will have to start from the back. 8 cars out there for this new series this year, the Audi Cup. It is a series, not a championship. They're not racing for points this season, racing purely for entertainment and enjoyment and to get this new series underway. So I'm going to hand you over now to Andy McEwen, who can tell you a bit more background on the cars. He's got his breath back after sprinting across from the box as we watch the cars come out onto track for the first of our 14 races here today on the Snetterton 300 circuit.
Thank you very much, Dave. Yes, really much looking forward to this. My first time seeing the Audi Cup, at least in 2026. Of course, it's a series I've been involved with in the past when it ran under another club. It's now part of the Maximum Motorsport brand and running very much under their awning. So the same people that run TCR UK, the hugely popular Civic Cup, they know how to run a successful one-make tin-top series to maximum, and I'm absolutely confident that as the year goes on, we'll start seeing the grids grow, hopefully at some point back to the point they were at in the past, where we actually required split grids. We had so many cars that were entered into these events, and the cars are all out there. If you are tempted to have a go at this, why not? The Audi Cup runs alongside TCR and the Civic Cup for the majority of the season, which also means it's part of the truck racing package for much of the year. And as Carl Swift was saying to me just now, that means that you're part of some of the biggest events in British motor racing. I was going to say club motorsport, but these events don't really feel like club events, do they? The crowds pour into the racetracks for these British truck racing events. They've got brilliant live stream coverage, and it is a fantastic package to be a part of. So if you have a car or you want a car, there are definitely cars out there for sale, then you could do an awful lot worse than getting yourself onto one of these Audi Cup grids. It should be an interesting race, this. Qualifying was, I won't say dominated by Carl Swift. He was about 6/10 quicker than Andrew Rogerson yesterday. Andrew, who's finished on the podium in every race so far this season. But Carl Swift, multiple former race winner, dominated at the start of the championship a couple of years ago, I seem to remember, and then had an accident at Alton Park. His car ended up upside down at the start of one of the races. Suboptimal, I think you could say. And from that point on, really, Matt Luff was able to go on and win the championship. And Matt, of course, a former Civic Cup champion as well. So it's all in the family, isn't it? And Carl Swift himself, actually, a former race winner in TCR UK. Carl Swift, who for a number of years raced a Cupra in TCR UK competition. He's made the decision a couple of years ago to focus more on Audi Cup racing. It's great that he's back on the grid, and great that he is continuing to support what, as I said, I truly do believe is a championship that can get back to its very best this season. So Carl Swift, Andrew Rogerson, row 1, Sam Meagher and Patrick Booth, two other reasonably experienced Audi Cup competitors on row 2, Sean Smith and John Wyatt on the third row. Then the two that had issues in qualifying yesterday. Jack Meagher didn't qualify. He had to, as Dave said, qualify out of session after mechanical issues. And Ruby Smith, who was disqualified from the session, but hopefully will be able to get her Globe Motorsport Limited sponsored car. A little bit further up the grid, there is Ruby, the black, silver and pink machine. So 15-minute race is the distance, same length as the Civic Cup, who will be out a little bit later on. You'll be hearing from me a fair bit today, I'm afraid. There was only one race under the Maximum Motorsport umbrella yesterday, that being that first Civic Cup encounter, but today we've got two Audi Cup races. We've got another Civic Cup race, the reverse grid race, and in just under an hour we'll be kicking off our first of two TCR UK events as well, two races of the day for TCR UK. So it's going to be a busy day for me, but very much looking forward to bringing all of the action to you, along with, as Dave was going through earlier on, the full package of truck racing, pickup trucks, minis, and all out there to entertain us over the course of the day. So the Audi Cup, in its third event of the season, it was supposed to start at Brands Hatch at the start of the year, but it ended up being pushed back to Thruxton, where all three races were won by Ross McCarr, who, as Dave was telling you, isn't here this weekend, unfortunately. But Ross, 3 times a winner at the opening event of the season. And then last time we were at Pembrey in Wales, where Andrew Rogerson won a race for the first time, and Sam Meagher won race 2. So Sam Meagher, who is starting this race from third on the grid, he was nearly a second slower than Andrew Rogerson, who is second on the grid. He was actually 1.5 seconds slower than Carl Swift, but we know from previous experience that Sam has race-winning potential, so don't count him out. I think he could still be a challenger in this one. At the very least, he'll be wanting to go for a podium, and will be feeling reasonably confident. I think he was a bit quicker than Patrick Booth, who was 4th quickest, and will start alongside him. There is the Ruby Smith car at the back of the grid. Looking good, I have to say that car. I've had all of the cars really well presented. Remember when this championship first came into being, there were some very interesting liveries, and it's a very photogenic car. It looks good, the Audi TT, this particular shape of Audi TT, and the kit that was made for the cars, the aerodynamic kit, designed to resemble the Audi TT Cup cars that raced over on the continent for a long time. I don't think that championship exists anymore, but it was at one point a DTM support series. They were different engines in those cars. They were quicker, they ran on slick tyres, they were slightly racier. This is very much a club alternative to that, but yeah, really good looking cars, and the racing should be good as well, I think. As Andrew Rogerson was telling us in the assembly area there, the new diff that's been added to these cars, it's meaning the cars get off the corner a lot better, and that yields more overtaking opportunities at the end of the straights. And of course that's a lot of what racing at Snetterton is all about, getting off the corners well. There's long straights to get a slipstream, and then big braking points at the end of those straights. So hopefully we're in for an entertaining 15 minutes of action here for the Audi Cup, which is about to get underway. Race 1 of the weekend for the Audis, and it is Carl Swift and Andrew Rogerson together on the front row of the grid. Who gets the whole shot into Rich's corner? It is time to find out now. The rev's starting to rise. Off they go, and Carl Swift gets away well from pole position. In fact, it's a pretty even start down the majority of the grid, I think. It's going to be Rogerson who slots into second. It's side-by-side for third, though. Patrick Booth in the sort of Martini-esque liveried car on the outside. And the red car was Sean Smith trying to get to the inside. Ruby Smith is already ahead of Jack Meager at the back of the field. But at the front of the field, it is Swift versus Rogerson, as we expected. And Carl Swift with the early advantage through the Wilson hairpin. Third is Sam Meager still, but Sean Smith has got himself ahead of Patrick Booth. So Sean Smith moving into fourth position. Again, was 1.3 seconds slower than Patrick Booth in qualifying yesterday, but I don't really think those qualifying times are going to be massively representative of what we see in the race, to be honest. I think we're very likely to see the cars run a bit closer. Certainly that's the case at the front of the field, where Andrew Rogerson's on the attack, look, and forcing Carl Swift to defend into the Agostini hairpin. So this wouldn't have been in the script for Carl. Andrew Rogerson really giving him a tough time. In fact, they're almost bump drafting down the straight towards the Hamilton left-hander. Carl Swift gets into the corner ahead. Rogerson really wants this move made. He feels good, I think, on colder tyres. And he's again forcing Carl Swift to defend into Oggies. Takes a lot of curb and a fair chunk of grass on the inside line there, does Rogerson. But Carl Swift able to cover that one off. This is a really entertaining duel, though, on the opening lap of the race. Out onto the Bentley straight we go, where now we will see that slipstream really start to take effect, and Rogerson using it to good effect, gets himself up alongside Carl as they head down the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Through the left-hander, Rogerson right round the outside. He's going to do it. Andrew Rogerson then to the lead of the race. Fantastic stuff. And Carl Swift, he defended and defended all the way through that first lap of racing, but just wasn't quite able to keep Rogerson at bay down the Bentley straight. So Andrew Rogerson to the front of the field, and Carl Swift has it all to do now to try and get the lead back. He was quite a bit quicker in qualifying. Maybe once the race settles down, Carl Swift might be able to establish some authority on this race, but for now it's Andrew Rogerson, winner at Pembrey, who is going to lead them across the line at the end of the opening lap of racing. Rogerson leads, Swift second, third place then for the number 5 of Sam Meager. Then it is going to be Patrick Booth. No, sorry, it's Sean Smith, isn't it? Then Patrick Booth, with Jack Meager 6th, Ruby Smith 7th. And it was actually John Wyatt who fell down to the tail end of the field on that opening couple of corners, I think, not Jack Meager, as I may have said at one point. He's still ahead of Ruby Smith as the leaders head into the Wilson hairpin again. So Carl Swift then with a face full of Andrew Rogerson's black and yellow Audi. Now, Andrew was saying, wasn't he, in the assembly area, that Carl wasn't going to see a lot of the front of his car, and he was going to see a lot more of the rear of his Audi TT. Well, that is, at the moment, exactly what's happening. But Carl Swift now looks like he's back on the attack as we head into Agostini. And this time, it is Rogerson who has to defend the inside line. Swift takes the wide line in and looks to try and cut back on the exit of the corner. Down the short chute now towards Hamilton. Rogerson from Swift. Less than a TT length between them. And it's almost a carbon copy of what happened a lap ago. It's now Rogerson defending everywhere. And Swift taking the Rogerson line. Look through Oggies. And again gets a face full of Audi. But this is all now starting to invite Sam Meager to the party, I would say. Sam Meager, to me, looks like he's noticeably closer. And yes, his first sector time was fractionally quicker than the race leader. I think in the middle sector, though, he's gained even more. In fact, he's weaving around, look to try and get a slipstream from the two ahead, who themselves are ducking and diving down the Bentley Straight. Rogerson and Swift. Swift's going to try the outside line. This is what Rogerson did to him a lap ago, but not quite close enough. Rogerson was fully alongside at that point when he made the move, whereas Carl Swift not quite able to get fully within striking range. So down through the bomb hole into the never-ending right-hander at Coram Corner, where that left front tyre really takes a pounding. I was right for once about Sam Meagher as well. Sam Meagher in the middle sector of 46.6. That was 7/10 quicker than the race leader Andrew Rogerson. So Meagher is definitely closing in on these two. Oh, that looks like Ruby Smith's off, I think. Is it Ruby? Yes, it is. Ruby's had a rotation up at Coram. That's a fast place to go off the road. Really quick, and as I said, very long corner. Thankfully, it has a lot of runoff area as well, so at least by going off there, she's avoided, I think, contact with anything solid. Just struggling to get the car going. Meanwhile, Carl Swift is on the attack again. Look, is he close enough this time to go for it into Wilson? Well, not on the inside line. Sam Meagher makes sure of that by defending that inside run into the hairpin. But on the exit of the corner, it is still Rogerson ahead. I thought maybe Swift would get a better exit there. It's quite hard to get a switchback, though, out of Wilson. It's such a low-speed corner. It's quite easy to just block off that inside lane through the turn. And then, of course, the next corners are left-handers anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you run wide coming out of the hairpin. This is where it starts to change a bit, though. A sequence of left-hand corners through the middle part of the lap, where defending can sometimes leave you vulnerable down the next straight. But Rogerson is getting off the corners so well. That really looked like it was his advantage when he was behind Carl Swift, actually. And really helped him to make the overtake against Carl. They head now towards the Wilson hairpin, the Williams corner. Out onto the Bentley Straight. So, less than a second covering the top three at the beginning of this lap, although now, that third place car of Sam Meagher, is that bonnet starting to peel up? We'll get to that in a moment, because Carl Swift is asking some questions of Andrew Rogerson again, whose car was a little unstable through the braking zone at Brundle there. And that, I thought, might have again opened the door for Swift, but Rogerson, he's getting off the corners well. It looks like Swift maybe is a little bit better through the turns. Interesting there was a dab on the brakes for Rogerson, but I didn't see the brake lights illuminate, certainly not for very long on Carl Swift's car, so I think maybe different driving styles through that corner for the top two. There is Meagher in third. Now keep an eye on the right-hand side, well, the left as we look at it head-on, his right-hand side of that bonnet at high speed. I think it's starting to peel back slightly. Could have been a trick of the light maybe, but if we get a head-on shot of that car, it would be interesting to see whether it is healing up. Fastest lap, by the way, for Andrew Rogerson that time, so he's now starting to establish himself a little bit better at the front of the field. Not under as much threat, I was going to say, from Carl Swift, but Carl makes a liar out of me immediately, and very nearly got alongside again through the Wilson hairpin. There is Meagher's car. Is it peeling up on the above the right-hand headlight? I think it is, isn't it? I think it is, so that will be a little bit of a concern. Yes, definitely it is. So Sam Meagher, maybe a bonnet pin that's failed or come loose. So great work from our camera operators there to get us a good view of that. It does look as though that is maybe going to present a challenge. Now, it's okay for now, but the danger is, of course, if any more air gets underneath that bonnet, it can break the other bonnet pin, and up it will fly, and that can do a huge amount of damage to the car. If he wasn't running in a podium position, I'm sure Sam would be tempted to pull in and get the team to give that some attention, but I'm sure he won't do that. Ruby Smith has pitted, and in fact is retiring the car, I can see out of the window. Ruby Smith, after that spin at Coram, has pulled the car back into the paddock. The leaders, though, very much still doing battle. Quicker in the first two sectors was Carl Swift by a tenth in each sector. He can't get any closer now to Andrew Rogerson. That's definitely where Swift's best opportunity will lie, I think, down that back straight, or maybe into the Wilson hairpin. He seems to get off Riches quite well, and has been closing in that particular braking zone on previous laps, but Rogerson's got an answer so far to every question being posed by Carl Swift. He kicks up the dirt there, does Rogerson, through Coram Corner. Is Swift going to have a go into Murray's? He's thinking about it. The corner that was reprofiled all those years ago, in theory, to make another overtaking opportunity on the track. Hasn't always seemed like that's the case, but we have seen the odd overtake at that final turn. And we were going to see another one there from Carl Swift, but no, not quite able to do it. He does, though, steal the fastest lap away from Andrew Rogerson, and he's a lot closer into riches this time. So I've said that the Wilson hairpin might present an opportunity for Carl Swift. Is he a bit closer this time than he has been maybe on previous laps? He's hunting around on the inside, but I don't think he was quite within striking range. Pick up on that in a moment as we see John Wyatt here making his way through the bomb hole in the number 7 car. John keeping himself out of trouble as best he can in this race. I'm sure he'd love to be up there battling with these two, but as Ruby Smith said, to be fair, in the assembly area, sometimes when you're learning, which John Wyatt is, which Ruby is, which several drivers on this grid are, quite new to racing, some of them, then actually having a smaller grid is not a bad way to introduce yourself to a series. Very different lines there through Agostini, much tighter for Andrew Rogerson. Wide entry for Carl Swift, which gave him a better exit, but you can't really do anything with that down at Hamilton. Now round Oggies, and this is where really he needs to start building towards an attack, maybe at the end of the Bentley Straight, where we've seen the slipstream does have an effect. These cars, because of their shape, they're not big and boxy like the Honda Civics are, for example, where you do get a lot of slipstreaming down the long straights. They're a lot sleeker, much lower centre of gravity, and that does mean that they don't punch quite so big a hole in the air. Slipstream isn't a massive factor in these cars, but you do get a little bit of a toe down the back straight, definitely. Not enough that time, though, for Carl Swift to make his move. Right, Sam Meagher has been given a black and orange flag, I've just noticed, on the timing screen. And Sam Meagher, that means it's a mechanical warning flag, which can only be for that bonnet. So it is confirmation then that the bonnet was coming loose, as I thought. And he's being summoned into the pit lane. Now, we had this situation yesterday, though, with Josh Bromley in the Civic Cup race. He was also given a black and orange mechanical warning flag, but he was given that flag only 2 laps from the end of the race, and you have 3 laps to serve it. So with 4 minutes to go and a 2-minute 10 lap time, I suspect that Sam Meagher's probably going to find himself in the same boat here. There's a good battle, by the way, coming through. Patrick Booth and Sean Smith. Booth is back ahead of Smith now. So Patrick Booth back into 4th position, where he started. As I said at the start of the race, he was quite a bit quicker than Sean in qualifying, but Sean got a better start, managed to get past him on the opening lap, and has been defending the position ever since. But finally, Patrick Booth gets himself back through. So leaders, once again, the closest pair of cars on track. They've been trading sector times. It was a personal best lap last time by for Andrew Rogerson, but it was a 1/10.5 slower than Carl Swift's fastest lap of the race. And again, Carl takes this wider line into Agostini, looks to try and get the switch back. Rogerson, look, doesn't use all of the road on the exit of the corner, just covers off that potential switchback move. But that will again compromise his exit speed from the corner, so Swift is a bit closer now than he was maybe a lap ago at this point. And Ken Rogerson is defending at Oggies. He's certainly not getting away, and this really bodes well, doesn't it, for race 2 later on, where I would hope we're going to get a repeat of this battle between the two of them. It would be really nice if we had other cars up there battling with these two, and this is why I really do implore anyone who is thinking about racing in this series to come and give it a go, because you could be a part of this sensational battle for the race win, because Carl Swift is still not giving up. Look, goes to the outside into Brundle, but Andrew Rogerson knows how to place the car. Really impressive defensive driving this from Rogerson. He's defending without overly defending. Once you start really driving around the inside of the track everywhere, you just go so slowly that actually it makes your opponent's job a little bit easier. But Rogerson's just finding the right balance, and he's about to begin the final lap of the race, so he only has to defend for another over 3 miles, and he will claim a 2nd victory of the season. Andrew Rogerson then heads down the main straight towards Rich's corner once again for the final time. It's a slightly quicker lap for Swift that time, a couple of tenths better than Rogerson, but he can't go any quicker now without actually making an overtake, and that's proving to be the challenge, isn't it? late on the brakes as they dare into the Wilson hairpin. A bit wide maybe for Swift, but he'll pick up the late apex. Carry as much speed now down in towards Palmer's as he possibly can through the long left-hander. Tricky corner this. The road sort of falls away from you a little bit in the middle part of the turn. Then you go over a slight crest on corner exit and head downhill into Agostini. There isn't a huge amount of elevation change around the Snetterton 300 layout, but there are some little undulations through the first half of the lap. It's no Alton Park, don't get me wrong, but it's a challenging circuit. It's very technically demanding, is Snetterton's 300 layout. Oh, Carl Swift really asking a lot of the car there. A big slide coming out of Hamilton. If he's been pacing himself up to this point, Carl, I don't think he is anymore. He's absolutely on it now, trying to get back in range of Andrew Rogerson, using all of the curb there coming out of Williams. But I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough, is he? That little wobble at Hamilton came because he'd lost a bit of time in the first sector. He was pushing a bit too hard then in the middle sector to get the time back. And so Andrew Rogerson now has the biggest cushion, actually, he's had ever since he took the lead of the race, which came only a couple of laps in. He said to Carl Swift that he wasn't going to spend too long behind him in this race, and that proved to be the case. And Andrew Rogerson, once he hit the front, I won't say he never looked back. I think he spent most of the race looking in the rear-view mirror, but he's defended magnificently from Carl Swift. And the former TCR UK race winner, Carl Swift, is going to have to settle for the second step of the podium, I think, today, at least in race number 1. He'll have another opportunity later on today to try and get one over on Andrew Rogerson, but it will be for the second time this season. Car number 113 that claims the victory. Andrew Rogerson sees the checkered flag and wins the first Audi Cup race of the day. Carl Swift comes home in second position. 8 tenths between them in the end at the flag, and it will be Sam Meagher who I presume will come home in third. Just waiting for confirmation of that. Yes, he did. He'd really dropped off the pace at the end there to protect that bonnet, but he never did come in to serve the black and orange flag, as I suspected would be the case. Then it's Patrick Booth, Sean Smith, Jack Meagher, and then John Wyatt will be the last of the finishers. John Wyatt just making his way down the Bentley Straight. So Andrew Rogerson gets the win, and he and Carl Swift kept us thoroughly entertained in that one. And we really look forward to more of the same now in race number 2, the second Audi Cup race coming up much later in the day at 3 in theory. I've got to dash back over to do some more podium interviews. You'll be hearing from me again in a few seconds' time, which means it's time for Dave Goddard to step back in and cover for me whilst I dash over the track. Dave, thank you very much.
Yes, thanks very much, Andy, for taking us through the action there. First race of the day done and dusted for the Audi Cup. First of their 2 races here on our second day here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. We'll give you the provisional results in just a second. Waiting for our last car to cross the line there. John Wyatt, the jeweller by trade from Brentwood in Essex, his first race in the Audi Cup, and he comes over in P7. So the provisional result then reads as follows. Andy Rogerson takes his second win of the season by 0.8 of a second over Carl Swift on his debut in the category. Sam Meagher takes third place in car number 5 despite that loose bonnet. A couple of seconds clear of Patrick Booth in 4th. Sean Smith in 5th place, then Jack Meagher in 6th. John Wyatt completing the 7 finishes. Sadly, we lost Ruby Smith after that tangle up at Coram, and subsequently retiring a clutch problem. So hopefully they can get that fixed for the second race later on, the Globe Motorsports Limited team. Next up on track today will be the Junior Saloon Car Championship for their second race of the weekend, which will see the second fastest times from the qualifying session yesterday set the grid for their second race. We've got a new name on pole position for that one coming up shortly. The youngsters 14 to 17 years of age in their identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. They had a great race yesterday with championship leader Ollie Smith taking his 9th win of the season. Will he make it double figures here today? Or will we see a new name on top? We've got a new name on pole. Hasnain Khan from West Yorkshire has taken his first ever pole position. Good numbers here this weekend, 20 cars here for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. But I think we're almost ready then. I think Andy has made the dash across the track to Parc Fermé. We can hand over to him in just a moment.
Well, what an entertaining first race of the day then for the Audi Cup drivers. Another chance in a moment then to talk to our front runners. I've lost our race winner, helpfully. Where did it? Oh, there he is, Andrew Rogerson, chatting to Jack Finlan over here, and we can get his thoughts now on what was a fantastic scrap. Sorry to interrupt, gents. Andrew, brilliant battle. You said you weren't going to spend too long behind Carl, and you were right.
To be fair, I did lie to him. I promised him by turn 2, and it ended up being by the end of the straight. But I had to get the move done early. I don't like sitting behind someone.
Right.
I like to control it if I can. And yeah, I see where Carl was a bit weak. Straight away, I saw it. I was like, right, I'm taking that. I'm not just going to sit there and wait. And he was trying to wait the whole race. I think he was a little bit easier on his tyres, but then I was trying to manage mine, so it was a bit of a management game really. Yeah. But I mean, thanks to all the boys that helped me prep the car. Finally got everything back together. I know we had a win at Pembury and we had some good results, but today the car felt pretty much as good as it could be. And to go up against Carl, who's a bit of a soldier in this, in all motorsport, yeah, I'm just glad we got the jump on him and give it to him.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on the win then. Andrew Rogerson gets himself a second victory of the season. Carl Swift is this way. We'll go over and have a chat then with our runner-up. Well, not quite able to convert pole into a win, but I think you enjoyed that battle nonetheless.
I did. He deserved that, to be fair. It was a good move early on, and then he didn't put foot out of line. Literally, every braking zone where he was struggling, I think he'd done his front end early, but he knew where to put it on the braking zone and then stop it enough in the corner to get the exit. He drove flawlessly.
Yeah, he said that he felt like he had an advantage in the early stages, then echoed your thoughts that you maybe saved the tyres a bit later on. How much of a factor is this? Because they're not on slick tyres, but it's quite a warm day, isn't it?
It is, but it's not as warm as we've been in the last couple of days testing, and it's been 30 odd degrees then, so it's actually coolish now, although the track didn't feel massively fast.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, compared to, it's not slow, but it didn't feel, I expected it to be night and day, loads of front end, but it's just not quite that.
Any changes for race 2? What can you change on these cars, and what sort of things will you be looking to try and work on?
I'm going to change me. I'm going to go harder earlier and forget saving.
Right, good idea.
Yeah, I think that's the best plan.
We look forward to that. Congratulations, Carl. Second place. Where's Sam? Oh, there he is, Sam Meager, wandering over this way. Sam, can we have a little chat with you? Third position. Should we wander over to the car and get his sponsoring? Because I also want to take a little look, Sam, at the front of your car, because you were having... oh, it's all right now. Was it just a bonnet pin that came loose?
Yeah, just a bonnet pin, but it was just getting higher and higher as each lap, so just trying to nurse the car home, to be honest, yeah.
Yeah, we saw you back off there towards the end. Shame though, isn't it? Because actually in the early stages there, you were starting to close in on those two as they battled. Did you think maybe you might have half a chance?
Yeah, if I didn't have the issue with the bonnet, I'd have definitely been able to keep the other two, yeah. So, see what race 2 does now.
Well, exactly. You've got another opportunity now to go for that and make sure the bonnet's not an issue in that one.
Yeah.
How confident are you with your pace? Have you felt like you've improved over the weekend?
Yeah, we were pretty much nowhere yesterday. Made a few changes to the car and it was definitely better today. It's just the issue with the bonnet sort of slowed me down, so see what next race does.
Yeah, fingers crossed that's not an issue in race 2. Sam Meager, congratulations then on a podium finish, and that rounds up our very entertaining first Audi Cup race of the weekend. They'll have more again just before 3:30 later on this afternoon. The junior saloon cars though, they're heading out on circuit next, so stay tuned.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for their second race here at Snetterton, I'm with none other than Zane Quaker. And Zane, 5th place yesterday, starting from 10th today. You've had one podium this season, so surely everything's looking upwards after Pembury.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think we could have done better in qualifying though, because we had a bit of issues with the gearbox, but we're going to put our head down for this next race and hopefully it will go well.
Oh, indeed. You've got to get your head down a little bit. What are you finding is the biggest challenge here at the Snetterton circuit? Because you've got to have a good mastery of it, given that 5th place yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's just making sure you're in the tow, because tows are a lot round here. But also, you've got to make sure you're in the race, because if not in the race, then you're not going to go anywhere.
All very true. Pack base racing all the way. Is there a particular corner where you fancy making your moves?
I would say the hairpins.
All fair play. Well, keep an eye out for Zane at the hairpins, ladies and gentlemen. He may be coming forward from 10th place. Thank you for your time, Zane. Good luck in the race.
Thank you.
All right, let's get on with the race, ladies and gentlemen.
It's good to hear from Zane Quaker there. His first season in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They're next up on the schedule today with a 15-minute race, followed by the TCR UK Championship. Then we have our first race for the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship. 2 wins for Stuart Oliver yesterday as he looks for his 11th British title this year. The pickup trucks are out after that. Then it's the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports. Over 20 BMW Minis here this weekend. And then we have the Civic Cup, the last race before the lunch break. The lunch break will see the grid walk ahead of the next British Truck Racing Championship events. Then Junior Saloon cars, TC UK back out to the Audi Cup for their second race. Then the Minis, final truck race, and the pickup trucks round out the day. Well, the Junior Saloon car, Saxo safety car, leading the cars up to the grid then. There'll be a green flag lap behind it, and then a 15-minute race, our second race for the young guns in their Saxos, and it is Hasnain Khan who lines up in his first ever pole position in car number 18 alongside championship leader Ollie Smith, number 80, looking for his 10th win of the season. Row 2, looking for his first win. He's come close a couple of times now. Martin Wright, all the way from Cornwall in number 14. Alongside Matthew Swatton, who dropped back on the first lap in yesterday's race, hoping for a better run today. Row 3, Max Scharfegger finished last in yesterday's race, had to pit with some damage, and 87 Leon Holly, who raced through from 8th on the grid for a podium yesterday. Row 4 is Lachlan Homer, number 94, and 57 Tom Justice, newcomer this weekend for the Kersley Motorsport team, teammate of Matthew Swatton. Completing the top 10 on the grid, number 3, Jake Wardle starts alongside the man we just heard from, 44, Zane Quecker. Row 6 is 41, Will Omar, 29, Tim Leonard, who failed to finish yesterday's race. Row 7, Ricky Pittman, who celebrates his birthday next week, so would like some rewards from this weekend. Starts alongside George Allen in number 17. Scholarship winner this year, Ralphie Branscombe, number 96 on row 8 alongside 223. Newcomer this weekend, Jamie Faggin. Row 9, Caelan Keith, another newcomer in car number 72, the third of the Kersley Motorsport drivers. Frankie Lawson, number 11, starts alongside him. And on the final row, Atta Huna, who only got one flying lap in qualifying, so will be starting from the back here alongside Charlie Stapleton, who had a shunt in qualifying yesterday. The team got the car repaired and he's able to start from the back of the grid. 20 cars should be out there then for this second race of the weekend. Now, can Hasnain Khan hang on in front for a maiden win to go with his maiden pole position here? A cracking effort by Hasnain, who was actually fastest in qualifying yesterday, but got a grid penalty, so had to start from the second row. This time he gets the chance to start on the pole. Made his debut at Pembrey at the last round in Wales. Championship began at Donington with a hat-trick of wins for Ollie Smith. I think somebody's lined up in the wrong place there. George Allen being pushed back. It's like Giancarlo Fisichella in that Grand Prix in Malaysia, where he ended up stuck diagonally across the track in the Renault. So Donington saw 3 wins for Ollie Smith. He got 2 at Cadwell Park, and the third race went to Max Scharfegger. Then at Croft in the third meeting of the year, Max Scharfegger had a couple of wins. Ollie Smith took race 3. Pembrey saw Smith take races 2 and 3, and there was a very welcome first win for Matthew Swatton in the first race. So those are your winners so far this year. 25 points for a race win, 22 for second, 20 for third, and so on downwards, plus a point for the fastest lap. Fastest lap yesterday going to Leon Holly, so he got the extra point. Good to see the spectator banks nice and busy here on the Snetterton 300 circuit.
Have a look and see whether it's either Jake Ward or Jack Omar or Ricky Pittman that's on there, because it's someone around race 5, 6, 7 where we've got the gap on the grid, but it's a bit too far away with the sun beating off the cars and the angle that I'm looking at to pick out the number of the car and the colours of it, not easy to spot as well.
Boards go up then from the marshals on the starters roster, and the green flag waves, and the safety car leads them off. Let's through some of your comments on YouTube. Hi to Hannah Fulcher. Gordon Snell says looking forward to some good racing. Josh says best of luck to Sammy Oyanen in the trucks later on, the Finnish driver. Meg Edwards. Stay safe to Doreen and Ricky marshalling here this weekend. Big thanks to all the Orange family, our marshals. Hi to Jan, watching from Germany, who says, why is it called the Snetterton 300 circuit? Well, it's because there are 3 layouts to this circuit. They're roughly 1, 2 and 3 miles in length, so they're known as 100, 200 and 300. We're on the 300 circuit, which is nearly 3 miles long, one of the longest race circuits in the UK, along with the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. This former World War II airfield. Cars heading through Palmer, the left-hander there, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, ex-Formula 1 driver, who is now head of Motorsport Vision, who own this circuit. Then up to Agostini, this long left-hander. Plenty of overtaking opportunities here, named after Giacomo Agostini, one of the all-time greats of motorcycle racing. Drivers weaving to warm their tyres. Great to see plenty of newcomers in the field this weekend. There's the left flick of Hamilton's, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton, of course. Quite easy to run wide there, tricky little corner that one. Then the right-hander is Audi's, and up towards Williams' corner, named after the late legendary Sir Frank Williams. This is Williams' corner, then into the Bentley Straight. Which goes along the back of the circuit, then under the bridge, into the left Brundle. Martin Brundle, of course, and his family from fairly local to this circuit in Kings Lynn. It's round to the left, and then there's a much tighter right-hander at Nelson. Lachlan Homer had quite a spectacular two-wheeled moment at Nelson when he got up on the curb in qualifying in yesterday's session. Hi to Tamara, who says, my husband is marshalling on the start-finish line today. Fair play to him for his service. Hi to Linda Waite, says, good luck Ricky Pittman and everyone else today. Keep it on the black bit. Sheila Kersley is watching from Kersley Motorsport. They're running Matthew Swatton, Tom Justice and Caelan Keith. That's the 3 red, white and blue cars. Matthew Swatton was overjoyed to get his first win at Pembrake. There's Charlie Stapleton, the yellow and black car at the back. None the worse for a bit of a shunt in qualifying yesterday. The team have repaired his car, the number 127. So pole position will be the white and black car of Hasnain Khan, number 18. Alongside him, Ollie Smith is in blue, green and white, number 80. 14, Martin Wright is in all blue. 27, Matthew Swatton, red, white and blue. Max Scharfegger, his title hopes took a bit of a dent yesterday, quite literally. He picked up some damage and had to make a pit stop finish last. He's in grey with Dayglow yellow. Leon Holly alongside him, grey, blue and white, the man from Devon. Fourth row, Lachlan Homer is in white and black. Tom Justice in the red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsports. Completing the top 10, the black and green car of number 3, Jake Wardle, and Zane Quecker. His car predominantly black with some red, yellow and green flashes on it. So 20 Saxos into line them. Will Ollie Smith make it double figures of victories this year? His brother Harry races in the Mini Challenge Trophy. 5-second board is held aloft then. Revs beginning to rise. The second junior saloon car race of the weekend gets underway. And off they go down towards Rich's corner for the first time. They're all away cleanly. Good start by Hasnain Khan. He's just about got the lead as they go towards the right-hander of Rich's. A decent start by Max Scharfegger trying to get up the inside using the pit lane exit there to try and squeeze down the inside of Martin Wright. Matthew Swatton getting around the outside in the number 27. As they head up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. It is Khan who leads a race for the first time in his career, chased by Ollie Smith, who goes for the inside on the hairpin. They're side by side, Swatton third, Wright and Leon Holly side by side. He's made another quick start, just as he did yesterday. The rest of them funnel their way through behind. Charlie Stapleton's made up a couple of places, but Hasnain Khan has kept his lead as they go through Palmer for the first time. Scharfegger out wide, Leon Holly on the inside of him. Martin Wright didn't get the best of starts. He's dropped a few places. Lachlan Homer behind him. Down towards Agostini. Top three lead the way into it. Leon Holly up the inside, 3 wide into Agostini. That rarely works. I think it has worked. They've just about got it together there. Martin Wright in there with Leon Holly. And also Martin Wright there at the inside of Max Scharfegger at Hamilton's. Is going to go wide onto the grass. I said it was easy to do that there. Max Scharfegger does a bit of rally crossing. So they've been side by side for the whole race, these two. Bash into the back of Martin Wright goes Scharfegger. That's Jake Wardle going wide at Oggies. He recovers. And they're still side by side, these two. Martin Wright. They finally go line astern into the Bentley straight. Scharfegger ahead. Wright, I think, picks up a bit of damage to his bumper. But down the Bentley straight they come. It is Hasnain Khan who has the lead from Ollie Smith. Matthew Swatton in third position. Smith right on the leader's bumper as they head into Nelson. Third place is still Swatton, then Leon Holly in fourth position. Jake Wardle has recovered from his off. He's under fire from Ricky Pittman in there, the number 85, the grey car with the yellow wheels. Here they come into the last couple of corners of lap number 1 then. It is Hasnain Khan who leads, chased by Ollie Smith in second place. They come up towards the Senna straight. So, of course, here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna took his first win in the UK in Formula Ford. And the rest, as they say, is history. Across the line they go then to complete the first lap. Khan leading from Smith, Swatton, Holly and Scharfegger in fifth position. Is Ollie Smith going to get his nose down the inside into the hairpin? He's going to be very late on the brakes. I think this could be the move to take the lead. That's good driving by Ollie Smith. He's got the lead from Hasnain Khan, who will try and attack back as they come towards the left-hander at Palmer. But it's Ollie Smith into the lead. Khan will concentrate perhaps on getting his first podium. Matthew Swatton in behind them. Yes, Martin Wright lost out on the opening lap. He's dropped back into sixth position. The blue car you can see in the background. He's now back up to P5 with Scharfegger in fourth place. Leon Holly down the inside. He does like taking a few risks, Leon Holly. He takes one there into Agostini. That was a late lunge and he's through. It paid off there for the Devonshire driver. He does head out towards Hamilton, just getting a wheel on the curb on the outside. One non-starter, I think, in this race, which was Atta Huna, number 81. Who don't know he is there. Apologies, he's in 14th place, so he's there. We have got only 19 cars out there. We'll try and work out which car didn't take the start of this second race of the weekend. There's Lachlan Homer, number 94. Lee Smith leads from Hasnain Khan as they come down into Brundle and Nelson for the second time in this second junior saloon car race of the weekend. Matthew Swatton behind them in third place. And we've got Leon Holly fourth, Max Scharfegger in fifth. Sixth it is Martin Wright. And a bit of a tangle there at Brundle. That's Ricky Pittman involved. Tom Justice in the Kersley Motorsport car and Jake Wardle. I think Jake Wardle's got damage there in the number 3. He slows up. Try and see again what happened there. I think 3 into 1 didn't go into that tight right-hander. Try and see again what's happened there. Leon Holly being chased here by Max Scharfegger. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Let's have a look again what happened there into Nelson. Oh, up 2 cars up on the curb, and then as they came together on the exit. Well, Jake Wardle got onto 2 wheels first, then Ricky Pittman got onto 2 wheels, and as Wardle tried to recover, he bashed the front of Ricky Pittman's car. So just a bit of a misunderstanding there between the 2 of them, I think, and unfortunately Tom Justice got caught up as well. So there go your leaders through the hairpin. These 3 still at it for 4th, 5th and 6th places. I think the car we're missing that didn't take the start is Will Omar, number 41. At the inside, Leon Holly on Martin Wright. This is for 5th place. Lachlan Homer trying to make it a 3-way battle because Max Scharfegger has escaped slightly into 4th place. Jake Wardle has pulled into the pits. Damage from that collision down at Nelson's. Leon Holly there on the inside, holding that 5th position. There's Jake Wardle's car being jacked up by the CSC racing team in the pit lane. It's like his race could be run. There go the 2 leaders through Oggies. Hasnain Khan, this is a good drive, staying with Ollie Smith, the championship leader. Swatton in 3rd place, then Scharfegger, Holly. 6th is Martin Wrights, then Lachlan Homer in the 94, then a gap back to, I think it's Tom Justice, who was next in the order, but things might have been shaken up by that little contretemps down at Nelson, which has left these 3 well clear, this group of about 7 well clear. See in the background, yes, it is Tom Justice next in the order, but quite a way back now as the leaders head through Brundle and Nelson. Let's hope nobody's going to go flying off the curb there on the inside this time. Leaders make it through. Lachlan Homer moving up to have a go at Martin Wright. There's Tom Justice in 8th place. Ricky Pittman's still going in his slightly battered car in 9th after that collision with Jake Wardle, but he's under fire there down the straight. That was possibly George Allen on his tail. Lead gap at the end of lap 2 was just under half a second. It's a long lap here at the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longest in UK motorsports. Leaders go over the line. Lead gap is about 3/4 of a second now. Fastest lap of the race with the leader, Ollie Smith, 2:25.533. Jake Wardle, I think, has rejoined from the pits. Side by side there between George Allen and Ricky Pittman going into the first call. That's for 9th and 10th, just ahead of Zane Quecker in the 44, who they got past on that last lap. George Allen, he's never going to go around the outside on the hairpin. No, he's not. He's gone out wide. See the damage on Ricky Pittman's car, but he's still going strong. Comes from the Scottish borders, so a long journey here this weekend. Behind him is Zane Quecker. Then we've got a battle between Ralphie Branscombe. Atahuna's in there, and who's that in behind? I think that's Allen. Yes, he ran wide on the head, but he gets past Ralphie Branscombe into Agostini. Goes out wide again. He's pushing a bit too hard here. Number 17, George Allen, son of Ollie Allen, long-time modified Ford racer with his Fiestas. And the 17 car is going to get the black and white flag as well for that's the driving standards flag for exceeding track limits. So if he does that again, he'll risk a time penalty. Here are the leaders. Down to Brundle. Ollie Smith continues to lead from Hasnain Khan in 2nd place. The leader goes a bit wide there, coming out to Brundle. This could be Khan's opportunity to close up and try and take the lead back again. Matthew Swatton has dropped back a little bit into 3rd place, 2 seconds back on the previous lap. Then Scharfegger, Leon Holly as they go through the bomb hole. No bombs have ever fallen on the Snetterton circuit, fortunately, but bombers did fly from here during World War II. And the bomb hole name because the circuit drops away into that right hand. There's a little depression in the tarmac. The cars drop down through it. Named by a group of motorcycle racers many years ago. Here come your leaders. Smith ahead of Khan. What's the gap this time? It was 3/4 of a second. It's now 1 second between the 2 leaders. New fastest lap for Max Scharfegger, 2:25.390 for the 4th place car. There he is, the grey and yellow car. Trying to close in on Matthew Swatton for 3rd, but he's got Leon Holly bearing down on him. Lachlan Homer has taken P6 from Martin Wrights. The 81 car of Atahuna has just got the black and white flag as well. Ralphie Branscombe is dropping down the timing screen. He's come through in 17th place, so Ralphie's had a moment somewhere. The scholarship winner, he's down to 17th place, one of the youngest drivers in the championship. And a big shunt at Pembrey last time out in the first race of the weekend, where he went off at the last corner and put the car on its roof, but thankfully his team repaired, the Oryx Competitions team, for the following day. Matthew Swatton, possibly a problem there. He runs wide at Agostini. Through goes Scharfegger. Leon Holly follows him through. I thought Swatton looked quite slow there going into Agostini, so he's lost momentum there. Yeah, he's dropping back from those two. There is Jake Wardle. Now he's back out after making a pit call earlier on after picking up that damage. So good to see he's going again, but he's at the back of the field. There's Leon Holly in the 87. He's up to 4th now. There's Swatton. Whether he missed a gear coming through Agostini or just ran a bit wide, but he's down to 5th now. Still your leader is Ollie Smith from Hasnain Khan. Scharfegger now up into 3rd place. He's ahead of Leon Holly, 4th for the 87. Scharfegger just did the fastest lap. Up on the curb goes Leon Holly. He has to move to defend now from Matthew Swatton, who gets the nose down the inside of the bomb hole. Goes through the little dip there, then it's onto the long right-hander at Coram. And then the left-hander to complete the lap is Murray's. Named after the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. Swing through the left-hander. It used to be a much tighter chicane there in earlier years before MSV took over the circuit. It was known as the Russell chicane, then after Jim Russell, who ran the racing school here at Snetterton for many years. Here comes Matthew Swatton fighting back for P4 on the tail of Leon Holly after his two-wheeled moments earlier on. Yes, Andy Spate says in our comments today that that's a name from the past, George Allen. It's not the truck racer of the same name, don't worry. As up the inside goes Matthew Swatton on the hairpin. He takes Leon Holly. That's for P4. Yes, George Allen and his brother Les raced in European and British truck racing for many years. Meanwhile, Leon Holly back up the inside at Palmer. We don't very often see moves made there. We said Leon is a bit of a risk taker, and he retakes Matthew Swatton. Here comes Lachlan Homer trying to get involved in this as well now. Matthew Swatton dodges to the inside to defend. This is great stuff for the minor placings. Max Scharfegger's got ahead of them for 3rd place, and he's trying to go after the 2 leaders. Swatton defending from Lachlan Homer. Then a gap back to Martin Wright, who's down to 7th now. Tom Justice 8th, Zane Quecker 9th, and Ricky Pittman is 10th. Atta Huna is up to 11th from the back of the grid, but unfortunately he's just been given a time penalty. 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits for the 81 car. Behind him is Frankie Lawson. There he is, the number 11 car. Tim Leonard is next behind them, and George Allen is dropping back down the order in the 17. Leaders heading up towards Brundle. There's only 1 minute left on the clock. I think they'll be going into their last lap this time. Race has flown by for the junior saloon cars. There's been so much going on, I haven't been watching the time. And Leon Holly slow off Nelson. Here comes Swatton up the inside. Takes 4th place back again. It's Leon Holly just a little bit slow off the corner there. Lachlan Homer's going to have a go as well as they go into Coram. It's looking good for Ollie Smith. As Swatton runs wide there, coming out of Coram. He defends from Leon Holly, does he? Up the inside at Murray's. Goes out wide. Swatton has to take to the grass, and Lachlan Homer could get both of them here down the straight if he puts his foot down. Lachlan Homer could go into 4th place. Top 3 over the line. Here's the fight for 4th, and I think Lachlan Homer's done it. That was an opportunist move there as Leon Holly took Matthew Swatton wide. He saw the gap and went for it. Meanwhile, on our last lap now, it is Ollie Smith who leads by 1.6 seconds. Here's a fight further back. There's George Allen, who's dropped a few spots, chasing Tim Leonard. He'll be eager to get some points on the board. Failed to finish yesterday's race. And Jamie Faggin in the 223 car, Ollie's debut this weekend behind them. Leon Smith has now pulled away from Hasnain Khan, and he's still on for his first ever podium. With Max Scharfegger in 3rd place, that'll make up for a last place finish yesterday. Scharfegger trying to bear down on Hasnain Khan to try and snatch 2nd place. Lachlan Homer is up to 4th down the centre straight there. 5th is Swatton. Leon Holly back to 6th, and Martin Wright behind them in the number 14. Up to Oggies for the last time. It's going to be win number 10 for Ollie Smith. He goes out onto the wide line there. Sets the car up for Williams' corner. Heads onto the Bentley straight. There's Max Scharfegger in third. Now what about the fight for fourth? There's Lachlan Homer. Good drive through from him. Good to see him getting his confidence back. He slipped back a little after a shunt at Cadwell Park earlier in the season when he ended up in the tyre wall. Well, Ollie Smith, he had a good scrap early on with Hasnain Khan in the first couple of laps, but he's been able to pull away again. And he is certainly looking the clear favourites for a championship title this year. He was Rookie of the Year last year, finished fourth in the points. As Oliver Kerr took the title, he's gone into historic racing, I believe, with a Mini this year. And here comes Ollie. His brother Harry has been a junior saloon car champion as well. And here comes Ollie Smith, heading for win number 10 this season. He's pulled away from Hasnain Khan. The checkered flag is at the ready. It's going to be 2 out of 2 this weekend for Ollie Smith here at Snetterton. He takes the win. Hasnain Khan, a first ever podium. Well done to him in second place. And third goes to Max Scharfegger to make up for his disappointment yesterday. Lachlan Homer fourth there to Matthew Swatton and Leon Holly. Great fight between them. Martin Wright, starting from the second row, finishes 7th. It's going to be, I think, Tom Justice in 8th place. He's having a good weekend on his championship debut. Here's a scrap further back in the order. That's Frankie Lawson and Jamie Faggin fighting it out towards the back of the field. Zane Quecker is 9th, Ricky Pittman takes 10th. Now next across the line will be Atta Huna, there he is, but he's got a 5-second penalty to be added on for exceeding track limits, so we'll see if he remains. Was he 5 seconds or more clear of Tim Leonard? Yes, he was, so he keeps 11th place. So the rest of the pack come home. We've lost Charlie Stapleton into the pits, unfortunately. Oh, Atta Huna's got a further penalty. He's been given an additional 10-second penalty for more track limits breaches. That just came up as he crossed the line, so he does drop to 15th place. Here's Caelan Keith in the Kersley Motorsport car, his debut this weekend. He'll come in for 17th place. It'll be Jake Wardle in last place of the finishers, because as I was just saying there, we've lost Charlie Stapleton into the pit lane. Just waiting for Jake Wardle, who's quite a way back after he made a pit stop to fix some damage. Here he comes. Had a couple of podiums in the early part of the season, but has not had much luck since then, Jake, unfortunately. He's in 6th place in the points coming into this weekend. 2 podiums for him at Cadwell Park, and came close to a win in the second race there, but has slipped a little since then, so we'll hope to get his form back in race 3 this weekend. That's all our finishers in then, so we'll give you the provisional results in a moment. So that puts Ollie Smith on a hat-trick going into our final race of the weekend. 2.86 seconds clear of Hasnain Khan. Well done to him. Pole position and his first ever podium in second place. With Max Scharfegger third. Lachlan Homer coming through for fourth ahead of Matthew Swatton. He'll be a bit frustrated, dropping back from third to fifth. Leon Holly in 6th place. Then Martin Wright started on the second row. Ends up 7th ahead of top newcomer Tom Justice. Zane Quecker 9th. And Ricky Pittman in 10th. Behind them, Tim Leonard was 11th ahead of George Allen. Frankie Lawson and Jamie Faggin in 14th. Atta Huna, with track limits penalties, dropped to 15th ahead of Ralphie Branscombe in 16th. Caelan Keith 17th, and Jake Wardle after his pit stop was 18th. Charlie Stapleton, the only non-finisher, and there was one non-starter in that race as well. That was Will Omar. Hopefully we'll see him back out for race 3.
How was the race for you? You tried your best to get past Ollie, but you were strong once again. Yeah, it was really good.
We can hand down to Parc Fermé with Paul in just a moment to talk to our race winner, Ollie Smith.
A little bit later on as well. What do you reckon you can put out the bag for that one? How you kind of adapted to this circuit as well? Was it the first time you've kind of raced from the 300? Yeah,
What a race, ladies and gentlemen. That was a thriller, and that's what the Junior Saloon Car Championship is all about. But you don't want to hear from me, you want to hear from your race winner as we make our way over to him. Ollie, 2 in a row here at Snetterton now. You started on the front row, but you had to fight your way into lead, and after that, make the break. I mean, you're looking to be pretty sweet here at this circuit.
Yeah, definitely. 2 wins from 3 so far. We had a good start, sat in second, got through on, I think, the second lap, and then kind of managed the gap from there and, yeah, pulled away.
Well, indeed, smooth work from yourself. So the big question is, can you now make it 3 from 3?
Well, I mean, I hope so, but I'm starting from 17th, so it's going to be a challenge, but we can give it a go for sure.
Well, almost last the first challenge, if you will. I mean, you look up for it.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it.
Well, Ollie, we'll leave you to it. Congratulations on the win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is your winner, Ollie Smith. And of course, now we're going to come to our second place finisher, who I believe is around. Is Hassan Khan around? I'm just trying to see from there. Would you happen to be our second place finisher? Well, Hassan, it's been an absolutely brilliant race from yourself. I mean, started on the front row and looked so, if you weren't going to hold on to the win, you were definitely going to hold on to a spot on the podium.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah.
And in terms of the battling out there, I mean, we saw you in the end lose Ollie Smith over the first couple of laps, but you look very happy in second.
Yeah, well, it's only my second race, so yeah, I'm really happy with second.
Well, only your second race. I mean, if you're settling in already and taking a podium just like that, surely race 3 this afternoon, another podium?
Yeah, maybe even first.
Well, we look forward to that. Best luck for race number 3, but congratulations on the run-up spot in this one.
Thank you.
Well, hearing there from our second place finisher, and for our third place finisher, where is Max Scharfegger? As I do a little bit of a twirl there, I promise you I'm not a ballet dancer, ladies and gentlemen, but we will see if we can grab Max if he's done a bit of a run-up. In fact, I'm looking for what is Vicky, who might be able to help me out here. Sorry, gents, any of you seen Max running around? Vicky, have you seen Max? I bet he's run the other way like yesterday. There we go. Thank you, Vicky. Vicky, of course, our wonderful coordinator for the JSCC. And, well, here comes Max. Max, we found you. 3rd place, but you had to fight hard for that one.
Yeah, there was a lot of overtaking in that one. I think we were down to 6th at one point, but managed to get back up to 3rd, which I'm quite happy with.
So a little bit of a slow start, perhaps, but what clicked for you? What got you back in the 3rd?
I can't really remember, to be honest. I think it was onto the back straight, made an overtake. And then, yeah, he re-overtook again and it just kept swapping around. There's a lot that happened.
Well, a lot of back and forth. I mean, race 1 yesterday, perhaps not one to talk about. This one, definitely one to talk about. What about race number 3? Can we expect you back on the podium, perhaps a win?
Hopefully, we'll see what we can do.
Well, Max, we'll leave you to it. Congratulations on 3rd place. We'll see you in race 3. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, that was another round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They've got one more race this afternoon, but now, coming up, is the first of our races for today from the TCR UK Championship. And to set you up nicely, before we do go to the grid for it, we're going to cut to an interview that we had earlier on with none other than your second place man in the championship. It's Callum Newsham.
Callum Newsham arrives at Snetterton, second in the championship, a familiar position for you. Of course, that's where you ended up at the end of last season. Solid, I suppose. You're consistently up there. You've had good pace this year, but is it at all frustrating that you just never quite seem to establish yourself at the front?
Yeah, I mean, last year to finish second was pretty decent. I think we only finished second due to the car swap that we did. That gave us that extra pace advantage that we were lacking on the VZs. But yeah, this year, yeah, second again at the minute. It's still a long way to go, yeah. So but we've got the most wins and most pole positions of anyone, so it shows that we're fast.
Yeah.
It's just we've had a bit of bad luck at Brands Hatch and a bit of bad luck at Croft in that second race.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not over yet, is it? So.
Oh, definitely not. We're not even halfway through the season yet. Of course, at least you're up there. Does it feel different this year though? Because casting our mind back 12 months ago. You were in the mix for the championship again then, but of course you were in the old i30N.
Yeah.
Always felt when we spoke like you were kind of chasing your tail a bit in that much older car. Now you know you've got the car for the job. You've got off to a much better start, I would argue, against a more competitive grid probably. So do you feel a bit better where you are this year so far?
Yeah, a lot better. I mean, the car just, compared to the i30, it's the Gen 3, so it's the next step up, and it proves that. Because last year we went all last year without a pole position, and now we've got 3 already, and we've only done 3 rounds. So it just shows that when we've got the car dialed in, and when I'm driving at my best, it shows that we're a force to be reckoned with. Especially like with the likes of Max Hart and Max Hall and all the other drivers that are really quick. And Jensen, he's getting pretty quick as well. So yeah, I'm still happy. So.
You look
we're
it.
still up there.
You look more relaxed, I would say, than last year. Like I say, I think you know, don't you, that you've got all the tools in your bag now to do it. But what is it going to take to beat the likes of Max Hart with all of his TCR experience? Jenson O'Neill going with just that raw speed that he seems to have straight out of the box. What is your advantage going through the second half of the season?
I don't know. I would say I'm fairly experienced.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always up there, but I've never strung a championship together in anything I've done. So that's where I'm learning. Try not to do silly mistakes. Yeah. Last year, the year before last, I made a few mistakes that cost me the championship again. So yeah, we're just trying to dial it back a bit, and yeah, try and get the championship, because it's not won on the first few rounds, is it? So yeah, I think we've got the car to do it, and yeah, I don't see why we can't. But it's tough competition. Exceptionally tough. We've got obviously Snetterton this weekend. Very different conditions to those that we had last time we were here at Snetterton, when, of course, you debuted the Elantra here at the back end of last season. Have you had to do any real work on the car, setup-wise, at the start of the weekend? Yeah, we went through a lot yesterday. Right. A lot that didn't help and a lot that did help. So, but we got the car in a good base now. We seem to always go back to where we started at the start of the year, so it kind of tells us that's where the car is. But we make a few tweaks to each track. But yeah, from last year I think we've moved the car on quite a lot, pace-wise and drivability. But yeah. Thoughts for race one then coming up tomorrow? You and Max Hart sharing the front row of the grid. Max is right up there in the championship again after the drop scores are calculated anyway. That could be an interesting run into turn one. You looking forward to it? Yeah, it could, because I know how good them Hondas are off the line. Yeah. But we're just going to do the best we can. I mean, I think the gap to P3 was quite big. I think it was me and him were like half a tenth and then half a second back to P3. So if it stays like that, it'll just be a battle for the win with me and him. So it'd be a good race, good entertainment. So and I'm not racing Max properly yet. So no, true. So yeah, it'll be good fun. Well, we're looking forward to it, Callum. Very best of luck. Callum Newsham gunning to try and get into the championship lead this weekend. Well, it will be Callum Newsham who starts from pole position then for our first TCR UK race of the day. And right on cue, cars starting to arrive down on the grid. He's got Max Hart starting alongside him on that front row of the grid. The Irishman desperately trying to get himself a few championship points. He arrived here this weekend 20 points adrift of the championship leader, Jenson O'Neill, going, who's going to be starting directly behind him. Now, those Honda Civics have been notoriously quick off the line so far this season, and I know they'll be feeling quite confident about their chances of getting into turn one first. Callum Newsham not with us yet. I can just see the Elantra now starting to weave its way through. I would like to try and get a chat with a couple of the drivers in a moment or two if that's possible. We'll let Callum Newsham get into position. This, of course, is the venue at which he debuted the Hyundai Elantra at the back end of last year in very different weather conditions to these. It was soaking wet, and well, if I'm honest, that day didn't quite go according to plan for Callum, did it? But he'll be hoping for much better this time around. Gets a drink there from his dad, Dave, and they're just going to line him up with the marker on the pit wall so that when he's next down here, he knows exactly where he needs to be. I'm going to see if I can just swoop in a second when he's finished taking on a few liquids and have a quick chat with Callum. Callum, job done so far in qualifying, pole position, but you've got those fast starting Hondas with you. What do we think is going to happen here?
Well, I'm just going to try my best to get off the line. I think we have a really good race car under us, so yeah, I was just show my stuff.
It's quite an important race in the context of the championship, of course, as well. Are you feeling the pressure at all yet, or is it too early?
No, not really. It's too early. I think we're only halfway near enough, so yeah, it's still all to play for.
Excellent. Excellent stuff. Best of luck, Callum. Thanks for having a chat. Callum Newsham then, second in the championship, starting pole position on the grid. Now, alongside him, as I said, Max Hart, the Irishman. He's always happy to have a chat. I'm hoping the same is true today. Max, solid qualifying yesterday, front row of the grid. What can you do from here?
Yeah, I was just saying to the other guy there, qualifying was great, but just not good enough. But it was great to see in the onboard 2 big oversteering mistakes, turn 1 in the second last corner. So it's good to know that we have the pace to be right at the front. I think the tactic's going to be try get the lead from the very start, first or second lap, and then hopefully drive away. But it never really works out that way. But I'm going to be giving it full guns.
The Civic and the Elantra, as far as TCR cars go, are about as different as they can be. Where do you think maybe your advantage might be in the Civic today?
Well, I'm lucky that I know that Hyundai really well, having spent 3 years in the car. So yeah, I think on the brakes I'll be able to have him somewhere. I think I'll be able to brake later than him. He'll be very good through the quick corners, that's for sure. So if I can limit any time lost through those, I think we'll be in for a spicy race. You guys are in for a spicy race.
That is music to our ears, Max. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the race. Max Hart then, starting on the front row. Now, have we got time to go a bit further down? We've got 3 minutes, so I think that might be all we're going to get here. I've got to get into the commentary box, but we have got a barnstorming TCR UK race heading your way. The championship's tight. The weather is perfect for racing. Stay tuned, everyone. This should be a good one.
So Andy will be on his way in very shortly then. Not far from the grid to my commentary box, to our commentary box, fortunately. So he'll be in just a few moments' time for our first TCR UK Championship race of the day. 2 races today. Well, I'll quickly take you through the grid for this one. Callum Newsham, as you heard, on pole in the Hyundai Elantra run by JH Racing. Max Hart alongside him, car number 69, the ALM with Hall's Motorsport Honda Civic. Part of a strong Irish presence on today's grid. The second row, we have Harry Blort, number 11. Used to race one of the Hyundai i30s, now in a Honda Civic run by the Mackenzie Miller Holmes team, with championship leader Jensen O'Neill going in the 272 car, the Powermax Racing Honda Civic alongside him. Row 3, a driver I watched for many years in National Hot Rods on the short ovals, Carl Boardley, before his move into touring cars via pickups in the Carl Boardley Motorsport Honda Civic, alongside Brad Hutchison in his Cupra Leon run by Capture Motorsports. Row 4 is Rod McGovern, very experienced Irish racer in his Powermax Cupra Leon, alongside Maximus Hall, former junior saloon car man in his Hall's Racing Honda Civic. The fifth row, we have number 22, Rick Kerry. Used to race BMWs for many years now in the EDF Motorsports Hyundai i30. That's the ex-Alistair Camp car. We'll see Alistair in the Civic Cup this weekend. And Mark Smith, number 77, who I first saw in the Alfa Romeo Championship many years ago in a 156 in his Cupra Leon, completes the fifth row. Barry John McHenry in the Audi RS3 lines up on the sixth row, the Valin Motorsport car, and it's 192 Luke Allen. Sponsored by, run by his business, Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop, local from here at Snetterton in the Volkswagen Golf at TCR, the only Gen 1 car on the grid, completes the 12 drivers on the grid. So it's over to Andy McEwen to take you through the action in this one.
Just trying to conserve those.
Yes, thank you very much, Dave. That is, setting us up nicely, I think, isn't it, for a fascinating race here. TCR UK at Snetterton over the years has produced us some memorable moments. We've not always been blessed with the very best of weather. The Snetterton round, for one reason or other, has tended to be right at the start or right at the end of a season, and so often it's been a bit cold, a bit wet, a bit miserable. Today, though, picture perfect conditions for racing. It is bright, it's sunny, it's a little bit blustery out there. That's keeping the ambient temperature down just a little bit for the spectators who have piled into the Snetterton circuit over the course of the morning, and they're in for a treat now, courtesy of TCR UK. The cars then make their way around on the green flag lap, and as Dave was quite rightly saying, and as we've just seen, it is Callum Newsham who took a 12th career pole position in qualifying yesterday. For those nerdy enough to care about these sort of things, that is the second on the all-time list. Adam Shepherd, of course, with 14. Adam Shepherd now off racing over in Europe in TCR machinery, as indeed are many of the drivers that you find on our winners list over the years in TCR UK. We've got an awful lot of them that have gone on to race elsewhere in TCR. Alex Lee, for example, 6 times a race winner in this championship. He was here yesterday, but he's been racing over in TCR Europe. And of course, Max Hart, who is currently racing in TCR Europe. He was racing over there last weekend, actually, at Spa, if memory serves. I might have made that up. But anyway, he's been racing TCR Europe this year. He is also going to be, of course, putting in a full campaign in TCR UK. And he arrives here right up there in the championship. Coming into the weekend, he was, I think, only 20 points adrift of the championship lead. After dropped scores have been calculated, and the non-finish that he had earlier on in the season was really the only blot on his copybook. He had a issue, as many people did actually, in that very first race of the season at Brands Hatch, a mechanical issue that took him out of the race, and had it not been for that, he would have almost certainly been up there, almost level for the championship lead. The championship lead held by Jenson O'Neill going, and he came into this weekend with a slender lead to start with, and the fact that he was out-qualified by the likes of Callum Newsham means that that lead has come down even more. Remember, you score points not only in the races in TCR, but also in qualifying. 6 points for pole, 5 for second, 4 for third, and then 3, 2, 1 for the remainder of the top 6 qualifiers. Callum Newsham, second in the championship, was on pole position. He took the maximum 6 points. Jenson O'Neill going, the championship leader, qualifying only 4th, so he claimed 3 championship points, and that means there are only 2 points between them now after dropped scores. Now, one of the significant things to remember, though, is that Callum Newsham has had a non-finish earlier this year, whereas Jenson O'Neill going has finished every race, and so Jenson's dropping more points at the moment than Callum Newsham would be, and that means that Callum Newsham has got relatively little to fall back on now as we move through the second half of the season, approaching the midway point of the season this weekend. But yes, only 2 points between them, and it's then 127 points for Max Hart, so he now is only 18 points adrift of the championship leader Callum Newsham. It's then a bit of a jump back to Rod McGovern, who is still 4th in the points. Remember, he had that stellar opening weekend of the season at Brands Hatch, and is still inside the top 5 in points, but it's shaping up to be more or less a 3-horse race. A couple of drivers, I would argue, out of position on the grid are Max Hall, definitely. Max Hall, 8th on the grid, debuted in the championship here at the back end of last year, did Max Hall. He was in a Lincoln Co at the time. He's now in one of this group of Civic FL5s that have rather taken over the grid this year. Max Hall, only 8th. He definitely should move forward. He got himself a couple of podiums here on debut last year, but he'll have to really go some to get into the top 3 in this race. And also, Carl Boardley and Brad Hutchison, they won't have been thrilled with being on the 3rd row together. Boardley particularly, I suspect, will be a bit grumpy about that. He'll be wanting to move forward in another of those rapid Honda Civics. So the back of the grid is in position, and we are ready to go racing. It's been 10 weeks since TCR UK were last on your screens, and we're delighted to bring it back here today. 20 minutes of TCR action at Snetterton. About to get underway, the revs rise, the lights go out. Now there's a bit of movement. It's looked at. The rest of the field, though, accelerates away, and it was a good start made, I think, by Max Hart from the outside of the front row. Oh, and there's been drama. Carl Boardley is slow. And did he tangle with Harry Blore? Maybe was that Blore, I think, delayed as well? I think it was. So there's been some sort of a tangle on the run into the first corner. Max Hart has the lead, though. The rapid starting Hondas once again living up to their name, except for Harry Blore. It is Hart that leads. Hutchison there given an assist by Rod McGovern, and Carl Boardley's wide, possibly with some damage. He will be even grumpier now if that is the case, but it is Max Hart leading. It is Callum Newsham second, the championship leader Jenson O'Neill going his 3rd, Brad Hutchison is 4th, and it's side by side for 5th. That is Max Hall, who I thought would move forward, and he is moving forward. He's up the inside of Rod McGovern, but Harry Blore is trying to get past him. Harry with, I think, his best ever qualifying performance of 3rd yesterday afternoon, and he'll be really disappointed with whatever happened off the line. He muscles himself up alongside Rod McGovern, though, and gets past him on the short shoot towards the left-hand kink at Hamilton. So, dramatic start to the race, and, well, lots going on behind the leaders, lots going on at the front, to be fair, with Max Hart stealing the lead away from Callum Newsham, and he said to me on the grid, did Max, that he wanted to get the job done early and he's been able to do so. The Honda then leads the Hyundai down the back straight, then it's another Honda in third of Jensen O'Neill going, the Cupra of Brad Hutchison up a couple of spots into fourth, and then Max Hall and Harry Bloor behind him. So Hart leads the way. Now Max Hart is a race winner in TCR UK, 4 times a race winner in fact in TCR UK, but has yet to win on his return to the series this year. Remember, he raced with us a number of years ago in a Cupra first, I seem to recall, and then a Hyundai i30N as Boardley goes wide coming out of the bomb hole. But Max Hart, since returning to the series this year, yet to stand on the top step of the podium. Harry Bloor, meanwhile, has been given a 10-second penalty, so I thought I saw him creeping, and that is indeed the case. Harry Bloor then with a penalty to be applied, and that will knock him down the order. That will be for moving before the lights went out. So an entertaining opening lap is in the books, and look at this for the race lead. Callum Newsham is right behind Max Hart. So Callum Newsham in the Elantra, which, as Max Hart was telling us, is good through the fast corners, it's good in a straight line. The Honda maybe has the edge through the more technical middle sector, but that Hyundai Elantra of Callum Newsham is looking rapid down the straights, and he closed right in on Max Hart. He's bringing Jensen O'Neill going with him as well. So the top 3 in the championship are the top 3 in the race. They're not in championship order right now though, and that makes it all the more exciting because the championship leader is only 3rd. Max Hart, who leads the race, is 3rd in the points, and Callum Newsham, perennial 2nd place man at the moment, isn't he? Runner-up in last year's championship, 2nd in the championship at the moment, and he is 2nd in the race behind Max Hart, but feels, I'm sure does Callum, as though he's got the pace to challenge for a win here. Out through Hamilton towards Oggies. Again, this middle sector, the Honda looks okay, doesn't it? But we're about to head onto a long straight again down the Bentley Straight. Previously was known as the Revit Straight before the reconfiguration of the circuit a decade and a half or more ago now. And could this be Callum Newsham's opportunity then to tuck into the slipstream, get the run down the straight, and maybe attack into Brundle? Max Hart hopes not. He's weaving from side to side to try and break any slipstream that the Elantra might be picking up. But under the brakes, look again, the Elantra, it's a bigger car. It's got not necessarily a much longer wheelbase, but it's a much bigger platform in general. That gives it stability through the corners, and that Brundle-Nelson sequence, you really need that stability. You're braking on a turn, which is always difficult to do. You've then got to change direction to the right for Nelson, and it's very bumpy as well. Corham and Murray's is another part of the circuit that should suit the Elantra, and Newsham is very much using that to good effect. He tried a move into Murray's corner, but decided better at that. Is that brought Jensen O'Neill going back onto his tail, perhaps? I think it might have done. Yes, it has. Jensen is right there with them. So Hart, Newsham and O'Neill going absolutely nose to tail, and the fastest lap set by Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison in 4th position is going quicker than the leading 3. He was actually a 2.5 quicker than the leader last time. So Max Hart really struggling to hang on to the lead here, and it's backing up the field. Callum Newsham, still can't get through, and they're all starting now to queue up behind the O'Driscoll liveried Honda. Max Hart has got some real work to do here if he wants to pick up a 5th career TCR UK win. So around Palmer's down towards Agostini. I said this should be a barnstormer, and it's already proving to be so. There you can see the white and blue Cupra of Hutchison 4th, and it's not that much further back to Max Hall and Harry Bloor. In the background, meanwhile, Carl Boardley there was nipping up the inside of Rob McGovern, and that will be 7th position now for the double former champion. Worth mentioning the other double TCR UK champion, Lewis Kent, sadly no longer part of the grid. He had a big accident at Brands Hatch at the start of the season, and then unfortunately budget, I believe, has run out a little bit, and the Lincoln Co driver not out on the grid. Lewis, if you're watching, I really hope we get you back out there a little bit later on in the season. It was great to have him as part of our TCR UK grid for 2026. He was up there in the championship as well, to be fair, had it not been for the misfortune that he'd had. And hopefully that's not the last we see of Lewis in TCR UK competition. Oh, look at this. This is Brad Hutchison for 3rd. Brad Hutchison for 3rd. Around the outside of Jensen O'Neill going. What a move that was. So Brad Hutchison, then he had the inside through Brundle. That was the outside for Nelson. That's not normally how you overtake down there, but it was for Brad Hutchison, who again wants another race victory. Brad Hutchison is 4 times a race winner as well in TCR UK, but he wants to try and get himself another race victory here if possible. Brad, whose best finish so far this year is a 2nd. He's yet to win in 2026. He's in very much the same boat as Max Hart, actually, who's on 4 career wins and has a best finish of 2nd so far in 2026. So Those two both gunning for a victory, and I think Brad's definitely going to be a contender here. Meanwhile, this is Max Hall and Harry Blore, two of the Civics, doing battle for 5th position. Harry, I thought, had the inside there into Wilson, but no, Max Hall able to cover that one off. Remember, Harry Blore in the number 11 car, though, the red and white Honda, he's got that 10-second penalty for moving before the lights. So Harry Blore is running sick. He just set the outright fastest first sector on the previous lap, but it's all going to matter little because in such a closely bunched field as this, that's going to send him plummeting down the order. He is clearly quick enough, though, to have a go at Max Hall here. He's looking to the outside into Agostini. Two of the more distinctively liveried cars on the grid. Brilliantly turned out, these two Honda Civics are. And they're doing battle at the moment for 5th place on the road. The one to watch, though, is Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison, he's up into 3rd. He was 2/10 quicker than Max Hart in the first sector on this lap, and he was about 3/10 quicker than Callum Newsham. Well, he was only 7/10 behind at the start of the lap, so Brad Hutchison is going to be with Callum Newsham before too much longer. Now, Brad had issues with the car in qualifying yesterday, said it wasn't tracking quite right when he first took it out onto the circuit. Needless to say, worked on that for the race, and that Cupra Leon is absolutely flying. Look, he's with the Elantra now as they head through Brundle and down into Nelson. There's Max Hall with Harry Blore behind. But what an intriguing second half of the race we're going to have, because Max Hart cannot get away. He is stuck only a half a second or so ahead of Callum Newsham, so he doesn't seem to have the pace to go anywhere, but he's got the rapidly closing Brad Hutchison behind the pair of them. So Newsham's in a bit of a bind here. He can't really afford to sit behind Max Hart for too much longer, because Brad Hutchison is going to be with him probably partway around the next lap. Now, Brad is 7th in the championship. He's a little bit out of the championship picture at the moment, but it's easy to forget that we're still quite early in the season. We've only had 5 races. We're not even halfway yet. So if Brad can really start notching up some race wins and podiums, you never know. He could still be a factor by the end of the season. He's done it before, remember, where he's sort of crept into the championship equation as a little bit of a dark horse in previous years. And he definitely wants to prove that now he's got the latest generation of Cupra at his disposal. He's every bit as much of a contender as a Max Hart or a Callum Newsham or a Jenson O'Neill going. And in this race, he's going a long way towards proving that. He had a good exit there from Palmer's, looks to the inside line, not really trying to attack Callum Newsham there, but just trying to stay out of the dirty, turbulent air behind the Elantra. The Elantra's exhausts pumping out super hot exhaust gases, and that is not good if that starts going into the radiator of the car behind. That could sap power from the chasing car. It also overheats the brakes a little bit. Everything gets a bit too hot when you're this close behind another car on a warm day like this, so that's why you sometimes see them just nipping out of line down the straights, even if they're not really close enough to attack. Brad is now close enough to attack, though, and he's going to be thinking about it, I think, down the Bentley Straight. Underneath the Hyundai bridge they're about to go, and it's the Hyundai Elantra that is feeling the heat now. This is allowing Max Hart to get away, and Brad Hutchison, at the spot at which he passed Jenson O'Neill going a couple of laps ago, tried to do the same thing there to Callum Newsham. Callum had a bit of a wobble himself through the corner, and all of a sudden the Elantra doesn't look quite as stable as it did earlier on. Brad Hutchison sniffing around behind him. And, well, we're still only not even quite halfway through the race. If Brad can make this move stick quickly, he will still have time, I believe, to go after Max Hart. So this is a move well worth making for Brad, I think. The sooner he does it, the better his chances of claiming a first victory of the season. Out of Nelson come Max Hall and Harry Blore. Meanwhile, Harry Blore still can't get past Max Hall, can he? Max had a really good battle actually with Brad Hutchison in one of the races last year. It ended in a bit of contact actually at Williams, but hopefully this battle remains clean. They are catching slightly Jenson O'Neill going, who I think is struggling a bit with the compensation weight as the championship leader. His car is a bit heavier than these two Hondas behind him, and even though they're battling, they are gaining slightly on the points leader at this stage. And that could be of some significance with the likes of Hart and Newsham at the moment on course for first and second respectively. If Jenson starts losing positions, he's going to lose more ground in the championship. He already, I think, is on course to lose the championship lead because he was only, what did I say, 2 points? Yes, 2 points ahead of Callum Newsham going into this race. So as long as Callum beats him in this one, he will move ahead of Jenson in the points. But will he beat him by 1 position, 2 positions, 3? Who knows? At the moment, he's 2 places ahead of Jenson O'Neill going, but of course Brad Hutchison might be about to change that. And head down into Oggies. There is Jenson O'Neill going, the championship leader, the pink and black Alco sponsored Honda. It's a bit of a Civic Cup vibe, this, isn't it? 4 Civics in a row as they make their way onto the Bentley straight. O'Neill going, Max Hall, Harry Bloor, Carl Baldley, all in these, I say, new Honda Civic FL5s. Of course, Chris Smiley actually debuted one of those cars in the championship a couple of years ago, right here at Snetterton, actually, that first round of the season. The car was a bit more of an unproven package back then, though. They had some mechanical issues. It was one of the first FL5s actually to run in TCR competition anywhere in the world. And now it's a properly developed car, and it's proving how quick it is, although not at the moment a Honda in the top. Well, there is a Honda in the top three because Max Hart is leading in a Honda, but the rest of the Honda brigade off the podium at the moment. Down into Murray's comes Harry Bloor, again just peeking to the inside of Max Hall, quite able to do anything with him at that stage. The leaders go through and they're just starting to spread out slightly now. Interestingly, Max Hart did an outright fastest middle sector on that lap, and Callum Newsham an outright fastest third sector. Brad Hutchison didn't set a personal best sector at all on that lap, so has Brad maybe used too much of the tyres? This, meanwhile, is Harry Bloor's opportunity. He's had a good exit from Riches. He's got to the inside of Max Hall, and he is about to take fifth position away. Yes, through goes Harry Bloor, and finally, it took him about 10 minutes, really, all told, from when he arrived on the rear bumper of Max Hall's car to finally make the move. Through he's gone, and he will now set off after Jensen O'Neill going, who, remember, he did out-qualify yesterday by about half a second, so, or 4/10 of a second. But Jensen, I think, with that weight in the car, is struggling a bit with the tyres. Carl Baldley now kicks Max Hall whilst he's down slightly. Oh, though Max Hall comes back and in, there's contact coming off the corner. That was all a bit clumsy. Hopefully that didn't do any damage to either car. I think they got away with it. But Max was trying to get the switch back there, coming out of Agostini, and slightly misjudged it, maybe. Carl Baldley ended up getting roughed up. It's been a disappointing season for Carl, you'd have to say. But I will remind Carl of something he said a couple of years ago when he was on course for his second consecutive TCR UK Championship. He was saying at the time he wished there was a bit more competition. He wished there were more cars on the grid. Well, careful what you wish for, Carl, because this is the sort of treatment you get when we have an uber competitive lineup as we do this year. He's certainly coming under attack from Max Hall. In fact, no, he's still ahead of Max. But what is happening is Harry Bloor is definitely catching Jensen O'Neill going. So fourth place is worth watching, as of course is the ongoing battle for second between Newsham and Hutchison. There they go through Coram Corner. And again, it's fascinating to see how these cars all work in different ways, all generate their lap times in slightly different ways. The Elantra definitely better through sectors 1 and 3, where we have the more high-speed corners. The technically demanding middle sector, though, that seems to favour the slightly smaller Cupra, and that's where Brad Hutchison's able to catch up. Leaders then have gone through. Harry Bloor right behind Jensen O'Neill going now, less than 2/10 separating those two Hondas as they made their way down towards Rich's corner. So there's the second place battle. What's going on behind? It is... Wait for it. Still Jensen O'Neill going, but only just. Harry Bloor tries the outside line. Now, this is danger time for Jensen O'Neill going because he can't really afford to allow Harry Bloor through. Not that he would allow him through, but if Harry does break through his defences, there's a very good chance that Carl Baldley and probably Max Hall will follow him through. I don't think there's much Jensen can do, though, because Harry Bloor has squeezed up the inside line. There's a bit of door banging. Bloor is going to go through, and Baldley's going to go with him. Carl Baldley, who had a clash with Jensen O'Neill going at Brands Hatch earlier this year, remember, which saw them both in the Clerk of the Courses office. They're trading paint again down the straight. Baldley with the inside line into Hamilton, and Jensen O'Neill going has to give way. 2 places lost. He's trying to come back at the double former champion, but no, Carl Baldley had that one covered. Get into Oggy's ahead, will get out of Oggy's ahead, and now Max Hall is up the inside as well, so that's exactly what I feared might happen to Jensen O'Neill going. He's going to lose at least 2 and maybe a third position now as they make their way down the Bentley straight. They're still side by side in the background. Brad Hutchison, by the way, is ahead of Callum Newsham, so apologies, I only just spotted that whilst we were following the Honda Civic battle behind. Hutchison's up to second, that's significant, as is this though. Jensen O'Neill going, he's going to lose a third position, I think, as Max Hall gets to the inside through Nelson. Jensen's out wide over the dirt. He'll lose traction. He won't lift though. That much I do know about Jensen O'Neill going, but it doesn't matter. Through has gone Max Hall, and that is 3 places lost in 1 lap for the points leader. He will no longer be the points leader. Callum Newsham is going to move ahead of him, despite the fact he has fallen to third. So as I said, Brad Hutchison has now got himself ahead of Callum Newsham. The problem is Max Hall has broken away now to the tune of 3 seconds. There are 4 minutes to go, so they'll have time just about for 3 more laps, I think. They're lapping just under the 2-minute mark at the moment. What was that then? That was Hall and O'Neill going, I think, side by side again, wasn't it? Yes, it was, as Jensen O'Neill going was actually coming back at Max Hall, heading past the pits. But yes, we have 3 laps to go, I think. Can Brad Hutchison do anything about Max Hart? They're both gunning for a first victory of the season, and they're both gunning for a 5th career victory in TCR UK competition. Who is going to get it? Will it be Honda? Will it be Cupra? In the first sector, it is Advantage Cupra. It was a personal best first sector for Max Hart, but he was still... no, sorry, I tell a lie, I'm misreading it. He was a 10th quicker. He was a 10th quicker than Brad Hutchison in the first sector. Calm down, Andy. And so the gap stays more or less as it was. Watch, though, to see whether that develops over the remainder of the lap. Max Hall, by the way, did, in the end, get the better of Jensen O'Neill going, who was coming back at him into riches, but not able to get through. And now Rod McGovern closes in on Jensen, who's going to be very, very happy, I think, to shed some weight in that car after this race and hopefully be a bit more competitive in race 2 later on. Carl Baldley has been given a penalty, a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, and he's not the only one. Harry Blore has been given a 5-second penalty, which by my rough mathematics means he's now sitting on a 15-second penalty combined with his start line infringement. So Harry Blore is going to drop down the order by 15 seconds. That will benefit Jensen O'Neill going. And actually, if Jensen can stay within 5 seconds of Carl Baldley, that could benefit him. So this isn't necessarily the complete disaster that it might first appear for Jensen, because 2 cars ahead of him have penalties to be applied post-race. We'll wait until the checkered flag flies, though, which will happen in 2 more laps' time. Max Hart was 2 tenths quicker than Brad Hutchison that time. So Brad is not at the moment able to go after Max Hart. He gapped Callum Newsham to the tune of 0.3 of a second as well, did Brad. So it's just starting now to spread out a bit at the front of the field. This race has been actually exactly the kind of race we were waiting for this year. We've been saying all season this is the most competitive grid. I believe, anyway, this is the most competitive grid we've ever had in TCR UK. We've had bigger grids, we've had seasons where we've had lots of different race winners and close championship battles, but the quality of driver lineup we've got this year, I believe, is the highest it's ever been. And we've really got to see these drivers deliver some great side-by-side racing in this one. We've had some interesting races, close races so far this season, but we've had so much overtaking in this one, up and down the order. And this isn't even the reverse grid race, which of course will come later on this afternoon. That second race at 5 to 3 this afternoon, give or take, for TCR UK. Build up from about 10 minutes before that. And we will reverse the top 10 finishers, which at the moment would put Mark Smith and Rick Kerry on the front row for race number 2, although Mark Smith has just picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits, which could benefit Barry John McHenry in the Audi behind him. The leaders, though, head down into Brundle and Nelson for what I believe is going to be the penultimate time, unless Max Hart really backs off the pace here on this final lap, which he could do with a 3-second lead, but I don't think he will. I think they're just going to have time for one more after this. I don't see a checkered flag being readied in the Marshall's pantry opposite me, and that's bad news for Jensen O'Neill going, because it means he's got another lap of defending to do to try and keep Rod McGovern at bay, and it means it's another lap for the likes of Baldley and Blore, who've got those penalties ahead of him, to maybe put some distance into him. So there is the last lap board for Max Hart. We'll have one more lap around the just under 3 miles Snetterton 300 layout. 2.9689 miles in length, to be really precise. And still 3 miles, give or take, of racing to go. Luke Allen now has picked up a 5-second track limits penalty as well. Not sure where they're being pinged for this. The exit of Riches is always a hot spot for track limits, as is the Williams corner that takes you onto the Bentley straight. In fact, there's quite a few places where drivers could be pinged for track limits. It's not happened for Max Hart, though, who is now only half a lap away from claiming at last, he will feel, his first victory of the season. He's been plagued with misfortune, has Max Hart, so far this season. He's not had the most good luck in his TCR Europe campaign either, to be fair, but really nice to see him putting that behind him now. The car, touch wood, has held together, and we know Max is more than capable of doing the job given the opportunity. And well, when he said at the start of the season that he was coming back to TCR UK, it certainly got me very excited. It got a lot of people very excited, I think. And we were all just waiting for that moment when it clicked for Max and he could get himself his first race victory. He's had to wait until round number 5 of the championship, but he's been scoring consistently enough up until this point. He is very much in the championship conversation, and this win is going to further cement his position as such. And with Callum Newsham stepping down to the 3rd step of the podium, that's going to make the point situation very interesting. You get 40 points for a win, you get 30 finishing in 3rd. There were 17, 18 points between the two of them coming into this race. It's easy to see how quickly that sort of an advantage can start to be eroded, and that's exactly what's happening for Callum Newsham, because Max Hart is going to claim a first victory of the season. It's career win number 5, but it's a long-awaited first victory of 2026 for the Irishman Max Hart. Brad Hutchison with a fighting 2nd place from 6th on the grid, and Callum Newsham comes home in 3rd. Brilliant driving that from Brad Hutchison to get himself into 2nd. The penalties, of course, now being applied, so Max Hall will inherit 4th. Bordley salvages 5th, and Jenson O'Neill going ends up 6th on corrected times, with Rod McGuffin 7th and Harry Blore in 8th. Rick Kerry should be 9th, but is only now coming across the line. He has had a slow last couple of laps, actually, so Rick Kerry, I think, has had a drama there late in the going. Mark Smith crosses the line 10th. Is he more than 5 seconds ahead of Barry John McHenry? Yes, he is, by only 3.5 tenths. So even after the 5-second penalties applied to Mark Smith, he will still finish 10th, and that provisionally gives him the pole position for race number 2. Well, fabulous racing from TCR UK, one of the best races I can remember in a long time in this championship, and the great news is we get to do it all again later on this afternoon. Their 2nd race, as I said, to come at around about 2:45. I have got post-race interviews to go and conduct those, so I'm going to dash back over the track and leave you to go through the results in the very capable hands of Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Andy. Yes, a provisional result then of TCR UK race number 1. Max Hart takes the win by just over 3.5 seconds from Brad Hutchison coming through for 2nd place. And it is Callum Newsham who takes 3rd, having started from pole. Max Hall in 4th place in his Honda Civic. Carl Bordley picking up a 5-second penalty there, completes the top 5 as that bit of contact off the line as well. Jenson O'Neill going, finishes in 6th ahead of Rod McGovern. Harry Blore with that 25 seconds of penalties he took in the end, a couple of track limits penalties and the 10 seconds for being out of position at the start. Rick Kerry and Mark Smith round out the top 10. Barry John McHenry 11th place, and Luke Allen rounding out the 12 finishers. He had a 5-second penalty, as did Mark Smith. So quite a few track limits penalties in that one, plus a jump start for Harry Blore. That concludes race number 1 for the TCR UK Championship. We go truck racing next up then. The 3rd race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship is coming your way next. Just waiting for the marshals to move back off their posts. Of course, the marshals move off the marshals post for safety reasons when the trucks are on track. The TCR cars heading into Parc Fermé very shortly. The trucks are followed by the pickup trucks for their 2nd race of the weekend. Aaron Thompson taking the first win in yesterday's race. There we go, BMW Mini Racing, big field of Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports cars here with 3 different classes in there. Then it's back to Andy for the Civic Cup before our lunch break, where we will see the grid walk for the trucks, and then a truck race coming up after the lunch break at 1:40 p.m. Junior Saloons with their final race of the weekend, then more from the TCR UK Championship and the Audi Cup. Then the Mini Challenge, British Truck Racing and the pickup trucks will round out the weekend here. It's a very busy weekend indeed here at the Snetterton at 300 circuit. It's perfect weather and some great racing already this weekend. We're back in action on BARC TV next Saturday, where we go to Alton Park. But I think Andy's made the dash over to Parc Fermé, and we can head over now to hear from our race winner.
Well, what a fantastic first TCR UK race of the day that was. As I said, one of the best I can remember for a long time in this championship. We're just starting to get drivers appearing down in Parc Fermé. Interestingly, no sign of our race winner Max Hart yet, but we do have Callum Newsham, so we'll dive in there first, shall we, and have a chat with our runner-up third place finisher in that race. He seemed to be struggling a little bit in the second half of that one, but let's get his thoughts now. Callum, pole position to third, I'm sure is not the result you were hoping for. It's still good points banked, but just didn't quite seem to have the pace of those around you.
No, to be fair, we didn't expect to get pole yesterday, and I don't know how I pulled that out of the bag. I think that's about where the car is at the minute. But yeah, I'm just sort of struggling out of traction everywhere. So, and the VAG cars are just rapid out of the corners. So, yeah, we did what we could. A bit frustrating, but it is what it is.
It was interesting though, we expected the Honda to be good off the line, it was, but then those first few laps you really were giving Max something to think about, especially through the quick stuff. So do you think if you'd been a bit more aggressive, maybe there was half a chance you could have got back through, or was that just everything you had?
Yeah, I mean, I could have maybe shoved the move on it, but he had it covered pretty much everywhere. But he was all over the shop with the rear end the first few laps. I think that's what was catching him out. But yeah, when he hooked it up, that was it. He was gone and Brad was catching me. I was just trying to keep Brad behind me, but couldn't do it.
As I said though, decent point score for the championship, mate. Congratulations, and we'll see how Callum gets on in race 2 later on. Thank you, Callum Newsham. Right, the cheer is because Max Hart has arrived in Parc Ferme, and that is the loudest reaction I've heard in a long time for a race winner in TCR UK. Max Hart has done it. What a performance from the Irishman. We'll let you take your helmet off and then we'll have a quick chat with our race winner. It's his 5th career win. It's his first of the year though, and there will have been a period of time this season where Max would have felt like it was never coming. Max Hall comes over to congratulate him as well. Max, that was quite the reaction when you got out of the car, from yourself, from the crowd around. A popular win and a long-awaited first win of the year. You must be delighted.
Yeah, really happy. As you say, it's I've been just getting some bad luck recently. I'm racing in Europe as well, just bad luck. The ALM guys, the poor fellas, I give them such a hard time, and now it's coming together good. We knew we had a plan, and it was get in front from the first lap. I even said it to you before. Yep. And then it was try to mind the tyres. Set up possibly a little bit off, maybe a bit too much oversteer. I don't know if you could see that in the TV, but it was trying to kill me. But by the end of the race, the car was really good. So look, I'm really pleased. I'm just so grateful. You know, you think I'm sweating, that's the hard work, but as a racing driver, this is the easy part. Like, getting on the grid is so difficult, and I'm so lucky to have great sponsors. You can see me covered in them, and genuinely only for them I wouldn't be a racing driver.
Tell us a little bit about what this means. Obviously it's useful for the championship. We spoke earlier on, you're right up there in the points, this helps, but you've just had, as you say, no fortune this year. Your last stint in TCR UK, you had the pace to win a championship, it just never quite came together. What does it mean to you now? You've got the car, you've got the team for the job, and you're starting to get the results.
Well, it's like you say, it's sort of like a box ticking thing, really. That's what I want it to be. Now, it's not really turning out like that. Callum put me under serious pressure at the start, so fair dues to him. We know he's going to be quick at the start of the race later on, and but no, it means the world to me. I work so hard to get on the grid, and every trophy you get to bring home is a trophy, not just for me, but for my team of sponsors and actual team of ALM and Yas Motorsport. So yeah, it means the world.
Excellent, we're all happy for you. Congratulations, Max Hart, gets the win in the first race of the day. Where is Brad Hutchison? He's over there. The tallest man on the grid, and I managed to lose him. Brad, let's drag you over here for a quick chat. Congratulations. I mean, 6th on the grid to 2nd. You'll take that, right?
Yeah, going into turn 1, I wasn't thinking of podiums. I was thinking of how do I get back on the circuit.
Yeah, what was going on the run into turn 1? It looked a bit busy.
It looked a bit busy on the track, so I thought I'd take the scenic route. No, I didn't really have a choice. Right. I didn't feel like... I mean, you could always brake, but what racing driver wants to do that? Yeah. A bit of grass tracking, a couple of fun overtakes. It was good. I think we've still got a bit of an issue that we had from qualifying. Like I said to you yesterday, the car would be really fast if we could iron all them out. But yeah, I'm happy. I believe we got fastest lap. So
yes, I think so.
Yeah, I'm not so sad about that. Obviously, Callum took a bit of getting past, but yeah, I expect nothing less. He's a cracking driver, isn't he? It was nice to beat him for once this year, you know. Yeah, no, I'm happy. Obviously, it's good. We've got all the family here, friends, sponsors, everyone. I mean, the sponsors are family, really, aren't they, at this point? But yeah. No, I'm happy. It's a good result. We'll go again later on this afternoon, hopefully one better.
Yeah, what are you thinking about that race then? Because obviously you'll be back behind Callum now on the grid, but you'll be ahead of Max and right back in the thick of it, not far away from where you started this one, really.
Yeah, I think the first lap's always the most fun lap, and that is the fun bit, isn't it? It's just like iRacing. The start of the race is the best bit, isn't it? You know, when it sort of spreads out a little bit later on in the race, it's difficult. I know Max is obviously managing car and temps and stuff, and I had to do a fair bit of that when I was behind Callum. Sort of out the slipstream, let it cool for a little bit, and then go again. And so yeah, I think we'll try again. It's good to have another go at it, isn't it? So yeah, it should be good. It's always a good race here as well. You know, it's a good track. It's a good track for racing, isn't it? Yeah.
It's nice to see you in a good mood for once.
Always.
I'm joking. Brad Hutchison on the podium. What a magnificent first race we've had of the day. Remember, more TCR action coming your way later on. However, we do have trucks on circuit, I believe, so it's over to Dave Goddard to sort you through the first truck racing action of the day.
Yes, thanks very much, Andy. It is time for the big rigs for the third time this weekend. British Truck Racing Championship round number 18 coming next. The grid for this race based on the results of the first race yesterday, round 16, but with the top 8 reversed. Stephen Powell in his MAN finished 8th in that race yesterday, so he's on pole with Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar, the Scotsman, alongside him. Row 2, it's the Reed brothers, Simon in number 89, Craig in 68s in their Ivicos. And then row 3, Michael Oliver in number 12, Nathan Smith number 11 in their MANs. Championship leader coming into this weekend, David Jenkins lines up on row 4 with double winner yesterday, Stuart Oliver, alongside him. Can he make it a hat-trick coming through from 8th on the grid? Then we've got the first of the Division 2 trucks, Callum Eason, who ran away with Division 2, won by about 30 seconds in the first race yesterday. Starts alongside Simon Cole in his Iveco. Row 6, Sammy Oyanen in his Mercedes. Neil Yates, who dropped back in yesterday's race, is on row 6. Row 7, Archie Handy with the Iveco. Bradley Harvey with the DAF. Row 8, Simon Faulkner substituting for Ricky Collett in his MAN. And John Powell with his DAF. Jake Evans should be out there. He didn't race yesterday, had problems in qualifying and has had to do some repairs. Yes, he is there. And Warren Harvey, father of Brad, in his DAF, rounds out the 18 trucks. So it looks like we have got the full complement out there for the first time this weekend. Looks like we are almost ready to get underway. The red light is on the gantry, so we'll be going racing when they come past this time. Pace truck about to head into pit lane. By the look of things, the truck's about to be unleashed. They come up towards the start gantry. It will be a 15-minute race, round 18 for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke on the front of the grid. Stuart Oliver, the man to watch from row 4 of the grid. He's on a hat-trick as the red lights go out, and we are underway with our first big race of the day. Almost 1,000 horsepower from each of these 5-ton race trucks, and they charge down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Stephen Powell leads from pole position. There's Jake Evans, the number 10, towards the back of the field, looking to make up for not being able to race, problems with his truck yesterday. They worked hard on it all day after problems with qualifying the Evans team. So Powell leads, O'Rourke in second place. It's one of the Reed brothers in third. I think that's Simon in the number 89. Has missed the last couple of rounds with business commitments with the family haulage firm based up in Stoke-on-Trent, but he's there in third place this time, ahead of Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12. Side by side for fifth, Nathan Smith and Craig Reed. Then we've got David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN, gets a wheel onto the grass there, the number 69. Led the championship coming into the weekend. Up the inside, Nathan Smith in the number 11. And Michael Oliver gets a big squeeze there with Simon Reed. He's not letting him by there, so they rather forced the issue, both of them there coming out of Agostini. And Simon Reed has retained third place on the outside at the expense of a bit of bodywork damage you can see there. That's allowed the top two to escape slightly. Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, lives just down the road from the Brands Hatch circuit, your early leader in his MAN. There's the bonneted Volvo, number 7, Stuart Oliver. On drive we are missing this weekend is John Bowler, number 14. He's getting married this weekend, so all the best to John and his bride Becky, getting married in Greece this weekend. Very nice indeed. See him back out the convoy in the park at Donington in August, but it is Stephen Powell who leads the way then, chased by Tom O'Rourke. Took his first win of the season last time out at Pembrey. Stephen Powell had a decent weekend at that time as well. We've had 10 different winners in Division 1 this season. Division 2 further back, it's been Jake Evans who's done the majority of the winning, but he's got to come through from the back this time after those problems yesterday. There's Nathan Smith at number 11. He had a win at Pembrey as well. He's had a strong season so far, the young gun. His father David raced that truck for the majority of last season, getting sideways there as they come through Coram. These trucks limited to a maximum speed of 100 miles an hour. So limited to 56 on the roads of the UK. Head up towards the completion of lap number 1 then. Stephen Powell leads by just under 1.5 seconds from in second place Tom O'Rourke. Then it's Simon Reed. Oh, Jake Evans in trouble again. That's the Division 2 Championship leader out of the race. Well, they'll try and work out where he has pulled over. So the repairs have not worked, sadly, for the Evans team. And this is going to allow his Division 2 rivals to catch up. I don't think John Powell is there either. That's coming out of Nelson. There's a stop there. John Powell has stopped as well, I can tell you, out on track as well, the number 6. So we've lost 2 of our leading Division 2 runners. I think that's the top 2 in the championship that have gone out there. And that's music to Callum Eason's ears, because he can close the gap. He had some problems at the opening round at Brands Hatch, so he's playing catch-up in Division 2. There he is, the green and black MAN in the background. He's looking to close that gap in the Division 2 Championship. His 2 main rivals appear to be out of the race. Whether they've had a clash or something further back in the order, I'm not sure, we didn't see. So Stephen Powell leads the way then from Tom O'Rourke. That's the battle for 5th, Smith and Jenkins. There's Callum Eason. Both his parents have raced trucks in the past, Wayne and Joanne Eason. This is, I believe, the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN that Callum is driving this season. He came close to the Division 2 title last year, just lost out to Jake Evans, the 2 newcomers. Simon Cole is running second in Division 2. A better weekend for Simon, the man from Dartford, in his Iveco. Sammy Oyanen with his new Mercedes Artigo runs third in the class. They're just ahead of Simon Faulkner, who used to race an Iveco with the Reed Trucksport team. He's substituting, as we said, for Ricky Collett, who had major surgery just before the Pembrey round and is out of action for the foreseeable. It was Terry Gibbon who subbed at Pembrey and took a win in the 4th race of the weekend, but Simon at the wheel of the number 95 MAN this time. There's Stuart Oliver. He's back in 8th place. He's not been able to make any progress yet from his reverse grid position. There was a time when the championship used to reverse the entire grid under the reverse rule. It wasn't partially reversed, everybody would be reversed. But after a few collisions with slower Division 2 trucks starting up front and the quicker Division 1's not been able to make their way through, they chose to change the regulation to just the top 8 in reverse. Stephen Powell is the fastest lap of the race as he crosses the line, 2:26.582 from the MAN TGX. Steve Powell, a former Division 2 champion, looking for his 2nd win of the season. It's the pack charge their way through behind. There's the top 3 in Division 2. There's the yellow Collett's Heavy Haulage MAN, driven by Simon Faulkner. Simon Reed still holding off Michael Oliver. Good to have Simon back after his work commitments forced him to miss the last 2 rounds at Thruxton and Pembrey. His brother Craig won the opening race of the season at Brands Hatch in the Iveco Stralis. Simon with a bit of damage. There was a bit of rubbing into Agostini for the first time. Lap 3 now of this 15-minute race. Still your leader is Stephen Powell. Nathan Smith in number 11 MAN is in 5th position. There's Simon Cole running 2nd in Division 2 with his Iveco. Used to run the Mercedes Beast, as it was known, the bright pink and white Mercedes a few years back. His son Archie Handy a little bit further back in the order at the moment, running 6th in Division 2 with his Iveco. Sammy Oyanen looking a bit smoky there, the new Mercedes. You won't see nearly as much smoke from these trucks though. And that is Jake Evans. Looking decidedly dejected there, young Jake. He knows he's losing ground in the lead of the Division 2 Championship. was saying that we don't see nearly as much black smoke from these trucks as we used to, because they now run on environmentally friendly HVO fuel rather than standard diesel. It was Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver, who introduced that to the championship. Sadly, Adam not racing this year for budget reasons. Great to see the trucks making good progress in the use of environmentally friendly fuel. Powell continues to lead, coming round to complete lap 3. That's Simon Faulkner off. Simon Faulkner in Ricky Collett's MAN is off. Now, where has that happened? Try and see what has happened there. He's churned up the grass. Jonathan Palmer won't be too happy there. That's the third truck out of the race by the look of it at half distance. It's getting going again. That's down at Brundle. He was on the infield there on the inside of Brundle, and Nelson gets it going again, which is good to see. Please replace your divots, Simon Faulkner. Churning up the grass there with that spin. Probably just missed his braking point going into the left-hander at Brundle. Number 12 of Michael Oliver closing in on Simon Reed for third place. You can see the wheel arch hanging off Simon Reed's Iveco. If Simon can get to the front here, he'd make it 11 different winners in Division 1 for the season. David Jenkins has done the fastest lap. There he is, 2:26.521, and he is closing in on Nathan Smith here. Thank you to Imi Easton in our comments. That's not the ex-Andrew Fulcher man that Callum is driving. It is a new truck for this year. Apologies there. Here comes David Jenkins all over the tail of Nathan Smith for P5. They're keeping Michael Oliver in their sights as well. Stuart Oliver still stuck in 8th place. Not the easiest circuit to overtake on in a truck is Snetterton. It's one of the narrower circuits visited by the championship. This is your main overtaking opportunity, either slipstream down the Bentley Straight or perhaps into Agostini. You can get a move done under braking. Tom O'Rourke in 2nd place. He's got the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. That was coming out of Palmer last time around. He's still holding 2nd place though. A little bit of a stack up behind him here. Through Nelson. There's Jake Evans' truck stranded. And there is Stuart Oliver having a go at Craig Reed. Nathan Smith still under heavy pressure from David Jenkins, former champion, a man from Stafford, looking for his 2nd title this year. Stuart Oliver looking for his 11th. There is Callum Eason. Continues to set the pace in Division 2. What's his lead over Simon Cole? Nearly 8 seconds at the end of the previous lap. He's dominating Division 2 this weekend. So we have got just under 5 minutes of this race to go. Into lap 5 now. The longest lap that the trucks face this season, and running a little bit wide as the hairpin there is O'Rourke. Holds his 2nd place though. Stuart Oliver starting to have a go at Craig Reed now for 7th place. Now the results of this race, race 3, sets the grid for race 5. So if Stuart Oliver finishes 8th, provisionally he'll be on pole for race 5. Maybe he's playing the tactical game here in this race 3, trying to finish 8th. Michael Oliver isn't trying to finish 8th, he wants to finish 3rd. He's all over the back of Simon Reed there. Very tough, ebullient driver is Michael Oliver. Craig Reed has been given a warning for exceeding track limits. He's got the black and white flag. Nathan Smith still holds off David Jenkins in the battle for 5th. Lead gap is up to nearly 4 seconds now, so Stephen Powell looks fairly safe at the front of the field. Are we going to see a win for the man from Kent, looking for his 2nd win of the season? Division 2 still dominated by Callum Easton ahead of Simon Cole and Sami Oyanen. And the Harveys, Bradley and Warren, they haven't had the best of weekends so far. Bradley Harvey blew a gearbox in testing on Friday, and the team had to replace it overnight to race yesterday. There have been a few gremlins for Bradley's truck since then. The DAF, that's the ex-Sir John Powell truck. Bradley Harvey is challenging Sammy Oyenam for third in Division 2. Behind them is Archie Handy, and Simon Faulkner's rejoined from his spin at the back of the field. Just getting used to Ricky Collett's MAN. Collett's famous name in ultra-heavy haulage. I saw some spectacular photos on their social media page the other day of them transporting some huge wind turbine blades. Not until you see those things near the ground on the back of a truck, you realise just how big they are. Here's the battle between Oyanen and Bradley Harvey in the Weaver Motorsports DAF. Down into Brundle, behind the Mad Croc energy drink Mercedes. Sammy Oyanen has run a Sisu, a Finnish-built truck for the last couple of years, but brought out the Mercedes, made its debut at Pembrey. First time we've seen a Merc in the championship since Ryan Smith ran one for a year. Ryan's still in the points chart, but not contesting the rest of the season. Previous Merc to that, of course, was the truck of Simon Cole. Mostly MANs out there, but Volvo, International Navistar. A few Ivecos in there. Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Haven't seen any Scanias for a few years, except for when motorcycle legend John McGuinness made his one-off appearance in the International Truck Prix at Donington a couple of years back in Team Oliver's spare Scania. Previous Scania to have run regularly in the championship was Trevor Martin, the Wiltshire-based driver in Division 2 a few years back, but nothing's been heard from him for a few years. Still chasing Nathan Smith. There's David Jenkins, Craig Reed, and there's Stuart Oliver. Is Stuart playing the long game? Is he trying to get pole position for race 5, I wonder? David Jenkins on the inside. He's trying to make the move. This is at Williams' corner on Nathan Smith. He's got the inside. They're absolutely together. Great stuff there as they come onto the Bentley straight. David Jenkins needs to get his foot down because the next corner's a left-hander. He needs to get the move done before they get to Brundle. Stuart Oliver in there as well, and Craig Reed. Here they come. Is David Jenkins going to move ahead? Yes, he's done it. Good driving by the championship leader. Now can he get on the brakes for Nelson? Very easy to run wide there or get up on the curbs. Nope, he's got the move done. Up into 5th ahead of Nathan Smith. Now Craig Reed will try to do the same thing. There's only about 30 seconds left on the clock again. There's been so much going on. I've not been watching the clock too much. Second place man Tom O'Rourke at the head of this group has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So O'Rourke's going to drop down the order. That could drop him out of the top 8 here, in fact, given how close it is behind him. He's going to lose quite a few places there. They go into the final lap of the race. Round 18 of the British Truck Racing Championship with Stephen Powell nearly 4 seconds clear at the front. The MAN driver is heading for victory. And it could well be Simon Reed in second because Tom O'Rourke is going to lose second place when that penalty is applied for exceeding track limit. The boss of MV Commercials in the International Navistar. There he is in second ahead of Simon Reed, then Michael Oliver. David Jenkins now into P5. So we're on the last lap now. The clock has counted down to 0. They're not going to catch Stephen Powell. Barring any mechanical problems, he's got his second win of the season in the bag. Into Agostini for the final time. Getting busy there. Well, Nathan Smith ran a bit wide going into Agostini there, so is he going to lose any spots there behind David Jenkins? We'll try and look back. Yes, Craig Reed has got through, and Stuart Oliver as well. So Nathan Smith has lost 2 places there. He ran wide coming out of Agostini. He's got Neil Yates on his tail now as well. This is going to be an interesting conundrum for pole position for race 5, especially with Tom O'Rourke getting that penalty. How far is it going to drop him back? It might drop him behind all this lot, down to 9th place, I reckon, with 5 seconds added on, because look at the line of trucks behind him. But they're all well behind Stephen Powell. From pole position, he's going to head to victory. Here he comes up towards the bomb hole for the last time. O'Rourke getting sideways out of the final corner. Well, the man who runs the Portobello Inn near Brands Hatch in Kent. Certainly be a party there if he wins this race, and he is coming in towards Murray's now. Through the left-hander, the checkered flag is almost in sight for Stephen Powell for his second win in Division 1 this season. Started from pole position, he's led every lap. Stephen Powell wins round 18 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Well done, Steve. Second over the line will be Tom O'Rourke, but the penalty will be applied, so it will be Simon Reed in second place. Michael Oliver is third. David Jenkins will take fourth place. Craig Reed is going to be fifth. Then sixth for Stuart Oliver, Nathan Smith seventh, and Tom O'Rourke ends up eighth, and provisionally with pole position for race 5. So the penalty has kind of worked in his favour for later on there. Loses championship points in this race, but will gain pole position for the last race. Meantime, Division 2 is going to be won by Callum Eason. There he goes over the line. He's finished well clear of Simon Cole. His strong weekend continues. The best we've seen his Iveco run in some time, and this is the battle for third in Division 2 between Oyanen and the Harveys. Simon Cole over the line, second in Division 2 again. He's picking up some good championship points this weekend. Who's going to be third in Division 2 though? Here they come. It's going to be one of the Harveys. Is it Bradley or Warren? Their trucks look identical from a distance. It is Bradley, third ahead of Oyanen. Warren Harvey is fifth. The other finishers will be Simon Faulkner and Archie Handy. 7 laps completed by our race winner. It was David Jenkins who got the fastest lap in fourth place, 2:26.521. Simon Faulkner, despite a spin, comes back into the race to finish in 15th place. And Archie Handy will be the final finisher in his Iveco. 6th in Division 2. Sadly, we lost John Powell and Jake Evans, 2 of the leading Division 2 contenders on the first lap. There is Jake Evans, MAN. Hopefully that's not the end of his weekend. Okay, provisional results of round 18 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Stephen Powell the winner by over 5 seconds in the end, with Tom O'Rourke, who crossed the line second, penalised to P8. Simon Reed takes his best finish of the season in second, with Michael Oliver on the podium in third. David Jenkins fourth ahead of Craig Reed, and Stuart Oliver in sixth place, the double place ahead of Tom O'Rourke, with Neil Yates in ninth. Callum Eason completes the top 10. Down to Park Ferme now to catch up with some of the drivers. So we're going to hand you down in just a second. Here's Pointy.
Can you believe it? We just finished a race on time with action and no major incidents. Terrible news for Jake Evans though. His team are going to be so upset with the amount of effort they put in last night, and Tom O'Rourke's going to be even more upset with his considerable time penalty, putting him into 8th overall. I don't know whether anyone's told him yet or not, but I am not going to be the person to tell him. Come with me. Let's have a word then with Simon Reed taking second place. We've lost Steve Powell though. I don't know where Steve Powell's gone. He was first across the line, but we can't find him. Simon, first of all, it's great to have you back in the racing, and yeah, what a great result to start the day here at Snetterton Sunday.
No, it was spot on, to be fair. Everybody got going on the line, like literally all at the same, and Tom managed to just close it in a bit, and righto, we'll just crack on with it, you know. I'm in third, so let's just keep going.
No, you're in second.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't see the 5 seconds.
Well done.
I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, well, hey mate, listen, you're aware you ended up in third?
Eh?
You're in third.
5-second penalty.
Yeah.
For Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, I should have had second. Well raced, lad. Well raced.
We need to find Steve Powell, because Simon, great to have you back. Well done. Let's see if we can't find Steve Powell, because he's weighing in. Of course he is. If we can find Steve, that is. Oh, there he is. We got him. I know, yeah, they're great, aren't they? They're zooming on those bad boys. Talk about 12-litre diesel. Yeah, man. Oh, we're gonna do a workout video for those at home if you want to know how to get massive calves. You're going to have an issue with wing mirrors there if we carry on. Steve, great job. Look at that. I mean, obviously starting ahead, the reverse grid put you on pole, but you've still got to make it stick. That was a hell of a lead you pulled ahead there.
Mate, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's the result being on pole, but with the pace we had yesterday, I thought I was going to get swallowed up, but the team, and I've got a few thank yous to say actually, because the team worked so hard last night till late hours and done some
what were you doing last night? Because we noticed your truck disappear out the paddock.
Yeah, so we went and spoke to the circuit, and there's a flat pad in the pits, so we was messing around with the corner weights and the geometry. So, and it's something we've never done before really. So we've had a lot of input from Ryan this weekend, which has helped, and I will say a massive thank you to him. He's helped me with my driving. Also Dave Jenkins as well, with data swapping. It's been brilliant. And it's like, and I mean it, like, if yesterday if I'd have had a pole start in the second race, I would have probably finished last. Our pace was so bad. So
yeah.
And I'm glad with the lead, and it was good. There was a bit of to and fro and behind.
So big setup changes, a lot of science in there as well, which is fantastic to see.
A lot of science, you know, and it's enjoyable to do some stuff that we haven't done before. But like I say, the boys are brilliant, and a bit.
Question we've got to ask though.
Go on.
You're starting in pole next race. Are we going to see a repeat? No pressure.
No pressure, but if it happens like that, then yes, for sure. But I will also, I'll need one more thank you, and I know other people do this, but I've got to thank Charmaine. She was at home last night doing the football with 180 odd. And
at the pub, I bet that was hard for Charmaine. We're missing you, Char.
She couldn't come, unfortunately, because we had a big meal during the day as well. So, like, lucky enough, my daughter's here and Leo's here. So, I mean, there's my best teammate ever.
Right, well, we've got to get over to the pickup trucks now. But before we do that, I had a quick chat with James Goldstraw earlier on, and I think he sat on the wrong car. Truck, it's a truck, not a car. Why do we still do that? Sorry, James. So here we are, bright and early, whether we feel that way or not, with James Goldstraw. Now, are you in the wrong car this weekend? Tell us the story behind this.
I'm in Johnny Hadfield's car today, so a big thank you to the Hadfield family for letting me use his car. He's racing his Formula 2 stock car at Skeggy, and I had an alternator belt fall off the car in qualifying, which took the oil pump belt off, which blew the engine up in mine.
No way.
Yeah.
So one fan belt, which you can usually live without for a bit if you're desperate, it was catastrophic.
It was catastrophic, yeah. Big engine failure, conrod out the side.
Oh no, oh God.
And it was a new engine for this meeting as well, so it couldn't have gone any worse. I was feeling a little bit down in the dumps over it, but Rob and Ryan and the Hadfield family come over and said, use Johnny's car. Legend. So I double checked with Johnny, and he was like, yeah, but as long as you drive it like I drive it.
Which means
smashing it to bits.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to assume, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's not going to happen. No. But you know, we're out there. It's another truck on the grid, and I'm out there putting some laps in.
But what a lovely thing to see, and and I feel like that's why you're going to mix with the trucks so well. As much as they can be so against each other on circuit, you know, direct competition, it's still that kind of but we've come to go racing. We've come to put a show on, and that's what we want to do. Work together as a championship and make it happen.
I mean, 100%. I mean, the whole grid for the pickups had to agree to let me race as well.
Yes.
So yeah, everyone ticked the box that they was happy for me to take Johnny's car out, and like I say, we're another truck on the grid. So we're one big happy family, really. I mean, you do get your little bit of
that's families as well, isn't it?
That's families and racing, isn't it? But yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, fantastic. Well, that is it. Well, good luck. It's great. I'm glad we've got you on the grid in that case. And yeah, massive shout out again to Team Hadfield for loaning the truck.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck, James.
Cool.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy. It is race 2 of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship coming up shortly. That's followed by the Minis. Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsports. Freddie Hewitt's taking his first win of the season yesterday. That's followed by the Civic Cup, our last race before the lunch break, and then we have our grid walk ahead of the next truck race. Trucks will be parked up on the grid, and I'm sure Pointy and company will be down there to have a chat to a few of the fans. Well, I can see out of my commentary box window on the centre straight the BARC pace car, driven by Evelyn Buanik, the former BMW racer, is moving into position. And we are ready for the second pickup truck race of the weekend. I think this will be a 7-lap race. That's what yesterday's was. Yes, 7 laps of the Snetterton 300 circuit, because pickups go on number of laps rather than a timed race. And the grid will see set by the second fastest time for each truck in qualifying. Aaron Thompson, yesterday's winner in number 41 in the Lightning McQueen lookalike, is on pole with number 72. The championship leader, Alan Cooper, alongside. Second row, number 83, Dale Gent in the Kyle Larson NASCAR lookalike. Starts alongside 65, Mark Willis, who's been racing pickups since the class started in the late 1990s. Row 3, good grid position for 71, Simon Ward. Good to have him back out in the Barwell Trailers truck alongside 93, former champion Michael Smith. Fourth row, 29, Tom Hutchins, starts alongside 85. Newcomer this year newcomer to motorsports. It's the first time he's raced this year. Mark Chalmers, number 85, had a strong weekend at Pembrey. And then on the back row of the grid, we have number 1, the reigning champion Ryan Hadfield in the gold number 1 truck alongside the man we've just heard from, 52, James Goldstraw, racing Jonathan Hadfield's truck this weekend, Ryan's brother. He's racing his Formula 2 stock car up at the Skegness Speed Weekend up in Lincolnshire, and so after James Goldstraw's engine went bang in qualifying yesterday in his Cold Trickle Days of Thunder lookalike truck, he has taken over the green machine normally raced by Jonathan Hadfield, and he's there at the back of the grid. 10 pickup trucks out there then. Now these are, if you've not seen them before, nothing like the pickup trucks you see on the road being used by your local tradespeople or anything like that. These are space frame chassis, very highly tuned, 260 horsepower race engines, Ford or Vauxhall based units under the bonnets of these pickup trucks. I was lucky enough to commentate on these racing on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham, where they would achieve over 140 miles an hour racing in a pack. They really are very spectacular indeed, these trucks. 3 drivers standing out at the top of the points at the moment. Coming into this weekend, it was Alan Cooper who led the championship by just 2 points ahead of Dale Gent. Further 8 points back was Aaron Thompson, in third. Then a gap back to Mark Willis in 4th place. Michael Smith and Ryan Hadfield completing the top 6 ahead of Tom Hutchins. Then Eric Bolton at number 68, who I think is the only driver, Eric Bolton, to have raced a pickup against other sports cars. He did that at the Boxing Day Open Sports Car event at Mallory Park last year and was quite competitive. But Eric not here this weekend. Simon Ward is 10th in the championship ahead of James Goldstraw and Mark Chalmers. Ahead of them, Dan Fisher, 9th. He's not here this weekend. And the other drivers who've raced this year, Jonathan Hadfield, Chris Land from Cornwall, Chris Brockhurst and Mel Collins. It's 10 trucks here this weekend. It has been a very busy period for the trucks because they had an extra round at the American Speed Fest at Brands Hatch alongside the Euro NASCAR series, among others. This is probably quite close to as close as you'll get to NASCAR racing in the UK, but sadly we don't have the Rockingham Motor Speedway anymore for the oval races, which is a great shame. We've seen them appear on the Mallory Mile as well, the 1 mile flat oval round the lake there. Let's see what they can do on the road course here at Snetterton. The pace car leads them away. It's Aaron Thompson on pole. Now his father Steve raced in the category that effectively was the predecessor of the pickups and raced alongside them, Eurocar, back in the 1990s. That was a series created in the early 90s by Sonny Howard, who also builds these pickups. It was Sonny's ambition to bring NASCAR-style racing to the UK, and he invented the Eurocar formula. It was a combined circuit and short oval formula at first. Now I remember seeing them at Hensford Raceway in Staffordshire. They were Ford Mondeo body shapes with V6 engines, space frame chassis. And Steve Thompson was an early star in those. There were some big names raced in Eurocar, the likes of hot rod legend Barry Lee, and several other stars of the short ovals. Peter Faulding, the former Formula 1 stock car world champion, was quite successful in them as well. And Eurocar introduced a V8 class as well. Kevin Clark was one of the stars of that, who now races BMWs very successfully. But while Eurocar is no more, the pickup truck class survived and sustained. It's great to see them still racing strongly today. Aaron Thompson, who has shared a Clio in Brick Car Trophy in the past with his father Steve, on the pole. Alan Cooper alongside, another ex-short oval man. Won titles at Mildenhall Stadium, not too far from Snetterton, in, believe it or not, Reliant Robbins. I'm not joking. There's James Goldstraw at the back in the green machine. That's Jonathan Hadfield's truck. Jonathan back in his F2 this weekend. Jonathan and Ryan Hadfield have both raced Formula 2 stock cars, following their father Rob Hadfield into short oval racing. He raced bangers and hot rods at Buxton Raceway in the Peak District, where the Hadfield family are based, where Rob runs a haulage company. Rob Hadfield raced in national hot rods for a time. Alan Cooper's raced F2 stock cars as well. Dale Gents, number 83, a former pickup truck champion. He's previously raced the black Dale Earnhardt's lookalike livery, now in the colours of Kyle Larson, the blue and white, a current NASCAR champion. And Dale Gents is the son of Mark Gents, who raced for many years on the short ovals, both in the UK and in the Netherlands. He was a star at the 1,000 metre oval at Barlow over in the Netherlands, which is now sadly derelict. Would love to see the pickups race around there. There is Dale. Used to race a Ford Sierra in the Lightning Rods category. His dad Mark raced in V6 Super Rods on the short ovals, a personal favourite category of mine. There's Mark Willis, next in the order, the red number 65. He's raced hot rods for many decades. He's raced pickups for many decades now as well. Simon Ward on row 3 alongside Michael Smith. He's an ex-Formula 1 stock car driver. Simon Ward has raced classic touring cars, the Vauxhall Astra, before moving to the pickups. Tom Hutchins, another ex-Saloon car racer on row 4. He previously raced Honda Civics. Mark Chalmers, a novice this year, alongside him. Then Ryan Hadfield and James Goldstraw from the back. Ryan Hadfield will not be at the back for long. He charged straight through into 4th place on the first lap of yesterday's race, which was won by Aaron Thompson. So let's see what they can do today then. 10 trucks for 7 laps of the Snetterton 300 circuit. Pace car is into pit lane, up towards the red lights. Revs start to rise, and as a certain commentator in the States would say, let's go racing, boys. Good start by Mark Chalmers down the outside there from the back, but it is Aaron Thompson who leads the way. Side by side for second, Dale Gent trying to get up the inside of the 72 of Alan Cooper. A big twitch there for Chalmers. He's gone too quickly. He's into the grass. He's going to be into the field if he's not careful. This is not auto grass, Mark Chalmers. He's thrown away his good start there. He just missed his braking point for the first corner at Riches. And he's down to the back of the field. I hope he's been able to keep going. Yes, I just saw a flash of pink and blue in the background there. Mark Chalmers just overshooting. Very easy to do there, and you end up in the farmer's field next door. They make it, the rest of the pack makes it round Palmer's. They're not the best of starts for Simon Ward. He's back to 9th place there behind Tom Hutchins. It's Thompson who leads from Cooper. 3rd place is Gent, then Willis. And look who's up to 5th. James Goldstraw's had a great start in the 52, alongside Michael Smith in the white truck, who gets up the inside through Agostini. There's Chalmers at the back of the field in the pink truck. He's lucky that there's no crops in that field at the moment. I remember a certain Mark Webber in his days in Formula 3 going into that field when it was full of corn once, and he completely disappeared after his front wing broke going into the first corner here at Snetterton. So here come the lead battlers into the back straight for the first time, the Bentley straight, and it's the Lightning McQueen lookalike of Aaron Thompson. You hear Aaron interviewed after races, he even speaks like Lightning McQueen. He gets right into character. Great entertainer is Aaron. Chased by Alan Cooper in 2nd place, Dale Gent in 3rd, the big 3 in the championship this year, chased by Mark Willis, who's never won the overall pickup title. Look at him bouncing off the curbs there at Nelson. Great to see. Ryan Hadfield's up to 5th. I said those two wouldn't stay at the back for long. Hadfield up to 5th, Michael Smith is 6th, then Goldstraw in 7th. Had to start at the back of the grid because of changing his truck after qualifying, moving into the Hadfield's backup truck. From the pickup truck to a backup truck, there you go. Over the line they come then to complete lap 1 of 7. What's the lead margin for Thompson? It's 1.1 seconds over Alan Cooper. With Dale Gent in third place. The rest of them stream their way over the line. Mark Chalmers. Shame he ran wide on the first corner because he made such a great start, and Goldstraw's lost it. He's spinning into the field. Behind the tyre wall. What a shame for Goldstraw after such a strong start. He'll drop to the back of the pack now. In 7th as they came over the line. That's a scary place to go for a spin. At least there are some tyre walls on the first part of the exit of Riches now, so you have slightly less chance of going off towards the A11. Alan Cooper under fire from Dale Gent for second place. There's Mark Willis, throws the truck sideways a little there coming out of Agostini. Said earlier, he's never won the overall pickup title in all his years in the class, Mark Willis. He has been Rockingham Oval champion because they had a separate Rockingham points chart in the days of the Northamptonshire Oval. It's Ryan Hadfield ahead of Michael Smith. Michael Smith sponsored by John O'Regan. I noticed there, father of David O'Regan, who's raced successfully in the pickups in the past, the Irishman, but we haven't seen him out this year, unfortunately. It'd be nice to have David back in his number 8 truck. Aaron Thompson starting to pull away slightly, but up on the curb there, Mark Willis through Nelson. Still in 4th place. And the battle for 5th. Ryan Hadfield, the gold truck with the white front panel. There's Tom Hutchins, number 29, the Dines Recovery and Scrapco Metal Recycling sponsored truck. Scrapco decals on there, I've got a feeling that's one of the Hun family's trucks. The Essex-based hot rod racing family, a few of them have raced in the pickups. Could be wrong, apologies if I am. Across the line they go, Aaron Thompson does a 2 minute 6.037. Interesting to take a quick look here and see how the pickup truck lap times compare to those of the TCR touring cars. It'd be nice to see how they compare. Dale Gent, meanwhile, dives up the inside of the hairpin. Can he make that move stick? That was a late lunge into the Wilson's hairpin. Alan Cooper fights back. Yes, the TCRs are a few seconds quicker as I look at their result sheet from earlier on. Back to the action, a good battle developing here. Dale Gent has made the move stick for second place. All the time they battle, Aaron Thompson is fighting back. Alan Cooper, sorry, is fighting back for second place. Of course, the harder they battle, the further Aaron Thompson will be able to pull away. James Goldstraw is still going, I can tell you. He's 9 seconds behind Mark Chalmers, having rejoined after spinning. Those rear-wheel drive pickups, they so often corner on the very edge of adhesion. You can see there Dale Gent hanging the tail out as he comes off Williams' corner. That's what he learnt from his father Mark when the two of them raced in lightning rods and super rods on the short ovals. Up towards Nelson. Both bounce off the curb. Mark Willis is taking so much curb there every time. Looks spectacular, he's not helping his lap times. Through to complete lap number 3. Aaron Thompson leads over the line then, 3 laps completed. He's 4 seconds clear of Dale Gent in second place. 2 minutes 5.815, new fastest lap for the race leader. Michael Smith chasing down Ryan Hadfield. This is for 5th and 6th position. About 3.5 seconds behind Mark Willis in 4th place now, these two. Michael Smith from the northeast of England. Former champion in pickups in their early days. And a chase down Ryan Hadfield. Here comes the second place battle, and Alan Cooper perhaps getting into position to make a move into Agostini. Can he get up the inside? Weaves about a bit under braking, but he's not going to get alongside Dale Gent in the 83. Holds that second place. It's a big fight between these two. It's for potential championship lead as well, but all the time Aaron Thompson is closing up on them as he is pulling away from them. Looking for 2 wins out of 2 this week. It'll be a slightly longer race 3, the very last race on the programme here at Snetterton this weekend. James Goldstraw still about 10 seconds behind Mark Chalmers at the back of the field after he recovered from that spin earlier on. Alan Cooper up the inside is going to have a look here, under braking into Brundle. No, you don't, says Dale Jents. Runs a bit wide onto the curb coming out of Nelson's corner, but he holds second place. Aaron Thompson will be looking in his mirror, seeing how much they've dropped back and thinking, yes, you fight each other and I'll pull away in the lead. 4 laps to complete this time. There's the battle for 5th between Ryan Hadfield and Michael Smith giving chase. Just behind them is Tom Hutchins, number 29. Then a gap back to Simon Ward in 8th place, Chalmers 9th and Goldstraw 10th. Leader goes over the line. There's the second place battle. Nearly 5 seconds in it now, and another fastest lap for Thompson, 2:05.62. Dale Gent holding second. What can Alan Cooper do? It's here that Gent got through a lap ago. Let's get alongside, but Dale Gent just about holds him off. Through the palm. There you can see the gap. And Thompson back to Gent. A bit of dust kicked up there by Cooper, just got a wheel onto the grass. He's not in position to make a move at Agostini this time on Dale Gent. Mark Willis rather on his own in 4th. Now he's 3 seconds back off these two and 3.6 seconds clear of Ryan Hadfield. So just a couple of battles at the moment. This one for 2nd place and Hadfield against Smith for 5th position. Tails twitching again as they come out of Williams onto the Bentley straights. Here comes the 2nd place fight down towards Brundle. Cooper doesn't make a move this time. There's Willis, the red truck, on his own in 4th, and Ryan Hadfield under real pressure now from Michael Smith, who's trying to make a move. They weave about there, almost Caterham style, down the straights. Chased by Tom Hutchins, the yellow and blue number 29 behind. Smith tries for the inside at the bomb hole. You very rarely see a move made there. And again kicking up the dust, Alan Cooper in 3rd place. Willis in 4th. Here's the fight for 5th. Michael Smith getting closer and closer. Cooper goes to the outside. Cooper's just got the driving standards flag for exceeding track limits though, so he needs to be careful here. Another penalty, he'll get another offence and he'll get the 5-second penalties. Trying to get at the inside there. Did he clip the back of Dale Gent? Gent power slides it round the hairpin. I think there might have been a bit of a touch there. I couldn't quite see because of the barriers, but Alan Cooper, he may have touched the back of Dale Gent there going into the hairpin. Gent holds him off though and keeps that 2nd place. Get off, he says to Alan Cooper. And Dale Gent holds P2. All the time they're dropping back from Smith, who's over 5 seconds clear. Now Cooper goes to the inside again into Agostini. Gent tries to move to cover, but Cooper's got the nose down the inside. Will he get it done as they go up towards Hamilton? No. Back ahead is Dale Gent. Cooper tries again. Don't put the bumper in, Alan Cooper. You're not in your Formula 2 stock car now. I think there was a bit of bumper work there. Dale Gent still hangs on for 2nd place. Slide their way through Williams corner. You can see Dale Gent hanging the tail out. And that's somebody in trouble. I think that's Tom Hutchins pulling over at Hamilton. He was 7th, but looks like, yes, Tom is out of the race. Meanwhile, we go back to the second place fight. Cooper up the inside. Surely he's going to get him on the brakes into Brundle this time, but the next corner's a right-hander at Nelson. This is going to be interesting. Very tricky to fit side by side through there, but Cooper's done it. Excellent move. Well, the cork's out of the bottle now. He'll try and go after Aaron Thompson for the lead, but they're coming round to start the final lap this time. I think Alan Cooper will run out of time to catch the leader. Great shuffle there as they went through Brundle and Nelson to take that second place from Dale Gents. Leader goes over the line. We've not seen much of Aaron Thompson in this race. The last lap board is out for the Lightning McQueen lookalike. He's nearly 7 seconds clear of the battle between Cooper and Gents now. It'll be Mark Willis through in 4th place. Ryan Hadfield and Michael Smith next. Simon Ward up to 7th with Tom Hutchins having dropped out. What's Dale Gent going to do into the hairpin this time? Is he going to try and get down the inside? No, Cooper's there to cover it. Pivot their way through the hairpin. Mark Chalmers still in 8th place, James Goldstraw 9th. Cooper actually pulls away a little bit there as they go towards Palmer. There's Thompson in the foreground. Can Dale Gents retake second place? He's going to have a go up the inside into Agostini, but no. Later on the brakes is Cooper. Holds that second place. There's a yellow flag out, so Gent won't be able to attack at Hamilton because there's Tom Hutchins pulled over. His race ending a lap early. Up towards Oggies and Williams they go. What can Dale Gent do? His main chance is going to be at the end of the Bentley straight as they go into Brundle. Can he get up the inside under braking? Out of the heat haze they come. Aaron Thompson's heading for his second win of the weekend, but who is going to be second? Here comes Dale Gent. Mark Willis has dropped back into the clutches of Ryan Hadfield. Dale Gent still on the tail of Cooper, doesn't manage to get alongside. Cooper up on the curb though, he'll lose a bit of momentum there. This could be Gent's opportunity. He might be able to slipstream him as they run into the centre straights. There's Hadfield in 5th place, and 6th is Michael Smith. But Aaron Thompson is about to come through to take his second win of the weekend. The checkered flag is being prepared by the marshals. Here he comes. 41, Aaron Thompson from Romford in Essex. Charges up towards the line. It's 2 out of 2 for the number 41 this weekend at Snetterton. It'll be a partially reversed grid, so we'll have the going tougher in effectively the final later on. Who's going to be second? Cooper hangs on ahead of Gents. It'll be Mark Willis in a rather distant 4th place. But Ryan Hadfield just holds off Michael Smith for 5th. 7th is Simon Ward. 8th place it should be Mark Chalmers. Despite going off on the first corner, he takes 8th. And the final finisher will be James Goldstraw for his spin, because of course we lost Tom Hutchins. Waiting for James Goldstraw. Not a happy weekend, losing one truck and then spinning another. Across the line he comes for 9th place in Jonathan Hadfield's truck. It's a win for Lightning McQueen once again, aka Aaron Thompson. And he'll certainly be pleased that winning by over 7 seconds in the end. Similar pattern to yesterday's race, the rest squabbled behind him and he was able to pull away. Thompson taking the win, Alan Cooper battling past Dale Gent. Great fight between those two. Cooper second ahead of Gent. Mark Willis further back in 4th ahead of Ryan Hadfield, who had a good scrap with Michael Smith. Simon Ward 7th ahead of Mark Chalmers and James Goldstraw. And Tom Hutchins dropping out at Hamilton with a couple of laps to go. Well, the mini challenge Clubsport is up next. We can hand down to Parc Ferme in just a moment to hear from our race winner.
Go! Yes, here he is! Oh my goodness, we've got the blower straight in there. Another incredible result for Aaron Thompson. Second place, Alan Cooper pipping Dale Gent on that last lap. An incredible effort, but here he comes. The excitement of the Sunday morning. Still full energy from Aaron Thompson. Alan will get you in here as well. Dale Gent's making his way out. Aaron Aaron, look at the state of that hair, my goodness.
Smiling today.
Get that in. That is peacocking at its best, ladies and gentlemen.
We ain't gritting teeth today and all self-deprecating.
You seem a totally different beast today.
When I say I'm going to work on something, I don't care if that's racing, business, being a dad or husband, whatever, I want to work on it. And yeah, me and Bobby put a lot of work in last night and wrote, if you on the mirror on the inside, I've wrote, breathe.
Breathe.
Stop.
It is important.
Stop looking in the rearview mirror.
I didn't says it on the rearview mirror. Breathe.
Didn't look here once, and we did exactly what I plan on coming here to do. Is just again stamp the authority. It's a close championship, but I love this place, mate. I'll tell you that.
That's it. You certainly seem to be settling into the circuit. Wow. Well done, Aaron. Honestly, from one tradie to another. Ka-chow! That is a result. Alan Cooper. Let's get him while Circuit comes speak to Dal. Wow, we thought you were going to be taking the third place there, sir.
Never. I'm never going to give up. Don't give up till the checker comes down.
Where did you find that overtake? Tell us how it went down.
It's just going down the straight. When you're 2x2, the back car's so much faster. The draft gets so much faster. I got out. I had a clean corner, come out and just overtook him, and just managed to make it stick.
You'd love to have been a fly on the wall in his cab then to see what the words that came out, because of course you two are teammates. You're in the same tent. How does that happen? How does that bear on the weekend when you've got to sit next to each other and have a coffee after this?
Well, we've never been this close so far, so we'll see.
Oh, I see. So it's all new territory. Well, Alan, congratulations, another trophy. Let's get Dale very quickly. Dale, I mean, congratulations on the trophy, commiserations on that last lap. We just spoke to Alan. What went through your head when you saw him come past you there on that last lap?
He's just had the drag down the straight there, which we've been struggling for straightaway pace all day, all weekend really. So we found a little bit back in it there for this race. We're going to have a little look and scratch our heads and see if we can get a bit more for the next race. But I had a good battle with Al. That's a brilliant battle. Really enjoyed that one. Better than yesterday's race because we're just in no man's land, just cruising, having a cup of tea and cake.
Yeah. So. Well, exactly. I mean, you ever thought about taking snacks for the race?
I think I might have done in that first race yesterday. I could have done with that. But no, that was a good race, this one. So I'm pretty pleased of how the truck went and that. So it was just, we got a little bit more to work on for this last race.
Fair enough, fair enough. On the subject of snacks whilst driving, if you were to take some beverages and a quick nibble, what do you think would be the most practical for whilst you're driving one of these?
I reckon a shandy.
A shandy, yeah. And for food?
Oh, see if we can get some Doritos in there.
Doritos. We'd have to try and find a way of putting them to the roll case. You didn't spill them everywhere.
That's it, yeah.
Well, what flavour Dorito, though? Because everybody wants to know now.
Tangy cheese. Is it tangy? What's
tangy
cheese?
cheese.
Yeah.
Tangy cheese? Yeah. I'm more of a flaming hot guy, but you go to, at least it's not Cool Ranch, because no one does Cool. Right, fantastic result. Well done to our top three. Now, I believe we've got Paul talking to some minis.
And ahead of our next mini Clubsport challenge with AirTech Motorsport race, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by none other than your R50 Cooper class championship leader. It's none other than Jacob Heap. Jacob, good morning to you. The sun's shining. You're now on 7 wins this season after winning yesterday. I mean, at this point, surely, is there any pressure on you?
Yeah, definitely. There's always pressure, isn't there? It's not wrapped up yet. Still another 5 races to go. So let's see what we can do in them.
Now, of course, your car's there, and we're stood right next to also the car of your main rival in the championship and defending champion of Mr. Truebird. I mean, it's close to the two of you on circuit. It's close to the two of you in the championship. What's your advantage over him?
27 points.
Well, it might be the points, but is there something in the car, or perhaps you as a driver, that you think has got you the upper hand so far?
Yeah, well, I've got my dad who's all the setup king on my car. We do a lot of testing as well, so to perfect that setup. Friday testing's our main strong point being this year, getting the car set up perfectly for qualifying in the 3 races.
Well, fair play. Sounds like it's all in the setup. Of course, there's only one person who can get done the circuit. It's the driver. Jacob, we wish you the best luck for race number 2 of this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get these minis underway.
Thanks very much, Paul. Good to hear from Jacob Heap, the pace setter in the Cooper class of the championship. That's the naturally aspirated, less powerful cars. They start from the second half of the grid in our mini challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsports Championship. They're up next for the second of their 3 15-minute races this weekend, and then the last race before lunch we'll be back over to Andy McEwen for the Civic Cup. And then we have our lunch break for about an hour while we have the trucks out on the grid for the grid walk. I'm sure Pointy and Co will be down there for that one. I might just join the grid walk this time as well. After the truck race, we'll have the Junior Saloon cars for their third race of the weekend. Then it's back on with the TCR UK Championship, the Audi Cup, more from the Minis, final truck race of the weekend, and the pickup trucks round out the day with their final, which will be a slightly longer race. We now focus on the Mini Challenge Club Sports with AirTech Motorsport. 3 classes on the grid. The two classes for the forced induction cars lead the grid, the S56 and S53 classes. It is Freddie Hewitt, yesterday's winner, who takes pole, the result of race 1, setting the grid for race 2. Freddie Hewitt finally took his first win of the season yesterday. He lines up alongside championship leader in the S56 class, Ollie Wilmot, on the front row of the grid. Second row, Adrian Lingy in car number 77, and treble 7, John Wyatt. We saw him out in his Audi TT earlier on in the Audi Cup. He swapped to his gold liveried BMW Mini for this one. At row 3, it's the Trundleys, father and son, Ian and Ben. Ben won the S53 class yesterday. On row 4, it's number 7, James Dudley from Cardiff, and Paul Sawyer. DJ Paul Sawyer is on row 4. Just checking if Paul's there, because he slowed at the end of yesterday's race and lost the class win. Yes, he is there. Row 5 of the grid, Chris Johnson, 219, number 10, David Gibbons, 469, Lauren Fletcher, alongside 24, Carmen Reeve. The final row of the first half of the grid, 231, Steve Webb, and 55, Simon Sinfield, who retired from yesterday's race, but he is on the grid for this one. Just looking out of the window, I can see him at the back of that first part of the grid. Then there's a gap, and we've got the normally aspirated Coopers, which are led by Jacob Heap, who we just heard from, the number 20, alongside reigning category champion 19, Dan Truman. 33, Jacob Baldry starts alongside 53, Neil Clark in the Union Flag liveried car. 23 is Dan Butcher-Lord alongside 14, Chris Aram. Then we've got 67, Mark Reed. He starts alongside number 12, Colin Wilmot, father of Ollie Wilmot, who's on the front row of the S-Class grid. Colin Wilmot, who had a spin on the first lap of yesterday's race, but was able to rejoin. And at the back of the grid we have number 28, David Taylor, Dundee Dave as we call him, all the way from Scotland to race here this weekend in the TNS racing car. It's had quite a bit of bad luck so far this year, Dave Taylor, so due some better fortunes here. He'll go from the rear of the grid. The car's about to move off on their green flag lap. Freddie Hewitt leads the way, and the car his sister Chloe used to race a few years ago in the Mini Challenge. And Ollie Wilmot has done the vast majority of the winning so far this season. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Hi to Andy, from sponsor of Dan Truman, Sawyer Models. Dan Truman racing in the Cooper class. That's the green, white and red car we can see there. As I said yesterday, don't get me waxing lyrical about model railways, we'll be here all night. Thanks to Gordon Snell, who has reminded me, I said earlier about the last Mercedes to appear in the British Truck Racing Championship. Of course, I got it completely wrong. It was Adam Bint, the last driver to run a Mercedes last season. I don't know why that slipped my mind. Apologies there to Adam. And Stephen Fishburne, ex-Brisker F2 racer, says the pickups did race at Barlow in the Netherlands in 1997. I'd be interesting to see if there's any footage of that, because I've never seen that. So if anybody knows if there's any film of the pickups at the Barlow Oval in the Netherlands, that would be interesting to see. Thanks to all the rest of you for your comments coming in. Had to Toby Pentney, was supporting Callum Eason in Division 2 of the trucks earlier. Keep your comments coming in as we get ready for the second race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. Their best entry of the season so far. We've got 23 cars here. The only car that was absent from the entry list is Andy Langley, number 42, who had a win at Thruxton earlier this season. There's David Taylor at the back in the 28 car for TNS Racing. Team supporting men's mental health here this weekend. It is the grey car of Freddie Hewitt with the green and purple details on it that will be on pole. The white and red of Ollie Wilmot alongside. based in Switzerland, where he works in the skiing industry. And then the British Racing green and gold car of Adrian Lingy scored his first podiums at Pembrey earlier this season. He's being coached by Bradley Gravitt, the son of Rob Gravitt, 1990 British Touring Car champion. There's John Wyatt, the gold car, in gold because he works as a jeweller. He's got quite a collection of race cars, races a VW Golf as well. The Trundleys on row 3, they race in different classes. Ben Trundley won his class yesterday. There's Paul Sawyer, the first of the crafted motorsport cars. That's Paul's team. You have to look at the colour of the wheels of those cars to tell them apart. Their liveries are virtually identical. Paul's got the green wheels. I think the mirror covers are green as well. Simon Sinfield is at the back of that group, first group on the grid, has got purple wheels. And David Gibbons has got orange wheels. That's how you tell them apart. It's Colin Wilmot towards the back. David Taylor. BMW Minis always produce fantastic motorsport. They're great little race cars. We've seen in the trophy class of the Mini Challenge, of course, the top class, the John Cooper Works cars support the British Touring Car Championship. There's Jacob Heap, the Gulf livery car, the powder blue and orange, heading up the Coopers, looking for win number 8 of the season. Hugely popular race car, a popular rally car as well. We've got the Mini Challenge in rallying as well, and rallycross. In position then, ready for race number 2 of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports. Looks like everybody's just about in position on the grid then. And the red light will come on once the marshals signal that everybody's in position. There's the 5-second board. Revs begin to rise. Freddie Hewitt and Ollie Wilmot, arch rivals on track. Great friends off it on the front row. The red light is on. Goes out now and away we go. Freddie Hewitt, always a fast starter. He will lead the way from pole position down towards the first corner at Riches. To Riches they go. Looks like everybody is around okay. The Coopers starting on a delay from behind. Now, we don't normally see that. That's why I was a bit confused there. I've not seen the Coopers start on a time delay before. They normally just go straight off at the back of the first group. So that's a bit different. I've not seen that before. I have to check if there was a bulletin advising of that on the online notice board. But anyway, we are underway. And yes, that was a change for this race. So meanwhile, we have Freddie Hewitt leading the way ahead of Wilmot and Adrian Lingy. Yes, that was a bulletin that came out earlier on the online notice board confirming, yes, the Coopers starting on a 10-second delay. I haven't spotted that. So something a little different. The Coopers will have their own race towards the back of the field. So we've got 2 races in one to watch here. And it's Dan Truman who's taken the lead of the Coopers, ahead of Jacob Heap. Side by side with Jacob Baldry in the 33. And Chris Arams made a good start in the number 14, the green and grey car there. Truman under fire from Jacob Heap. Side by side for the lead of the Cooper class through Hamilton's. Truman just about holds on to his advantage. Meanwhile, the S classes, S56 and S53, are heading down the back straight. Freddie Hewitt holds off Ollie Wilmot for the lead. Lingy in 3rd place, then it's John Wyatt. Rounding out the top 5 is one of the Trundleys. To tell the Trundleys apart, you have to look at the roof colour of the car, because Ben Trundley's got a pink roof. Yeah, looks like he's in 5th place. Battle towards the back of this group, that's Lauren Fletcher under fire from the number 24 of Carmen Reeve. We saw them having a good scrap yesterday as well. The leaders come round towards the completion of their opening lap, and a tangle among the Coopers. Chris Aram sideways, that's taken Jacob Baldry off and it'll scatter everybody else behind. Meanwhile, Jacob Heap has moved to the front of the category. Somehow Chris Aram has survived that without any damage. I don't know how. As up on the outside there down the pit straight comes Ollie Wilmot, trying to take the lead away from yesterday's winner Freddie Hewitt. Which side's he going to go on the hairpin? Great rivalry between these two out on track. into the hairpin. Freddie Hewitt holds the advantage. And Colin Wilmot is off for the second race in a row. Now where has that happened? Pick that up in a moment, but his son Ollie is still chasing for the overall lead. Lingy third, Wyatt fourth. Then it's Ben Trundley, I think, in fifth position. Ian Trundley sixth. Colin Wilmot damage to the front of his car. That's towards the end of the lap after that little contretemps up at Nelson, I think. So he'll be heading for the pits. Not a happy weekend for Colin. Spun on the first lap of yesterday's race and finished towards the back. So Ben Trundley is fifth ahead of Ian. That means Ben leads the S53 class. The title leader in that is Paul Sawyer, and Paul's dropped a long way down. He was down in 12th place at the end of the first lap and only fourth in the class. In the Coopers, meanwhile, Jacob Heap has moved to the front there, ahead of Dan Truman. It looks like it's Dan Butcher-Lord, number 23, third in the category, ahead of Jacob Baldry and Neil Clark. Under the bridge head the leaders. A couple of car lengths in it between Freddie Hewitt and Ollie Wilmot for the lead. John Wyatt rather on his own in fourth in this one. There's Ben Trundley in fifth. Ian Trundley coming under a bit of pressure from Simon Sinfield, who's up to seventh. He started 14th on the grid, so he's made his way through very nicely indeed in the early stages. Let's pick up the Coopers. Here they come. That's one of our photographers there under the bridge. And Butcher Lord coming under fire from third place. From the 33 of Jacob Baldry. Then it's Neil Clark in the 53. Behind Clark we have Chris Aram, who's recovered from his off earlier on. Colin Wilmot, not surprisingly, is in the pits. I think that's the end of his race. Freddie Hewitt continues to lead. He's on the fastest lap of the race, 2:16.859. Leads Ollie Wilmot by 0.3 of a second. It's Adrian Lingy still in third place, chased by the treble 7 of John Wyatt. Through towards Agostini, once again come the leaders. First three have broken away from Wyatt, then there's a bigger gap back to the Trundleys. Ben ahead of Ian Trundley. It's Ben with the pink attachments on his car. And Simon Sinfield is having a good run up there in seventh. James Dudley is eighth in the number 7. Chris Johnston is second of the S53 class. Jacob Baldry at the inside takes third in the Coopers on the hairpin from Dan Butcher-Lord. Behind James Dudley, Chris Johnson, we mentioned, is second in his class. David Gibbons is third in that class, number 10. Have we lost Paul Sawyer? Just looking at the timing screen. Yes, he's pulled into the pits, so not a happy weekend for Paul Sawyer. He could lose the points lead in the S53 class, possibly to Ben Trundley. Freddie Hewitt continues to lead. Here comes Ollie Wilmot, getting close. Look back towards the Coopers as well. That's the battle between Carmen Reeve and Lauren Fletcher at the back of the S group. Car number 14, 10-second penalty for a false start. That's Chris Aram in among the Coopers. I said he was well up in the early stages when we saw him on the first lap. Well, it turns out Chris Aram did jump the start, unfortunately. Black and white flag being shown to number 33. That's Jacob Baldry. There he is, just behind Daniel Truman. There is Chris Aram. He's got a 10-second penalty for a false start, unfortunately. A little bit of damage on the front of his car from when he went off at Nelson earlier on. He got into a bit of a tangle. Ollie Wilmot, I can tell you, has just set the fastest lap of the race. There he is, chasing Freddie Hewitt. 2:16.642 for the number 70. Just past half distance in the second race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. Adrian Lingy keeping the leaders in sight. 1.7 seconds off Wilmot. 2 seconds then covers the first 3. John Wyatt still 4th. Jacob Heap still leads the Coopers in 14th overall. Here go the leaders through Oggies and up towards the right-hander at Williams. Plenty of comments going in from Meg Edwards on our YouTube feed, cheering the drivers on, especially Freddie Hewitt. There's Carmen Reeve, one of our newcomers this weekend, the number 24 in the DCR Motorsport car, and here come the leaders. Now, Ollie Wilmot set the fastest lap last time through, trying to chase down Freddie Hewitt. Up towards the bomb hole. You can see there the dip in the tarmac through that right-hander. They climb out the other side and into Coram. And out towards Murray's at the end of another lap. Waiting to try and pick up the Cooper leaders if we can. There's the Trundleys. There's our S53 class leader, Ben Trundley, with the pink on his roof. Number 20 of Jacob Heap has got a warning for track limits as well, for number 20. And if he transgresses again, he's only 3.5 seconds clear of Dan Truman, so if he does get another transgression and a 5-second penalty, he could lose his class lead. Freddie Hewitt hasn't lost his lead. He's responded with another fastest lap, 2:16.595 for Freddie. He's pulled away by about half a second on that last lap from Ollie Wilmot, who's now trying to close back up again. Adrian Lingy has got a grandstand view of this from 3rd place. John Wyatt still 4th. So no changes really among the leading group. Simon Sinfield in 7th behind the Trundleys, then James Dudley, Chris Johnson and Steve Webb, number 231, is up to 10th. He's taken David Gibbons. Johnson 2nd of the S53s, Gibbons 3rd. Carmen Reeve is next ahead of Lauren Fletcher, 12th and 13th. There's the black and white flag being shown to Jacob Heap, the Cooper class leader. He's 4.2 seconds up on the rest of the pack now. Truman, Baldry and Butcher Lord next. There's Neil Clark. Then Chris Aram, Mark Reed and David Taylor. Mark Reed, the other TNS racing car, as here comes Jacob Baldry, ex-junior saloon car racer, having a go at Dan Truman for 2nd in class. Dan Butcher Lord up there on the outside. Towards Palmer. This is the battle for 2nd in the Coopers. Jacob Heap has escaped at the front of the field. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go as we concentrate on the Cooper field. Now Ollie Wilmot has got the black and white flag, our 2nd placeman. He's just done the fastest 1st and 2nd sectors as Simon Sinfield gets past Ian Trundley up into 6th. This could be Simon's best result so far. He's a newcomer to motorsport with the Crafted Motorsport team run by DJ Paul Sawyer. And a new fastest lap for Wilmot, 2:16.122. He's taken 0.3 of a second out of Freddie Hewitt on that last lap. So Wilmot starting to turn up the pressure. Leaders have already gone through over the line. Adrian Lingy still in 3rd place. 3 minutes to go, so there'll be a couple more laps out of this one. Here are the leaders at Palmer. I think Hewitt still ahead of Wilmot. They pulled away now by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Adrian Lingy. So as so often before, it's just between these two at the front. The only driver who's broken their dominance this season, Hewitt and Wilmot, is Andy Langley at Thruxton, and he isn't here this weekend. Towards Hamilton's. He's getting a bit of curb there on the outside. Tricky corner, that left-hander. Another track limits warning, the black and white flag out for Dan Chalor, number 23. Certainly pushing the limits in these vids, and now Ollie Wilmot is almost with Freddie Hewitt as they come into the Bentley straight. Here he comes. The number 70, the Ski Set Wengen car, is ready to attack Freddie Hewitt for the lead. Hewitt tries to move him to the outside here, but Ollie Wilmot keeps his foot in. He's going to try and get up the inside. Oh, they touch together and Wilmot spins. Round goes Ollie Wilmot. Hewitt over the curb on the inside. Oh, it's all come to a head there coming into Brundle and Nelson. Ollie Wilmot tried to get alongside Freddie Hewitt, but as he tried to pull around him on the run into Nelson, I imagine there was a bit of a rub there between the two of them. Whether Freddie didn't realise he was there, let's have a look again. Yes, contact between the two of them, look, as Wilmot tried to pull round the outside, neither giving way. Wilmot kept the nose in down the inside, and round goes Ollie Wilmot. So it is Freddie Hewitt who will lead them into the last lap, but is his car damaged? Doesn't seem to have slowed down. He goes over the line. Adrian Lingy now in second place in the number 77. And it will be John Wyatt in third. They're into the last lap. There's only a minute left on the clock. Well, Freddie Hewitt was not going to give up the inside line into Brundle, but Ollie Wilmot, I think, thought he could get the inside for the right-hander at Nelson, so he tried to stay alongside Freddie Hewitt, and there just wasn't room for both of them side by side as Ollie tried to pull ahead there. There was contact between the two, and it was Ollie who went spinning out. That's a shame. That battle had to end that way because Wilmot had bided his time there, I think, and was waiting to make that move. But it all came to a head. Meanwhile, this is a battle in the Coopers. This is for second place between Truman and Baldry. They're over 4 seconds down on the leading Cooper of Jacob Heap. He's heading for another class win. Dan Butcher-Lord not far behind these two either. So John Wyatt up into third place then. Wilmot has got going again. He's only lost 2 places. He's in fourth. So Ollie Wilmot still in P4. Clock has counted down to 0. As the Coopers head over the line. Where is Freddie Hewitt? He's on the Bentley straights. Cars escaped without any major damage, that bit of contact. It's going to be a second race win of the weekend for Fast Freddie. Out of Nelson, Adrian Lingy giving chase, equal his best ever result. Now it looks like it's going to be John Wyatt on the podium in third place. Pick up the classes as they cross the line. But it's going to be Freddie Hewitt. Second win of the season and of the weekend, surviving that tangle with Ollie Wilmot. Here he comes out of the final corner at Murray's. Checkered flag is in sight, and it's going to be a win for Fast Freddie Hewitt in car number 5. He takes the victory. 2 out of 2 this weekend. Adrian Lingy comes over in second, and we await the gold machine of John Wyatt for third. He completes the podium. Ollie Wilmot recovers for 4th place after he went off. And it's going to be Ben Trundley in 5th, the second class win of the weekend for him in S53. Who's going to come through for 6th? Ian Trundley comes over in 6th. Oh, Simon Sinfield's pulled over again. I think that's exactly the same place he stopped yesterday as well. He was on for his best ever result. He was in P6. So it's Ian Trundley 6th, Steve Webb is 7th, Chris Johnson will be 8th, and 9th is James Dudley. It's going to be David Gibbons to complete the top 10. What about the Coopers? Well, Jacob Heap has driven away at the front of them again after Dan Truman led the early going. It's going to be class win number 8 this season for Jacob Heap. He's surely heading to the Cooper class title this year. Carmen Reeve has crossed the line in 11th place. Here's the battle for second in the Coopers. Dan Truman's got Jacob Baldry on his tail. Dan Butcher-Lord behind them. Round Coram past the show truck paddock, and Jacob Baldry has a look up the inside. Don't think he's going to get alongside the Sawyer Models car. Across the line they come. Jacob Heap wins the Cooper class. Is it going to be Dan Truman in second? It certainly is. And Jacob Baldry in third in class. Or was it? There was a photo finish there. Dan Butcher-Lord got alongside Jacob Baldry. Yes, he got him on the line. So Butcher-Lord gets third in class. Just on the line from Jacob Baldry. This race has got so many twists and turns in it. Neil Clark is next home. Then Mark Reed. It should be Chris Aram next after his penalty was applied. And David Taylor will be the final finisher. The car's being signalled into the paddock. There's David Taylor, the last man across the line. Provisional result then, Freddie Hewitt's taking the win by 1.8 seconds over Adrian Lingy, and John Wyatt completing the podium ahead of Ollie Wilmot, who recovered from that spin to come home in fourth. The Trundleys next, with Ben winning Class S53, Steve Webb in 7th place, Chris Johnson second in class, and David Gibbons third as he rounds out the top 10. Behind them were Carmen Reeve, Lauren Fletcher, Jacob Heap in 13th wins the Coopers ahead of Dan Truman, Dan Butcher-Lord third on the line ahead of Jacob Baldry, then Neil Clark, Mark Reed, Chris Aram, who got that penalty for the false start, and David Taylor round out the finishers. The unlucky Simon Sinfield was on for 6 but dropped out on the last lap. We also lost Paul Sawyer and Colin Wilmot. Let's head down to Paul in Parc Ferme.
What a race, ladies and gentlemen, and well, we may have had some regulars back on the podium, but we do have a new driver on the podium as well. But of course we come to our race winner from the second of the races on Mini Challenge Clubsport of Airtech Motorsport here at Snetterton this weekend. It's Freddie Hewitt. Freddie, we caught up with you after race 1 yesterday, and you said be able to take the win, a bit of a home advantage. Looks like that home advantage worked out for you twice now.
It does. I mean, me and Ollie had a bit of contact in that, so I don't know if this race might end up in a steward's room, but we'll find out. It felt like he squeezed me, but we'll look back at the footage and make a real assumption then.
Oh, indeed, fair play. I mean, it all happens in the heat of the moment, and afterwards you have to review it. But given that, tough race out there then, and of course, it's boiling hot at the circuit, so I can imagine running right on the limit.
It's boiling hot inside the car as well. Yeah, but the front tyres are just going off towards the end, but we're trying to manage it best we can.
Oh, fair play. So with that, of course, provisional winner until otherwise informed, race number 3 this afternoon. Can you at least on the road look to make it 3 from 3?
That's the aim. We can do it in 2, so why not 3?
I love the spirit, Freddie. Congratulations for the time being. Thank you for your time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue the theme of speaking to our podium finishers. We're now going to come to none other than, I'll get his name right this time, because I called him David yesterday, but it is none other than Adrian Lingy as we come over to him. Adrian, you got time for a couple of words? Second place here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Looked as though it was a bit of a runaway race for the front runners at least, but still, you were very solidly in third.
Yeah, it was good. We picked up the pace from yesterday, managed to keep with the top 2, but I still couldn't get with them. But we got closer, we stayed with them, which is really good. So, really happy.
Now, getting closer to them, that's an achievement in itself, of course, given the pace of the field. What do you think you found compared to yesterday?
We found a bit more pace in the car, changed the setup slightly, and it's just helped top line speed. So they were basically pulling away on the straights and just couldn't keep up. So yeah, changed the setup, a bit faster, but we're not quite there. But yeah.
Well, little by little you're getting there. So race number 3, surely you've got to be there.
Well, let's see what happens. Who knows?
Well, wish you the best of luck for race 3. Until then, congrats on the second place.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Here from our second place finisher there of none other than Adrian Lingy. And well, I think we're now going to come to our third place finisher as he just shakes the hand of the winner. John, I mean, I think coming to the end of this one, did you expect to be on the podium? Because you've made it onto the podium and with the absolute golden machine.
I hope so to be on the podium. As I was 14th yesterday in quali, and then 4th early yesterday, and then getting a 3rd. Who knows where we'll end up. But first time back out in gold as well.
Well, golden performance from yourself. I mean, coming through the field, and of course, race number 3. Sounds like you've got a few aces up your sleeve. You're going to give the front runners a good run for their money.
I'll do my best. I've got nothing to lose.
Oh, I'm loving the spirit. Well, until then, congrats on the third place. We'll see you next.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
and we'll see John in the next race this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So that's your top three of what was none other than round number 11 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. They've got one more race this afternoon and a new name on the podium in the form of John White alongside Freddie Hewitt and David Lingi. There's a bit of controversy perhaps at the front, but still we'll see what happens in race 3 then. But until then, we've now got some Civics, and to get you up to speed with that, it was none other than Andy McEwen who had an interview earlier on with Wesley Swain, and that'll set us up very nicely for their next race this weekend.
Wesley Swain started ninth, finished ninth in yesterday's first race, but there's no such thing as a dull Civic Cup race, is there, Wes? I'm sure you were right in the thick of that midfield battle. You enjoy that one?
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, I went into it thinking I wanted to move forward, and that never happened, but it's given me a good start for today, so I'm happy.
It's so tough, isn't it? I mean, we obviously understandably end up focusing on the front runners quite a bit, but wherever you are on the grid, it's like you just get locked into these battle packs, and the cars are identical, the drivers are so evenly matched, but that's part of the joy of this thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no matter where you are, it's always as tough. So you just gotta stick to it and try and survive the battles.
People always talk in Civic Cup about FN2 versus EP3. It seems about as even as we've ever seen, but is there an advantage for either car here? You're obviously in one of the newer FN2s.
It depends where you are and what you're looking at. I mean, they're very different, but they put out the same performance more or less. So depending on the track and the day, there's differences between them, but after all, they're all competitive, they all compete well together.
And Snetterton's one of those tracks where it's got a bit of everything, isn't it? Fast stuff, tight stuff, I guess that balances out. Is it a track you enjoy driving?
I do enjoy Snet. It's a long lap, so it can be frustrating on the quali, you know. You got a lot of delta to race against, but it's a good track to lap, it's a good track to race. There's lots of points where you can have good battles, good overtakes. It's just, yeah, it's a good track.
Race 2 coming up then, reverse grid of course as well, so you're going to be up near the pointy end. Good opportunity this.
Yeah, actually to get a good start and get my head down, I think, because there'll be a lot of scrapping behind me and maybe in front of me, depending on where I end up. But yeah, classic Civic Cup reverse grid, who knows what's going to happen.
Hopefully behind you, that's the plan, right? Yeah. Wesley Swain will be starting front row for our second race coming up shortly. So Wesley Swain then, as I said, gunning for a good result. He will be starting from the front row of this grid for the second race of the weekend for the Civics, their second and final race, only a double header for the Civics here at Snetterton, and it's Matt Wilkins who will start from pole position, and that's quite significant because he is one of our championship contenders. This is how the rest of the day looks then. The Civic Cup out next. We'll then have a lunch break, during which I believe we're going to head out onto the grid with Pointy to chat to some of our British truck racing drivers. They will then race at 20 to 2. 2:15 will be our final Junior Saloon Car Championship racing of the weekend before the second TCR UK Championship race kicks off at around about 10 to 3. That also featuring a partially reversed grid. That's followed immediately by the Audi Cup. Then the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport will have their third and final race. More trucks then at 4:25, and it all finishes with the final Pickup Truck Racing Championship race at 5 p.m. So we've got a busy weekend, a busy afternoon ahead for you. We've got you set, we've got you covered between now and the end of the day. No need to go anywhere, especially because the Civics are now starting to rock up on the grid. Let's take you through that grid then. Matt Wilkins and Wesley Swain on row 1. Daniel Petters, he was pretty feisty yesterday, and he's got some good pace in the number 86 car. He starts third alongside Will Butler. Then Jake Hewlett, who was championship leader coming into the weekend, he starts fifth alongside Jake Renshaw. Sean McGovern, 7th on the grid. He did initially get given a grid penalty after race 1, but that was overturned this morning, so he'll start 7th ahead of Josh Bromley, and then the top 10 completed by not the top 2 finishers from yesterday's race. Alistair Camp was second in yesterday's race. It should have then been Dave Marshall 10th on the grid, but he was given a five-place grid penalty, which was not overturned, and so our race 1 winner will start 15th. Francisco Howard therefore inherits 10th. Charlie Constable and Louis Austin row 6. Row 7, Spencer Stevenson, he needs to try and move forward from there, and Aidan Mitchell. Dave Marshall, as I said, with that 5-place grid penalty, he keeps the win from yesterday, but he will have to start this one from 15th with maximum success ballast on board as well. You carry the ballast based on where you finish, not where you're starting this one, with Jamie Petters, brother of Dan, starting alongside him on row 8. 9th row for Harry McGovern. with Charlie Budd alongside him. Then it's Ben Bateman and Freddie Ingram, with Joseph Dalgano and William Butt on row 11. And row 12, Adam Parker, who's desperately hunting for his first point of the season, and he's got Mark Hughes for company on row number 12. And then it will be 13th row for Imitar Murag, Paul Luty alongside the Tunnocks man with Josh Files. Now, Josh Files had issues yesterday. I haven't yet had a chance to speak to Josh, helpfully, to find out what the issue was. He's a guest driver this weekend, is the former TCR frontrunner, but he will be taking the start from 27th, hopefully. Doesn't score championship points, though, as a guest driver. Jack Riddell does. I spoke to him earlier on. He had contact with a tyre stack up at Hamilton early on in yesterday's race. That damaged the steering. Then he had an engine issue at the end of the race. They put a new engine in that number 19 car, and he hopefully will be able to put that to good effect in race number 2. So that's the grid. The storylines then starting to set themselves up for this one. And one of those storylines is, of course, the championship battle, which is going on, which has been updated after yesterday's race, courtesy of Phil Kinch. Phil not here this weekend, but I know he's watching from home, and he is keeping us up to date with the current live point situation. Jake Hewlett still leads the championship, but now by only 2 points over Dave Marshall. How quick things can change. Dave was, I think off the top of my head, 15th. 5th or worse in the championship coming into this weekend, and he's now second and only 2 points off the top. Alistair Camp is then a further 12 points back in third. He's got an 8-point lead over Wilf Butler, who moves up to fourth. Spencer Stevenson's 8 points further back in fifth. He's then 2 points ahead of Matt Wilkins, who is sixth. Matt Wilkins came into the weekend second, so it's so tight. I mean, you could actually continue going on. Really, the top 8 drivers are covered by 47 points, which when you consider you get 40 points for a race win is nothing, really. So this is going to keep on chopping and changing as we move through the rest of the season. We do have drop scores to take into account. The points I just gave you do actually take into account those drop scores. But you only get, I think off the top of my head, you only get 1 drop score over the course of the season. So actually, those who've had a non-finish so far this year, and there are many of them. Jake Hewlett has had a non-finish, championship leader. Dave Marshall's had a non-finish. I don't think Alistair Camp has, to be fair. No, Camp is dropping 24 points for a 6th place finish, that would have been, earlier in the year. Where was that? That was... sorry, 2 drop scores it is, isn't it? He had 2 finishes outside of the top half dozen at Thruxton. But you take my point, we're early in the season, well, halfway through the season now, and many drivers have already used up their drop scores. There will be others that could end up earning some points back a bit later on in the year. So this point situation, as tight as it is now, could get even tighter as we move into the second part of the season. So the car's released onto the green flag lap, and after that we'll be away and racing for 15 minutes again. I say we're at the halfway point of the season. We've got this race to come today, 3 more events still coming up, and in reasonably quick succession, at least the next couple. Donington Park National Circuit is up next, then we head to Alton Park's Island Circuit. That will not be a round of the British Truck Racing Championship, of course. Trucks don't race at Alton Park, but it will be alongside TCR. And then it all finishes, as has become tradition these days, really, for Civic Cup and TCR UK at the magnificent Bonfire Weekend event, the Truck Series finale, with the fireworks on and off the track normally at Brands Hatch in November, the start of November. So that's when all of our championships will be wrapped up, and I suspect decided on that finals day at Brands Hatch, and it's certainly going to be an event to circle on your calendar, I think, as we move into the back end of the year. So this race, I think, is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Matt Wilkins on the front row, as I said, came into the weekend second in the championship for Motion Motorsport, 6th after yesterday's race, but he's only 30 points off the top, and he starts on pole position. We know Matt is quick. He's had a strong season so far, had a win at Thruxton, which was his first win, I think, in the championship. I don't think he... did a couple of appearances last year, I think, Matt Wilkins, but I don't remember him winning a race. So Matt Wilkins with a win at Thruxton. He's had other podium finishes as well throughout the year. The race yesterday was a drop score for him, so he's pretty much not fully used up his drop scores. It was an 11-point score. He's dropping 12 in total, but he can't really afford another bad result. Starts at the front though, so that's a good start for him. And Wesley Swain is 10th in the points, so doesn't really have a championship battle to worry about too much. He's just going to be going for a really good result if he can get it. Wes has a win. Remember, Wes, I'd forgotten this, won the first race of the season at Brands Hatch, and we were all saying then, oh yeah, he's going to be a title contender this year, and he's 75 points off the top because it's just not gone his way over recent events. And he would love to get his season back on track here with a win. Then Dan Petters and Wilf Butler. Wilf Butler definitely a title contender. He's 4th in the points. Jake Hewlett, the championship leader, is next, followed by Jake Renshaw. So it's a good mix of title contenders and drivers who just want to try and get on the podium at the front end of the grid, and then quite a few further back, of course, who have a lot of ground to try and make up, namely yesterday's winner Dave Marshall. So that was a discussion that rumbled on through the night and into this morning as well. The Dave Marshall and Sean McGovern contacts, plural. They had contact initially at the Wilson Hairpin when Dave Marshall managed to get through into what was at the time 2nd position. He, of course, then went on to chase after Alistair Camp and overtake him to claim the win. But there was a bit of contact with Sean McGovern on the way. McGovern then gave it back to him down at Agostini a couple of corners later. They both were initially handed a 5-place grid penalty. They both kept their finishing positions, but they were both handed a 5-place grid penalty, and more to the point, penalty points, which can't be dropped from your points total at the end of the year. And anyway, Sean McGovern appealed that overnight. The appeal was heard this morning and was indeed upheld. So the result, the penalty was rescinded, the penalty points disappeared for Sean McGovern, and his grid penalty went with it. Dave Marshall did not appeal, and so he settles for 15th on the grid, but still keeps the points for that race win, his 2nd win of the season. And it's been such a competitive season that there aren't many drivers, in fact there might not be any other driver who's won 2 races this season. This is probably another Phil Kinch question, but I'm just glancing down the Jake Hewlett's won twice. He won a race at Brands Hatch, he also won a race at Thruxton. He's had 2 wins. Marshall's had 2. Alistair Camp has only had 1, that coming last time out at Pembrey. Wilf Butler has 1, that was at Brands Hatch, the reverse grid race. Spencer Stevenson, who is 5th in the championship, has not won yet, so he's the highest placed driver in the points without a win. But I am reasonably confident in saying that only Jake Hewlett and Dave Marshall have 2 victories to their name. And, well, you'd have to say if either of them are likely to do it in this race, it's more likely to be Jake Hewlett starting from 5th on the grid, which is more or less where he started yesterday, I seem to recall. So Jake Hewlett in the green and black Civic, which had pole position and won on the road the first race of the season at Brands Hatch, but was then disqualified, did manage to bounce back and win the 3rd race of that weekend. He hasn't won since race number 4 of the season at Thruxton. He is going to be one to keep an eye on, I think, from the 3rd row of the grid. The back row of the grid is in position, I believe. The green flag's been waved, the 5-second board is held aloft, and 15 minutes of Civic Cup racing about to get underway for the 2nd time here at Snetterton. Away we go, and Matt Wilkins gets away really nicely there from pole position. Wilf Butler had a good launch as well by the looks of it there, and it's side by side, in fact, between Wes Swain and Daniel Petters. So it was Swain who was a little bit slow away, Campy there in the black and pink car at the inside of Josh Bromley, and that was McGovern, I think, who was very slow going into Riches. That happened right in front of Josh Bromley, who had to throw the anchor out to avoid running into the back of Sean McGovern, who mysteriously slowed through the first turn. They're all still there. There is McGovern, the yellow and green car on the outside line, still going, but obviously having lost a fair bit of ground. Wilkins, though, holds on to the lead. It is Swain in 2nd. No, it's not, it's Petters 2nd, sorry. Swain 2nd. Start that again. Petters 2nd, Swain 3rd, and Will Butler in 4th position as they round Palmer's and head to Agostini for the first time. Wesley Swain just having a look, in fact more than a look, he has a big lunge up the inside of Daniel Petters to try and reclaim 2nd place. Look at Josh Files as well, carving through on the inside line. We expected him to rocket up the order. Regular race winner in this category when he raced a full season in it a little while back. He is once again proving why he was able to win and challenge for a championship that year. Jake Hewlett not just challenging for a championship, leads the championship currently, and he's round the outside of Wilf Butler for 4th there through Oggies. Did that pay off? They're still side by side, but Hewlett on the wrong side of the road really, outside line there through Williams, and I think had to drop back into line before Alistair Camp came and started attacking him. Camp, remember, 3rd in the championship and only 14 points behind Jake Hewlett, so that's quite a significant battle going on for 5th position as they drop into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. So Wilkins with a decent lead now over the battling Swain and Petters. Single file for the leaders. Oh, Josh Bromley there sideways. That might have been contact. I couldn't see if it was contact or just cold rear tyres, but certainly a big slide for Josh Bromley, who had bits of rear bodywork, well, a big bit of rear bodywork hanging off after yesterday's race. I think it stayed attached this time, but Josh Bromley having a very lively opening lap. So too is Alistair Camp, who is up behind Jake Hewlett. So Campy from 9th on the grid is into 6th by my reckoning as we come towards the end of the opening lap. So down the main straight they go, and in towards Rich's corner. There's already a time penalty for Wes Swain. 10-second time penalty for Wesley Swain. He runs 2nd on the road for jumping the start. So that is a disaster for Wes. There he is, look, he's ahead of Dan Petters, but the car that is 2nd on the road has a time penalty to be applied post-race, and that was something we saw for Harry Blore, of course, another youngster in a Honda, albeit in the TCR race earlier on. Creeping before the lights go out will get you a penalty. It's a judge of fact who will check that, and you can't really argue with it, unfortunately, so that's a penalty incoming for him. There goes Sean McGovern, by the way. Struggling a bit, McGovern, isn't he? In fact, he's behind Dave Marshall, ironically. A couple of places behind Dave Marshall, who is already into the top 10 from 15th on the grid, despite all of the success ballast that he's carrying now. So Dave Marshall, there he is at the front of that pack that just came through at the back of Shot in 10th position, just behind Spencer Stevenson, actually, who's up nicely from 13th to 9th, as here Wilf Butler has a go at Daniel Petters for 3rd. 3rd on the road, but actually on corrected time, 2nd, because the car ahead of them, Wesley Swain, has a 5-second penalty to be applied. But he is still physically there at the front of that queue. Matt Wilkins, though, is checking out, isn't he? He's gone. Wilkins with a big lead over Wes Swain. It was 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. He's taken so far on this lap another 3/10 or so out of him, with Swain, Petters, Butler, Hewlett, Camp and Jake Renshaw all in a long line now, battling over 2nd position. Then it's Bromley and Spencer Stevenson being caught by Dave Marshall, who just wants to try and get some solid points in this race. It's going to be one of those seasons, I think, where the points just ebb and flow race after race, and the driver that jumps to the front of the championship table after one race could well be 5th again by the end of the next one. That, I think, is what's going to start happening even in this race, potentially, for the likes of Marshall, who jumped up from 6th to 2nd in the points, and is potentially now on course to lose a bit of ground once again. Leaders then, or the leader, singular, blasts past the pits. Matt Wilkins with now a 2-second lead and a new fastest lap to boot. That's worth a bonus point, remember, which is vital in the championship. Swain, Petters, Butler, Hewlett, Camp and Renshaw are next. And then Bromley, Stevenson and Marshall completing the top 10. Good battles going on further back. Oh dear, that's an ambitious lunge, I think, from Charlie Constable, that was, wasn't it, trying to gain ground. Josh Files, by the way, is in 13th already. So Josh Files, having started 27th after the mechanical issues that took him out of contention yesterday, is already up into 13th position. Now remember, he doesn't score championship points as a guest driver, but he's still on course potentially for a really good result, as is Will Butler, who gets up the inside of Daniel Petters, and that is for 3rd position on the road. Remember, 2nd on corrected times. If he can complete the manoeuvre, of course. He's still alongside Petters as they turn through Hamilton, and Daniel is still there, hanging tough around the outside. That's the inside then for Oggie's corner, where he comes back at Wilf Butler, and that might now open the door for Jake Hewlett. It does open the door for Jake Hewlett, because Butler runs out wide. Can Jake get up the inside into Williams? We'll have to wait and see. No, not quite. Wilf Butler able to fend him off, and in fact, by taking the tight line to try and attack there, Jake Hewlett ends up losing momentum, and all of a sudden, one of his big championship rivals, Alistair Camp, is right behind him, although Wilf Butler's also one of his championship rivals, in fairness, right in front of him. Wilf might not be in front of him for much longer, though, because he's having another go now, getting past Daniel Petters as they head into the Brundle-Nelson sequence. He's on the outside line, though, and needs to be careful here, Wilf. Jake Hewlett could take advantage of that. no, not quite able to get up alongside into the bomb hole. Another good pack of cars behind, but a contact there, Ben Bateman that was, into the back of somebody, and another car going very wide just behind them in 21st place that would have been, which I think was Adam Parker, whose car at least is still running after it's been plagued with mechanical issues so far this season. Across the line comes the leader, Matt Wilkins. Loses a 10th actually to Wes Swain that time. Wes Swain at 2 minute 10.70 is a new fastest lap of the race. So Wesley Swain with a fractionally quicker lap, only half a 10th quicker than the race leader, but we still have 8 minutes of this race to go. That's Francisco Howitt, I think, yes, battling away with Jamie Petters, who tries to go around the outside of him through Rich's corner. That is a brave move to try and make. Not sure whether he was able to complete that one. This battle between Wilf Butler and Jake Hewlett continues on as well, with Butler for now keeping hold of the place. There goes Josh Files, the blue and yellow car with the headlights ablaze, still in 13th, but he's catching this big pack of cars, which essentially takes him up to the podium. Of course, he'll have a hard job overtaking them all, but he's definitely got pace in that number 99 car. Run by Area Motorsport, of course, who he's had a long-standing relationship with. And great to have Josh back on the grid, even if it is just a one-off outing, we believe, at the moment. Back out towards the end of another lap we go. Dave Marshall there under a bit of threat from Aidan Mitchell by the looks of it for 10th position. The leaders, though, emerge through the heat haze. And that lead gap still pretty static. Someone well out of line. What's that all about? Is that Jake Renshaw? It is, isn't it? I think he's probably trying to cool the car down. We heard a couple of the TCR drivers saying they were having to do that earlier on today. It's even warmer now than it was this morning, needless to say. And so, yeah, drivers just trying to stay out of the warm air that blasts out of the back of these very hot racing cars. And they lose the slipstream by doing that, but at least it stops the engine from overheating, in theory. Leaders down into Brundle and Nelson. Sorry, Murray's, I should say, at the end of the lap. The tight left-hander that takes them past the pits. And it's not been your typical reverse grid race, this, has it? We've not had the usual fireworks, but it's really just because the entirety of the top 10 in any given race, if you give them track position, will probably be able to hang on and win. And that's sort of what we've seen here, really. Matt Wilkins, who finished only 10th yesterday, disappearing up the road now, given some clean air. I do still think there's some battling to be done behind, though, with that second place battle in particular, and this battle that continues to rage on, as Bateman there has is it Will Butt to his outside? I think it must have been. No, it wasn't Will Butt, it was Francisco Howitt, I think, wasn't it, they were battling with? No, I'll get this right in a minute. It's Joseph Dalgarno who is in behind the 93 of Bateman. It confused me, though, because he wasn't showing there on the timing tower. We don't have a 19th place runner on the timing tower for reasons. But we do have Joseph Dalgarno in 19th position. Puncture for Constable. So that is Charlie Constable, left front puncture now. It's very rare to have a tyre wear related puncture or a tyre overheating related puncture on these cars. I suspect he's nipped that on a curb or contact with another car maybe. There are a few spots where if you run over the back edge of a curb, there's quite a big drop down, and the drop isn't so bad, but trying to get back onto the track, you have to go over that lip and it can very easily pop a tyre off a rim. I wonder if that's what's happened to Charlie Constable. Now, looking out of the window, there is a drive-through penalty for Matt Wilkins being shown on the starting gantry outside the commentary box. I haven't seen anything on the timing screen, but the LED board across from my commentary position says drive-through penalty, car 84, Matt Wilkins. Now, that's the race leader. Obviously, I'm sure you've been following the race, you knew that already, but what the penalty's for, I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, drive-through penalty, car 84, but no notification as to what that's for. So Matt Wilkins will see that now. He's been controlling this race beautifully from the front of the field, but we believe he has a penalty. So Matt Wilkins then is not now in a position to win the race, but nor, of course, is Wesley Swain, because he's got a 5-second penalty, or 10-second penalty, sorry, was it, for the jump start. So Daniel Petters is actually leading the race now, we believe. So essentially, yes, the second car in this queue is now leading, if you followed any of that. I'm truly baffled as to what that's for, though, because I don't think I've seen even a warning for anything for Wilkins. He's not been warned about track limits or any start infringement. I really don't know what that's all about, but car 84 is being given a drive-through penalty. So, there is Matt Wilkins. I wish I could give you more information, but that's all I've got at the moment. The black flag I can see being unfurled outside of my commentary box position, and it's being shown for this car. So Matt Wilkins is destined for the pit lane. Oh my word, this is destined for a crash, I think, down at Agostini. That was a very brave lunge up the inside. That was Will Butts trying to get past Ben Bateman as they went through the tight left-hand hairpin. So, reset then. The battle for third on the road is now the battle for the win, with Daniel Petters in position maybe to win, and Wilf Butler, Jake Hewlett and Alistair Camp queuing up behind to try and challenge him. Now, my next question, and again this is going to be a Phil Kinch question I suspect, Daniel Petters, I don't believe, has ever won a race. He's had podiums. I don't remember Daniel Petters claiming a win. I'm prepared to be wrong, but if I am, someone will tell me, I'm sure. But this could be a huge moment if, of course, he can keep proven race winners, Will Butler, Jake Hewlett and Alistair Camp at bay. And that's looking a bit difficult now, isn't it? Because Will Butler is all over him as they come past the line to start what is disappointingly the final lap of the race, just as things are starting to get good. Wilkins has been in to serve the penalty, by the way, so Wesley Swain leads on the road, but that time penalty means that it will be Dan Petters that's actually in position to lead if he can stay where he is. Phil Kinch has confirmed that Dan's best finish is second place at Alton Park last year. He's also shown as having had a couple of second places this year, actually, but they may not have actually been second places, I suppose. Look at this, he's run wide at the hairpin though, and Will Button's up the inside. There's been drama further back for somebody. Bateman right over the curb down at Nelson, but we need to see what's going on in the battle essentially for the race winner on the final lap of the race, and Will Butler is going around the outside of Daniel Petters at Palmer's. This could open the door for Jake Hewlett, the championship leader, joining in the black and green car. How aggressive is he willing to be? He goes to the inside of Butler, who is still fishing around the outside of Daniel Petters. This is for the win, and they're absolutely on top of each other as they head out of Agostini and up towards Hamilton. Wilf Butler will try and hang it tough round the outside through the left-hand kink. That gives him the inside line for Oggies, but he's squeezed over the curb, he's over the grass. Jake Hewlett's going to go around the outside of him. He's almost into the back of Daniel Petters. This is too close to call. How wide goes Hewlett? Two wheels in the dirt, and this could be allowing Daniel Petters off the hook because Wilf Butler gets back ahead of Jake Hewlett. Alistair Camp now gets to the inside. That has real significance in the championship battle, and Daniel Petters might not have to defend too hard as they head down the back straight. So Wesley Swain is going to have a penalty at the end of this race. We can ignore the FN2 that leads the pack. It is who comes home behind him that matters. Daniel Petters in a good position for now. Jake Hewlett there just about fending off Alistair Camp. Is he? Maybe. No, they're almost overlapping coming out of Nelson. But yes, I think Jake Hewlett will keep him at bay. Josh Bromley and Jake Renshaw joining in that battle as well. But I think Daniel Petters has got enough now. He's got a couple of Civic lengths lead over Wilf Butler as we come through Coram for the final time, and it looks to me as though it's going to be a race victory for Daniel Petters. Josh Bromley there launching to the inside of Jake Renshaw at the final corner. They trade a little bit of paint. The checkered flag is being waved though, and it's going to be Wesley Swain who sees the checkered flag first, but with a penalty he will drop down the order, and Daniel Petters will win in the Civic Cup at Snetterton by just over a tenth of a second in the end, from Wilf Butler in second, Jake Hewlett in third, Alistair Camp fourth, and Jake Renshaw to complete the top five in a remarkable race. Well, I said that we hadn't had the usual reverse grid fireworks in that one, but they certainly came in the last few laps. I still have no idea what the penalty was for Matt Wilkins. There was nothing on the timing screen. I'll try and find out if I can when I go over to do the podium interviews in a moment or two, but we know that Wesley Swain's penalty, 5 seconds, was 10 seconds right the first time, was a start procedure infringement. But for some reason, Matt Wilkins, who finished 13th, by the way, after that drive-through penalty, was given a drive-through and loses what looked like a nailed-on victory. So Daniel Petters, then, is your winner for the first time in the Civic Cup. Wilf Butler and Jake Hewlett join him on the podium. Here are the results, with Daniel Petters the winner, Wilf Butler second, Jake Hewlett third, Alistair Camp fourth, and Jake Renshaw in fifth position. Then it's Spencer Stevenson in sixth, Josh Bromley seventh, Dave Marshall eighth from 15th on the grid. Good effort that from Dave with maximum ballast. Aidan Mitchell was ninth, and Josh Files completes the top 10 from 27th on the grid. Brilliant race that for Josh. He was only 5.6 seconds off the eventual race winner, having started 27th on the grid. So that's the top 10. I'm going to leave Dave Goddard to run you through the rest of the results, because again, I've got to dash over to the Parc Fermé area. You'll be hearing from me shortly with our latest winner in the Civic Cup.
Okay, yes, thanks to Andy. So beyond the top 10 results of the Civic Cup second race, Sean McGovern was 11th, the penalty dropping Wesley Swain down to 12th place, and Matt Wilkins, after his drive-through penalty, rejoined and finished in 13th. Charlie Budd was 14th. Jamie Petters, brother of the race winner, was 15th, ahead of Francisco Howitt. Completing the top 10-20 were Freddie Ingram, Will Butts, Joe Delgado and Ben Bateman. Adam Parker got involved in a bit of a tangle there. He was in 21st, ahead of Mark Hughes. Then Austin Morag, Constable after he pulled into the pits. We lost Jack Riddell and Paul Luty. So we'll be going into the lunch break shortly. We'll wait for Andy to dash over to Parc Fermé. The marshals checking on the lights as well. A flag start in that race as well. A rare sight indeed. And he caught out Wesley Swain. We go racing again in about 50 minutes' time with the British Truck Racing Championship, followed by the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and then Andy's back over for TCR and Audi Cup, and then 3 more races after that. Minis, trucks and pickups to round off this weekend here at Snetterton. We're back on BARC TV next Saturday. It's a one-day event from Alton Park in Cheshire, and we will have the Caterham Championships in action at the picturesque Alton Park venue. I'm certainly looking forward to that one. And then after that, we go on into August. The trucks next in action at Donington Park, August the 8th and 9th for Convoy in the park. I think we can now head down to Parc Fermé. Andy's made it across the track and over to Parc Fermé on the infield, and he will be ready with the winner of our Civic Cup race, the first win for Dan Petters.
Well done. Well, what drama in the Civic Cup. The result on the road in the end, not the result in which they line up in Parc Fermé. It is a first ever victory in the championship for Daniel Petters, who I think is just over there. So we're going to have to dive into another conversation, I think, and interrupt and speak to our race winner, Daniel. Daniel, come over this way. And then we'll get you in front of your car, because that is a moment that your sponsors are going to want to join in the celebrations for as well. At long last, you get the win. In slightly confusing circumstances, admittedly, but you must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, man, that has been a hell of a long time coming. I've been circuit racing now for 8 years, and I've been so close on so many occasions, but that's the first time to actually get a win. I'd like to have been the first car across the line on the track, but, you know, these things happen, don't they? And I'm not going to turn it down, so I'm dead happy with that.
Well, you were the first one home that didn't do anything wrong, that's for sure. He didn't pick up a penalty. Almost went wrong, though, on the last lap, didn't it? Will started having a nibble. Jake was in there. You must have been thinking, no, surely I'm not going to lose it.
Yeah, that was pretty tense, and I'll be honest, it wouldn't be the first time I've lost one in circumstances like that. But no, it was a great battle with them boys, and you know that's what makes Civic Cup great, isn't it? You've got battles like that all the way along. It ain't over till it's over, is it? But you know, I just can't thank my family and my team and everyone enough for all of the work over the last 8 years to make this happen, and it's quite a good feeling.
I mean, yes, over the last 8 years, it will feel like a long time coming, but you've been knocking on the door of this for a while. Your pace has really improved over the last 12, 18 months or so. Now you've got this off your back. Do you think there are more to come?
I hope so. They say the first one's the hardest, don't they? But, you know, we made a big change on the car last night, and I've got to thank Dave Marshall for the advice last night. We spent about an hour and a half chatting in his tent last night, and yeah, he gave me some good advice, and that's paid off nicely. So yeah, hopefully that's first of many.
If you do keep winning, you might live to regret that, I suppose. But hey ho, he's a nice bloke, isn't he, Dave?
Oh, he's a top bloke. Absolutely top bloke.
Nice stuff. Congratulations, Daniel. Really, really nice to have a new winner in the Civic Cup. Now, second position was Wilf Butler, who's over there. Let's dive in, shall we? Wilf, congratulations on the podium, and you gave it a proper good go to try and get the win on that last lap as well. Were you fully aware of the situation with the penalties? Did you know that was for the win?
Yeah. I was looking around and I was thinking, well, we're this close, I've been challenging him all race, may as well go for it. So that's what I tried to do, but he was brilliant at defending, and I had the cars behind, so I was thinking, got to try and make a reasonable move and, like normal, but yeah, it was good racing.
And every move is crucial, right? Because we've got about half a dozen of you within basically no points at all. You're one of those competing for the championship. Do you have a championship hat on at the moment, or are you still just going for race results?
I think definitely got a championship hat on, especially with all the ballast. I mean, if you're not thinking about that, then the championship's not going to go your way. So, yeah, we were thinking, coming into here, we had a few bad results from before when we should have had some good ones. So, tried to get maximum points this weekend and, yeah, came away with a good result.
Are you surprised that you're in contention for a championship first time off? Because let me tell you, I've covered this championship for a while. It's not normal for someone to come in first year and sort of crack it immediately. Is this what you sort of expected to happen?
Not really. We sort of came into the year thinking top 10, that would be good, but we'd done some testing beforehand and the pace was looking good. But then racing in this championship is a whole different ball game. So, yeah, I was really happy with it, especially after Brand, then immediately you switch your thought process. So, yeah, it's been amazing so far.
And another solid weekend. Congratulations, Wilf Butler, back on the podium in the Civic Cup. Third position was Jake Hewlett, who is right behind me. Jake, should we wander over to your car, get your sponsors in? Jake Hewlett then on the podium, and that's a significant podium finish, really. Championship contender. Here's his beautiful green and black car. Anyone you want to give a particular shout out to while we're here?
Just everyone who's on the car. Honestly, there's so many people that are involved. I genuinely wouldn't be able to name enough of them. Obviously, Mill Street Motors, Tim and Michelle from Mill Street Motors go above and beyond. Europa Crash Centre, Lewis and Ryan from there, On a Mission, Dale and A. Honestly, there's just so many people to thank, and I'm just so grateful to have their support. You know, it's hard. We've got problem after problem after problem, and then we're chasing it. But that was a brilliant race, though, wasn't it? All that aside, that was brilliant.
Problem after problem. You're still the championship leader, though. That's not a problem. I mean, a really good weekend. It could so easily have slipped away, this one, couldn't it? Because obviously qualified just a bit further back than you'd have liked to be, and anything could happen from there. You must be really quite happy with how it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. All things considered, you know, some great races, some great racing in general. Yeah, I don't think we could have really happened or really had a better weekend, really. So I just want to send some thoughts to my brother Ashley, who's always here helping with us, and he's okay, but he had to rush to hospital this morning, and I'm just really thinking of him and really grateful for him, and glad to have got on the podium for him there as well. So,
I'm sure he's watching along. I'm sure he's happy to have seen that. Congratulations, Jake. We'll let you get to the podium. That wraps up our Civic Cup action for the weekend, sadly. We are going to be handing over, I think, to Pointy, are we? Yes, good. Someone knows what's going on. It's not me. But we do have a pit walk, grid walk, something. Trucks. Pointy, tell us about trucks.
Oh, hello. Trucks, they're big, they're mean, they're 5-ton racing machines. They're awesome things to see. And if you just have a little look over there, Danny boy, you'll see an absolutely tremendous queue of people just waiting in the baking hot sunshine to get up close and personal with one of my favourite parts of the racing is not racing, weirdly. So yeah, anyway, follow me, come hither. Let's leave these little things, but it's great to see such a great turnout for the TCRs, Civics, and of course the Audis as well, all racing with some very good friends of ours. Very well managed championship, I must say, and yeah, it's great to have them on with the truck package, because it really does bring a different kind of a different following. You know, we can start to promote each other's sports out there to each other, and that's what it's about, because we're all racing family and we're all under BARC, and that's what it's about, is getting new types of championships out to spectators that might not even know they exist, which is what it's all about. So we can see now the queue starting to build. These is teammates going out on here. Let's just make our way round. Hi, oh, very quickly. So this is an exclusive, I think we'll say. an exclusive. Do you want to do this here, or would you like to have a chat with the backdrop of some trucks?
The backdrop of some trucks,
With the backdrop of some trucks, yeah. Well, let's walk around this way. We'll walk and talk together. So Danny will follow us. So this is Andrew Fulcher. If you've been following the trucks for quite some time, you'll know that Andy actually raced in the championship a few years ago now, wasn't it? You've since been involved along with Team Eason, where you've been team manager for them as well. However, now we've gone up even further into the higher echelons of weekend management, and you've joined us as the BTRC championship manager. So welcome.
Championship coordinator.
Coordinator, yes.
Yes, poacher turned
You managed to coordinate quite well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, in terms of my colours today as well.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
No, poacher turned gamekeeper almost. But no, it was obviously I managed the Napa team for a couple of years with Paul Rivette and won the Division 2 championship. Obviously, with Callum for a while, helping Wayne out. But got the opportunity to get involved in the championship in a bit more depth. And for me, it was something I'm probably very keen to do, because it's very different, from being on the team manager side and seeing all the things I wanted as a team manager, to then help Steve, Thomas and Clubsport in terms of getting that for the drivers, getting that liaison, and just helping the teams, make them feel welcome when they come of a weekend, whatever, and keep that information flowing to them. Unfortunately, taking them to the stewards and sometimes, which is
it's a double-edged sword.
That's not always the good side of it, but yeah, absolutely thoroughly enjoying it, because it's really different. Being in race control for the races, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, seeing another side of it altogether.
And so you're enjoying it so far. You're going to make it stick, yes?
Oh, definitely.
Excellent. Well, welcome again to the BTRC organisers team,
which is the best championship in the country,
of
isn't
course,
it? Of course,
of
it
course.
is.
Don't need anything else.
If you've never been to a race event live, come to the trucks, because there is nothing better. I've been to BTCC. The starts on the touring cars, yeah, fantastic. The TCRs, fantastic, but nothing beats 25-ton trucks hammering down that straight and feeling the vibration, the noise of them at 100 mile an hour.
Powering past.
Epic.
Absolutely epic. Well, Andrew, thank you very much. But as you can see behind us, we've got droves of spectators to speak to. Let's head out onto the pit now, on the grid, sorry. Oh, cool picture. Hey. Any nightmares last night?
No.
No, because cheese before bedtime, ladies and gentlemen. Joined us for our traditional Saturday night charcuterie spread after watching the football, of course. And very good, great result. It's obviously a wives' tale. Right then, so let's make our way down, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Hello, Holly, how are we? So, of course, we've got the beautiful GT tyre partner pace truck there, which, of course, will be taking them out for their outlap in the next race of the day, which, of course, is just after the lunch break. So it's going to be racing on empty for a lot of the drivers, unless they've had chance for a snack since the end of the last race, just an hour ago, I'd say. Hi, how are we? Very good. Right then, let's see if we can find. Well, first of all, let's have a chat to some marshals. Can we interrupt you for a moment? That's it. Look at the camera. Everybody gather round. So, right, let's get some names.
I'm Kieran.
I'm Kieran.
Charles. Harry.
Sherry. Anita.
Right. Oh, my mum's name's Anita. Good name.
My mum.
That's your mum. Oh, brilliant. There we go. Oh, 2 generations. My goodness me. Any other relatives here before we carry on? No, good. Right, fine. Just checking. So, usually when there's a camera, you walk behind it, bro. Just letting you know. It's how cameras work. Anyway, so we're here on the grid walk with, I would arguably say, some of the most important people here of any race weekend, whether that be at Goodwood, whether it be at Formula One, whether it be at the trucks. You cannot go racing without the Orange Army, and it's great to see them down on the grid in, let's be honest, sweltering temperatures. What's it like having to work in all this safety gear?
Yeah, it's a bit hot, especially when you're running to collect a car. Does get a bit warm when you got this done up. But yeah.
How long have you been a marshal for?
Just on a year here. This is my local one. Lived 20 minutes down the road, so took after my mum. She marshalled in the late 90s, so I didn't.
You didn't tell him what a silly idea it was, no? Got addicted before you noticed what was going on, right?
Yeah, too right.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being here, and pass on the message to everybody else around the posts. We're very grateful for all the effort that you put in to any race weekend, so thank you for being here. Right then, let's move on. Hello, what's your name?
Jasmine.
Hello, Jasmine. Now, tell me, Jasmine, let's just say, which one of your trucks is the favourite? You can just say a colour if you don't know the number.
Red.
The red one. Can you point to the red one that you like the most?
That one.
Oh, number 68. Is that Craig Reed? I do believe he'll be very happy to hear that. What makes you like Craig Reed's truck?
It goes really fast.
It does go really fast. You know what? Those are the kind of real life answers we're looking for here in the BTRC. Jasmine, have a lovely day. Enjoy the green. In fact, you know what? Let me take you over to number 68. Come on. Let's where's the driver of 68? We've got Simon over here. Where's Craig? Where's Craig? Is it? Come on. Craig, where are you, mate? Oh, he's doing work on his truck. This young lady, Jasmine, it's not a great shot, Craig, to be honest. There's a This is real life. Maybe if you can come back in a bit. Avert your eyes, young lady. It's not, yeah. Craig is fixing something. He will come back later. Wow, you don't get to see that every day, thankfully. Yeah, right. What's your name, young man?
Richard.
Richard, what are you here to see this weekend?
These guys.
Absolutely.
And the pickup trucks were quite funny.
Pickup trucks, you liking those?
Yeah, it's like the Utes in Australia, isn't it?
Well, that is, yeah, Utes, exactly. Yeah. Some Maloos or Utes. Right, there's a young lady somewhere, Jasmine her name is. I think she might be around that side now. Yeah. There she is in the purple hat, I think. Is that... Yeah, in the Jasmine, here you go. You go and see Jasmine in the purple hat for me because she wants to meet you. Yours is her favourite truck. There we look at this. We're going to handshake. Oh, it's lovely. Have you got any questions that you want to ask the driver?
How do you go so fast?
Concentrate and relax. Relax is the main thing.
Concentrate and relax. Anything else?
No.
No? There we go. Well done. Thank you very much, Craig. You're a top gent. We get an autograph whilst you're here. Have you got a pen? Here you go. Oh, well done, mate. There you go, buddy. Look, so I'm on it. We got the pen. Well, I've got a spare just in case people want my autograph, you know. There we go. Thank you very much. Cheers, Craig. Appreciate it. Look at that. See, I'm making it happen down here on the grid. Let's have a little wander further down. Make sure we get... Oh, hello. You're all right, mate. Make sure we get everybody in. Dave Jenkins, always a firm favourite with the fans. Of course, he's been a few years in the championship now. Hello, mate. How are we doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Are you enjoying this part of the weekend?
It's absolutely brilliant. I've just said to these, I bet I'm not this popular at work in the morning.
Oh, I bet you are not, especially now you've told, was he...
Phil's not having a pay rise.
Phil's not having a pay rise. We said that yesterday.
I'll be tired and grumpy. Yeah, no, this is amazing.
This is what we come for, isn't it? To get in with all of the fans and really bring it home to all the families that have come to see you all.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant because like the atmosphere wouldn't be here, would it, without all these amazing people that come to see us.
And you've got a 333 sticker on, but is it your favourite truck, or we got a different one?
Put that on by accident.
I got given this.
You've got given this. There we go. She's done his get out clause. So which one is your favourite truck here this weekend? This one, or that one? That one. Oh, this one, 69. 69, there we go. Good job, you passed the test. It was hard work, but we got there, it's fine. Thank you very much, young man. Right then, hello sir, how are you? You all right, you well?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Brian.
Hello Brian, what are you here to say? I like your shirt, it's very Speedway.
No, Speedworth.
Speedworth.
Oval racing, Formula One stock cars.
Yeah, like I say, Speedway kind of. Yeah, I know what you mean. You're good, super duper. So, are you used to the big trucks here, or is it your first visit? Have you been?
About 20 years ago, you have to bear with me.
Okay.
About 20 years ago, we used to do a banger meeting down at Liddon Hill.
Right.
Called the Speed Track.
Got you.
And in the morning was all tin tops and Capris, Escorts and all that sort of thing.
Nice cars.
Yeah, and then in the afternoon we used to race bangers and super bangers and stock cars and all that. And they always had a guest formula. And I don't know who it is, but they had trucks. And all I can remember was it has a long-nosed cat.
Right. Well, actually, the long-nosed cat would have been the Dave Jenkins super truck from back in the day. So, yeah, the super cat, yeah, because the super trucks were massive engines.
Anyway, I was well impressed, and I sort of said to the guy, what sort of speed, you're doing going into Chestnut's Drift? And he said, I said, we're touching 90.
Yeah.
And you think, you know, that's...
Yeah, well, they're limited to 100 now, so
I'm watching
yeah.
me language.
Yeah, of course, as you should.
Then we came up here with a friend of mine a few years later for a car show.
Right.
And on a poster, it had truck racing.
Ah, been attacked by a fly.
And now I've sort of got the bug.
You've got the bug indeed, and this is the thing I think. What was it, Brian again? Was it? Yeah, Brian. Brian, thanks for coming down, and sorry that you've got the bug for truck racing, because once you've seen it once, that's it. That's
All we want
it.
is some John Bowler wedding cake.
John Bowler wedding cake. Do you think we'll get some cake? John, if you're watching this, because obviously you are, you'll be, you know, forget the wedding. You'll be well into the depths of yeah. Yeah, that's it. Right, let's have a look over here then. Thank you, Brian. We'll speak to you again soon. Good lad, Brian. All ages, of course, coming down onto the grid. What's your name, sir?
Frank.
Hello, Frank. That's a cool name. I like your glasses as well.
Thanks.
So, Frank, who are we here to see today? Have you got a list of names you need to get signed, or are you just collecting them as you go down?
Just collecting them.
Okay, so now this is an important question I've got to ask all the young ones. What's your favourite truck on the grid today?
One of the Gitty ones.
Oh, the GT. When you're in the inner circle, you've got to call it GT. Okay, try that one. Try it again.
GT.
There we got it. The tyre partner of the BTRC, of course. And yeah, you just like those, do you? What is it about them that you like?
I like the design of the lorries, and I have a couple of their hats at my house.
Oh, nice. Well, if you've got a couple of hats, that means we've got a super fan here, because you only get the hats by coming to the podiums, right? So without the podiums having so many fantastic guests, they just wouldn't be as exciting for the drivers. So the drivers are so grateful that all of you guys come over to the podiums, show your support. Now, I don't think many people know this, because people are always late. So I'm going to ask you if you know, and we can tell them together. How long after the checkered flag goes down are the podiums usually handed out, do you know?
No.
Right, okay, the answer is 30 minutes. So now try again. How long after the race are the trophies handed out?
30 minutes.
See, he knows the answer. See, it's that easy. I told him once, he remembered. I wish the drivers could figure that out. I'll tell you what, unbelievable. Well done, Frank. Very nice to meet you. What's your name?
Wedgie.
Who, sorry?
Wedgie.
Wedgie? Reggie and Frank. They are, I've got to say, are you Dad, Reggie of Reggie? What's your name?
Lee.
Lee, oh, yours isn't as exciting. Sorry, Lee. No, Reggie and Frank though, they are wicked names. Wicked names. Oh, excuse me, I've got to go and interview a marshal. Okay, if we can catch up with her. Right. Has she got? Oh, hello. What was your name?
Natalie.
Hello, Natalie. Now you were avidly watching. You come to the circuit all the time, and I caught you out yesterday. Now we're live on air. Get your friend in as well. Oh, your sister. Oh, right. Okay. What was the hair colour? It was crazy. Okay, so sister. Izzy and Natalie, right, so local, come here all the time, hadn't got a clue about the trucks, all the lap time. Have you had a look on TSL yet to figure out the average?
Still like 120-ish.
120-ish? Yeah, no, it's over 2 minutes, love, sorry, yeah, 2 minutes. I bet they wish they were doing 1 minute-ish. I mean,
they're not single seaters, Natalie.
Oh, okay. Is calm yourself down. Right, sounds like you. So, right, what's your favourite series around here then, Izzy?
I actually like one that doesn't race here, but testing GB3.
Testing GB3.
I'm a GB3 editor.
Oh, right. Okay, get the plug in. Tell us more.
Yeah, I write for a website called Feed Series.
Okay.
And I'm their GB3 and GB4 editor, and actually this weekend I'm covering British F4 as well. So
nice.
I've been sat in the cafe when there's no racing on, writing up.
Just writing up.
And then I'll be back out to watch races. But actually, this is my first time at trucks, and I love it.
Fantastic. This is it. Wonderful. You'll be coming for my job soon. So it's my first time at trucks, and I love it. Damn. She sounds so much better than I do, doesn't she? Let's be honest. If you like it, in the comments, just vote Izzy in the comments. See how many people want to get rid of me this weekend, and Izzy can leave the little car editing and come and do this for us instead.
It is what I want to do. I want to be a presenter.
Oh, well, hold on a minute. Listen. Right, there's only room for one of us, okay? So just like wind your neck in. Right, okay. Anyway, so it's lovely to meet you, Izzy. Thanks so much for having no interest in the trucks whatsoever. Have a great day. Let's go. I don't like this anymore. Getting a weird vibe off Izzy, I tell you what. Weird vibe. Unbelievable. She's got it all going for her. I'll tell you what, I've got no chance. Right, where is she? Oh, she goes, yeah, okay. This is it. I'm just going to push in. What's the next question? Go.
The next question. That was it.
No,
I was
go
just,
with it. Ask another one.
So what do you do for a living normally?
I work in sales.
Okay.
Monday to Friday.
Big sales, little sales.
Big sales.
What are the sales made of?
No,
it's fine.
We're finished. We're done.
We're finished. I'm not finished with it yet. Tell me more about these sales. What kind of boats do they go on?
Really expensive boats. Yachts.
Yacht sales.
Yacht
I like it. How did you get into marshalling from sales?
Always had an interest in motorsport. Always loved motorsport. So yeah, it's a great way to get closer to the action.
He certainly is. He certainly is. And there's a lot of people that. So I'm sorry that she threw you under the bus. You know, it's just but she did. We got you eventually. So apologies for that.
That's absolutely fine.
Well done. You did didn't you do well?
You need to run quicker next time.
You do need to run quicker. Well, you got collared by someone else. I mean, he effectively pinned you down. I just came in for the kill shot, right? Okay, thank you. Right, let's have a look over here. Hello, young man. What's your name?
Alfie.
Alfie, and you are?
Steve.
Stephen Alfie. I tell you what.
Another one.
You stand there, Danny. We'll make sure we've got interesting backdrops at all given times because that's what it's about. Here just for the grid walk, or were you looking forward to the trucks especially?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Stevie, yeah.
Trucks, definitely.
Yeah, trucks, Steph. Got to be the trucks. Obvious question. Favourite truck?
Scania.
The Scania. Oh, okay. Just in general. Okay. What about ones racing on the track?
Archie's.
Archie's. I like it. A lot of support for Archie. How do you think he's been doing this year?
Good.
And you think he needs to work on the mechanical reliability a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, but he's doing well so far. I mean, he's finished all the races so far this weekend, which is really good. I know it sounds silly, but it's a great result. And of course, Dad Simon's taken 2 trophies already as well.
It's good.
It is good. Thanks. Right, what do you think is going to happen in the next race?
Archie's hopefully going to win.
Okay, you heard this, Archie. Right, you're going to win. All right. Hello.
4 more fans here.
4 more fans. You've got to come over here though. I need. Look at this backdrop. Does that look good, Danny? Yeah. Excellent. I love it. It's just all about getting this brilliant. I mean, just look at the weather. This is it. I mean, this is racing, right? Family event. Loads of families here. We've got trucks. We've got a breeze. Are you wearing sun cream though?
No.
Oh.
We've just haven't opened it yet.
You've got it. You just haven't. Do you not burn easy then? No.
Just tan.
You just you lucky so and so's. I tell you what. Right. What's your name?
Howard.
Howard. That's awesome. We're getting some really non-traditional names today. And you know what? I'm here for it. I think they're great names. We had a Frank, and what was the other guy's name? Frank and oh God, it's gone. It's left me. Anyway, I remember Frank. He had cool glasses. And your name?
Edward.
Oh yeah, strong. I love it. Very good. Yeah, like king names. It. Yeah. Okay. I don't care about you two, to be honest. Right. Which truck's your favourite? That one, number 7. Who drives it for extra points?
I don't know.
Oh, can't like it that much.
A man.
A man. That's true. With the driver, you could have said. Yeah. Stuart Oliver, that one is. Okay. Yeah. The man everybody loves to hate. And which is your favourite little man?
I quite like the white one down there on the corner.
The white one on the corner, this one here on the left. So Nathan Smith joined us from sim racing. Do you two do sim racing?
No.
You want to get into sim racing?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Do you do sim racing?
No, I still don't.
Oh, you should just that's it. I feel like you're getting a sim racing, or a racing sim for Christmas.
Yeah.
Do you do any racing?
No.
What brought you here? Did you get dragged along? Was it your idea? How did it go down?
He was supposed to be at Goodwood.
You came here. You see Ian, you're watching this. He was meant to be at Goodwood, but no. Priorities, mate, yeah? Priorities. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. Give the camera a wave if you want. There you go. So you came here instead of Goodwood. That's the story. Let's not change it.
No, absolutely. Yeah, had a friend's 40th birthday last night, and there was no way I was getting there this morning.
Right, so you thought, you know what, actually, don't need Goodwood, we're going to go and chill out. And you know what, I heard it was really dusty again this year anyway, so...
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, whatevs.
It is what it is, right?
Exactly, trucks is just better. You heard it here first. Right, thanks guys, great to see you. Happy 40th to whoever his friend is.
Kingsley McDougall.
Kingsley McDougall, is that made up?
It's a strong name, man. It's a strong name.
Wow. KM Cartech. Yep. Love the plug. I love it. That's great. What? Say that again.
KR.
No, the name.
Kingsley McDougall.
Kingsley McDougall. It just rolls off the Kingsley McDougall.
Sonny Medley from Medleys.
Sonny Medley from Medleys.
Yeah, nothing to do with cars, just hairdressing, just barbering.
Barbering, hairdressing.
Easy. Yeah.
Getting all the businesses in there. Search them online. That's all the free advertising you're getting. Thanks for coming down. Cheers, guys. Have a great day. Right, let's get back onto the tarmac and get into the thick of it. We got John Powell here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you John Powell?
Maybe.
Has your weekend been going well so far?
Maybe.
That's good. So we're, race 4 coming up for you next. You're hoping for a good result?
I will win.
Well, that's very good. Because I feel I'm getting like an homage to a past Formula One driver. Do you know his name?
Kimmy.
Yeah. Oh, John, it's great to see you, man, honestly. Yeah. And it's good to see you getting round. Obviously, earlier on in the season, we had some tricky times with the motor. But yeah, it's been a better weekend for you, hasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, this is great. I love it. No. Committed to the bit.
I feel that we probably used more oil than a super tanker this weekend.
Oh my goodness, really?
And
do you want to get that thick stuff that the ships run on, and that'd be good?
That'd be pretty good, actually. To be fair, it probably wouldn't be so sticky on slippery on the circuit.
Yeah.
So.
Oh gosh.
It's definitely not going to go rusty. That's for sure.
That's right. That's what you see. Positives. Every cloud. This is positivity at its best.
Yeah.
Grid walks. What's your view on grid walks? I mean, all the drivers got to be loving it, right?
It's perfect, isn't it? It's for the fans. It's nice to see. You don't normally see them because we're busy working on it, so it gives you a break and it gives you the nice side of truck racing.
This is it, and it's just lovely how excited they all are to be here.
Absolutely, yeah. They've spent their time to come and watch us, so they get to meet us. That's even better, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the next race, Kimi Raikkonen. John Powell. Sorry, maybe. Come on. Oh, let's cut through some traffic. We got a tiny on the side of Callum Eason's truck 26 there, getting very busy over here. We've got let's go to the front here. Callum signing some autographs. Hello, sir. What's your name? Ernie, how you doing, Ernie? Honestly, is it something about Norfolk with these names? These are brilliant names. I'm getting so many cool names. So, Ernie, how old are you, mate?
8.
8, wow. And you've come to see the trucks today, have you? Yes?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the first race of the day?
Yeah.
What's your favourite bit about truck racing so far?
When you see them skid around the corners and they race.
Oh, skidding around the corners. We love a bit of drifting action, don't we? When you see all the dust fly up when they've gone onto the grass a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell me this, are you watching the races at home when you're not here?
Sometimes.
That's good. I like it. That's great. And of course, if you miss any action from this weekend, then you can watch it back whenever you like over on the official BARC and Clubsport YouTube channels. Just search Bush's Truck Racing and you'll find it along with all of the action from the rest of the series that have raced here this weekend. Ernie, give me a fist bump. Good job, buddy. Nice. Great answers. Look at that. That's how they should go all the time. Oh, goodness.
Hello, darling.
Hello, sir. Hello. Watch your P's and Q's.
I know.
Okay. Right, who am I joined with?
Dave Booth.
Hello, Dave Booth. Now you're an avid follower of the sport, along with my social media. So always reaching out to say hello. How do you think the weekend's gone so far?
So far, so good. Nothing to write home about.
Good.
Lads are behaving themselves. All quiet.
All quiet. I like that. What a nice roundup for the weekend we've had so far.
So far, so good.
Opinions on the football last night?
I think Norway are whinging.
Oh no, we can't be sore winners. They almost beat us.
Well, yeah, they almost did beat us.
Good goals as well.
Yeah, Bellingham was absolutely ace as usual. Kane, good again.
Yeah. Was he though? Well, he didn't do much.
Well, nobody does much sometimes.
No, didn't do much. That's true.
Even marshals don't do much.
Well, oh no, never say that. Hello, mate. Right, I'll speak to you later, Dave. Good to see you. You all right there, little dude? What's your name?
Jude.
Jude. Hey, Jude, don't make it bad. Hey, come on, did you like that? It's all right, you're welcome. You can have that one for free. Hello, mate. Yes, are you okay, mate? What's your name?
Harry David Fowler.
Say that again.
Harry David
Fallow.
Harley. Now, Harley, you're wearing a Hot Wheels top. This is a cool T-shirt. Do you think they should have more racing trucks in Hot Wheels?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they do say go big, go Hot Wheels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, do you like Hot Wheels monster trucks? Have you seen those? What's your favourite monster truck in Hot Wheels?
Monster Jam.
Monster what?
Monster Jam.
Oh, Monster Jam. Oh, yeah. Totally different range of monster trucks. But you know what? I'll give it to you because all monster trucks are cool, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. You know what? How old are you? 4? You know what? You are doing so well. Give me a high five, buddy. That's the youngest, best interview I think I've ever had. That is brilliant. Well done, bud. Well done. Good job. Keep in with the racing, buddy. You're going to go far. Excellent. Well, they don't usually go that smoothly. Hello, mate. You all right? You lost the rest of your truck. Oh, no, it's there. It's there. Google homemade pickup recovery truck. We've got the McLaren colour scheme, Google wheels you can see here. No expense spared when it comes to detail. Anyway, let's just saunter over here. Paul, come on in. Let's just take a breather. Wow, we've done it again.
Oh, indeed. It's brilliant, isn't it?
I mean, look, you know, the drivers all agree. Grid walks. Let's turn around this way a bit. We need to see them leaving. Here we go. There we go. Grid walks are great.
Oh, I mean, it's the closest way you can get to the machines that you love watching racing. I mean, look at these hulking trucks. I mean, I've been on a few grid walks of cars. Yes, those, C-A-R-S. But I'll tell you one thing, T-R-U-C-K trucks, you couldn't be without them, Pointy. You converted me, I can tell you that.
That's it. There's just something about them. It's just a different vibe in the paddock. It's the people that come to watch them. I've seen faces today that I have seen at every single weekend so far this year. Now, I don't care where you live in the country. That is dedication.
100%. I mean, you have such a religious following for the British Truck Racing Championship, but why wouldn't you? Because, of course, these absolute monstrosities of machines, we get to see them go battling 2 divisions out there as well, and we've had so many great races, and the grid walks, you add it all together. I mean, and also yourself, of course.
Oh, no, I wasn't looking for that. Now, I think we need to start making our way back down because, of course, they are now clearing the grid because after the lunch break, we're going to go straight in to the 4th British truck race of the weekend. Now we're going to be able to do trophies just afterwards. Now we're talking a lot of issues with the Division 1 in the last race. Of course, as they crossed the line, we saw Steve Powell, we saw Simon Reed. We saw Michael Oliver move into 3rd because of the time penalty for Tom O'Rourke. But of course, we've had some changes in those results. I'm not sure whether they've been updated on TSL or not yet, or whether they've been contested, of course. But there was a little bit of speeding. We'll have to see what actually comes out of that, because of course I'm not sure if we want to make it official on here yet. I'm just saying we haven't handed the trophies out yet. Let's put it like that.
It makes sense. I mean, to be fair, until we know, we can't hand those trophies out.
Exactly that, and believe me, of being well experienced of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, I'm now fitted with softer treads, so I don't walk on those eggshells as often as I used to do, right?
Oh, indeed. You've got to walk so carefully these days, haven't you?
So carefully. But there we go. So a great shot now, though, Danny, down the grid as we see the last few spectators making their way off. You just keep an eye on these guys. We won't be allowed to stop any more spectators now, fear of delaying the proceedings, because do I want to say it out loud? I'm going to say it out loud. We've been doing all right timetable-wise today, haven't we?
Oh, indeed. We've been doing brilliantly. I mean, yeah, there's been a few bumps and scrapes, but beyond that, things have been proceeding absolutely swimmingly, and, well, long may it continue throughout the afternoon, because we've got an afternoon packed full of racing, haven't we?
That's right. So we'll be doing the junior saloons after this truck race. They'll be making their way to the assembly area as we speak, ready, of course, to get straight out on track once these guys get back to Parc Ferme. You've been watching the trucks a little while now. What's your what were you saying for your first guesses of how it's going to go around that first corner? We've got Steve Powell starting in pole, which of course, do you understand what
Through it once again, just remind myself and all the audience, of course.
Okay, so here we go. So of course we do qualifying on the Saturday morning, and then from the fastest speed of qualifying in that order, we go with the grid of race 1. race 1's decision isn't quick enough for race 2, so we use the second fastest lot of qualifying times for race 2 grid, and then of course we start reversing grids. So the reverse of grid 1, race 1 yesterday is race 1 today. Reverse of race 2 yesterday is the grid for race 2 today, which is why of course we've now got Steve Powell finishing in the top 8, but reversed and puts him on pole position. Now he made it stick in the last race, pulling well ahead very quickly of Tom O'Rourke, who of course had those time penalties for track limits, unfortunately dropping him back to 8th overall. But again, we've got a bumper neck and neck of the brothers Reid behind him in the 89 and the 68. By the way, which I found out the other day, was actually their father's 2 racing numbers when he was in racing. Yeah, have his 2 sons racing in 2 trucks with those numbers at the same time. I think it's just a beautiful continuation of the heritage of that family team.
Oh, indeed. And as they say, motorsport starts and stays in the family, and so many of the teams that you do see, of course, family-run teams, all friends and that. I mean, in the end, well, they say a motorsport paddock is one big family, and it is emphasised by our truck racing championship drivers.
Absolutely. Right, I'm not on the call, so I'm going to be very unprofessional and go, guys, do we need to go, or what are we doing? Because we need to get off the tarmac now, right?
I think we might need to. We're getting a nod there.
Yeah, the marshals are giving us dirty looks, so let's just leave. I'll tell you what, Dave, can you give us a rundown of what's going on, and maybe have a look on TSL, see if the race results been updated yet from just before lunch. But from me and Paul down here on the grid walk at Snetterton, beautiful day. Thanks for joining us.
Well, indeed, thank you. And let's go racing, ladies and gents. It's time for the afternoon.
This way, come on.
Well, thanks to Pointy and Paul down on the grid there. Thanks to everybody for taking part in the grid walk. I took a bit of time to head out onto the grid myself there. It's nice to enjoy the sunshine here at Snetterton, have a chat to a couple of the drivers. And of course, we are missing one driver off the front of the grid for this race. You'll have noticed there's a gap where Tom O'Rourke should have been. He's not there. Stephen Powell starts there alone, looking for his second win of the day. Hopefully the starting lights have been fixed as well. There was a bit of work going on there with the circuit electricians during the lunch break. We had a flag start in the Civic Cup, of course.
Well, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, but we have got plenty of races to get through this afternoon, so thank you to everybody who's involved in the grid walk. Thank you so much for making sure that when you were asked to leave the grid, that you did so in a timely fashion, because we've got a lot to get through this afternoon. Races coming up this afternoon. British Truck Racing Championship will be our first race after lunch, then we'll go back to Junior Saloon Car Championship, their final race of the weekend. From there, we go on to TCR UK Championship, their second and final race of the weekend, and then it's the Audi Cup that is next up, and then 3 further races come after that this afternoon. The Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport, the British Truck Racing Championship will have their 5th race of the weekend, and the final race of the weekend will be the 3rd with the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. So there's still plenty to get through this afternoon. Well, there's going to be 7 races still to get through, a mixture of 15 and 20-minute races. So let's reintroduce Steve Markwell chatting to you now. Matt Suckling will be down there in the pit lane. Will bring us all the news and be chatting to the drivers. Let me give you the grid for this next race as well. There is a gap on the outside of the front row of the grid where we were supposed to have Tom O'Rourke's International Navistar, but I gather that truck has had a few problems. They were endeavouring to get it out, but it has not as yet appeared on the grid, and it is unlikely to now, but it does come. It's going to have to be a pit lane starter, I'm afraid. But the grid for this one, you need to slot it in your programmes, and to do that you need to be on the correct page, which is going to be on page number 32 of the programme. And the way that
don't like the look of
the 4th race of the weekend is based on the results from race 2, which took place yesterday afternoon, with the top 8 reverse, and they line up as follows. The truck number 3, Steve Powell, race winner earlier on today, sits there on pole position, and then the gap alongside where we should have had truck number 86, which is Tom O'Rourke, so it's 3, and then a gap where 86 should have been. Race 2 of the grid is an all-family affair. It is Craig Reed, number 68, alongside his brother, number 89, which is Simon Reed, so it's 68 and 89 on row number 2. Race 3 of the grid is 33, Neil Yates, and he has got the championship leader, number 69, Dave Jenkins alongside, 33, and 69 on row number 3. Race 4 of the grid sees number 12, Michael Oliver, line up alongside his father, number 7, 10-time British champion, Stuart Oliver, at 12 and 7 on row number 4. And row 5 of the grid is the first of the Division 2s, which is number 26, Callum Eaton, alongside number 6, which is a dash in the hands of John Powell, so 26-6 on row number 5. Row 6 of the grid, number 11, Nathan Smith, alongside 95, Simon Faulkner, that's 11 and 95 on row number 6. And row 7 of the grid is 41, Simon Cole, and 61, which is Sammy Oyenan, that's 41 and 61 on row number 7. Row 8 of the grid is number 40, Archie Handy, and then there is another gap alongside, which is where Jake Evans is. He retired in qualifying yesterday. We've not seen anything of the truck since, so it's 40, and then a gap where we should have had number 10. Remember, Jake Evans was the Division 2 championship leader coming into this weekend. He has not scored a single point this weekend. He's not even been involved in a single race.
So a message through from Pointy, Tom O'Rourke will not be racing due to fuel injector problems with the 86.
So what the curve with is there, but I can't quite see a great deal more of
So Tom O'Rourke will not start this race. As we said, there's a gap on the front row.
Bradley Harvey alongside Warren Harvey, number 97, so 96 and 97 on that tail order of the grid. So
second row, Craig and Simon Reed, then Neil Yates and David Jenkins on row 3.
Snetterton will head to Donington Park on the 8th and the 9th of August for Convoy in the Park. Both Matt Sutley and myself are there for that one. And then from there they head for their away round. So they head over to France, to mainland Europe and Le Mans, where they'll be racing on the Bugatti circuit on the 26th and 27th of September. And if that is anything like previous years, that whole race feature there is a truck racing weekend, because I think it's a round of the European Championship, it's a round of the British Championship, and I think it's a round of the French Championship that are all there. So I think all the races are truck races there that weekend. I think well worth going to if you've never been before, the 26th and the 27th of September. And then they return to the UK for the traditional season finale, which takes place at Brandon. Usually,
grid lines up as follows then. Stephen Powell will start alone on the front row with Craig Reed and Simon Reed on row 2. The third row of the grid will be Neil Yates and the 33 and 69 of David Jenkins alongside him. In the fourth row, Michael and Stuart Oliver, son against father. On the fifth row of this grid,
Matt made a very valid point yesterday. He's never been to the Brandon fireworks display.
sorry, just having one or two issues with my screen here in the box. The fifth row, Callum Eason and John Powell, the leading Division 2 pairing. That's followed by Nathan Smith and Simon Faulkner. This grid, of course, based on the results of race 2 yesterday, and Nathan and Simon both had a bit of a delay. Simon Cole and Sammy Oyenan line up on row 7, then Archie Handy and hopefully Jake Evans on the 8th row. But his problems returned from yesterday in the earlier race. Today he stopped up at Nelson and therefore may not be on the grid for this one. And the Harveys will be at the back, Bradley ahead of Warren.
40, well it is 13:35 at the moment, and a 15-minute race it will be, and I think
That's your grid for race 4 of the weekend, round 19 of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2026. We'll then move on to Donington on August the 8th and 9th, the trucks for Convoy in the Park.
who have been missing from what was going to be the 7th row of the grid. I just think that Archie Handy was a little bit off his grid spot, but yes. So Jake Evans.
Nice breeze here at Snetterton now this afternoon. These beautiful sunny conditions. Junior Saloon cars have their third and final race of the weekend after the trucks have been in action. The MAN pace truck is in position ready to lead the field away.
Simon Cole's going to go. He's going to do what Jake Evans did onto the grass, and then he's going to have to turn right to the back of Sammy Oyenan's Mercedes.
Just waiting for everybody to get it back into position around the outside of the circuit.
Smith, which with the guidance of the marshals here at Snetterton, he's been able to do. So there's only one truck missing now from this grid, and sadly that's the truck from the...
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube feed. Big thanks to everybody who's got in touch so far. Jake Evans is there, the number 10, that's good to see. Trying to keep his Division 2 points lead, but Harvey's work cut out from towards the back of the grid here ahead of the Harveys.
now that we've got all the trucks, should be good to get going for what will be the 19th round of the championship. So every weekend that they race, really except for the one, which I think they only have 4 races for them, but all the UK rounds, Brampton, Duxton, Pembrey, Donington, and back to Brampton, we only have 5 races over a weekend. I think the only exception this year is Le Mans, where they do 4 races, and in a championship where every single round counts, you have to be consistent. While Dave Jenkins and Stuart Oliver came into this weekend separated by 17 points in the championship. I think it's down to 30 now, if memory serves me correctly. Have a quick look. It's down to 10 at the start of today, and the results earlier on today, which has a quick look at the results for race number 3. They finished second, so the UK 18 championship points. Stuart Oliver finished 4th, so we gained 40 championship points. Fastest lap was set by Dave Jenkins, so he picked up the extra point for fastest lap. So it started the weekend on 17 championship points, and I think at the moment there's probably 15 championship points between them. So Stuart Oliver has sort of hit, but not by much, Dave Jenkins' championship lead. So that's just a very quick math, so that might not be 100% correct, but it's not far off. It has moved, it has come down, but not by as much as you would have thought. So once they go on their formation lap, the MAN safety truck brings them round.
Okay, the truck's off and rolling then, ready for race 4 of the weekend.
Inside, and they have to rear lift the truck up to get it out of harm's way. So I'm not entirely sure what the problem was, but they were sort of trying to indicate to the team what the problem was. It's taken them the best part of longer than 24 hours to get that truck sorted. So he missed 4 of the races yesterday, he missed the race that we had earlier on today, but thankfully, after 3 races down, but still 2 races to go, they got it out so it can minimise the effect that's had in terms of his Division 2 championship aspirations. He came into this weekend having only finished first or second in Division 2 in every single race so far this year. He's got 294 championship points but hasn't added to the tally, whereas the likes of Callum Easton, he has 3 wins out of 3 in Division 2 so far this weekend. So that's going to be 3 off the 20 points to the minimum. He might have that extra point in each race. So far this weekend with the second place in difficulties as well. So it's still looking outside of Division 1 in terms of the championship. It's going to be a bumpy year, I think, this year in the British Truck Racing Championship. So Stephen Powell will have the opportunity to try and get the jump on everybody else. Himself and Tom O'Rourke earlier on were able to get the break on everybody else once they're all queuing up and swabbing over third place. Well, this time he's on his own on the front row because he was hoping that maybe the lead for illustrated with Simon gets involved in a squabble with Neil Yates and Dave Jenkins, while Michael Oliver and Stuart Oliver trying to pick their way through, and Steve Powell can just manage to get a little bit of a break early on, and he might be able to control his pace from the front. He's had 3 wins so far this year, Stephen Powell, and they have all come in the third race of the weekend.
Get out into the sunshine on the back of the circuit then. An ultimate race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Warren Harvey at the back in the number 97. So can Stephen Powell hang on in front then for win number 2 of the weekend, win number 3 of his season? Craig Reed looking for his second win of the season. Simon Reed for his first. Could we have 11 winners in Division 1 this season? Neil Yates well up there on the grid as well alongside David Jenkins. Then the Olivers. Callum Eason looking to keep up his run of wins this weekend in Division 2. I've got a good feeling about this race. Good to have Jake Evans back out there ready to take the fight to Callum Eason. He's a couple of rows behind him though, he's got to make up some places here. Ropes begin to rise then. Steve Powell to lead them away. Round 19 of the British Truck Racing Championship about to get underway. Keeping it steady at the moment. Power comes on and off they go. Down towards that first turn at Riches, the right-hander. Stephen Powell gets away well. The Reed brothers slot in behind. Neil Yates trying to get up the inside. He's got a good run down into the first corner. Could get fourth place away here. They kick up the dust on the inside. I think they've all just about made it round. Okay, it's Stephen Powell who leads the way. Then the Reeds in second and third. Looks like it's Craig in second place. Simon under fire. Here comes David Jenkins up the outside. Simon's wheel arch is dislodged again. Up on the curb on the inside, Neil Yates ahead of Stuart Oliver. He's got ahead of his son Michael. Looks like Callum Eason is at the front of Division 2. But it's Powell who leads from the Reed brothers, second and third. David Jenkins got up into third place. Neil Yates has dropped back behind Stuart Oliver. He's gone wide of Palmer. And in fact, it's John Powell who's taken the lead of Division 2 in truck number 6. Nathan Smith, who was further back on the grid in this one, is up behind them. Oh, and a tangle there. That's the Division 2 leaders. John Powell's gone off. Powell spins onto the infield. Great cloud of dust. He'll try and rejoin at the apex of Agostini. He's lost a fair few places. Not much grip on the grass. He slides again. He's in the dust cloud somewhere. He's going to rejoin at the back, John Powell. He's not had a lot of luck this weekend, unfortunately. So Craig Reed chasing down Stephen Powell for the Division 1 lead. Simon Reed in third place, then David Jenkins in fourth. Then it's the Olivers. Stewart ahead of Michael as they head out onto the back of the circuit. Gap behind Neil Yates there. That's Sammy Oyanen who's now taken the lead of Division 2. He's got ahead of Callum Eason, so there was a bit of a mix-up there, I think, between Eason and John Powell for the lead in Division 2, and Sammy Oyanen has snuck through to take the lead of the category. Division 1 heading down into Nelson for the first time. And it is Stephen Powell still just about holding his lead. There's the Division 2 leaders. It's Sammy Oyanen's Mercedes at the front ahead of Callum Eason. Nathan Smith and Simon Faulkner in that group as well. They're in Division 1 trucks. Here comes Callum Eason on the inside. Oyanen moves to cover at the bomb hole. He wants his first win of the season. First win for his new Mercedes. But I can tell you that Sammy Oyanen has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. So Oyanen has got a penalty for probably moving off early on the rolling start there. As the leaders head over the line, it's Stephen Powell who leads. 3/4 of a second clear of Craig Reed in second place. Oyanen in 8th overall on track at the moment, but he'll drop back with that 10-second penalty. At the moment it'll drop him towards the back of the field. Division 2 battle heads its way through Riches for the second time, with Callum Easton chasing Oyanen for the lead. Just needs to stay behind him, really, if they stay first and second in class. Into the hairpin they go, and Oyanen does run wide. Callum Easton tries to slide down the inside in his MAN. Nathan Smith trying to get past both of them, and Oyanen, having gone wide, has lost out to both of them. A bit of debris there from John Powell's truck on the track at the run into Agostini. Craig Reed getting closer to our race leader. David Jenkins trying to close in for P3 on Simon Reed in the 89. Simon Reed, that wheel arch dislodged again, just as it was in the earlier race. Through to Williams. David Jenkins trying to close in on our leaders as he goes down the Bentley Straights. Fourth place for the man who led the championship coming into this weekend. There's Simon Faulkner in the yellow machine chasing the Division 2 road. You can see Sammy Oyanen has dropped back after his quick start. Perhaps feeling that challenging for the lead is not so relevant now he's got that penalty. He'll have seen it on the light board above the start-finish line as he went through. See it there next to the lights. We can't see the front of it, but that's where the penalty notice is displayed. So Powell leads by just over half a second from Craig Reed. Simon Reed's busy dealing with the threat of David Jenkins and now Stuart Oliver, who is up there behind them. 2 wins for him yesterday. Just kicking up a bit of dust there on the Exeter Riches, down towards the hairpin. Stephen Powell still holding back Craig Reed. MAN versus Iveco for the lead. Into Agostini go the 2 leaders. There's Callum Easton, who's now taken the lead in Division 2. He's up in 9th overall. He doesn't need to get into the top 8 because this race doesn't set the grid for any more races. Only the first 3 races do that. As Oyanen lost 4 places on that last lap, he's dropped right down to 12th, and it'll be lower than that on corrected time. There is the Mercedes. John Powell, was recovering up the order, but tries too hard there into Agostini, and round he goes, exactly where he went off on the first lap. I think he's a bit frustrated there, John Powell. Was trying to recover on the tail of Simon Cole there, but he's got it all to do again now. There go the top 3. 3 red trucks, first, second and third. David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. Here comes Michael Oliver. It's been a quieter weekend for Michael Oliver in this Snetterton round. Neil Yates in 7th place. He's having a better run. It's been a very quiet weekend for Neil. Been having a few problems yesterday. Then further back in 8th place is Nathan Smith, who's now got clear of the less powerful Division 2 machines. Through Coram. Towards Murray's. And Stuart Oliver closing up on David Jenkins. There's been quite a rivalry between those 2 for many years now. The drivers always friendly off track. There's always a great atmosphere, particularly on the grid walk we were on at lunchtime. Good to see the drivers signing autographs and socialising. Stuart Oliver closes up again on Jenkins. It looks like he's stronger on the brakes there going into that first corner. Lead gap is 0.8 of a second, so Stephen Powell not getting any peace from Craig Reed. There is Simon Reed in third. Great to have Simon, the older of the Reed brothers, back. John Powell closing back up on one of the Harveys there. I think that's Bradley Harvey just in front of him. They're 14th and 15th over the line. Sami Ojanen has been given the black and orange flag. Now, why is that? I know he was slowing down. Is he leaking fluid or trailing smoke, perhaps? That's the Mercedes that was leading Division 2 briefly. I'll try and pick up why that is. Sami Ojanen, the black and orange flag. We saw it in the Civic Cup earlier this weekend. That means pull into the pits, you have a technical problem. There's Jake Evans. He's got damage to the front end of the number 10. He's second in Division 2 to Callum Easton, who's up at Hamilton's there. They're ahead of the 95 of Simon Faulkner. Try and work out why Sami Ojanen is being flagged into the pits. Still running third in Division 2 at the moment, but we'll pick that up in a moment as here come the Division 1 leaders. Simon Reed still holding third ahead of David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, in 5th position. Out of Nelson, up towards the bomb hole. A little bit of dust being kicked up there by the third placed Simon Reed. Craig Reed has got the black and white flag. That's a warning for exceeding track limits. Leaders go through the hairpin. Now Sami Ojanen, I'm told, has pulled into the pits, so we'll try and find out what the problem is there. There he is. Can't see any problem with the truck from there, but try and pick up what the problem was there. He'd already got the penalty. Archie Handy has just been given the black and white flag as well. Warning for track limits. So David Jenkins now right on the tail of Simon Reed for third position. Simon Reed still with the new rear end design on the Iveco. Could he make it 11 different winners in Division 1? Neil Yates also hasn't taken a win yet in Division 1. He's down in 7th. Sami Ojanen goes past my commentary box, so he is rejoining. Long way behind at the back now, though. Still no change in the order. It's not an easy circuit to overtake on in a truck, this one. The only opportunities really either down the Bentley straight or into Agostini, I would say. You can try and move into Riches at the end of the Senna straight if you get a good slipstream, but it's a brave move to try. Then you have to complete it before you get into the hairpin. You can't really fit two trucks side by side through Wilson hairpin. Across the line come the leaders. Still your leader is Stephen Powell. Craig Reed has just done the fastest lap, 2:27.97, just under 2.5 minutes of the race to go. So it'll be touch and go whether... Who does that belong to? A big piece of bodywork just come off somebody's truck down the straight. It's come to rest right on the start-finish line. Who's that come off? Have a look again as they came over the line. It might be off the front of Neil Yates' truck. Yes, the bumper hanging off there. As he comes over the start-finish line, there it goes. So that's now on the start-finish line. Quite literally. The marshals, I can tell you, are signalling the trucks to go to the left down the centre straight so they don't hit it. As Stephen Powell continues to lead, but as we said, Craig Reed set the fastest lap of the race. It was touch and go when they came over the line, whether this is the last lap or whether there's another one to go after this. I think there'll be another one to go after this. The marshals have recovered the bodywork from Neil Yates' truck. Well done to them. It was right by the access gate in the pit walls. They were able to do so. Stephen Powell looking for win number 2 of the weekend, number 3 of the season. Craig Reed wants a second win of the season though. He's turning up the pressure in the Iveco. There's the third place back. 4 of them line astern now because Michael Oliver has caught up to the back of this group. Neil Yates not far away either in his newly lightened MAN. 30 seconds on the clock. So I think we will get one more lap out of this. The leaders are heading out of Cora. Stephen Powell would have been hoping, I think, to see the checkered flag this time. Or is the checkered flag going to come out this time? We'll have to keep an eye on the marshals here. I think we may get a checkered flag this time by... No, we don't. We do get one more lap. He was 2 seconds early, Steve Powell there. He's got to hold off Craig Reed for another lap. Craig Reed will have realised it's the last lap, and this is his last chance to attack. He's going to go all out around this final lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit. As he goes to the outside, going into the hairpin. He's going to try and surprise Steve Powell here through Palmer's, I think, and Agostini. He's going to try and get up alongside, but Powell gets his foot down and pulls away slightly. Through the left-hander at Palmer. Now Craig Reed, here he goes. This is where he could have an opportunity. He throws it to the inside. Powell moves to cover. Reed back across to the other side. That's good defensive work by Stephen Powell. Holds the lead, but he knows that Craig Reed will be right on him coming down the Bentley straight as well. Still third is Simon Reed, then Jenkins, the Olivers and Neil Yates. But it's all about the 2 leaders. Can Craig Reed get through? Up towards Oggies, then through towards Williams. Only a couple of truck lengths in it here. Can Craig Reed, if he can get within range into the slipstream, he could attack into Brundle. This will be his last opportunity. I don't think he'll get through after the Brundle-Nelson complex. David Jenkins holding off Stuart Oliver, but here come the leaders down towards the bridge. This is Craig Reed's chance. He's got to take it. But I don't think he's going to be close enough. Stephen Powell still leads. The man who started from pole for the second time this weekend. If anything, he's pulled away a little bit. The MAN seems to have the straight line speed advantage. Out of Nelson, I don't think Craig Reed's going to do it. He's missed the passing opportunity. That's going to be another win for the man from Kent. Craig Reed actually went a little bit wide there coming out of Nelson. I think that's cost him the momentum. The Reed brothers are going to finish on the podium, but in P2 and 3, Craig getting sideways there out of Coram. He's trying his hardest, but he's not going to catch Stephen Powell. Out of the final corner they come. Oh, what a day this man is having. Stephen Powell with a second win of the day. He wins round 19 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Craig Reed chasing all the way takes second place. Third goes to Simon Reed. No, Craig Reed's got a penalty. That's just come in. He's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Craig Reed drops to 4th. So Simon Reed is 2nd and David Jenkins onto the podium in 3rd. Craig is down to 4th. And Stewart and Michael Oliver. Neil Yates, Nathan Smith, Callum Eason sounds the horn as he crosses the line to take another Division 2 win. At least Jake Evans is going to get some points on the board this time. 2 non-starts and a non-finish so far this weekend, but he will finish 2nd in Division 2 this time. Simon Faulkner next home. And next it will be John Powell, who's fought back nicely. He's had a couple of spins, but he comes in 3rd in Division 2. Good recovery, John. Then we have Simon Cole and Bradley Harvey. And further back we have Warren Harvey and Archie Handy, and of course we saw Sammy Oyanen have to call into the pits, so he'll finish at the tail of the field.
Simon Faulkner in Richard Collins, race 55, Terry Gibbon at 10th place last time out, finishes in 11th place, and 12th place is John Powell at number 6 stamp, who will complete the Division 2 podium. Next up in Division 2 and 13th overall is Simon Cole, 14th overall.
Just waiting for the last couple of trucks to come in. Archie Handy over the line. And here's Sammy Oyanen. We don't know what the problem was, but he was flagged in. The truck does look a bit smoky actually, so maybe he was just making a little bit too much smoke. And that's perhaps why he was flagged in. Great shame, because he got into the lead of Division 2 when Callum Eason and John Powell tangled up at Agostini. But then he dropped back down the order, so there's clearly a few gremlins with the Merc. And the Finn will finish at the back of the field, 8th in Division 2. We'll confirm the results as soon as he's crossed the line and we get the result in.
Got to walk to the same spot in the paddock, which we're trying a different one for today, because it is a different microphone, and therefore the dark spot.
So we'll give the provisional result in just a moment as Oyanen crosses the line.
Picking up the drivers and making sure that he positions them and gets them stood where he needs them, so we can hear from our top 3 athletes in the British Truck Racing Championship. They'll be with Mansfield.
Provisional result then, a win for Stephen Powell, 2nd win of the day and the 3rd of his season. 5 seconds clear of Simon Reed in 2nd. Craig Reed crossed the line 2nd, but penalised to 4th, a track limits penalty of 5 seconds. David Jenkins completing the podium therefore in 3rd. The Olivers 5th and 6th, then Neil Yates a good 7th. Nathan Smith completing the top 8 from further down the grid. A good run through by Nathan from the 6th row. Callum Eason and Jake Evans 1st and 2nd in Division 2 this time. Callum with another big margin of victory, 18.5 seconds. He's dominated Division 2 this weekend. Behind them, Simon Faulkner was 11th in Ricky Collett's truck, then John Powell, Simon Cole, Bradley and Warren Harvey, Archie Handy, and finally Sammy Oyanen. That concludes our penultimate truck race then. Let's hand down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
Right, we've just lost Steve. He's gone. He's left Parc Ferme with his team. However, great result.
It's good to find out what we're going to get disqualified for this time.
Right, not wearing a high vis in Parc Ferme probably. Right, so anyway, we've had a 3. I mean, to the kids at home, it's been a 3 red truck race. Look, we've got number 3, number 89, number 6. No, in fact, we didn't have number 68 because number 69 moved into 3rd, Dave Jenkins, with a last lap track limits penalty going out to Craig Reed. So super shame there for Craig. I was talking earlier on to someone about the water on the intercooler. I think you can see that again there. Dave, bittersweet is the 3rd place that you've moved up into. Craig Reed getting the track limits penalty puts you in 3rd place overall, which is another podium for you this weekend, and that's what we're here to get, is trophies, right?
Yeah, as a wise man once said, you need to be on or around the podium to win a championship.
That is very true.
We are, didn't you, Jelly? Yeah. That was my brother, he was the wise man. Yeah,
really.
So no, great racing with Stewart. Simon was quite cautious on the brakes, just taking the speed out of me, letting Stewart
threw it in. It was a proper yo-yo, and I was going mad to Ben on the radio. It's like, I need to get through. I need to be out of here. I'm in the danger zone. But listen, Stuart and I played nicely. The Reeds, how great it is to see both Reeds back here.
Oh, it is lovely. Isn't it?
Super shiny trucks. Great lads, great racing, great day out in the sunshine, great finish for us again.
Absolutely fantastic, and a great interview from you too, Dave. Well done, sir. Brilliant result. Let's try and see if we can get a couple of Div 2 drivers, if they're out of the trucks, of course, because they never come up. I always tell them, get out your truck, come to the front, and we can have a chat, you know. But until then, they all get out, they all disappear, and then you never see them again. We got Callum over here. Let's see if we can get Callum. Looks like we've lost the. What's happened here?
Just been a bit busy.
Been a bit busy. Like a bit loose. Is that? Oh, it's fine.
It's just the pins.
It's just the pins. It's okay. Great result for you again.
Yeah.
4 of 4 now, isn't it?
Yeah, we got to go for 5 for 5 after.
Oh, that'd be a hell of a weekend for you, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Has that happened for you before?
No, nothing like this. We come close at Thruxton, but a few problems at Thruxton in the last race, which stopped us doing it. But the old girl, she's going quick this weekend, so
noticed,
we'll
yeah. I mean, the gap is massive. I mean, obviously we know Jake's been totally off pace this weekend because of his engine issues. It's given you a great opportunity to pull ahead, get some phenomenal wins in. But I mean, just ahead of the rest of the pack in general, there's huge gaps between you in number 1 and the rest of Div 2.
Yeah, it's just all about being consistent, keep your head down, and get the lap times in. I mean, every lap I think I went quicker and quicker and quicker, and then the last lap was 2/10 off my quickest, so we can't be too sad about that.
You certainly can't be. Fantastic. Right, you heard it here first. 5 of 5 this weekend at Snetterton, okay? So we're all rooting for you, buddy. Let's see if you can make that one stick. Nathan, how are we after your little bump that we had with Tom O'Rourke yesterday? A bit more repair work needed than we thought originally.
Yeah, bent 2 shocks, bent back axle. Yeah, lots of damage really. Team were up till late last night. I think they finished just in time for the football, so that was all right.
Well, at least we saw the football.
Yeah, it was a good game to watch though. But no, we're just struggling this weekend. We got the wrong gearbox in it, which we didn't realise until testing session 2 on Friday. I looked at the data because we just had no boost and found a cracked intercooler, so we changed that. And then when I was looking at the data, I noticed the RPM was well out. So a bit of a hard weekend for me this weekend. And then that race starting behind the Division 2s, and I was never going to make up enough places to make it worth ruining someone else's race. So I sat behind them for a couple of laps and just picked them off when I could and tried to chase them down at the end. And I was catching them, but a few more laps and I would have been with them. But it's part of the fun, isn't it?
It is all part of the fun, part of the struggle. But well done, Nathan. Perseverance and consistency. Just keep on pushing. It's great to talk to you. Right, we've still got lots more racing action. So let's go and catch up with Paul to see who he's got to talk to next.
Ahead of our third and final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, I'm joined by none other than George Allen, part of a very proud racing team within the Allen family. George, 2 races already down. You've been in a car that this weekend, as you described to me earlier on, this weekend's been a bit down on power, but to be fair, it hasn't stopped you from pushing up the field.
No, it's been good. Car's handling well. Everything's good on it. It's a little bit down on power, which is crucial down the back straights and the longer straights, but yeah.
Well, to be fair, if you haven't got the speed on the straights, you've got to be quick through the corners. I mean, have you been improving your cornering technique as a result?
Yeah, well, I've just been trying to, like my dad said, trail in the brake into the corners, and yeah, a lot of different techniques going towards it. Yeah.
And of course, these corners being so challenging around here and such a hot circuit as well. I mean, those front tyres, you must be thinking to yourself, how do I manage them best?
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, in the first race, I did weave quite a bit too much, so by the 3rd lap, they went a bit, and it was a bit, I didn't have much grip throughout the rest of the race, but apart from that, there's quite a lot of grip, because the track is quite warm itself from all the cars and the hot weather.
So plenty of grip to abuse out there potentially. You've had 2 top 15s. Any predictions for this final race of the weekend?
No predictions, just trying to make my way up the top. Trying to get a top 10, obviously. Hopefully carry on from there, yeah.
Well, fair play. Wish you the best of luck in chase of the top 10. George, it's been a blast.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for race number 3 of the weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship.
Thanks, Paul. Cars on the grid then, ready for race 3 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and this is going to be an interesting one. This grid was made up of the 3rd quickest time by each driver in the qualifying session yesterday, but a lot of drivers had a number of lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits, so it's a rather different grid to what we've seen earlier in the weekend. Martin Wright, number 14, is the man on pole, with 27 Matthew Swatton alongside him. Hasnain Khan, first podium for him earlier on the second row along with Leon Holly in the 87. Row 3, 94, Lachlan Homer alongside 57, Tom Justice. Jake Warden starts on row 4 alongside Tim Leonard. He hasn't had much luck this weekend, so deserves a better result here. On row 5, Will Omar, number 41. I'm not sure he's there. He didn't start race 2. Ricky Pittman, number 95. Row 6, Ralphie Branscombe and Jamie Faggin. And row 7, Caelan Keith and Frankie Lawson. So the newcomers further forward on the grid this time. Max Scharfegger, he had an issue in qualifying. He's down at 15th with George Allen, who we just heard from, alongside him. Now, he's one of 5 drivers to have lap times disallowed. So they only had 2 lap times that counted. Didn't have a 3rd one to go in for this race. So that's your top 16 on the grid completed. Now, you may have noticed there's a big name missing. And there he is. Ollie Smith is only 17th on the grid for this race. That's going to be interesting watching him come through from further back on the grid. He's got Zane Quecker alongside him in the 44. Aita Huna, number 81, and 127 Charlie Stapleton, who didn't make it in qualifying, starts from the back. I'm just looking for the back. I don't think Charlie's there, actually. Charlie Stapleton not there at the back of the grid. But the man to watch from further back, there he is, 17th on the grid for Ollie Smith. He only had 2 lap times that counted in qualifying. His others disallowed for exceeding track limits, as were those of George Allen, Zane Quecker, Atta Huna and Charlie Stapleton. He didn't get any times in because he had a crash in qualifying, but he's not there anyway, unfortunately, which is a shame. It's Caelan Keith, Frankie Lawson, Max Scharfegger towards the back as well. In some respects, this is almost a bit like a short oval race, because in hot rod racing, the quicker drivers start from the back and have to fight their way through. So Martin Wright on pole, looking for his first win. Matthew Swatton for his second. He won race 1 at Pembrey. Hasnain Khan on the second row with Leon Holly alongside him. Holly could be in with a chance of a first win here, and Lachlan Homer as well. He's been getting stronger as the weekend has gone on. Could we see a first win for Tom Justice on his debut weekend? There's Atta Huna at the back of the field. Tom Algar Racing says good luck, Matthew Swatton. Hi to Paul Russian as well. As Will Omar is not there. He didn't race in race 2 as well.
Good effort from you and good luck to the final race. There we go, I thought it was nice to catch up with you. Sorry to make you run as well all the way here. Thank you so much, JK. Good luck to the final race of the weekend. Now, thank you. Thanks a lot, Matt. Yeah, good to hear from Jacob. A good one, some of the problems were, because I was, again, not aware as to what the problems were.
Junior Saloon Car safety car leading them round.
They have those problems with testing on Friday and the break again, qualifying.
I've got no idea what's going to happen here. Let's see how far up the field Ollie Smith can get from P17. A bit like Josh Files from the back in the Civic race earlier on. Zane Quecker. Green flags from the marshals as they head round. Just getting their tyres warm. So the blue car of Martin Wright on pole. Matthew Swatton in red, white and blue alongside him. on the second row. Hasnain Khan in white with a bit of black trim. Leon Holly grey, blue and white. Lachlan Homer in white and black, and Tom Justice, similar colours to Matthew Swap, red, white and blue. Jake Wardle on row 4 is in black and green. He's overdue a good result. Tim Leonard in white and orange. Completing the top 10 would have been Will Omar, but he's not there. And Ricky Pittman in the grey car with the yellow wheels. And Max Sharpfegger starts from row 8, Ollie Smith from row 9. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can come through from there.
By the time you've done your outlap, that's 3 minutes of the 15 gone. You're left with 12 minutes left, which means that that's probably 4 qualifying laps. And if you run wide on one of them, or
15-minute race. Not a lot of time with such a long lap to make up that deficit. This is going to be a very interesting.
do end up in trouble, but it's great. So
Brad Hutchison joins for all your comments coming in.
Watch out for the braking from row number 9. They should make progress. It's Martin Wright in the blue car. The start from pole position.
Showing lots of support for your favourite drivers. So here we go then, the revs are up and away we go with race 3 for the junior saloon cars over 15 minutes. Martin Wright leads them away from pole position already. Max Scharfegger and Ollie Smith making their way through from the back. Wright leads. Let's have a look further back in the order. Zane Quecker's off to a flyer as well in the black and red car there. He's following Ollie Smith through the pack. They're up with Caelan Keith already in the 72 cars. They made up a few spots already. Here come the leaders down into the hairpin for the first time. Up at Wilson's, Matthew Swatton going for the inside, gets up alongside Martin Wright for the lead as they go towards Palmer. Martin Wright will have the inside line for the left-hander. They're absolutely together as they come towards Palmer's corner. Martin Wright at the inside, and Matthew Swatton has to cede the corner. Hasnain Khan is in third place, then Leon Holly is fourth. Lachlan Homer rounds out the top 5. Absolutely together. You couldn't see Matthew Swatton there. He was so close behind Martin Wright as they come down towards Agostini. Hasnain Khan and Leon Holly side by side. Then it's Homer. Tom Justice up there in P6. Keep an eye on our drivers starting out of position after their qualifying times are disallowed. This is going to be a very interesting battle indeed as they come through the field. Martin Wright, though, it is who leads, looking for his first win. He won the scholarship in 2025. Current scholarship champion is Ralphie Branscombe in the 96 car. He's a bit further back in the order. And already on the fringes of the top 10 is Ollie Smith in the number 80. In fact, he's already up to 10th. There he is, and Max Scharfegger's up to 9th. So they are tearing their way through the field already. There towards the back, Frankie Lawson with Atahuna, the number 81. Look at this, they're weaving around. This is more like Caterham racing, the way they're trying to break the slipstream on the Bentley straights. Leon Holly's moved up into third ahead of Hasnain Khan. Behind them is Lachlan Homer, but it's Martin Wright who leads the way. A fine sight the Saxos make, these youngsters racing out as hard as they dare. Somebody ran wide there onto the grass. That's Nelson, that's Ricky Pittman. He's lost a place, that's Ollie Smith that's come through, so he makes up another place. So he's going to be almost halfway up the field already as they complete the first lap. Leon Holly going for second place into Murray's. You rarely see overtakes made there. And Matthew Swatton is just about going to hold the place. Leon Holly, if he keeps his foot down, might get a run up the outside here. Coming up to complete lap number 1, it's Martin Wright who has the lead though. Side by side across the line. I think Leon Holly might just get the move done here for second place. Rest of them steam through behind, and Ollie Smith is up to 9th position. Where's Max Scharfegger? 1 place ahead of him. So Scharfegger's made up 6 places, Smith's made up 7, Zane Quecker's up to 11th. Let's all change in the pack, but out in front, it could be all changed for second. Yes, Leon Holly has got the move done for second ahead of Matthew Swatton. Battle for 4th between, where's Homer going? Lachlan Homer onto the grass, and Hasnain Khan had to lift off there. Khan's dropped right down the order. So Khan and Homer, they may have had some contact there, and that's allowed Tom Justice up to 4th. Max Scharfegger's in 5th position. He's flown through the order. Look at this. And there's Ollie Smith, he's up to 7th. They're going to be with the leaders in another lap or so's time. Max Scharfegger is going like an express train. There's Zane Quecker's going quickly as well, past Ricky Pittman. Hasnain Khan was the big loser there. That little contretemps coming out of the hairpin, he's dropped a lot of places. But Max Scharfegger's the one to watch, I think, here. There he is, the 23. He's on the tail of Tom Justice. in the 57. Tom is on his debut weekend. He's in 4th place. He's absolutely flying. He runs wide there, though, coming out of Oggies. That's going to allow Scharfegger to go through. He makes up another place. And through comes Lachlan Homer as well. Ollie Smith up the inside, so Tom Justice is being shuffled backwards. Oh, my goodness. Martin Wright out in front. He'll be wanting to keep an eye on his mirrors soon, I think. Leon Holly in 2nd, then Matthew Swatton. There's Scharfegger in 4th. Behind him, that's Lachlan Homer. Tom Justice is fighting back here on the inside with Jake Wardle. They're trying to have a go at the championship leader, Ollie Smith. Oh, up on the curb, 2-wheel motoring there from Lachlan Homer. He's done that a lot this weekend. He did that in qualifying, I think, as well. He's certainly an entertainer. Ollie Smith trying to close him down. He's got Tom Justice on his tail, and Tom is not letting Ollie get away here. This is a great performance from the young man who should have made his debut at Pembrey but crashed in pre-meeting testing. Jake Wardle battling it out there with Zane Quecker. Excuse me, says Zane, and Jake Wardle gets a wheel onto the grass. Hasnain Khan recovering, he goes through as well. 2 laps gone then. 1.25 seconds in it. And although Smith and Scharfegger are flying through the order, it is Martin Wright who's the fastest man on track. 2:26.254 for Martin Wright. Just over 1.25 seconds in it between Wright and Holly at the front of the field. Here comes Hasnain Khan side by side with Zane Quecker. The inside gets the place back again. That's 8th position for Hasnain Khan. Zane's not giving way though, he's back up the inside. This is great stuff. Up into Palmer. Zane retakes the place. There are your 3 leaders. And here comes the charge behind. Max Scharfegger. Lachlan 2-wheel Homer. And Ollie Smith in 6th position. Another 3 places gained on lap 2. There's Quecker still side by side with Khan. Jake Wardle's up behind them. Ricky Pittman's in there as well. Oh, this is brilliant. This is the race of the weekend for me so far. Zane Quecker now back up into 8th position. Max Scharfegger has absolutely flown up the order. He's only a second or so behind Max Scharfegger. Matthew Swatton, I would think now, Max Scharfegger. Here they come down the straight. Still the blue car of Martin Wright leads the way. He's desperate for his first win. Leon Holly giving chase, also looking for a maiden win. Black and white flag being shown to somebody. It's number 57. That's Tom Justice. He's at the back of this group there with the red bonnet. And Hasnain Khan has been shuffled back further. I think he's got a problem. Yeah, he's slowing down, unfortunately. That's a shame. First ever podium for him earlier on. But we saw the number 18 car slowing on Bentley Straight there. There's George Allen. He's ahead of the 29 of Tim Leonard. They're battling for 12th place. They've got Ralphie Branscombe behind them. Made a quick start, but now down to 14th. Here's Scharfegger. Chased by Lachlan Homer and Ollie Smith. Now, have they plateaued? Have they reached their limit in this one of where they can get up to? We shall see. Well, Lachlan Homer's going for it. He's done the fastest lap, 2:26.160. Nearly a 1/10 of a second quicker than anyone else. Smith lapping in the 2:26s and Scharfegger, but not quite as quick as Homer. So Lachlan Homer could be the car to watch here in P5. The rest of the cars head over the line. Hasnain Khan, I think, has pulled over. He's not coming through on that lap. I think he's pulled over at the end of the Bentley Straights. There might be yellow flags out there. Here come your leaders up towards Agostini. Lead gap was 1.4 seconds at the end of that lap for Martin Wright over at Leon Holly. Matthew Swatton just biding his time in 3rd place, then Scharfegger. There's Lachlan Homer. There's Ollie Smith, the championship leader. 17th on the grid, and he's up to 6th. 16th on the grid for Max Scharfegger, I think. Correction, 15th on the grid, and he's up to 4th. Behind that group is Tom Justice, then Quecker, Wardle and Ricky Pittman. Asnain Khan has made it round to the pits, so he hasn't pulled over, so there won't be yellow flags out. It's a bonus to the other drivers. Here come your leaders, and Martin Wright moves across to the left and then to his right. He knows that Leon Holly is close to him. Breaks the toe, pulls away again. Swatton third. Then the next three, Scharfegger, Homer and Ollie Smith. Ollie Smith, I think he locked up there going into Brundle. That's unusual. Homer up on the curb again. He likes doing that. Didn't do suspension any good though. Ollie Smith locking up there. Is he having braking issues, I wonder? Keep an eye on that. Ricky Pittman being chased down there by George Allen. There's Tim Leonard being reeled in as well by Ralphie Branscombe. Many of these drivers only just out of karting. Look at the racecraft they've displayed this weekend. Some excellent close fought racing. Just under 5 minutes of the race to go. George Allen gets the black and white flag, this time through a warning for exceeding track limits. Asnain Khan has rejoined, but he's a long way behind in last place now, sadly. Ollie Smith still chasing Lachlan Homer. Through the car, through the hairpin, almost rallycross style there. There are the leaders. Wright, Holly, Swatton, and Lachlan Homer's up to fourth. Where's Max Scharfegger? There's Homer fourth, Smith fifth. We've lost Max Scharfegger. Where's he gone? He came over the line in fifth place, so he must have pulled up in the first sector of the lap. Meantime, Ricky Pittman attacks George Allen. But what has happened to Max Scharfegger? That's a great shame if he's dropped out after that charge through the field. Well, anyway, we concentrate on the lead battle. This is the battle further back in the order. Ricky Pittman and George Allen, they've been scrapping it out for 10th place. George in the ORA car, that's their dad Ollie Allen's business. Seen the two Allens racing this car this year. Had a big shunt at Croft earlier in the year. Tom Justice coming under fire. This is for 7th place from Zane Quecker, who's come through the field well. This has been the best race I think we've had this weekend so far. Junior Saloons in their final race of the weekend traditionally is their liveliest. A couple more track limits warnings going out. One to Jamie Faggin, who's down in 17th place. Coming into the closing stages now, less than 3 minutes to go. So there'll be a couple more laps left for Martin Wright. Over the line he goes. He leads Leon Holly by 1 1/4 seconds. The rest of the pack go over the lines. Right from Holly, then Swatton. Swatton's 2.5 seconds back on Leon Holly now, and Homer is a couple of seconds further back. He's still got the fastest lap though, which is an extra point. So Max Scharfegger has disappeared. He's out of the race. It's been a weekend to forget for him all round. Martin Wright from Cornwall, winner of the scholarship last year. Leon Holly, second highest scoring rookie behind Ollie Smith last season in their second season in the championship. He's yet to win. Holly from Cullompton in Devon. It's Devon versus Cornwall, it could be, for the lead here on the final lap. Saw these two battling yesterday in race 1. Matthew Swatton, fresh from his first win at Pembrey, in 3rd place. Zane Quecker's got ahead of Tom Justice, up into 6th position now with the demise of Max Scharfegger. 5-second penalty for George Allen. We saw him battling with Ricky Pitt, but he's got a penalty for exceeding track limits, unfortunately. Where's Hasnain Khan? Nearly a lap down, having rejoined from the pits. And here come the leaders. Look at Martin Wright weaving about there to try and break the slipstream. Good racecraft from these two at the front. They pulled clear of Matthew Swatton. There'll be one more lap to go, I think, after this one. Just under a minute left on the clock. Crew Nelson. Let's see if Lachlan Homer bounces off the curb this time in the background. No, we didn't quite see that. We concentrate on our leader. Oh, that's at Ahuna off. That's at Oggies. Facing the wrong way. Now let's hope he can get that going again. Yeah, he's fired it up. Reverse is off. Didn't see what's happened there, whether he had some contact or has just had a spin. And the leaders are approaching that point, so I'll have to be careful if he rejoins. There'll be yellow flags out there. Correction, the leaders are coming towards the end of the lap, aren't they? Apologies there. Heat getting to me, I think. 10 seconds on the clock, so we're going into our final lap at this time. Let's turn my electric fan up a bit, it is getting warm in here. Atahuna has a lot of fans in our YouTube chat, but unfortunately he's had a spin there. So Martin Wright into the hairpin for the last time. And look at the way Leon Holly's going. You'll know it's the last lap. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. 2:26.15, Leon Holly. He is pushing to catch Martin Wright. It's the Battle of the Southwest. Cornwall versus Devon for the lead. Matthew Swatton looks safe in third. He's nearly 4 seconds back on these two now. So Ollie Smith up to fifth behind Lachlan Homer. There they are in the background. They're well clear of Zane Quecker, who's now sixth, having gone ahead of Tom Justice. And the red flag is coming out. That'll be because I think Atahuna's stranded car at Oggies. So we're on the last lap, so that will be a declared result. And I think it will be declared at the end of the last completed lap, which was the end of lap 6. Yes, there it is. He can't get it going again, Atahuna. He's stranded on the inside of Oggies, an unsafe position. So the officials opting to bring out the red flag on our last lap. So that will be provisionally a first win for Martin Wright. Congratulations to the Cornishman. Well done, Ollie Smith, who came through from near the back to fifth place. We'll get the provisional results in just a moment. So Atahuna won't be classified as the cause of the red flag. And we'll give you a provisional result as soon as we have it. But by my reckoning, that's a first ever win for Martin Wright. Leon Holly in second and Matthew Swatton in third. So Martin Wright gets his first ever Junior Saloon Car Championship win. That was a very entertaining race. Well done to every driver on that grid. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. And I'm sure the drivers all did as well. I'll give you the provisional results as soon as we have confirmation from the timekeepers on what's going to happen. It's going to decide which lap the result is going to be declared on when the red flag came out.
That will mean that everybody will work their way towards the pit lane. It also means that the point at which they were running at the red flag, in reality, we go back a lap earlier than that as well. And we did just have a change to 6th and 7th place that day. So then Quecker made his way up into 6th and ahead of Tom Justice.
Well, there is Martin Wright. He's just awaiting instructions from the marshals at the moment. Waiting whether he's going to be directed onto the grid or into Parc Fermé, but as we were on the last lap, he will almost certainly be sent into the pit lane and Parc Fermé, and that is the probably the moment. Yes, they're being sent into pit lane. That is the moment that Martin Wright will realise that he has taken his first ever win, first ever car racing win. Congratulations to the Cornishman. The recovery truck in position to recover Atahuna's number 81 car.
the car of Ricky Pitman and completed top 10, but did have a 5-second penalty for what was track limits, was number 17, which was George Allen, which in that case, that penalty hasn't been applied at that point, and we're dropping outside of the top 10, but would promote into the top 10, car 29, which was Timothy Leonard. So a slightly confusing end to the race there. Matt Suckling, I can see, has made his way down into towards Park Ferme. There'll be a delighted Martin Wright, who has claimed his first win.
Provisional results then of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Martin Wright takes the win ahead of Leon Holly, who gets the fastest lap, with Matthew Swatton completing the podium. Lachlan Homer in 4th place. Ollie Smith coming through from the back to take 5th. Commiserations to Max Scharfegger there, who came through from towards the back of the field, but then suffered a problem, presumably. Zane Quecker, an excellent 6th ahead of Tom Justice, our star newcomer this weekend. Jake Wardley in 8th, then Ricky Pittman and Tim Leonard complete the top 10. Behind them were Ralphie Branscombe. Penalty dropped George Allen to 12th place, then Max Scharfegger showing in the results in 13th, so whether he got going again, we'll wait and see. Whether he had an off somewhere, we didn't see. Jamie Faggin was 14th, then Frankie Lawson, Caelan Keith, and Hasnain Khan will be the final classified finisher, because of course Atta Huna it was who brought out the red flag. And I think we can hand down to Paul in Park Ferme to talk to a doubtlessly very happy Martin Wright.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was round number 15 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we have got an absolutely ecstatic Park Ferme here. We're going to come to our race winner as he's been congratulated. Martin, I believe this is your first win of the season, and what a way to do it under sunny skies.
Yeah, that was a really good race. We managed to just pull a gap there at the start and just keep on really going for them quick laps and kept ahead.
Well, kept ahead of the field in the end, but I mean, you look absolutely knackered. You must be giving it everything.
Yeah, we were really trying to extract everything out of the car, and yeah, really happy with the win.
Oh, fantastic. We'll leave you to celebrate. Congratulations on your maiden win.
Thank you, mate.
Oh, that's Martin Wright there. And well, ladies and gents, we now come to our 2nd place finisher, albeit he is celebrated at the moment. It's going to be none other than Leon Holly. Leon, hate to interrupt the celebrations. A 2nd place added, of course, to a podium in race number 1 yesterday. I mean, a great weekend for yourself.
Yeah, it's been a very good weekend, considering my qualifying wasn't the best. So it's been a good recovery weekend. I'm very glad of what I've managed to do.
Well, a huge achievement, and also you had to battle your way past Matthew Swatton early on. I mean, the two of you door to door.
Oh yeah, it was very close, but managed to get it done, and that's what that matters, really.
Oh, congratulations on the 2nd place. We'll see you again in a few weeks' time.
Take it easy, you too.
And well, lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our 3rd place finisher. Winner, of course, at Pembury, taking his maiden win, and back on the podium here after a little bit of an uphill battle this weekend. It's Matthew Swatton. Matthew, 3rd place. You're finally back on that podium.
Yeah, happy with that, considering how this weekend's gone. So, yeah, really happy with that.
Indeed, I do believe as well, and to do a lot of work on the car overnight, you and the team, so you've had to really get things back together for this one.
Yeah, it's been tough, but I can't thank the team enough. This is for them, honestly. Everyone involved, they've done a great job.
Well done. We'll leave you to celebrate. Congratulations on the podium, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time at our next round.
Thanks so much.
Hearing there from Matthew Swatton, and well, an absolutely deserved podium from all 3 of our drivers. That was round 15 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, ladies and gentlemen. Their story continues with round 16 on what will be none other than the 1st and 2nd of August at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. But with that, we don't stop the front engine front wheel drive action, because coming up next is TCR UK's 2nd race here at Snetterton. But before we go to what is the starting procedure, we're going to be catching up with Brad Hutchison, as Annie Mewan did earlier on today.
Brad Hutchison joins me here at a sunny Snetterton. Brad, bit of a stalwart of TCR UK these days. I'm sure you'll be grateful for me reminding you. You've been here pretty much since the start, haven't you? How are you finding it this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. If we forget about the last round, which the pace was good, the reliability wasn't.
No.
It's all right. Obviously, we're in a new car this year. It's not the first time we've been in a new car in TCR.
Yep.
Took us a little while to find our feet last time we got a new car, but come the end of the year we were fighting for the championship. So yeah, hopefully we can do similar. We are getting to grips with it. Despite it looking very similar to the last car we were in, it's it's completely different. The way you drive is completely different. So there's obviously quite a lot of work from my side to get the most out of that bit, and then obviously the way it goes together is quite different as well. So yeah, we're learning, but you know, it's like you said, we've been around a while. Fundamentally, a front-wheel drive car, you drive the same way regardless. So yeah, we're getting to grips. We're getting there.
And for the first time, really, you've got a current generation TCR car, one of the newer cars on the grid.
Yeah.
How much of a difference has that made? Maybe not results-wise, but just to your confidence, knowing you can now fight at the front.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, so I've run out of excuses.
Well, yeah, true.
So, no, it's obviously it's good. Knowing that you can fight for the championship, you know, it is quite disheartening when you absolutely give it your all in a qualifying lap and you come in a second off and you think, well, you know, we've beat last year's pole time and we've done all we can do, but the new generation of stuff is just quicker. But yeah, it's nice. You know, I'd always consider ourselves at the sharp end, at least trying to. I don't think we've ever just made up the grid numbers, but yeah, it's good. Confidence inspiring.
I suppose it doesn't help though this year, does it, that it's so competitive? Okay, we've had bigger grids in previous years, but quality over quantity this year it feels, and that means even with a brand new car, even with all of the talent that we know you have, it ain't any easier, is it?
Yeah, no, there's obviously some big professional names in it now and big professional teams in it, so it's but like I said, we're at the core, we're still dad and lad. Obviously we teamed up with Capture this year, which has been a massive help. But yeah, we've always, you know, at the end of the day, it is me and dad, as it has been from karting. So yeah, it's grown some. The toys have got bigger and more expensive, but yeah, it's good. We've always liked to take it to the big teams, to the big boys, and I think we'll continue to do so, hopefully.
And always with a smile on your face. There's a reason we talk to you so often, Brad, because you are always, it seems, happy to be here.
And always talking.
And not very talkative, yeah, that does help. How much, though, of that positivity do you think comes from the fact that you are essentially still a lad and dad team? Does that take a bit of the pressure off maybe in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's more pressure every weekend, really. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and Dad's always said from the start, you know, it's a hobby. We do it because we enjoy it. We don't do it with any sort of aspirations of careers. Whatever comes from it, you know, obviously it's quite a nice position that we're in now, and I'm probably living the dream of quite a lot of young boys and girls with the position that we're in and the cars we get to drive. And I just think, you know, you've really got to enjoy it, and we do. And, you know, it's not just me that enjoys it. Obviously, I probably enjoy it the most, but yeah, the whole family's here, you know, and family and friends and sponsors, and it's weird with our team, and I'm sure if you asked our previous sponsors, they would say the same thing. We still have the family feel, even though it's a corporate day out, you know. We had so many guys and girls emailing about coming back to another round just because they just enjoyed it. You know, they enjoyed the day. You know, it's not the fanciest hospitality, it's not the biggest, it's not the grandest. We don't serve a 3-course meal, but you'll have a laugh.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and I think it's always worked for us, and it's probably why we're still here. But yeah, for everyone, I think we all enjoy it. I mean, we're racing cars.
Yeah.
Some circuits in the UK, it's when we're racing good cars as well. You know?
Yeah. Yes.
It's frustrating sometimes, but you know, it's good. It's good to do on a weekend, isn't it?
It is. There are worse ways of spending a weekend, I would argue.
100%.
Definitely. Well, Brad, thanks for having a chat with us. Thanks for your continued support with the championship, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, here we are, we're back in the pit lane. It's nearly TCR time again, their second race of the weekend coming up. And we've got cars just starting to warm up behind us. They'll be trundling past us down the pit lane momentarily. Few incidents in that race earlier on today. The discussions, I believe, are still going on regarding a couple of them, but we'll have the cars out on the grid for a reversed grid thriller, I think, in a few moments. In fact, I can just hear the engines. Yes, Barry John McHenry will lead them out in his Audi, and race one winner, Max Hart, directly behind him. Max getting his first victory of the season, and a longer-awaited one as well. He's been so close on previous occasions, and at last managed to get himself a race victory. Remember, Callum Newsham started on pole in that first race. He's coming towards us in the Hyundai Elantra. Ended up only third in that first race earlier on today. He'll definitely be hoping for more. And a couple of cars further back, we have Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison flashing the lights at us, gunning for hopefully a win this time. He was second in the race today, and that puts him nicely further up the championship table. Cardboard coming past us as well. He was involved in a couple of little skirmishes in that first race. In fact, one of them with Harry Bloor, who's directly behind him, heading out onto the circuit. They're making their way out. I think that's the last of them, so we can probably start wandering over. Whilst we put ourselves in position, Dave Goddard can continue the build-up to our second TCR race of the day.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Andy. The sun's still shining on Snetterton as the cars start to make their way out for TCR Touring Car Championship race number 2. Partially reversed grid for this one, so it will be Mark Smith in the Cupra Leon on pole position, the man from Staffordshire, alongside number 22 Rick Kerry in his Hyundai i30. Rod McGovern, the Irishman, in number 8 on the second row in his Cupra, alongside Jensen O'Neill going the championship leader coming into this weekend in the Powermaxed Honda Civic. Row 3 is Carl Bordley, but contact off the line for Carl in race 1 in his Civic, alongside Max Hall in the Hall's Racing number 93. Superbly liveried car, that one is the yellow and blue. On row 4, Callum Newsham, the pole sitter in race 1 with the Elantra, alongside Brad Hutchison with his Cupra Leon. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Max Hart, our race 1 winner, starts from 9th with Barry John McHenry in the Audi number 5, alongside Luke Allen in his Golf on row 6, the local man. And Harry Bloor starts from the back. Harry with a grid penalty. 10-place grid penalty applied for not providing video footage to the clerk of the course. Of course, cars have to be fitted with recording equipment to help in judicial decisions. But Harry Bloor not able to do that, so he has to start from the back of the grid this time. Second of 2 races today for the TCR UK Championship. What a contrast to the conditions for their previous round I attended in the rain at Croft a few weeks ago. Track temperature, we're told here at Snetterton, is 38 degrees on the tarmac. The only conditions hotter than that I can remember at a race event was when I was working at Imola in Italy about 3 years ago with the Superbike World Championship, and it was 40 degrees air temperature there. I don't know how riders can race motorcycles in those conditions, and it's obviously hot in the cars at an event like this. The car's on their way to the grid, and Andy's in position down there.
Well, here we go then. Cars about to arrive on the grid ahead of our second TCR race, and we're just getting a few of them filtering in further back. Pole position for this one, Mark Smith. He finished 10th in the race earlier on, despite a track limits penalty that he picked up partway through, so he will eventually bring his Cupra through onto pole position. But of course, lots of our championship front runners coming from way back in the field, and a couple of them with a few points to prove. So I'm going to see if I can dive in and speak to a few drivers. We'll wander over this way and speak to Rick Kerry, shall we? Rick's always good for a chat, and I know he had a couple of issues, I think clutch-related issues, in the race earlier on today. The circuit commentary have just beaten me to it, but we'll join the queue. Rick in the older i30N, which is the car that's won more races in TCR UK history than any other kind of car. Of course, these days it's been replaced by the Elantra, which Callum Newsham has been driving very successfully in, but Rick Kerry still pedalling away in the Hyundai. You can see as well they're changing the tyres over. This is perfectly standard procedure. This is actually what this start procedure is for in TCR competition, to swap the front tyres to the rear, the lefts to the rights, etc. It's because a front-wheel drive touring car warms up the front tyres much more quickly than the rear tyres, and so they bring them out with the rears on the fronts, etc. And this is what they're doing, just to swap them to make sure they've got enough temperature on all 4 corners. Rick just lining up with a bit of tape you can see on the barrier over there. This is to help him when he comes back in a few minutes' time at the end of his green flag lap, to make sure he's in the right position. This isn't a bad position, Rick, front row, and hopefully those clutch issues sorted.
Yeah, we got a newer clutch, thanks to Callum Newsham's team for lending us the clutch, which I've got to replace for him. But hopefully with that we can push on, and you know, now we've got it handled better, we can hopefully achieve a bit of a race, I guess.
Looking forward to it. Right, Rick Kerry then starting from the front row. Thank you very much, Rick. Let's carry on down, shall we? And maybe have a chat with Rod McGovern. Rod McGovern starting 3rd on the grid. I'm going to just see if I can squeeze in for a sec, if that's all right, and annoy Rod when he's trying to get into the zone. Rod, quite close to the pointy end here. This is a good opportunity for you, isn't it?
It is. It's a good opportunity. Just hope I get a good start. If I can get a good start, you know, who knows what will happen behind me. I'm just going to try and just keep my head down and get away if I can. Just do my best.
We spoke after race 1 about those pesky Hondas that you were trying to get involved with. Well, they're all behind you now, so can you keep them there?
I don't know, I'm hoping they'll keep each other occupied.
I think they might. Well done, best of luck, Rod. Starting from 3rd. Right, we've got a bit of time. I think we can carry on our way down the grid. Jensen O'Neill going, championship leader coming into the weekend. He's starting 4th on the grid in his Honda, and directly behind him, Carl Boardley. One man I do want to have a chat with, though, is on the next row back, Max Hall, because he debuted in TCR UK here a year ago and got himself onto the podium. We'll be hoping that he can do the same again. I think I've got just about time to have a quick chat with Max Hall. Max, sorry, I know you're trying to get in the zone, but we haven't spoken to you yet this weekend. You were on the podium here a year ago in the Lincoln Co. What do you think you can do in this one?
I mean, we've had a bit of bad luck this weekend with our wiring loom melting in qualifying and our alternator going in the last race. But if that's all sorted, I'm hoping for a podium from here.
The Hondas are quick though, aren't they? And I think it's a car that seems to suit your driving style, right? It's quite lively.
Yeah, 100%. I love the rear rotating as much as possible in the car. That's how it likes to be driven, so yeah, I love it.
Best of luck, Max. Congratulations on the, or congratulations in advance maybe for a good result to come a little bit later on this afternoon. 2-minute boards being shown. We've got to clear off the grid. Race 2, TCR, coming up.
Yes, thanks Andy. He'll make his way over to the box in just a moment. The grid being cleared then. And it is Mark Smith, the former Alfa Romeo champion. Has raced a large variety of saloon cars over the years. In the grey Cupra on pole position with Rick Kerry alongside him in the ex-Alistair Camp Hyundai i30. Rick appeared in a variety of championships with BMWs over the years before joining TCR UK. Rod McGovern on the second row has an absolute stack of racing experience in Ireland. And young Jensen O'Neill going, the teenager from Northampton, son of Jamie going, very successful in Fiesta racing among other disciplines. Jensen, a Fiesta Junior champion himself. So Andy has made it back to the box. We'll hand over in just a moment when he's got his breath back to take you through this 20-minute race, second race of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yes, TCR cars on the grid. I have to say, I do quite enjoy this setup we've got here at Snetterton, with the commentary box being right next to the start line. It means I've got the very rare opportunity to get out there before the race, speak to some of the drivers, and be back in position in just a few seconds after that. And always fascinating to me to speak to the drivers directly before the race gets underway. Some have nerves, some are excited, some are in the zone, some are pretty relaxed, to be honest, and ready to talk to you. And they're a good bunch of drivers we've got this year in TCR. A few discussions after that first race earlier on today. I won't name too many names, but there's definitely been a few heated discussions going on in the paddock after race 1, and interested to see whether any of that rolls over into race number 2. Hopefully not. What a nice clean race. Race 1 was fantastic. It was thoroughly entertaining, and I hope race 2 will be just the same, if not better. So there was a 10-place grid penalty applied to Harry Bloor after race 1. This was, I believe, because of contact off the start line. We saw he got that penalty for moving before the lights went off at the start of race number 1. When he did get going, he then had contact with Carl Boardley, and well, Harry was given a 10-place grid penalty for that. There was also, I believe, a licence point related penalty handed out to Jensen O'Neill going, the championship leader, coming into the round anyway, and that meant that he will have points added onto his licence. If he racks up too many, he could find himself possibly having to sit out events, and that's not what we want for Jensen, because he is, as I said, well and truly in championship contention. But fingers crossed, we don't have to worry about that as we move forward through the rest of the year. He's a really rapid youngster, and he's lost a bit of weight now in the car for this race as well, so hopefully he's going to be able to do something from 4th on the grid. And of course, our race 1 winner, Max Hart, coming from 9th place on the grid. Should have been 10th, but because Harry Bloor had that grid penalty, everyone else who should have lined up behind him jumps up an extra position. And so we have Max Hart starting 9th, Brad Hutchison, who was 2nd in race 1, starting 8th, and Callum Newsham, who was 3rd, starting the Elantra from 7th. Spoke to quite a number of these drivers between the races, and a lot of them were saying that they are going to throw, or they have thrown, big setup changes at the cars after race 1. I think a lot of drivers struggling a little bit for balance. It's such a technically demanding circuit, the Snetterton 300 layout, but it's got a mix of everything. This sounds ridiculous because every circuit pretty much has fast corners and slow corners, but because it's such a long lap here at Snetterton, if the balance isn't quite right through the low speed stuff or the high speed stuff, for example, you can lose a second or more, and because the field is so tight this year, you can't afford to be doing that. So a lot of teams were throwing big setup changes at the cars. Jensen O'Neill-Going's car, I know they've really been fighting understeer on his Civic all weekend long, and he said they were going to try something a little bit contrary, a little bit different to try and fix that, get a handle on that for race 2. He much prefers, Jensen, a car that's very pointy, that rotates really well, a bit like Max Hall was just saying to me on the grid, whereas there are other drivers out there who perhaps prefer a more stable car, a car that's not moving around quite as much underneath them, and it can be a challenge for the teams, actually. Teams who may be running, as is the case for quite a few teams here this weekend, may be running multiple cars to find a setup that works on all of them for all of their various drivers. So it's not the easiest of things to set these cars up. I don't see Rick Kerry in that shot. I think Rick Kerry has stopped somewhere on this green flag lap. The Hyundai i30N, which had those clutch issues in race 1, should be second in the queue, and it isn't. There's a big gap between Mark Smith, the pole sitter, and Rod McGovern, who should be starting third, but he's essentially now going to be second. Is Rick Kerry the back of the queue? No, I don't see the i30 there, so I think we might have a car stationary somewhere around the lap. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Phil Kinch actually reporting that Rick Kerry is there, but he's at the back of the queue. Let me just hang on this shot for a second, see if we do have the Hyundai at the back. There's Harry Blore. Is Harry Blore the last car? I think Harry's the last car, so I hate to argue with you, Phil, but you're wrong. I don't see Rick Kerry there. He is, definitely not in the queue. So the field depleted slightly then, and that's a big advantage, I would argue, for Jensen O'Neill-Going, because he will be starting third on the grid, and Jensen is going to have an empty spot now directly in front of him, so that's a benefit for him. Championship-wise, by the way, Callum Newsham has now moved into the championship lead by 6 points over Max Hart, who, of course, with that win, has moved up into second place. He's just 1 point ahead of Jensen O'Neill-Going. So the top 3 in the championship are covered by 7 points, would you believe? And that's after drop scores have been calculated. So it's a really tight championship race that we're in for this year, which is what we expected, really. When we saw the entry list at the start of the season, we really did expect the title race to be pretty close. That's very much proving to be the case, which is exactly what we want to see. Close racing, a championship that goes down to the wire. What more could you hope for from TCR UK in 2026? So Mark Smith then, a lonely man on pole position in his Cupra Leon VZ, and then the similar machine of Rod McGovern directly behind him. Keep an eye on that pink and grey Honda though. Jensen O'Neill-Going, known for making good starts in that car. He's got Carl Portley right alongside him, with whom he clashed in race 1. We've got all the ingredients for another thriller. Race 2 of the weekend in TCR UK. They get away now, and it's a good start made actually by Mark Smith from pole position. In fairness, I think he might have a chance of holding the lead on the run down into Riches. No, Rod McGovern will get alongside on the outside line in his Cupra. It's Cupra on Cupra action. Through goes McGovern, through goes O'Neill-Going into second as well. And Mark Smith, I think, will try and stay out of the way as best he can as we head into the hairpin at Wilson. McGovern then the leader, with Jensen O'Neill-Going second, Max Hall into third, Boardley fourth, and it's 3 abreast for fifth. And in the middle of that was race 1 winner Max Hart. So Max Hart is already ahead of Brad Hutchison, I think is ahead of Callum Newsham as well. Just looking back, yes, Hart is 5th, Newsham is 6th. So a demon start for Max Hart, who did the double at Donington Park a few years ago, I seem to remember, in his Hyundai days, where he won both races, and he would really love to do so again here at Snetterton. He's into the top 5 already as they descend upon Agostini. Harry Blur there, after that penalty, of course, started off the back of the grid. He nips up the inside there. There's contact for the lead, though. That was Jensen O'Neill-Going into the side of Rod McGovern as they went towards Hamilton, and he's through. Jensen O'Neill-Going
then to the lead of the race, and Rob McGovern knocked down to second. It's side by side for third as well. Boardley to the outside of Max Hall, but Jensen O'Neill going immediately on the attack and immediately gets into the lead of the race, and that could be absolutely crucial. If he can get some distance now between himself and the chasing pack, that could make all the difference for his chances of winning the race. So Jensen O'Neill going, leads the way, Rod McGovern second, Max Hall is third, ducking out of line there in the first of the yellow Hondas. Then it's Carl Boardley fourth, fifth for Max Hart, sixth Callum Newsham, seventh Brad Hutchison, and Harry Bloor is eighth. That is the lead group essentially, 8 cars in a line with Jensen O'Neill going, doing his best to try and escape at the front of it. Through the bomb hole we go then for the first time of asking. Oh, and that's Newsham, was it? Was that Newsham wide? I think it was in the Elantra. So Callum Newsham with a very rare mistake through the bomb hole. McGovern, meanwhile, loses second place to Max Hall. I was congratulating him a bit prematurely, admittedly, on the grid there, but he might well be on for a good result. He's into second anyway. And Rod McGovern with some more defending to do. He's got 2 very quick and very experienced touring car racers behind. A 10-second time penalty for Mark Smith, meanwhile, for being out of position at the start. The man who started on pole position, he's dropped down the order anyway, and he has a 10-second penalty now to be applied as a result of being out of position at the start. So many start procedure penalties today. It's been one of those sort of days today where drivers have been making mistakes even before the race has really started. So O'Neill going leads by 1.6 seconds at the end of the opening lap. Max Hall second. This is the battle for third, and Rod McGovern a little bit of a cork in the bottle. Remember, in race 1 he spent most of that race following the Honda Civic brigade, and he now finds himself right in the middle of them. Carl Boardley's going to have a go here, big lunge up the inside, and Carl Boardley for third place is a done deal. And does that open the door maybe for Max Hart? No, significantly. So Boardley up into third position. Carl Boardley has a pair of third place finishes from earlier in the year, but of course he is an 8th-time race winner and a double champion in TCR UK, and he is desperate to try and get back to podium form here. He's got Max Hart to the inside of Rod McGovern as well, I think, in the background. Yes, he's gone through, so again McGovern doesn't quite have the pace of the Hondas, it seems, in this race, and he's now got another Cupra behind him, the fastest car from race 1, Brad Hutchison. For the first time in his TCR UK career, Brad Hutchison set the fastest lap of the race earlier on this morning, but he will struggle to do so in this one, buried in the pack as he is, courtesy of the reversed grid. So, out towards the end of another lap. We need to watch the lap times now. Jensen O'Neill going had that advantage, but now that it's Max Hall into second position, Max looks quicker. He was quicker than the race leader in both of the first 2 sectors, as there's a big squeeze there. Brad Hutchison with Harry Bloor to the inside, and crucially, Callum Newsham to the outside of Bloor. Brilliant move that from Callum, and he manages to go right round the outside of Bloor through Coram Corner. That is not an easy overtake to make, I can assure you, but Callum Newsham made it, and it was an important one, into 7th position then for the championship leader, but the championship leader by such a slender margin, just those 6 points, back to Max Hart, who is of course ahead of him on the road. So Max Hart, if he beats Newsham by a couple of positions in this race, could take the championship lead. Meanwhile, Brad Hutchison having a go at Rod McGovern, who's sideways. I don't think there was contact. I think that was just Rod carrying a bit too much speed maybe into the Wilson hairpin. I didn't see a touch. I apologise if there was, but Brad Hutchison, he won't be apologising because he's managed to gain a place. He's back into the top 5. Right, Max Hall, fastest lap last time round. He was 2/10 quicker than the leader. He is 3/10 quicker than the leader in the first sector on this lap, but neither of them going as quickly as Carl Boardley. So Carl Boardley into third position is the fastest man in that first part of the lap, and he will be going after those 2. It is a Honda 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Not the first time we've seen them locking out podium positions this season, and it is Jensen O'Neill going, who I think is going to have some defending to do before the checkered flag. There is Rod McGovern, meanwhile, with Callum Newsham behind him, this for 6th position. And Newsham's got to try and make some progress here, hasn't he? He's been struggling for balance with the Hyundai Elantra all weekend long. Needs to try and get himself up the order, because his title rivals are all looking like they might score quite well in this one. And he is currently buried down in 7th. He's actually under some real threat here from Harry Bloor in the number 11 Honda. Out of Nelson, McGovern wide. Is this Newsham's opportunity? It should be, but no, Rob McGovern closes the door quite firmly in his face there, and that delays Newsham through the bomb hole. Harry Blore will have a nibble now into Coram. This is where he tried to make a move on Brad Hutchison a lap ago. That wasn't successful. I don't think that will be. Newsham's got so much speed through the high-speed corners. Look at that, for the second lap in a row. Drives round the outside under the car, gets the inside for Murray's. There might have been a touch that time, but he is going to, I think, go through on the run off the corner. Meanwhile, race leaders absolutely nose to tail. New fastest lap of the race for Max Hall, and he's only 0.3 of a second now behind the leader, Jenson O'Neill going. Max Hall, who was a winner at Croft last time out, remember? That was his maiden victory in TCR UK. Wants another one, and he looks like he's got the speed to get it. Look, he's right in behind Jenson O'Neill going as they head through Palmer's. It is one of those races, though, where we need 3 pairs of eyes to see everything that's going on. We've got this battle developing for the lead. We've got that almighty scrum in the middle of the top 10 with Newsham, McGovern, Blore all on top of each other. But I do think we're going to have a move for the lead before too much longer. Max Hall undoubtedly is the quickest. On that previous lap, he took over a second out of Jenson O'Neill going. But Jenson O'Neill going has not generated a reputation for being an easy driver to overtake. And so Max Hall, who's not an easy driver to keep behind you in fairness, is going to have a real job on his hands. He's clearly got the speed, but he needs to be a bit patient here. Jenson's going to be desperate to try and hang on to the advantage because he is fighting for the championship lead. Max Hall could mathematically still get into title contention. He's 5th in the points, but he's a long way back in the championship standings right now. Jenson has more to lose in that regard. Again, they look as though they're going side by side, but that's just Max Hall trying to stay out of the warm air, the exhaust fumes from Jenson O'Neill going's car down the back straight to try and keep the engine temperatures, the brake temperatures, the tyre temperatures down. He's had a much better exit from Nelson though, and Jenson's really having to go on the defence now. Max Hall asking some serious questions of the youngest driver on the grid. Is he up the inside into Coram? No. Jenson O'Neill going just about had that one covered, but this is not going to be an easy overtake for Max Hall, that much I will guarantee. Down through Murray's then become. This is the conclusion of lap number 4, and Jenson sideways. He's been trying to dial the understeer out of that Honda all weekend long. I think he might have done, but maybe has gone a bit too far based on what we saw through that last corner. Max Hall, as a result, had a much better exit from the final turn. He's all over the leader heading into Riches. Jenson defends the inside line. That will protect the position going into the turn, but is it now going to lose him speed on corner exit? I don't think it did, really, although he is having to defend again into Wilson. Turns the car through the corner. There's that understeer. You could really see the lack of rotation for Jenson O'Neill going there, but he gets off the turn still in the lead. Now, with these two battling, they are now losing time to Carl Bordley, who on the previous lap was 9/10 quicker than Max Hall. So Carl Bordley's now starting to catch them. Max needs to get on with this. He's on the outside line into Agostini. What is going on for the lead? He's gone through, but he's gone straight on. No! Max Hall out onto the grass. He had got past Jenson O'Neill going. He will now lose second position. Carl Bordley's up the inside into Hamilton, and the double former champion is through. Carl Bordley into second position, and that was a gift from the gods for Carl, who was 2.5 seconds behind Max Hall at the start of the lap, and now he's ahead of him before we even get to the back straight. Now, will these two work together to try and chase down Jenson O'Neill going? I think they've both got the pace to get back up there, but if they start battling, that lets Jenson off the hook, doesn't it? And it could invite the 4th place man, race 1 winner, Max Hart, into the party. Max Hart is the 4th Honda in the queue. Brad Hutchison is 5th. It's 6th for Harry Blore now, ahead of Rod McGovern, with Mark Smith 8th and Callum Newsham down to 9th. So Callum Newsham's had another drama somewhere, I think, because he's dropped behind Mark Smith, which I don't think was the case the last time we saw him. Not sure what happened to Callum. This might explain it. There's been a car off at the bomb hole. No, that's Luke Allen's Golf. The local man has had a spin coming out of the bomb hole. That's a scary place to lose control. Meanwhile, well, they're not working together, are they? Because Max Hall is back up the inside of Carl Bordley, and he's back into second position, but runs wide on the exit. Bordley gets the better exit, and he will drag level with the youngster. This will give a double slipstream now to Max Hart as we head down into Rich's corner, and all 3 of them are going to arrive at one of the fastest parts of the circuit, pretty much on top of each other. Who comes out of this one in second? Hall on the inside, Bordley on the outside. Hall is sideways over the curb. The car bounces and bobbles its way through Rich's corner, and Carl Bordley, fair play to the former short oval racer. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised. He's got confidence on the outside, and he is able to hold on to the position. Hart goes 3rd, and that could now be Max Hall's chances of getting back on terms with Carl Bordley done and dusted, I think. The lead gap, though, shoots up now to 2.8 seconds. So Jenson O'Neill going leads, but of all the people that he didn't want to see in second position, I would say Carl Boardley is quite close to the top of that list. They have had a war of words on more than one occasion this season, those two. They had contact in one of the races at Brands Hatch. They had an altercation in race 1 earlier on, and Carl Boardley is going to be fired up to try and catch Jensen O'Neill going, but Jensen will certainly not be yielding the lead if Carl comes a-knocking. Max Hall, meanwhile, to the inside of Max Hart, the two Maxes at play, and Max Hall gets back through so much passing and repassing this weekend. I know that's become a bit of a buzz catchphrase in other forms of motorsport this season, but no gimmicks here. This is just proper touring car racing. It seems that no one can really establish any authority on these battles. You might make a move, but then you're immediately under threat down the next straight. The regs are working well. Of course, these are all Honda Civic FL5, so they are going to be pretty evenly matched, in fairness. And it's sort of like the Civic Cup on steroids, this, isn't it, really, with the TCR spec Civics doing battle at the front of the field. Brad Hutchison, to his credit, is giving chase in 5th and is closing in slightly as the Hondas start to battle ahead of him. Need to remember to breathe in this race. There are still 8 minutes of it to go, and I'm intrigued to see what this lead margin is now. Jensen O'Neill going at the start of the lap was 2.8 seconds ahead of Max Hall. He is now 2.3 seconds ahead of Carl Boardley. So Carl Boardley again 0.6 quicker than the leader that time, and crucially has shaken off Max Hall and Max Hart. He's a second nearly ahead of the 3rd place squabble. So Carl Boardley can get his head down now. I think he might be able to catch Jensen O'Neill going, and what happens from that point on is anyone's guess, but I'm reasonably confident that I can predict fireworks if that were to be the case. Down into Palm as we go. This is a race that you're going to want to stay tuned into right until and beyond the checkered flag. Jensen O'Neill going, and Carl Boardley might be about to go hammer and tongs for the race win. O'Neill going leads, Boardley 2nd, Hall 3rd, Hart 4th, Hutchison 5th. That's the lead group. Any of them could win this race. 4.7 seconds cover the top 5. But I think, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to Jensen O'Neill going at all, but I think the leader might be the slowest of those 5. He's really struggling with the weight in the car this weekend. He's not quite got the setup where he wanted. Jensen O'Neill going on other occasions this season has been unstoppable, but Snetterton has been his Achilles heel a little bit. He will desperately want to come away from the weekend with a win, but I don't think he's got that in the bag just yet. In the first sector alone, he lost another half a second to Carl Boardley, who's now about 1.7 seconds back. The fastest lap, by the way, still belongs to the 3rd place man, Max Hall. You can see that in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, 1:57.29. But I genuinely couldn't tell you what's going to happen in this race. If anything, Hall is going even quicker than Boardley, isn't he? In that middle sector, yes, 0.2 quicker than Boardley, so to my previous point, they're all concertinaing together. Now, Callum Newsham is back into 7th position. We saw Callum have one grassy moment at this very next corner at the bomb hole earlier on, but exactly what happened after that, I don't know. I think he's had another excursion maybe to have dropped back down the order. He should really be more or less in touch with certainly Harry Bloor and maybe Brad Hutchison by this point. But that's not proven to be the case, and this could be costly for Callum, who, remember, has already had a non-finish earlier in the season, so drop score-wise, he hasn't really got anything to fall back on. Every result pretty much is going to count now for the championship leader, and he could be set to lose the lead that he only gained after race 1, based on the way this result looks as though it's going to go. All depends, though, on what the order is ahead of him, and that is far from decided. Jensen O'Neill going only a second now clear of Carl Boardley. On the previous lap, 1.2 seconds quicker was Boardley, so based on what we've seen, their relative pace over the last few laps, they're going to be together by the end of the lap, but Boardley is bringing Max Hall, Max Hart and Brad Hutchison with him. Anyone fancy a 5-way fight for the win? Because I think we might be able to deliver that for you over the next 5 minutes. This has got all the makings of an all-time classic in TCR UK competition. We've had some good races here at Snetterton. We've had a championship decided here at Snetterton a number of years ago. Chris Smiley in a Honda actually managing to beat Isaac Smith to a championship in a last race decider. That was in very different conditions to these. It was very wet, it was very cold, and it was also the day that Matt Luff won the Civic Cup in the most exciting motor race I've ever seen. Maybe this one's going to beat that to the top spot. It's going to be a really exciting and intense final few minutes. Max Hall closing in, speaking of intense, on the tail of Carl Boardley. Now, the only thing that's going to perhaps compromise Boardley here and maybe save Jensen O'Neill going is if Max Hall starts nibbling at the rear bumper of Boardley's car, because immediately, look, Boardley's become a little bit distracted. He's not gained on Jensen at quite the same rate on this lap. So Max Hall, who was chatting to Jensen actually just before they got in the cars behind the pit garages only 20-30 minutes or so ago, he could be Jensen's saviour here. He's clearly worried about overheating though, is Max, because he's not even thinking about using the slipstream down the pit straight, pulls to the outside and keeps the car nice and cool as he can before pitching into that full commitment first corner at Riches. We are going to be touch and go as to whether it's 2 or 3 more laps as well here. We got 11 laps out of the race earlier on. This is lap 9, but of course it's a reverse grid race. The pace might not be quite as quick. We'll have to wait and see whether we do get that extra lap, but regardless of that, I think we're going to have a battle pretty soon for the lead. Boardley has shaken off Max Hall in the first sector, and he is now closer to Jensen O'Neill going than Max Hall is to him. Hart in fourth, Boardley closing in into the Agostini hairpin. That's the first time he's really been almost within striking range. Stand well back, everyone. This could get very, very spicy indeed. Two drivers who do not see eye to eye, both of them desperate for a race victory. What is going to happen? Who is going to get it? Could it be that Max Hall is in the pound seat in third position? He can watch this all unfold in front of him and maybe inherit a race victory out of it. Or Max Hart, or Brad Hutchison, all 5 of them covered by just 2.8 seconds at this stage as they head down the Bentley Straight for the 9th time. Boardley then pulls to the inside, again not wanting the slipstream, not wanting to breathe in those exhaust fumes on from Jensen O'Neill Going's car, and that loses him just a length or so down the straight, but they concertina back together. You can see that Jensen is really struggling with the change of direction. The car's not responding, not reacting in the way that he wants it to, although actually he got out of Nelson pretty well, didn't he? And once again, it's Hall who looks maybe the more menacing, and there's a big slide there for Boardley, who I think has got the opposite problem to Jensen. The rear of the car a bit too tail-happy there, and that once again relieves the pressure on the race leader. Right, leaders are about to come through. I think we've got time for 2 more laps. Yes, we have. We've got time just about for 2 more laps. I hope they let it run to the distance. Sometimes in this situation we throw the flag a second or 2 early. Someone hide the checkered flag, because this is a race we want to see go the full distance. Carl Boardley just can't quite get close enough to Jensen O'Neill Going at the moment to have a go, but rest assured if he does get close enough he will be having a go, and it's this middle sector where Boardley maybe seems to have the biggest advantage really. Out of Wilson, down towards Palm as we go. Dab on the brakes, down 1 gear probably, and then round the rolling left-hander. This is where Carl had a little nibble a lap ago. Is he going to take a bigger bite this time, I wonder? He's a bit closer, I'd say. Jensen might have to defend, but didn't defend, interestingly. He was confident there that Carl Boardley wasn't close enough, and he was right. Carl Boardley wasn't close enough and had to settle back in line. Definitely, though, the first half of the lap, that is Carl Boardley territory. He's gapped Max Hall, and he's really starting to ask some questions now. Jensen O'Neill Going round Oggies up towards the right-hander at Williams. Jensen O'Neill Going with the battle of a lifetime here to try and hang on. Jensen, a former Fiesta Junior champion, came off the back of that into TCR UK, immediately made a name for himself. He's an incredibly talented youngster. Carl, though, with all of those decades of experience, is going to have to use every single bit of that here to try and find a way past Jensen O'Neill Going, who coming into this race was only 7 points or so away from the championship lead still that he held coming into the weekend. A win here, doing some very quick maths, could give him the lead back, but he's wide out of the bomb hole. A wheel on the dirt, well, that'll give you some oversteer through Coram Jensen. The car really tail happy through the right-hander, but that's, luckily for Jensen, a part of the circuit at which Boardley seems to be struggling. So it's fascinating, isn't it? Different parts of the circuit, Jensen has an edge. Different parts of the circuit, Carl Boardley has an edge, and Max Hall seems maybe a bit more consistent. Across the line they go. The last lap board is shown. They had 2 seconds to spare, but 2 seconds is all we need. We have started the final lap of racing in TCR UK this weekend, and the top 3 drivers are covered by only 9/10 of a second. The top 2 are covered by only a car length or so as they head into the braking zone at Wilson, where again Jensen has Carl Boardley tapping some Morse code onto his rear bumper, but that's fine. That's touring car racing, and actually it meant Jensen got a slightly better exit from the turn really. I think Carl's best opportunity is out of this turn and down into Agostini. He's had a little look the last couple of laps. I'd say he's maybe a tiny bit closer this time. Is this where Boardley commits to the move? He's not close enough, is he? No, Jensen's going to move over and cover it. They're keeping it clean and respectful so far, but Jensen is out wide. Jensen O'Neill going, runs wide, and Agostini tries to cover, but Boardley's there. There's almost secondary contact, but Jensen O'Neill going just about hangs on. And now it's Boardley who's wide, and it's Boardley who's ruffled and under a bit of pressure. Max Hall to the outside into Oggies. Boardley will defend that one nicely. Jensen O'Neill going, was not going to allow Carl Boardley through, but there was, not for the first time today, contact between the two of them on the run out of Agostini and into Hamilton. This is not over. We've still got the final sector to go, and Max Hart is now joining in. All four of them pretty much together as they head into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Carl Boardley will throw everything at this next couple of corners to get away from Hall and to get back within striking range of Jensen O'Neill going, who's again a bit sideways through Nelson. Hall suddenly slow. He had a really poor exit from the right-hander, and so Max Hart's going to have a go at him through the bomb hole. He's looking to the inside, but Max Hall has it covered. One more braking zone, one more corner to go. Is Boardley going to be close enough? I don't really think he is. Jensen O'Neill going, I think, is going to hang on. Yes, he's had a decent enough exit from the corner. Jensen O'Neill going then, heads down towards the timing line. He will see the checkered flag and win race number 2 of the weekend for TCR UK at Snetterton. Carl Boardley in second, Max Hall in third, Max Hart in fourth, and Brad Hutchison in 5th position. What a race, what a battle. It was generally clean. There was that little bit of paint traded between the two of them on the final lap, which I'm sure will be discussed afterwards. That's just the nature of things, I suppose, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. And Jensen O'Neill going, hopefully, will now have a smile on his face. It's a second career victory, his second of the season, and I think that will put him back into the championship lead now, heading into Donington Park in a few weeks' time. Jensen O'Neill going, what a defensive drive. He was not the quickest driver in that race. He did not have a car, I believe, still, that was exactly where he wanted it to be, but he defended magnificently, and he kept the double former champion Carl Boardley behind him all the way to the checkered flag. Well, I can't wait to go and speak to these drivers. That's what I'm going to go and do now with the podium interviews and presentations to come shortly. I'm going to hand back over to Dave Goddard, and you'll be hearing from me shortly.
Separated by just half a second at the end of that 20-minute race for 11 laps. The top 3 were separated by 1.5 seconds. The top 5 were separated by 2.3 seconds. A brilliant race. Jensen O'Neill going. It is his second win.
Well, thanks very much indeed there to Andy McEwen. I think he's off for a cold shower after that one. We'll see Andy later. Big thanks for his inputs this weekend. And as they say where I come from in the West Midlands, what a bossed-in race. Let's check out the provisional results of that one. Jensen O'Neill going takes his second win of the season, just under half a second ahead of the closing Carl Boardley. Max Hall in third place, he got fastest lap, 1:57.29. Max Hart in fourth place, only just over 2 seconds further back in fourth place as well, the winner of race 1. Brad Hutchison takes 5th position with Harry Bloor 6th, Callum Newson 7th, Rod McGovern the early leader in 8th, Barry John McHenry and Mark Smith, despite his penalty for a false start, rounding out the top 10. Luke Allen was 11th in his Golf, and we lost Rick Kerry before the start. Well, big thank you TCR UK. Andy currently heading over to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from the drivers in a second. Next up, it's the second race of the day for the Audi Cup, and I'll be taking you through the remainder of the day's action. So a very big thank you to Andy McEwen for his inputs this weekend. And we've got 3 more races to go after the Audis. The Mini Challenge have their 3rd race of the weekend, then our final truck race, and then the pickup trucks as well. I think Pointy mentioned earlier the truck race we had this morning, race 3. There's been an amendment to the results of that one. I was having a few technical problems here in the box, I think, when he announced that. I missed that earlier on, so my apologies there, everyone. Stephen Powell has been disqualified from truck race 3 for overspeeding, and 3 other trucks given 10-second penalties in race 3 earlier on. That will affect the grid for race 5. We'll get back to that a little later on. So 4 races still to come here then on this Summer Trucks and TCR weekend here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. Audi Cup up next. The top 6 finishers from race 1 will be reversed for race 2 on the grid. This next one, I can see cars heading down the pit lane towards Parc Fermé opposite our commentary box. And as soon as the drivers are out of their cars, we will hand over to Andy. A great drive there by Jensen O'Neill, going to hold off the experienced Carl Boardley and take the victory. TCR UK really are having a absolutely fantastic season this year. In Jensen O'Neill going, they have really unearthed a fantastic talent here. Max Hall, only a young gun as well. I think we can now hand down to Andy in Parc Fermé to talk to Jensen O'Neill going.
Well, I said that race 1 was perhaps one of the best TCR UK races I've seen for a long time. Race 2 might have just beaten it. That was fantastic. And Jensen O'Neill going gets a second career victory in the championship. Let's dive in and have a chat then with, I believe, once again, our championship leader. He's back where he started the weekend. Jensen, you're smiling. I knew we'd get there in the end. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a brilliant race. Yeah, it was really hard to hold off Carl, and just a massive thank you to my brother, because at the start of the weekend we were massively struggling with just understeering. The car was horrendous, and we managed to win again. Just was going to say a massive happy birthday to Sean, and yeah, just ecstatic.
It's genuinely nice to see, because you've been a bit down in the dumps this weekend, understandably, because it's so tight this year. You can't afford to be missing it with setup, even slightly, can you? Did the changes work in that race? It looked like it was a bit more tail happy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's a phenomenal car now. Me and my brother have been trying to dial it in for months, and yeah, you can see I was comfortable, and I love a loose car, so yeah, it's perfect.
Remember, we're going out live here, but roughly what was going through your mind when you saw Carl Boardley ranging up behind you there?
Not really much. I just knew I had to defend him off. Obviously, Carl's a very good racer, but yeah, it was. I wouldn't say it was easy, but it was fairly hard.
Nicely said. Congratulations. Jensen O'Neill going, a winner once again in TCR UK, and that's nice to see. Handshakes with Carl Boardley. Carl, let's have a word. Long time no see, Carl. It's been a while since we had one of these chats. You're back on the podium, and proper touring car racing, that wasn't it?
It was towards the end, yeah. He obviously got his head down and got a bit of a gap, so it was just a case of just popping some laps in and, putting him under pressure at the end. He made a little mistake, and I was in. But he shut the door firmly, so if it had been a bit more on it, then I'd have kept my foot in, and who knows what would have happened then. But yeah, it's we're a little bit behind in points and things like that, so we need to finish races rather than take us both to the local skip company. So
quite agree. I mean, we've had conversations in the past when you were winning championships here about you wanted more competition, you wanted better racing. We're getting that now, aren't we? So is it a case of sort of be careful what you wish for?
No, not at all. I'd much rather be here, like I've told you before, I'd much rather be here racing against people hard and fair, and going out there and everyone giving their all, everyone giving each other half a millimetre spare and all the rest of it, and banging a bit of doors. That's me, and I don't mind that. We'll do that all day long. So I'd much rather it be like this than it was in 2024, because to be fair, it was a case of just racking up some points and then taking the big trophy home. So I'd much rather it this way.
It's great to have you back up there. This championship needs you on the podium, Carl, so congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Carl Boardley then second position. I don't know where Max Hall has gone. If I can find him in the next 5 seconds, I'll have a chat. There he is, very quickly. Let's chat to, our third place finisher. I'll pick that up in a moment. Max, congratulations, podium finish. What a race.
Yeah, no, I think I almost had a win there, but I bottled it. Yeah, after the issues of today and this whole weekend, electronic issues, can't really complain to walk away for podium. We were really fast as well, so that makes it even better. So well done to Jensen and Carl. That was a good race.
You must be a bit frustrated. You had him down at Agostini, just a bit too late on the brakes.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, mate. I saw I got a better exit out than him out of the previous corner, and I saw myself edging ahead down the straight, and I was like, I gotta go pretty late on the brakes to get this done. But it was a little bit too much.
Well, look, it was a hell of a battle. We really enjoyed it. I think you guys did too. We'll see you at Donny.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I mean, fast again now, so hopefully I can carry over.
Good stuff. Back on the podium at Snetterton. Right, Audis are out on track, and we are going to head over to Dave Goddard to talk you through the action because I'm trapped over in Parc Ferme. Dave, take us through the grid.
Well, thank you very much, Andy McEwen, for your input today. He's off to do the post-meeting interviews for TCR now. Great to have him with us as always. We move on to the second race of the day for the Audi Cup. Top 6 on the grid from race 1, reversed on the grid for this one. So Jack Meagher, number 73, is on the pole with Sean Smith, number 211, alongside. Second row 33, Patrick Booth, and 5, Sam Meagher. 45, Carl Swift, and 113, earlier race winner Andy Rogerson on the third row of the grid. And then on the fourth row, number 7, John Wyatt, 21, Ruby Smith, who had those clutch issues and a spin in race 1, round out the 8 cars for the Audi Cup. New series for this season. It is a series, not a championship. New for this year, of course. First ever meeting for them was at Thruxton, also supporting truck racing. It was Ross McCard driving the car that starts on pole in this race in the hands of Jack Meagher on that occasion, who took all 3 wins there, and then they went on to Pembrey. There was a win there for Andy Rogerson, and Sam Meagher took the other race win. So those are your winners so far from this season. Carl Swift looking for his first win here from second on the grid. From second in race 1, I should say, 5th on the grid here with the reverse grid being used. Identical 2-litre Audi TTs. Looking very smart out there in the sunshine. We may be missing a car. I can't see John Wyatt out there. It might be because something to do with that the Audis are immediately followed by the Mini Challenge race, and that's a points championship rather than a series, so maybe he's prioritising the Mini and is getting ready for that instead. So it's the white car with the Martini stripes, normally raced by Ross McCart, Jack Meagher at the wheel this weekend. Alongside him, Sean Smith in the all-red number 211 car. Patrick Booth, the other Martini car, that one's got grey wheels as opposed to the white ones on the 73, that's how we'll tell them apart. And alongside him, Sam Meagher in the black and white car with the yellow trim. Carl Swift on row 3, and the silver and blue car alongside the yellow and black of Andy Rogerson. 5-second board has been held aloft. Revs beginning to rise then for the second of our 2 races for the Audi Cup this weekend. It's going to be a flag start for this one once again. Problems again with the lights. The flag goes down and away we go with race 2 for the Audi Cup. No John Wyatt. There's Ruby Smith at the back of the field in the pink and black car. It's the 2 Martini liveried machines of 4G Racing who lead the way into the first turn. Or is it? Because up there on the inside is Carl Swift. He's made a cracking start. The silver car with the red and blue flashes down the side. Who's going to be leading as they come towards the hairpin? It looks like it is at 33 round the outside. Yes, 33. Patrick Booth has taken the lead in the second row of the grid. There's Ruby Smith towards the back in this 7-strong field. No John Wyatt out there for this one. Making their way towards Palmer for the first time. It is the 2 4G Racing Martini liveried Audis, first and second, with Patrick Booth in front looking for his first win in the series. 73 of Jack Meagher in second place. Here comes Carl Swift on the inside. Here comes Andy Rogerson having a look at Sean Smith, who's already side by side with Sam Meagher. You can't go 3 wide through Agostini. They're all close bunched up here, and this is already proving you don't need a huge field of cars for a good motor race. Here comes Andy Rogerson, the black and yellow car. Former MGZR racer, raced Jaguar Saloons many years ago. Moving up into 4th place there. It's the 2 Martini teammates out in front, and there's contact, and round goes the 73 into the barriers. Well, Sean Smith looked like went into the back of Jack Meagher there and spins the 73 out. There was certainly contact there. Side by side for the lead, meanwhile, down the back straights, and it's going to be Carl Swift who I think is going to take the lead. Yes, Carl Swift comes through on the inside in the 45. Rogerson's up to 3rd ahead of Sean Smith as well. Let's see if Jack Meagher can get going again there. That's at Oggies. If he's stranded there, we might have a safety car. Good to see Ruby Smith keeping up with the back of the field this time in the 21. There's Jack Meagher just talking to one of the marshals here, seeing if he can get the car off the track. There's damage to the front of that car, and I'm wondering if this race may have to be either brought under safety car or stopped. So the lead is with Patrick Booth, number 33. Correction, the lead is with Carl Swift, of course, the 45. Here he comes, the silver car, and yes, the safety car is being scrambled, not surprisingly. Carl Swift will be picked up by Evelyn Buanik in the Porsche safety car. We'll have a look and see what happened there. Sean Smith trying to go for the inside as they went towards the right-hander at Oggies. Went for the inside, just hits the back of the rear corner of the 73 and wallop straight into the barriers. The red flag is coming out, in fact. It was originally safety car was scrambled, but the reds are coming out. In fact, the race has been stopped. Let's hope that Jack Meager is okay there. It was quite a thump he took into the barriers. We're down to 6 cars in this second race of the weekend for the Audi Cup. Jack Meager, another of a number of former MG Trophy drivers who have moved into this series this year. Carl Swift is an ex-Autograss champion. He's done a bit of Formula 1 stock car racing on the short overs as well. Sean Smith is a short ovaler as well. He used to race super stocks and also Legends cars. Here's another look at it. So the white car on the outside there, tricky to call that one. It looks as though Jack Meager had run wide, and as he moved back in, he shut the door on Sean Smith. So difficult to apportion blame on that one. Not that it's my place to, of course. But with Jack Meager running wide there, he tried to move back across and take the racing line, and around went the number 73. There's a red flag at the start-finish line. Yeah, red lights on around the circuit as well. And there is Jack Meager, just waves his hand in disgust there. He is not happy. But the main thing is he's okay. And I know Ross McCarr was watching in race 1 earlier on. Sorry to say, Ross, if you're still watching, that was your car. That's the car that won all 3 races at Thruxton. Do get your comments coming in on YouTube. It's gone a bit quiet on the feed at the moment. Heard from Josh Salvadori, the former junior Saloon car man. He was cheering on Martin Wright earlier on. Josh now in the Mini Challenge trophy category. So the marshals just checking on Jack Meager with the medics down there, just giving him a check-up. May take him to the medical centre just to check him over as well. He appears to be okay, just frustrated, I think, there.
But it's a brilliant atmosphere, having covered it several years ago. Any 24-hour race is always good, but it's a very relaxed.
So the car's being pulled up on the grid then, and we'll await news on a restart. No news on the timing screen at the moment. Carl Swift with an excellent first lap there to go from 5th on the grid to take the lead.
The car will be recovered and we'll get some sort of resumption of the race underway very, very shortly.
Cars are being pulled back onto the grid. I think it will be a full restart because the cars hadn't completed the first lap at the time of the red flag. We won't have our pole sitter this time. That's the car involved in the incident. So Sean Smith starts in the front row on his own. just racing trucks, as we can see here at Snetterton. We've got show trucks, we've got monster truck rides as well. I took a ride in the back of a monster truck at Northampton Stock Car Stadium a few years ago. Great experience, better than a roller coaster, certainly. So there's the 73 car of Jack Meager being brought in. Just been told on the timing screen it'll be a 13-minute restart, so it's effectively 1 lap taken off the race distance. It'll be a 6-car restart. Carl Swift was leading the way at the time of the stoppage ahead of Patrick Booth and Andy Rogers. Sean and Ruby Smith, I believe they're father and daughter, that pairing, 4th and 6th. It'll be all reset again for the restart over a distance of 13 minutes. See the damage there to the front left of the number 73 Audi where it hit the barriers. Damage the suspension as well.
The clear car line back up on the grid in what looks like the original grid order. So the car that was involved in the incident was bolted, so Jack Meager is no longer there on pole position. So it's just Sean Smith that sits there on his own on the outside of the front row of the grid. So the gap in there, 2-1-1, Sean Smith on the outside of the front row of the grid. We're 2 back to 2.
While the car is being recovered, we're about to have our podium ceremony down in the pits for the TCR UK Championship. Max Hall onto the podium in 3rd place. Carl Baldley in 2nd and Jensen O'Neill taking the wins. That's being presented down at the TCR HQ in the pits at the moment. As we get ready for the restart, the Audis are underway on their green flag lap, so I'll head back to the track. So Andy McEwen busy with the podium at the moment and the interviews down there, which is why you're stuck with me, I'm afraid, for the next Audi events. So I think they're back in the original grid order because we hadn't completed a lap. Yes, no pole sitter, the 73 car not taking part because of its involvement in the incident. Sean Smith is there, the red car, he'll lead away from the front row. Patrick Booth, who got the best start in the first running, the number 33, the man from Windsor in Berkshire. There's Ruby Smith at the back of the grid, failed to finish all 3 races, unfortunately, at Thruxton, but the Audi Cup were a bit jinxed at Thruxton. Every time they went out on track, the heavens opened. They got the worst of the conditions all weekend, the Audis, at the Thruxton truck meeting in May. They were at Pembrey as well. This man took a win, number 5, Sam Meager. That's the 3rd of the 4G racing cars in the D&M Plantire colours. Very nice livery, that is. So 13 minutes then, the restart for the Audi Cup. See a couple of our show trucks going home there over the bridge. Big thanks to all the exhibitors this weekend. Through Murray's comes the pack up to the grid then. Now, will it be a flag start this time? We'll wait and see, or if we got the lights working again. Carl Swift with it all to do again in the silver number 45. So a blank space on pole position. No Jack Meeker, but he appears to be okay after that shunt. Sean Smith all on his own on the front row then. Second row, Patrick Booth alongside Sam Meeker, then Carl Swift, Andy Rogerson, and Ruby Smith from the back. No John Wyatt, number 7. 5-second board is up then. The rerun of race 2 for the Audi Cup. Flag goes down and away they go. Good start by Sean Smith this time in the red machine. He leads them down towards... And there's contact again. Patrick Booth's clipped the back of Sean Smith. These red and white cars have got magnets in them, haven't they, in this race? Patrick Booth drops back to 4th as a result of that. Carl Swift had to take to the pit lane exit to avoid them, so that's allowed up on the outside Sam Meeker in the number 5 machine, and Andy Rogerson's in there as well. 3 of them together, they go through the hairpin for the first time. It's Sean Smith who's just got his nose in front in the 211, but here comes Sam Meeker on the inside. He's going to take the lead, I think, as they go through Palmer's. And he's done it, looking for his 2nd win of the season, Sam Meeker, and Andy Rogerson follows him through into 2nd place. So the 2 winners from the previous meeting at Pembrey are up into 1st and 2nd places, and Rogers is not hanging about here. He wants the lead. Smith down to 3rd. It's Carl Swift in 4th place. Patrick Booth is back to 5th in the 33. What a contrast to the first start of this race. Ruby Smith hanging on behind them in the 21. Leaders head out towards Oggies. This is where the incident happened in the first running of this race. Andy Rogerson up the inside. He's got a wheel on the grass on the inside. Sam Meeker holds on around the outside line. Sean Smith closing up. It's not very often you see drivers go side by side through there, but Andy Rogerson keeps his nose down the inside, and he's taken the lead. Brilliantly done by Andy Rogerson. Well, 3 leaders inside the first half lap, and look who's up to 3rd. Carl Swift has, of course, up to them as well. He's got ahead of Sean Smith. Carl Swift is going for it down the outside. He's got experience in TCR, has Carl. He goes round the outside of Sam Meeker to join Andy Rogerson at the front. Can he get the car started? Oh, there's going to be a tangle. That's very similar to the mini challenge incident earlier, but Carl Swift is into the barrier. Another one bites the dust in the first lap of this Audi Cup race. Can Carl get it going again, or is he damaged? So Sam Meeker leads. Sean Smith is up into 2nd place. It's Patrick Booth in 3rd. Sam Meeker still in there in 4th place after that tangle. Oh my goodness. What an incident-packed race for the Audi Cup here at Snetterton. Over the line go the leaders. Rogerson from Sean Smith. Let's have a look again. Yeah, Carl Swift tried to get across the front. That's exactly the same as what Ollie Wilmot did earlier on with Freddie Hewitt in the mini challenge race. But the difference is Carl went into the barriers on the outside. Just couldn't quite get around the front and get the around the front of the other car and get the car stopped into that tight right-hander. Perhaps underestimated how tight that part of the circuit is. So we're down to 5. Ruby Smith in 5th position. One advantage here at Snetterton is it's such a long lap, it gives the marshals time to move any errant cars before the pack comes round again. So Andy Rogerson leads into Agostini for the 2nd time, chased by Sean Smith. There was just under a second between them at the line. Booth back up into 3rd position. Sam Meeker in 4th, and Ruby Smith, good to see her closer to the back of the pack this time and hanging on to Sam Meeker as he recovers from that tangle. Ruby just learning her craft, a relative newcomer to circuit racing. Head out towards the back of the circuit once again. Sam Meeker trying to close in on Patrick Booth here for P3. Yellow flags waving at Brundle because Carl Swift's car is off there, so no passing at this section of the circuit. You'll be penalised severely if you pass under yellow flags. Sam Meeker sees the yellow and goes back in behind Patrick Booth. Green flag is displayed there on the exit of Nelson, so that's the section under yellows because the marshals will be removing Carl Swift's car. So we're down to 5 runners in the second race for the Audi Cup. Plenty could still change. Patrick Booth under pressure from Sam Meager, whose car doesn't appear to be damaged there for that tangle with Carl Swift. Andy Rogerson going for his second win of the season. Over the line he goes. Sean Smith in second. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Fastest lap of the race by Rogerson, 2:11.832. There's the fight for third, with Sam Meager attacking Booth. Ruby Smith in fifth. She's just under a second back on these two as they went over the line. Up towards Palmer. Let's see if the number 5 can reel number 33 in. Just under half a second in it as they cross the line. Rogerson leads into Agostini. The 5 of them still fairly close, bunched together at the moment. Sam Meager still looking for a place to try and attack Patrick Booth for third. Towards Williams. They're about a couple of seconds behind Sean Smith in second place. There's Ruby in the number 21. Through Brundle and Nelson. Still yellow flags out there. There's the green on the exit. First two, if anything, starting to break away very slightly here. Rogerson with an established lead, the number 113. Left-hander at Morris. Just a couple of car lengths in it now between Booth and Sam Meager for third position. 3 laps completed by our leader. He leads Sean Smith by 1.8 seconds. 1.7 ahead of Booth, who is starting to close in now. He's got his personal best at 2:12.5. Third place battle goes into the Wilson's hairpin. Ruby Smith 2.2 seconds further back in 5th position now. So just under 5.5 minutes to go in this second and final race for the Audi Cup. It's Andy Rogerson who leads by just under 2 seconds now. Finishing up to Carl Swift earlier on. Carl Swift finished runner-up to him earlier on, I'm trying to say. So Carl sadly now out of the race. Hope for his first Audi Cup win on his debut in the series this weekend, but tangling with Sam Meager going into Brundle and into the barrier as he went. Marshall's able to clear that incident without the need for a safety car, pleasingly, so well done to them. Andy Rogerson looking for a weekend double, looking for win number 3 of his season. Ruby Smith just wants a race finish this time. 3 retirements at Thruxton, didn't race at Pembrey, and then problems in this morning's race as well. .83 seconds was the gap between Rogerson and Sean Smith. Up across the stripe once again. There goes the leader. 2.2 seconds is now the gap, so he's pulling away very slightly, about 0.4 of a second quicker on that last lap, Andy Rogerson. Patrick Booth completes the top 10. He's about 3/4 of a second off Sean Smith. There he is with Sam Meagher still pushing. Ruby Smith dropped a little bit further back on that lap. She did a 2:14 lap. She's in about 3.8 seconds off this battle for second, third and fourth. Leaders make their way out of Agostini. There's Ruby Smith in 5th place, been racing an Audi TT since 2024 in other series. Hugely popular driver around the paddocks. Great to have her in this series for this year. She's done karting and she's been a short over in mini stocks as well. Battle for second place is starting to hot up, and here comes Patrick Booth down the inside on Sean Smith. Sean later on the brakes. Be careful into Nelson, we don't want a repeat of the earlier tangle, and Sean Smith manages to hold second place. Patrick Booth and Sam Meagher have closed on him though. We have got just over 2 minutes of this Audi Cup race to go. Murray's. Black and white warning flag for Sean Smith for exceeding track limits. He's got other things on his mind at the moment, though. He's trying to defend from Patrick Booth for second place. They go down towards Riches together. Andy Rogerson looking for win number 3 here. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:11.587. And up the inside there, coming out of Riches, that was the 33 of Patrick Booth, and he's got second place, and Sam Meagher's got through as well. So up to second goes Booth. Meagher follows him. Did Sean Smith miss a gear there, possibly? Because you don't very often see moves made coming out of Riches. He either ran wide under pressure there, or he missed a gear. He seems to be very slow off the corner. So I reckon he just ran out a little bit wide there. Down to fourth goes Sean Smith. And Andy Rogerson, is he going to tie Ross McCart on 3 wins this season? Up towards Oggies and Hamilton, then onto the Bentley straight. Sean Smith trying to wrest podium place back again. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's all looking good for Andy Rogerson at the moment. As a result of that bit of dicing for second place, he's pulled well clear. Nearly 5 seconds ahead, I think, now. Clock is about to count down to 0, so I think we'll get the checkered flag this time through. Sam Meagher might have a late attack for second place here on Patrick Booth. Yes, the checkered flag is being prepared. It's going to be win number 3 of the season for Andy Rogerson. Comes out of Murray's for the last time. It's a double here at Snetterton and 3 for the season for Andy Rogerson. Second place is going to go to, is it going to be Patrick Booth? Side by side across the line. Booth gets there by 0.04 of a second. A good exit from Murray's there for Sam Meagher. He almost got alongside. Sean Smith is 4th, and Ruby Smith at last gets a finish this season. Well done, Ruby. She completes the top 5. We lost Carl Swift and Jack Meagher. So we'll give you the provisional results in a second. Andrew Rogerson, the winner by 6.5 seconds in the end, setting a new fastest lap on the final lap, 2:11.37. Patrick Booth in second, just beating Sam Meagher in a photo finish in the end there, with Sean and Ruby Smith completing the finishes. We lost Carl Swift into the barriers at Nelson, and Jack Meagher didn't take the restart after his crash at Oggies. 2 out of 2 then for Andy Rogerson, and he equals Ross McCarr's total of 3 wins in the category so far this season. Big thanks to the Audi Cup, an emerging and fast-growing series. We'll hopefully see grids into double figures soon. Next up it is the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Racing. Race number 3, which will see another partially reversed grid.
So congratulations to Andrew Rogerson. 6.5 seconds was the advantage in the end that he claimed the victory by, but for second and third place, 4 thousandths of a second separated those to 0.040, and those drivers will be down.
I think we can go down to Paul in Parc Fermé to have a chat to our winner.
Well, Andrew Rogerson's done it again, another win in the Audi Cup. He's just ushered me aside so he can get a picture posing with the winners board, and rightly so. That's worth celebrating that, Andrew. A really hard day's work. A couple of battle scars on the car, I noticed as well. It was a bit physical out there that time.
There's a lot of markers that are in the way.
Oh, is that it?
They keep jumping out at me for some reason. First of all, I hope Jack and Carl are okay. From my point of view, it was just 2, 3, 4 into one, and it just got a bit carnage, but I hope they're okay. I see him out the car, so yeah, I hope they're okay. But no, it was a good race. First start was awful. We did not get away, and we just got boxed in. I see Carl already in the lead, and I'm thinking, mate, I need something to happen here, and it did happen, unfortunately. And then the second restart, we got a mega getaway. It all concertinaed here. I managed to get through, and then just picked off and got through, and down the back straight I managed to get the lead somehow, and then I looked in my mirror and I see 4 cars there, and I'm thinking I need to get through it as quick as I can because this ain't going to go well for someone, and it unfortunately didn't. I think it was just a racing incident from my point of view, but yeah, like I said, I hope it was alright, but yeah.
It was certainly exciting to watch, that much I can tell you. Shame obviously that Carl ended up off there, because I think he would have had ideas of coming with you. Do you think you would have had an answer for him in that one?
I was going to drop him.
Obviously.
Yeah, I was just going to absolutely, overtake and drop him. Confidence is key, right? No, I would have loved to have had a battle with him. I think I managed to brake, and that's what gave me the gap. I don't think it was like talent or driving away personally, but yeah, it's good to see. We got Patrick on the was it P2?
Yeah, he was.
Well done, Patrick. We've got Sam here, so it's great. We've got a mixture of people always here. Ruby's coming through. Sean was there. It's great, isn't it? I hope we see more at Donington.
Fingers crossed. Congratulations, Andrew Rogerson. Really successful day. Let's have a word with Patrick then. Second place in that one. A bruising race for some, and you were right in the middle of that fantastic battle for second place. Enjoy that?
Yeah, it was fantastic. That's the best race I've had all year, to be fair. It was really nice. Racing with Sean was kind of quite interesting. And then when Carl had gone out, it suddenly got Andrew up front, and it was, the 3 of us really, between me, Sam and Sean racing. So yeah, it's great fun, and I needed to step up the game a little bit.
Right.
It's no excuse being old. So I'm really pleased with the result. And then the tyres are going off so much that I came around Coram barely on the track, and it's like I'm going to come out that final corner so slowly. So I thought I'm just going to run it to the red line and see what happens. And I think I beat Sam by this much. Yeah. So no, great racing. Good weekend for the team as well. So that's 2 on the podium for 4G Racing. Huge thanks to Ali and the team for making it all work for us, and hopefully Jack's okay in his car. Doesn't look too bad, but I think there's a lot of work in it.
You're another driver who's been around this championship for a while now. You were here when we had obviously enormous grids, but goes to show, doesn't it? It's still high quality racing, it's still a competitive grid, it's still a formula that works.
It's fantastic, and we only had 8 cars here today, but I have to say, for everybody here front to back, everybody's had some great racing.
Yeah.
And we've had some fantastic racing in these cars. They're really, really evenly matched. They're super fair. The scrutiny is fantastic. So it's just a brilliant team to come in, and once you built your car, they're not that much. The running costs are so low. They're just so reliable. So yeah, really, really pleased to be in it, and I'll be here next year.
That's music to our ears. Congratulations on the podium, Patrick Booth. Then in second, where is Sam? There is Sam, back on the podium again, third step once more, and that was a tough race. Obviously, you were right in the thick of what went on with Carl Swift there down at the complex. What was your view of that?
Yeah, it was his first lap. I was trying my best to keep it to the inside and stop as quick as I could.
he just come across a little bit too far, and there was nothing I could do really.
When the racing's this close, I suppose it's inevitable. And as we've said, the cars evenly matched, drivers evenly matched.
Yeah.
You've got to go for every gap, right?
Yeah. I was trying to keep it out of trouble, but it was just so tight coming down into the corner. Yeah.
Really good weekend for you, though. The pace has been there. Obviously, that race with the reverse gave you a really good opportunity to fight at the front, but it looks like you've enjoyed yourself today.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. It's been very chaotic the second race, but yeah, overall, it's a good weekend. 2 podiums, can't complain.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations on the podium. So that then concludes our Audi racing, but we do have more action still to come here from Snetterton. To talk you through what's coming up next, let's head back to the box.
Okay, thanks very much, Andy. Getting ready for our next race, which is the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport, race number 3 of the weekend. The grid is based on the results of race 2 that we saw earlier on. Freddie Hewitt going for a hat-trick of wins. Before we get the cars out onto the grid, no sign of activity from the assembly area. Let's see who Paul was catching up with earlier.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of our final Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport race here for this Snetterton weekend, I'm joined by none other than James Dudley. James, you're starting 8th for this one. Your previous race earlier on today, a bit of shuffling around in the end. It was almost as if as much progress as you could make, you got shuffled back down the order.
Yeah, it been a bit of a trepidous one this weekend. We've gone backwards quite a way because we've had an issue with the car. We haven't had no boost, so we're literally just overdriving the car absolutely everywhere just to try and keep the position. I actually come off at Coram in the last race, so I shed another 2 places in. And it's just purely overdriving just to manage the issue that we got. But we think we got it sorted now. So we can hear the turbo working, but the only time when you're going to find out is when it's out on the track. So.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, that's what we like to hear. The James Dudley machine absolutely back to 100%. So will we still get to see you do a bit of overdriving, though? Because surely you want to move forward. You want to be in that top 5 and not on the podium.
Well, yeah, we can all hope to be further up that queue there. But, yeah, we've made some changes, so hopefully, fingers crossed, because like I say, we qualified really well. We were just behind Lingy, so we know we've got the pace in the car, but track temperature and everything has changed from when we tested on Friday through to quali and then through to the race. So yeah, it's constantly changed for us. So
well, you've got the pace now. We'll have to wait and see if you can make up the places. James, thank you for your time. Good luck in the race.
All the best, Paul. Thank you. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get our race underway then. It's time for our final Mini Challenge Clubsport race of the weekend here at Snetterton.
Yes, thanks, Paul. Good to hear from James Dudley down there. He'll line up on the 4th row for this final race for the Minis this weekend. As we said, this race, the grid based on the result of race 2, not a partially reversed grid for this one. There was an amendment to the result of race 2. Adrian Lingy was given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision, so he drops down to 3rd place in that result, so he lines up 3rd here. It's Freddie Hewitt on pole, going for a hat-trick in the number 5, alongside treble 7 John Wyatt on the front row of the grid. Adrian Lingy and Ollie Wilmot on row 2. Ollie will be fired up here to try and take a second win. Ben Trundley goes from row 3, the first of the S53 class cars, alongside Steve Webb in 231. Chris Johnson 219, and number 7 James Dudley on row 4. And the 5th row, number 10 David Gibbons, first of the crafted motorsport cars, alongside 24 Carmen Reeve, 469 Lauren Fletcher, and 55 Simon Sinfield next. Simon, no finishes so far this weekend, while Paul Sawyer starts from the back of that group. He dropped out of the second race earlier on. Then we'll have a 10-second delay before we get the Cooper class cards. Will be headed up by Jacob Heap in the number 20, alongside 19 Dan Truman, 23 Dan Butcher-Lord, and 33 Jacob Baldry. Then 53 Neil Clark alongside 67 Mark Reed, 14 Chris Aram, who got that jump start penalty in the first race of today, 28 David Taylor alongside, and hopefully Colin Wilmot's car has been repaired and will be starting from the back. Yes, I think I can see it on the grid out of the window. One car we are missing, number 41 Ian Trundley. Just reading the results of race 2. He has been disqualified from the meeting for abusive language or behaviour. So we don't know the specifics of the incident, but Ian Trundley has been shown a red card, basically, and will not be in this race. Checking if Ben is out there as well, I think he is. Open up the S53 class if he's not, because Ben was going for, yes he is there, going for 3 class wins this weekend with Paul Sawyer struggling a bit. He starts from the back of the first group. Cooper's of course starting with a 10-second delay, something new this weekend. We'll have 2 races in one. Colin Wilmot has repaired the front end of his car and starts from the back. Thanks again for your comments coming in. Rob Foote says good luck to Dan Truman in the mini challenge. Tara Spencer says good luck to Lauren Fletcher. Andy Fryers Junction says go Dan Truman. Another of our commenters cheering on Lauren and Chris. That's Lauren Fletcher and Chris Johnson. The 219 on the 469. It's NT 219 Motorsports. Meg Edwards is back on. We heard from Meg earlier. Good luck Freddie Hewitt and David Taylor. Opposite ends of the grid in this one. There's had a fair bit of black smoke coming from a location outside the circuit, I've noticed as well, down beyond Corham. I think that's now under control. It's not got a fire down there, possibly on one of the farms. Certainly red hot action here at Snetterton. Junior Saloon cars and TCR the highlights for me at the moment. Let's see if the minis can match them for entertainment here. A Life in Orange says shout out to the marshals, especially in this heat. Yes, well said. The Orange family out there, hopefully keeping cool. And Silly Watsit says, come on James Dudley, let's make those places up. He's in the AC Motorsport car, starting on the 4th row. 3 classes, of course. Class S53 headed up by Ben Trundley. Tara Spencer cheering on Lauren Fletcher. Karen Scott as well. Let's put the pedal to the metal, Lauren. She's got plenty of fans. Where's she lining up? Row 6. There's the Coopers, headed up by Jacob Heap, looking for his 9th win of the season. So, will it be a hat-trick for fast Freddie Hewitt? Will Ollie Wilmot be able to stop him? A spin restricting him to 4th place in the race earlier on. John Wyatt on the front row, his best ever finish in the mini challenge Clubsport earlier on, John Wyatt with that 2nd place. Freddie Hewitt in the grey car on pole, the gold car of John Wyatt alongside. Adrian Lingy in the dark green and gold machine on the 2nd row. Where's Ollie Wilmot? Ollie Wilmot's disappeared from the grid. Has he gone into pit lane? I can't see him. What's happened to Ollie Wilmot? Has something broken on the green flag lap for the number 70? He should be 4th on the grid, but he's not there. Yes, I can see him in pit lane. He's going to start from the pits, I think, Ollie Wilmot. 5-second board is held aloft. You can just see him there in the background. He's going to start from pit lane, Ollie Wilmot, as the race gets underway. The S-Class cars get underway. and then the Coopers will follow in 10 seconds. So Ollie Wilmot, I think, has got to come out behind the Coopers. That's an even bigger disadvantage for him with the two-part grid. So the leaders head away into Riches for the first time. Here come the Coopers. Charge down to Riches and a poor start by Jacob Heap. It's Dan Truman who leads the Cooper category away. Pick the overall leaders up in a moment. Jacob Baldry up into second place in that division, and Ollie Wilmot, I think, has got to come out behind this lot as well. Somebody going off into the field. That's David Taylor, I think, who's run wide. Now, did Ollie Wilmot join in behind the S-Class cars or behind the Coopers? I didn't quite spot there opposite my box. Meantime, Freddie Hewitt has got the lead then. It's Adrian Lingy up into second place. The gold car of John Wyatt is third. And it's Ben Trundley, the first of the S53 cars, in fourth position. Here are the Coopers. And there is Ollie Wilmot. He's behind the Coopers. He had to start last of all. He gets past his father Colin's car. You can see how much quicker that car is in a straight line, but do the Cooper drivers know he's there? That's the problem for him. He doesn't want to trip over any of them. There's Ollie on the back of Chris Aram in the number 14. I don't know what the problem was there. He had to call into the pits at the end of the green flag lap to fix something. This is going to be interesting then. Are we going to see, as Americans racing fans say, a burn from the stern from Ollie Wilmot? He's got a lot of work to do to get up from the very back. This is the battle for the lead in the Coopers. This is the overall lead. Freddie Hewitt leads Adrian Lingy. Third place is John Wyatt. Now I think it's Ben Trundley in fourth position. Late afternoon sun make it a little difficult to identify these cars at the moment. There's the battle for fifth position. That's Steve Webb and James Dudley in among that battle, and one of the crafted motorsport cars as well. Which one's got the purple wheels? I think that might be Simon Sinfield in there. Yes, there he is, chasing James Dudley. Steve Webb going well up there in fifth position in the 231 as the Coopers fight there. Ollie Wilmot's already got through them. Neil Clark goes grass tracking. It's Jacob Baldry who's taken the lead of the Coopers in the number 33. Their battle is very frantic indeed. The overall leaders go over the line with Freddie Hewitt in the lead from Adrian Lingy. Up the inside goes Steve Webb. He's running well in fifth position ahead of James Dudley. Simon Sinfield is seventh. Chris Johnson eighth. He's second in his class S53. Third is David Gibbons, number 10. The lead is almost 3 seconds now for Freddie Hewitt. Flying away in front of Adrian Lingy in second place. John Wyatt in third place, looking for another podium here. But Freddie Hewitt, you can see the way he's pulling away here in the number 5 machine. Towards Agostini come the midfielders. Biggest battle at the moment is in the Cooper class for the normally aspirated cars further back. All the S-class cars, usually S for supercharged on the Cooper S's. You can hear the whine of the superchargers in the background on some of these cars. Now, there's a battle in the Coopers. That's Dan Butcher-Lord on the tail of Neil Clark. But the leading Cooper was Jacob Baldry in the number 33 car. We'll see if he's still there. Here they are, side by side for a second. Jacob Heap up the inside on Dan Truman in the Sawyer Models car. They are absolutely side by side, and it's Jacob Baldry who's got the lead. Heap up the inside. He's looking for a third-class win of the weekend. Still side by side as they go through the left at Hamilton, up towards the right at Oggies. Heap's going to be on the outside there. Meantime, Neil Clark battling with Butcher-Lord. There's Chris Aram in the number 14. Great fight early on in the Cooper class here. Freddie Hewitt still your overall leader, looking for 3 out of 3 this weekend. Now, where is Ollie Wilmot? 13th place at the end of that lap. That's where, and about 7.5 seconds off Lauren Fletcher in 12th. 13 S-Class cars in this race. Inside, Dan Truman retakes Jacob Heap for second in the Cooper class, but Jacob Heap up on the inside. Is he going to bounce up on the curb? No, he's not. Truman has to go wide, but he cuts back in. Excuse me, he says to Jacob Heap. Bit of argy-bargy there as they head towards the bomb hole, and Dan Truman's gone off. Runs wide onto the grass. Great cloud of dust. Holds it together, and Neil Clark's there as well. He says, OK, I'll go up the inside as well if you're going to go wide. Jacob Heap's gone through into second in class. Clark's up to third. Dan Truman's gone from second to fourth in the Cooper category. Dan Butcher-Lord having a go around the outside of him as well. They're leaning on each other like no tomorrow. Chris Aram in there too, the number 14. Over the line goes the lead Cooper of Jacob Baldry, and he'll be looking in his mirror thinking, well, you're all going to mess about and fall over each other. I'm going to clear off in the lead of this class and try and get to what I think is his first class win of the season. Where's Ollie Wilmot? There he is. He's catching up to the rest of the S-Class runners now. He's got ahead of Lauren Fletcher. His next target is Carmen Reeve in the number 24 car, and Ollie Wilmot, not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.972. Where's our leader? Here he comes. That's Freddie Hewitt coming out of the heat haze onto the Bentley straight. He's pulled away from Adrian Lingy. He's about nearly 4 seconds clear now. Through Brundle and the right-hander at Nelson. Adrian Lingy in second place. Then it's John Wyatt. Ben Trundley in there in fourth place. Don't think Ian and Ben Trundley are any relation to Bobby Trundley, who races in British GT, the ex-team Brit driver in Britcar. Ollie Wilmot is making short work of the runners towards the back of the S-Class. He's just got ahead of Carmen Reeve, so he's up to 11th place now. The leader comes up over the line. 3 laps completed. Lead is nearly 4.7 seconds. Here are the Coopers. Jacob Baldry, Jacob Heap, Neil Clark in third place. Side by side there further back as well, Chris Aram getting involved. Who's that on the tail of Aram? I think it's Mark Reed, the other TNS racing car. So the 2 Jacobs getting away in front then. Jacob Baldry and Jacob Heap. Neil Clark trying to hold off Dan Butcher-Lord. Dan Truman recovering from his off earlier on, but he's only about 5th in class. And oh, Paul Sawyer's pulled into the pits. More problems for DJ Paul. Not had any luck with that car this weekend, sadly. He could lose the lead of the S53 points to Ben Trundley, because he's on for 3 class wins. Freddie Hewitt is on for 3 S56 wins, closing the gap on Ollie Wilmot in the championship as well, with Ollie having a bit of misfortune this weekend. Away goes Freddie Hewitt into the Bentley straight. Getting on towards 5 seconds clear of Adrian Lingy now. John Wyatt in third place. Here come the Cooper cavalry. Baldry, Heap and Clark in third place, holding off Butcher-Lord and Dan Truman in there as well. Chris Aram has got Mark Reed on his tail, then Colin Wilmot and Dave Taylor round out the category. Plenty of cheering for Lauren Fletcher in our comments thread on YouTube at the moment. So she's in 12th place. Here's a battle between 231 of Steve Webb, who's dropped a couple of spots on that last lap. He's behind him there is Simon Sinfield, strapped for 6th position at the moment. James Dudley has got ahead of Steve Webb, and in P5 he's trying to chase down Ben Trundley. There they are, 4th and 5th over the line. Battle for 3rd in the Coopers intensifying. Dan Butcher-Lord ready to have a go at Neil Clark, and behind them Dan Truman is lunging as well. Drivers must be loving this. Ollie Wilmot meanwhile has got ahead of David Gibbons and Chris Johnson. He's up to 8th now. Can Ollie Wilmot catch the leaders? Or is he going to run out of time? There's only 5 minutes of this race still to go. Race 3 of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. Clark runs a bit wide there over the curb. Number 7, James Dudley, gets the warning flag, black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. We call Neil Clark's car the Union Flag livery, the Austin Powers Mini. If he gets the black and white warning flag, are the officials telling him to behave himself? Meantime, the Cooper leaders, Jacob Baldry still heading the class, but Jacob Heap is reeling him in. Let's compare their lap times. Yes, Heap was nearly a second quicker on the last lap. There's only half a second between these two now. Head back to the overall leaders shortly. It's Freddie Hewitt's nearly 6 seconds clear now. It's all about the action in the Coopers in this race. Dan Butcher-Lord caught on the outside. Dan Truman could make a move here. In behind Neil Clark in the 53. Is Truman going to make it through into 4th in class as they go towards Hamilton? If he keeps his foot in, he might do it. Still side by side, and Truman, yes, I think he has pulled ahead up into 4th in class. Freddie Hewitt goes down towards Riches. 3.5 minutes to go, so we've got 2 laps to go for Fast Freddie, leading Adrian Lingy. John Wyatt in 3rd place in the gold car. He's 1.7 seconds back on Adrian Lingy, lapping a couple of seconds slower last time through. Ollie Wilmot is still at the fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on the Sinfield and Webb battle now. That's for 6th position. Still the Coopers are at it. Neil Clark under fire from Dan Truman now. Dan Butcher-Lord up behind them. Through the bomb. First 2 in the Coopers, Baldry and Heap have pulled away. Can Jacob Heap plunder a class win? And Jacob Baldry hang on. We look back at the battle further behind. So much to look at in any BMW Mini race. So entertaining. Now Jacob Heap has got Jacob Baldry in his sights. Across the line they go. There's the 3 cars line astern behind. Still Clark holding off Truman. Chris Aram behind them. Now Freddie Hewitt isn't coming up to lap them because you don't get much lappery at Snetterton 300 because it's such a long lap. They don't tend to catch back markers up. James Dudley on the tail of Ben Trundley. They're in different classes, these two. James Dudley in the more powerful S56 class car. He's going to go through to 4th place. It won't matter too much to Ben Trundley because he's still leading his class. There's Steve Webb behind them. Ollie Wilmot should be back there somewhere as well. Yes, there he is behind Simon Sinfield. There's Wilmot in 8th place overall. The white and red car, closing up on the crafted motorsport car. Dan Truman's going to try again, and again Neil Clark holds him off. This is great stuff. He's looking up ahead towards the leaders of the Coopers, and it looked to me as though in the background there that Jacob Heap was alongside Jacob Baldry. We'll pick up on that in a moment. Meanwhile, Freddie Hewitt has, I think, gone through to start his final lap. Here's the Coopers, and Jacob Baldry is still in front, but only just. He is soaking up immense pressure from Jacob Heap here. This is brilliant racing between the 2 Jacobs. Ollie Wilmot is up to 7th now. He's got ahead of Simon Sinfield. I don't think he'll catch Steve Webb, though. We'll wait and see. What's the gap? 0.8 of a second. No, he might do. He might do, as Jacob Heap up the inside into Brundle. Has he got the lead of the Coopers away? Yes, he has. Great move on the brakes there into Brundle, but Jacob Baldry is fighting back. This is tremendous racing between these two. Baldry back to the inside. He's not going to make a move at Coram. You never see overtakes there. 10 seconds left on the clock then, so Freddie Hewitt is heading for a hat-trick. And Jacob Heap keeps his foot down. Oh, he's got a wheel wide there onto the grass. Holds it together. Look at the way he's pulling away from Jacob Baldry. He's certainly got the straight line speed, just hadn't got the line earlier on. Black and white flag being shown to a couple of cars. Jacob Baldry is one of them. But meantime, here comes fast Freddie Hewitt. A perfect weekend for the number 5. He's been waiting all season for his first win, and then 3 come along at once. Through the bomb hole for the last time. Fast Freddie goes into the long right-hander at Corham for the final time. The clock has counted down to 0. Just the left flick at Murray's and then nail the throttle towards the finish line. Well, capitalising on some misfortune for Ollie Wilmot this weekend. It's a perfect weekend for the man in the number 5. He comes up towards the checkered flag. It's hat-trick Hewitt here at Snetterton this weekend. 3 out of 3 for the number 5. Adrian Lingy will come in second and John Wyatt third. What about the Coopers? Dan Butcher-Lord's got ahead of Neil Clark. As James Dudley crosses line 4th, I think that's his best ever result, ahead of Ben Trundley. He completes a hat-trick in the S53 class. Ollie Wilmot does make it through for 6th in the end from the back, having started from pit lane. Then Steve Webb, Simon Sinfield. We await the rest of the pack to come home. We'll try and pick up the Cooper class if we can. Jacob Heap having taken the lead on the penultimate lap from Jacob Baldry. They're still at it down the Bentley Straight. Everybody else trying to be third. Jacob Heap then, he absolutely fought tooth and nail to get past Jacob Baldry for the lead of the Cooper class. It's going to be a hat-trick in all 3 classes this weekend. Well, Dan Truman's got ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord as well. He can't keep up with this battle for third. Meanwhile, Chris Johnson has crossed the line 9th. David Gibbons completing the top 10. And in the separate race, effectively, for the Coopers. Here comes the number 20 of Jacob Heap. Jacob Baldry tried so hard to stay ahead, but he's going to have to settle for 2nd place. Up towards the line they come. It's hat-trick for Heap here at Snetterton. Baldry 2nd, and Dan Truman will be 3rd, I think, just ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord and Neil Clark. Last couple of cars to come home then. Chris Aram makes it over the line.
So the cars making their way towards Park Survey. Freddie Hewitt have to wait a while for the first win, but 24 hours later, win number 2.
Reed comes home, just waiting for the last couple of cars. Paul Sawyer did get going again, a couple of laps down, finishes in last place.
Adding to it over the course of the weekend. That's the route for the car. Say thank you to it for all of its hard work this weekend, and of course Freddie Hewitt. A lot of hard work as well along the way.
So across the line comes Colin Wilmot. He gets 20th place overall, 8th in the Coopers. And one more car to come in. It's Dundee Dave Taylor. He'll get ready for the long trip back to Scotland. He comes in 21st. Okay, provisional results of our 3rd race for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. Freddie Hewitt taking the win, just under 5 seconds ahead of Adrian Lingy. 3 out of 3 for Freddie this weekend. John Wyatt on the podium again in 3rd, and an excellent 4th for James Dudley. I think that's his best result so far this season. Ben Trundley wins Class S53 in 5th. Ollie Wilmot, having started from the pit lane, came through for 6th. And Steve Webb and Simon Sinfield. Chris Johnson, 9th, 2nd of the S53s, ahead of David Gibbons, who completed the class podium. In 11th was Carmen Reeve, ahead of Lauren Fletcher. And in the Coopers, Jacob Heap took the win, having fought all race long to get past Jacob Baldry. Daniel Truman was 3rd in class, ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Neil Clark, Chris Aram and Mark Reed. Then behind them, Colin Wilmot and Dave Taylor. Paul Sawyer, the final finisher, 2 laps down after making a pit stop. Waiting for the Minis to make their way into Parc Fermé. There are just 2 races to go here at Snetterton, this very busy programme. The trucks will be out for their final event next. It's going to be an interesting grid for that one, and then it will be the finale for the pickup trucks. Various penalties from race 3 this morning have been applied. We'll bring news of those to you when we can for our final truck race of the day because they affect the grid. But we can head down to Paul in Parc Ferme to have a talk to Hat-Trick Hewitt and our other Mini Challenge drivers.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a race. That was round number 12 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport of AirTech Motorsport. And well, we have the same three faces on the podium, but they've got three very different stories to tell. We're looking for Freddie Hewitt first, and here he is. Freddie, 3 in a row at your home circuit. Surely this has got to bring you right back into the hunt for the championship crown.
Yeah, game on really. Just like I say, a massive thank you to all our sponsors, because without them we wouldn't do it. We've got a massive turnout this weekend of friends and family, so that's great. So Low Financial Solutions, Jetstream, PJN, James Miller Electrical, they've all been amazing. Ryan as well, Ryan's helped us out. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, indeed, a huge effort goes on behind the scenes as well as the efforts you put in the car. Donington Park then, a season finale, 3 rounds remain. Can you make it another 3 wins?
We're going to aim for it. I mean, there's no harm in trying, they say, so that's our aim. But the team this weekend's been fantastic, the car's been fantastic. All weekend, all we've done is had one nut come loose, which is amazing. We've not touched anything else. So my dad always says the best thing to do is, if it's working right, leave it. We've done that and it's worked.
Oh, 100%. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Freddie, we'll leave you to it. Congratulations on making it 3 out of 3 this weekend.
Brilliant, thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hearing from our winner and coming to our second place finisher, we're just looking for Adrian Lingy, and well, he may have done a bit of a disappearing act on us at the moment. So what we may do instead is actually come to your third place finisher first, and well, coming over here to, as he's just been congratulated, John, do you have a moment for a quick chat on TV?
Always.
Third place in this one, not quite able to hold on to that second place start, but to be fair, you threw everything at it to try and hang on to the back of Adrian.
Yes, I was really thought I was gaining, and then the flags come out to say that there was oil on the track, and I sort of backed off a little tiny bit, and that was enough, and he'd gone then. But really happy with the weekend. It's been a good weekend, really good weekend.
And to be fair, playing it safe rather than being sorry afterwards, guarantee the podium.
I sat back and I thought, and the car was getting hot, the tyres were really getting hot, and I thought, you know, discretion really, I think, bring her home. You know, we've never finished, we've never been in the top 6, I don't think, before today, so the car's on full power and it's been brilliant.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, can we expect more of the same or even more at Donington?
More at Donington. I love Donington.
Well, ladies and gents, you heard it there from John. John, congratulations on third place.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I expect even more from him then at Donington Park. And now, just looking for our second place finisher of Adrian Lingy. We're just going to make our way a little bit further down amongst all the minis. And, well, you have to forgive me if I'm doing a bit of a pirouette as we make our way through. And well, I think he's made his way a very long way down, ladies and gentlemen. So we might have actually lost him. And, well, we'll have to try and see what we can do about it. And well, just try to find a familiar face that I might be able to ask. Oh, he's over there, I believe. He's in his car at the moment, so he's just going into scrutineering, so we're going to casually make our way over. So great to see such a huge grid of minis here, a whole mixture, of course, of the R50s, the R53s and R56s. And well, as Daniel panned the camera, you can see Adrian right now getting the car set to go onto the weighbridge. And well, as he makes way into position, we're not going to disturb him just yet. It's being gradually marshalled along there. I'm being told just to inch the car forward little by little. And we'll just let him concentrate for a moment. And there we go, Adrian getting nicely parked up there. Now I do wonder if we have a moment. Oh no, he's going to be told to move on straight away. They've taken the weight, so we'll just let him make his way off of the weighbridge once again. And well, surely he's going to get out of the car at some point, unless he's going to run away first. And I know Danny can run quite quickly, our cameraman, but I don't think he'd be that quick. I think, unfortunately, wait, no, he's going to park up. Adrian, you got time for a quick chat before you do a getaway drive?
Miles away.
No worries at all. Second place once again, and had to battle hard versus none other than John Wyatt. But in the end, you got the upper hand.
It was hard work. I kept him behind me. We just improved the pace at the end. So yeah, found a gap and managed to hang on to it, which is great. So second place, all good.
Well, a brilliant set of podiums over the course of this weekend. Donington Park awaits for the season finale. Can we expect you to be back on top there again?
I've not raced a Mini there, so I don't know. I know the circuit fairly well, but it'll be the first time they're in this, so we'll see. I think it should be okay. Catching Freddie, maybe not. He is very quick. We'll just have to see what happens.
Oh,
I'll try
indeed.
my best.
That's all you can do at the end of the day. Congratulations on the second place to seal off your weekend, and we'll see you at Donington Park.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, catching up there with Agent Linji. So, as a result, because we were a little bit longer in being able to catch up all three of our drivers, and we do apologise for that, what we're going to do is, rather than bringing one of our pre-recorded interviews with our British Truck Racing Championship drivers, we're going to make our way straight back to taking a look at that grid. I do believe we've got trucks making the way out. It's race number 5 of their weekend, and well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut back to the commentary booth. It's back over to none other than Dave Goddard. Dave, over to you for our final BTRC race here at Snetterton.
Yes, thanks, Paulie. Trucks making their way out for the final race of the weekend. Now, race 5, the grid is based on the result of race 3, with the top 8 reversed. There's been a few amendments to the results of race 3. Penalties for overspeeding is the reason for exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit imposed on these trucks. Truck 3 that won the race, that's Stephen Powell, was disqualified from the results. While number 40, that's Archie Handy, 89 Simon Reed and 96 Bradley Harvey all got 10-second penalties for overspeeding. We assume that Stephen Powell was disqualified because it was repeated offences of exceeding the 100 miles an hour. But it did mean that Michael Oliver gets the win in round 18. And therefore he will start from 8th on the grid for this one. We'll run you through the grid. They're already on their green flag lap. And it is Simon Reed, number 89, who is on pole. The penalty putting him back to 8th place, so he goes on to pole in the reverse grid. Neil Yates, number 33, is alongside him. Row 2, Tom O'Rourke, number 86. I don't think Tom's going to be there, though. He was having engine problems and missed race 4. No, he's not there. Nathan Smith on his own on the second row, the number 11. Row 3, Stuart Oliver and Craig Reed, 7 and 68. 4th row, David Jenkins and Michael Oliver. Then on the 5th row, it's Callum Eason and Simon Cole. Sammy Oyanen should be there on row 6 alongside Bradley Harvey. Row 7, Simon Faulkner and Archie Handy. The 8th row, John Powell and Jake Evans. And the 9th row, Stephen Powell and Warren Harvey. Watch out for fireworks from the back. Stephen Powell is on the back row as a result of that disqualification. He'll be channeling his aggression into a drive through the field. This is going to be an interesting one. There is the number 3, starting back among the Division 2s in the early stage alongside Warren Harvey. But it's Simon Reed on pole, Neil Yates alongside him. Apart from substitute driver Simon Faulkner, they're the only 2 Division 1 drivers in this race who haven't won a race so far in 2026. Our final truck race of the weekend then, round 20 of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2026.
After this race, there's 2 further 15-minute races to look forward to. This one and the pickup. So for the final time this weekend, we're about to get things underway.
Reed and Yates on the front row. Tom O'Rourke is not there. Engine damage from earlier on, fuel injector problems. The rest of the grid plays out. Callum Eason looking for a clean sweep in Division 2. 3 wins for the Olivers and Division 1, 2 for Stuart, 1 for Michael, 1 for Stephen Powell in race 4. Who's it going to be in race number 5 as the power comes on? And here we go with our final truck race of the weekend. Charge down towards Rich's corner for the first time. It's a decent start by Neil Yates from the outside of the front row. Stuart Oliver's there on the inside. Nathan Smith with extra room to work with because Tom O'Rourke is absent alongside him. He's had so much mechanical bad luck this season, but it's Neil Yates has got ahead of the Iveco of Simon Reed onto the brakes of the hairpin. Can he get the move done around the outside? No, he's going to go straight on. Oh, Neil Yates, he's heading for Thetford. Where's he gone? There he is. Spins it around. Disaster for Neil Yates. He really does have all the bad luck. He's going to have to rejoin last. Meanwhile, where's our leader? There he is, Simon Reed. Side by side for second. Nathan Smith and Stuart Oliver. It's Craig Reed. David Jenkins rounds out the top 5 as they head out of the late afternoon sun up towards Agostini. Simon Reed in the Iveco leads the way. Nathan Smith holding the inside line on Stuart Oliver. Poor old Neil Yates, he's going again at the back of the field. I think that was a case of who's going to be the last to brake into this hairpin. Oh, hang on, I've got to brake now. Whoops. Great shame. But more problems. Now, who's that that's spun out? It's one of the Harveys. It's Bradley Harvey, and Archie Handy had to come to a dead stop to avoid him there. Stephen Powell at least makes it one place then around Archie Handy, who gets going again. So Bradley Harvey's had a spin. He's not had a good weekend at all, unfortunately. Simon Reed leads the way from Nathan Smith in second, then Stuart Oliver in third. Something flew off there. I think it was a bit of cooling pipe that came off there, possibly. Callum Easton leads then in Division 2, looking for a clean sweep to close on Jake Evans. He's taken advantage of Jake Evans' issues with the number 10 truck this weekend. Stuart Oliver moves ahead of Craig Reed there, holding P3. David Jenkins in 5th. Michael Oliver is 6th. As they make their way out of Nelson. Jenkins 5th. Callum Easton's up to 7th. He's running well. Who does that belong to? Souvenir for our marshals, that is. There's John Powell. A couple of spins earlier on, but he fought back to finish in the top 3 of Division 2. Simon Reed in the 89 leads the way. He's further down the championship at the moment, having missed a couple of rounds, but leads the way here now. A good exit there from Murray's for Stuart Oliver, trying to get up alongside the MAN of Nathan Smith. They barrel over the start-finish line to complete lap number 1 of this 15-minute race. Callum Easton, he is leagues ahead of his opposition in Division 2. He's 7th overall. Simon Cole's up to 8th overall. He's running well. And Jake Evans and John Powell round out the top 10. The Division 2 is invading the overall top 10 here after misfortunes for a couple of Division 1 runners. That's Sammy Oyanen. The front end of his truck seems to be falling apart. It's still smoking a bit as well. It might be turbo issues for him, I think, the amount of smoke we're seeing there. David Jenkins attacking Craig Reed. This is for 4th place into Palmer. Craig Reed will have the inside there, so no worries about holding the place. Here come your leaders. Simon Reed from Nathan Smith. Stuart Oliver's going to go for the inside, down into Agostini. David Jenkins is going to go for the inside down to Agostini. Can he get the move done on Craig Reed? Craig's going to have to give him room. And Jenkins is through. Will he still be leading the points at the end of the weekend? They're kicking up dust all over the place there. There's Callum Easton. He's been so far ahead this weekend of his Division 2 rivals. He's been battling some of the Division 1 trucks. Maybe a move to Division 1 is in the offing for 2027, who knows? Reed continues to lead. There's Michael Oliver at the back of this group, started 8th on the grid. Chasing down Craig Reed, has just lost out to David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver moves across to the inside down the Bentley Straight, trying to attack Nathan Smith for 2nd place. Into Nelson. Leaning these things around, so spectacular to look at. Callum Easton in P7, dominated Division 2 this weekend. 2nd in Division 2 at the moment is Simon Cole. Now Simon in the Iveco has had by far his best weekend of the season. Just ahead of Jake Evans at the moment. John Powell is next, and rounding up the top 5 of Division 2 is Sammy Oyanen. Here's some of the Division 2 runners further back, the Harveys. They're behind Sammy Oyanen, and behind them, I think, is Neil Yates recovering after he spun earlier on. Stephen Powell is up to 11th overall, so he's making his way up the order from the back of the grid. It's under 10 minutes of the race to go, plenty of laps yet. 0.8 in a second, the lead margin. David Jenkins has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:27.591, and he's closing on Stuart Oliver for 3rd place. Right up behind Nathan Smith as well. Nathan has been nothing short of superb so far this season. So his first full season of truck racing in his father David's MAN from last year. He's already scored a win on his debut at Brands Hatch at the end of last season, and had a win earlier this year as well at Thruxton. He was out of luck at the last race at Pembrey when he was leading and his front tyre exploded. Here's John Powell having a go at Jake Evans. Jake's had a weekend to forget so far here at Snetterton. John Powell in the DAF on the inside. Nathan Smith still under fire from Stuart Oliver for 2nd overall. It's Stephen Powell, still Neil Yates, sorry, was still making his way back up the order. He's grass tracking again. He's all over the place, Neil Yates. Where's he gone? Can't see anything for dust. It's like the Dakar Rally out there on that part of the circuit. Trucks do compete at Dakar, of course. Meantime, here are the leaders, and still hanging on in front is Simon Reed. 0.8 of a second clear of Nathan Smith, and Nathan's just been given the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits, so he needs to be careful here, Nathan. But that'll be the last thing on his mind. He'll be trying to keep Stuart Oliver behind him. Where's Stephen Powell up to now? He's up to 8th from the back of the grid, continuing his run through the field. So he's got ahead of the Division 2 trucks except one, Callum Eason. David Jenkins closing on Stuart Oliver in the 3rd place. Bit of damage to the front bumper there. Across the line they go. Simon Reed leads by just over a second. Michael Oliver has done the fastest lap now, 2:27.266. There's Stephen Powell in 8th place. Closing on Callum Eason for P7. Here's Stuart Oliver closing right up on Nathan Smith. Look at Nathan Smith lifting a wheel there through the hairpin, lifts the inside rear into the air. Trucks going past my commentary box window on the Senna straight. Sound is amazing. Full out down here at 100 miles an hour. New fastest lap for Stephen Powell, 2:26.746. So Stephen Powell is on a charge. There's his next target, Callum Eason. Here's the fight for second place. They're not far behind Simon Reed. Is Reed about to become win number 11 from 20 races in Division 1 this year? Jake Evans under fire there. That's Simon Faulkner in the Ricky Collett MAN on his tail. Hope you're watching, Ricky. Get well soon. Here comes Michael Oliver chasing down Craig Reed. This is for P5. Simon Reed has actually pulled away a little bit, I think, from Nathan Smith there, the 89. David Jenkins up the inside. Bit of bodywork goes flying. David Jenkins having a look there, but he wasn't close enough to attack Stuart Oliver. Nathan Smith, I think he's slightly the cork in the bottle here. Not as quick as those behind him, and they're starting to stack up. There's Warren Harvey, our newcomer this year. This is for second in Division 2. This is third in Division 2, I should say, because John Powell's got ahead of Simon Cole. Cole's still third in class there, the white's number 41. Ahead of Jake Evans in his MAN. There go the leaders. Simon Reed's lead going to be this time. Just over 2 seconds is his lead margin over Nathan Smith. Stuart Oliver's getting impatient here. I think he wants second place. David Jenkins wants to pass both of them. Nathan Smith doing an admirable job to hold off two of Britain's all-time great truck racers. And Craig Reed's in there as well behind them. Sami Oyanen's Mercedes shedding its front bodywork. Already struggling with smoke, and now there's bits falling off it front and rear. Look at the state of that. Poor old Sammy. To Palmer. This is where Nathan Smith got in the tangle yesterday with Tom O'Rourke. 5 of them together up towards Agostini for second place. Still your leader is Simon Reed. Here's Stuart Oliver going to suddenly burst past Nathan Smith into second place. Simon Cole trying to close down Jake Evans, who's now got through into P3 in Division 2, so Cole's lost a couple of spots. Jake Evans has finally got the MAN running to its full potential. There's Simon Faulkner behind them. Cole won't mind as much if Simon Faulkner goes through because they're in different classes. Well, the battling between Nathan Smith and Stuart Oliver has allowed Simon Reed to open up a slight lead here. How long to go? Just under 3.5 minutes. A couple of laps left, I think. Here's Craig Reed and Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver side by side with Reed up the inside into Nelson, and he goes through. Managed to get the truck slowed enough to make the turn as well and not run wide on the grass. He's up to P5. So Michael Oliver up to 5th ahead of Craig Reed. Next target is Jenkins. We're in for an interesting finish here for the minor podium placings, I think. It looks as though Simon Reed is looking fairly safe up front. Simon Cole enjoying his best weekend of the season so far. Over the line go the leaders. Yep, 2.3 seconds in it now between Reed and Smith. And still Stuart Oliver can't get past Nathan Smith. He's trying there into Riches, but no. Puff of smoke from the back of the Volvo there. Towards the hairpin. Again lifting the inside rear there, Nathan Smith. David Jenkins just keeping a watching brief here on the two ahead of him. If they tangle, they'll be through for second place. Three of them really are line astern now. Just under 2 minutes of the race left. Simon Reed looking to become winner number 11 in Division 1 this season. Here comes David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver's wise to him. He pulls out as well, but neither of them can get past Nathan Smith. There's centimetres between the bumpers there. Michael Oliver closing up as well, and Craig Reed still hanging on behind them. And behind them is Stephen Powell, who starts at the back of the grid. He's up to 7th. He's got ahead of Callum Easton, who's running away yet again with Division 2. 13 seconds up on John Powell. And Stephen Powell could yet get involved in this battle on the last lap. There he is. Charge up to the back of his Division 1 rivals here and going, hey, remember me? But Simon Reed, is he going to join his brother as a race winner this year? Here he comes. Stuart Oliver determined now to get past Nathan Smith. He's going to try and go down the inside into Brundle. Nathan's having none of it. He moves to cover. I don't care how many championships you've got, you're not getting past me, says Nathan Smith. Very similar to his father's style of driving. I remember a Brands Hatch meeting last year where we christened David Smith Gandalf. You shall not pass. And they're not getting past Nathan Smith here for second place. Michael Oliver's ready to attack David Jenkins for 4th meanwhile. A few seconds on the clock, but I think we'll get one more lap out of this. One more lap for Simon Reed, looking for his first win of the season. Back in the championship over the last couple of years, having competed on the continent. Across the line they go. There's Stephen Powell, desperate to get involved as well if he can catch them. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. Callum Easton in 8th place. Lengths clear in Division 2 and up the inside into Riches. Stuart Oliver, he's got a run on Nathan Smith this time. They're side by side. They can't go through the hairpin side by side, surely. Tightest part of the course. Nathan Smith is not giving way, but Oliver's got the inside line. He does go through into second place. Nathan Smith, he held out for so long. Well, now he's got to work to hold off David Jenkins. Can Oliver catch Simon Reed now? Steam coming off the wheels. Shows how hard Nathan Smith is working that MAN. The steam coming from the water-cooled brakes. Here comes David Jenkins now. Can't quite get down the inside of Nathan Smith. The DS Commercials, Freyhouse Trailers, MAN. Behind them is Michael Oliver. And Stephen Powell has caught this group. Look, he's on the back of Craig Reed. Through towards Oggies they go for the last time. This great train of trucks, like an Australian road train, isn't it? Out towards the back of the circuit for the last time. Simon Reed from Stoke-on-Trent. Is he going to hang on for his first win? We've got the Dakar Rally taking place at Agostini again. I couldn't see who that was. Down towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time. I don't think Stuart Oliver's going to catch Simon Reed, but he's going to give it a blooming good try. Here he comes. Nathan Smith holding off David Jenkins for third. Michael Oliver with Craig Reed on his tail. Stephen Powell has caught them, but I don't think he's going to get past any of them. We came into this weekend, though, with 10 winners on the board in Division 1 this year. And unless Stuart Oliver does something special here, we're going to leave with 11. The Reed Freight Guest Trucks Iveco Stralis of Simon Reed comes in to win at Snetterton. A first win of the season for Simon. 11 winners this season in Division 1. Oliver second, Nathan Smith third, then Jenkins, Craig Reed, and Stephen Powell's got past Michael Oliver. The air horn sounds for Callum Eason. A perfect weekend in Division 2. 5 out of 5 for the 26. And Stephen Powell did get past Michael Oliver on the last lap. Rest of the Division 2 runners, John Powell second in class ahead of Jake Evans. It's going to be, I think, Neil Yates next home. He's got back ahead of Simon Cole. There's Cole over the line. He'll be pleased with his weekend's work. Simon Faulkner, super sub in the 95, will be next in. Then it will be Warren Harvey, had a decent run. And here comes Sammy Oyanen in what's left of his Mercedes. There's Warren Harvey over the line. There's Simon Faulkner. And Sammy Oyanen drags the remains of the Merc in. Should be Archie Handy next home, and Bradley Harvey, I think, will be the final finisher. He's quite a way behind. There's Archie Handy. That's a great run through by Stephen Powell to take 6th place from the back of the grid on a circuit where it isn't the easiest to pass on, as we said earlier. So Simon Reed, it is who takes the win. There's Bradley Harvey. It's been a weekend of struggle for him, sadly. He'll be the last to finish, just making his way into Brundle and Nelson. Division 2 has been dominated by Callum Eason. He really has been a cut above the rest this weekend. See that Bradley Harvey has not got very much left. Smoke coming from, I think that's from the turbo on that truck. He's got no turbo boost by the look of things. That's why he's going so slowly. Waiting for our final finisher, Bradley Harvey, to come in, and then we'll give you the provisional results of round 20 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Bradley Harvey crosses the line. We'll have a look at the provisional result then. Simon Reed takes his first win of the season, just under a second ahead of Stuart Oliver, who is closing fast on the final lap. Nathan Smith in third place ahead of David Jenkins, and Craig Reed fifth, and Stephen Powell snatching sixth from Michael Oliver. Callum Eason eighth overall, wins Division 2 by a clear margin once again over John Powell and Jake Evans. Behind them, Neil Yates, what might have been for him once again, started on the front row, spun on the first lap, ends up 11th. Simon Cole next ahead of Warren Harvey, Simon Faulkner, Sammy Oyanen. Then Archie Handy and Bradley Harvey completed the finishes. Tom O'Rourke, of course, was a non-starter. Well, I think Pointy's ready in Park Ferme to talk to our race winner.
Well, now we've actually got all the trucks off the track. Eventually, we're down in Parc Fermé. Drivers have already turned their engines off. We've cooled down and everything over here. But it's a phenomenal result for Simon Reed as he finishes the weekend in style. How you doing? He's got his flat cap on already and everything. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a chance to cool down, calm down and get ready here. We're still waiting, unfortunately, for one of the Harvey trucks to get back with some issues, but
sounds a bit funky, that.
Yeah, it does sound a bit funky. But Simon, great result, mate. What a way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, no, bombing over the moon for the team as well. Obviously, yeah, dropping onto the front row as well, along because I've sort of chased people down all weekend.
Yeah.
And I've just said to one of the lads, I mean, I can't believe how cool it's running because I'm not constantly behind somebody boiling everything up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, well chuffed, mate. We come back and cracked on and spot on, mate, spot on.
The question I think everybody out there will be burning to ask is, will we be seeing you at Donington?
Yes, you will. Yeah, no, I've had to sort of get myself a little bit in gear and get going again, and we've got a couple of big jobs that we've done recently out of the way. I dare say I jinx it and then we have a load of work come on as soon as I mention truck racing. But obviously Donington and Le Mans and Brands Hatch finishing off. You know, Le Mans always a nice one to get away with, get away on, and obviously it's mega because you've got three championships turning up at the same track, and the paddock is back to back with race trucks.
It's mega,
it's phenomenal, absolute, living the dream type of thing. But no. Well, I mean, well up with that. Obviously, them boys are getting, and then I noticed Stuart got through, but just took it steady. To be fair, without going, without like pushing it, for him to catch me and then get past me is another thing, as always. But I thought, well, we're a good portion of the way through. Nathan obviously kept him at bay and nipped in straight into that empty gap that obviously, unfortunately, Tom hasn't made it onto the grid. But yeah, took that gap straight up. Obviously, I'm looking at
it. It was a lot of people's for the taking, that gap,
wasn't
it?
Yeah. It's just getting it right. It's I had a bit of I had one plan the first time starting at the first, and obviously you're leading up. You're the lead on the speed for the start speed, and I changed my mind last minute and just kept it simple, to be honest. But trying to pull out of there and top without spinning up and loading the torque up and going. Just kept it simple and cracked on and really didn't look back, to be honest.
Well, there you go. Don't look back is the answer we hear from Simon Reed. Well, we're going to go and find some of the drivers. Simon, it's great to have you back, buddy. It's lovely to have you back on the podium, even more so. Simon Reed, 89, not to be confused with 68, which I always will confuse. Let's quickly have a chat with Nathan and Dave. What a battle. Did you pass him on the last lap and then you passed him back? I heard different stories across the PA.
I heard a crash.
Okay. What did you hear?
A bang and then a lot of grass.
Right.
No, I think what happened is as we went into the second to last corner, my front end just went a bit, and I got a bit of oversteer, and I saw Dave coming, so I thought, I'm going to keep here and I'll leave you the room. And then it all just got a bit close. We clouted, and then I thought, right, I'm going to be in the side of his cab, or I'm going to have to go on the grass. So I chose the grass.
So did you finish in third or not? Because TSL's got you in third.
Yeah, I finished in third.
Right.
Although it was a grass track finish, so.
Right. Okay, got you.
Through him on the last lap. Yeah. Stuart slithered through Nathan in the nicest possible way.
Of course.
And then I halfway got past Nathan, and we just touched on the way into the last turn. My truck climbed up. Nathan exited stage left. And then I'm thinking, if he rejoins, and fortunately he turned completely left, and then I stopped on the apex. Right, Michael, I don't know.
You know what? I like to point out that these things happen in racing, but isn't it wonderful that we're kind of getting to this stage now where they've happened, and yet everyone's driven back to finish the race, and we're in Parc Fermé talking about it.
there was zero malice anyway, up from what I could see of it. There was a little bit of contact, a little tiny bit of front to back, and then we'll have a little look at me and Nathan in a minute. But as far as I'm concerned,
making split decisions like that still end up with everybody making it back in one piece, I think is what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, we've had a good fast weekend, mixed weekend. We had a little penalty in the last race, dropped us back down to I think P8. So the championship points are going to be, there'll be 1 or 2 between us now, maybe, if so it's going to be game on for Donington now.
There's some tricky maths for whoever's working that out. Stuart, good finish for the weekend for you. Team as a whole taking, I believe, 5 trophies home now.
Yeah, but a good haul of trophies this weekend. Can't complain. Credit to the team, and they worked hard. It's not easy in this temperature. Sort of when the trucks are coming in red hot and they've got to climb about on them and do brakes and tyres and everything. So it's been a great weekend.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done on another trophy. I can't see any Division 2 drivers. We keep telling the Div 2 drivers they need to get out, get to the top, so we can have a quick.
Camera shy.
I think they are. They must be.
Yeah.
We'll find it. We're gonna.
They're frightened of you.
Yeah. You do a reverse grid on the racing. I'm going to start demanding a reverse grid on Park Fermo.
Well,
you send Division 2 in first.
I'm sure if you added a few championship points to them coming to the interview at the end, they'll be straight here.
Oh, that'd be good. But I can bribe them. I like it. Right. Well, we've still got some more racing left for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last race of the day, but before then we're going to have a quick look at what we saw from the pickup trucks earlier on this weekend. So good morning, here we are in the cab. We call it the cab or the cockpit?
Cab, I think, yeah.
Let's go with the cab of Mark Willis's pickup truck, the number 65. We're here at Snetterton this weekend. I don't think we've really had much chance to talk to you over the season so far. How have you found the 2026 season?
Well, we've had a couple of good brands. We went to Brands, had a brilliant meeting with that photo finish with Alan. Had some good results. Then we struggled a little bit at Thruxton, I must say, and then we went back to Brands, which was good again for us. And then we struggled a little bit at Pembury. We was all right. We were sort of 4th, 5th place truck. And then, so we've turned up here hoping for a little bit better weekend this weekend,
Well, there we go.
Okay, thanks to Pointy for a quick catch-up there. But the pickups are on the grid and ready for their final race of the weekend. 10 trucks out there. The top 8 finishers from race 2 have been reversed. So for the first time in his career, Mark Chalmers, number 85, starts on pole with 71 Simon Ward alongside him. The second row, 93 Michael Smith and number 1 of Ryan Hadfield. Third row, 65 Mark Willis and 83 Dale Gents. On the fourth row, we have Alan Cooper, 72, and number 41 Aaron Thompson looking for a hat trick. At the back of the grid, we have 52 James Goldstraw, and we should have had Tom Hutchins. His truck broke down in race 2 earlier on. He looks like he's a non-starter. So 9 trucks out there. In fact, Tom Hutchins not there. And trucks have moved off behind the Porsche pace car. This will be a 9-lap race, so slightly longer than we saw earlier on. It's effectively 2 heats and a final for the pickups. Used to be that the aggregate results of the first 2 races decided the grid for the last one, but slightly different under the new promotion this year. So Mark Chalmers then, the number 85, got a flying start earlier on, but then went wide onto the grass, so hopefully won't do that again from pole position this time. His first ever career pole. Best result he's had this year is a 6th place at Pembury. Alongside him, number 71, Simon Ward. Ryan Hadfield, I reckon, could be in with a chance here. He normally goes well in the reverse grid races. Dale Gents as well. But Aaron Thompson, 8th on the grid, goes for 3 out of 3 this weekend to close on Dale Gents and Alan Cooper in the championship. There's the green machine at the back. That's James Goldstraw in Jonathan Hadfield's truck. He's busy with Formula 2 stock cars this weekend up at Skegness. I've seen some clips from the Skegness meeting this weekend. Brisker F1, F2 and the Saloon stock cars. It's certainly been a wallop straight in kind of weekend up there, I have to say. Weaving to keep their tyres warm. Be a rolling start. Who's it going to be this time? Will it be Aaron Thompson from the back of the grid? But effectively the back only James Goldstraw behind him on the grid. Start to form up 2 by 2. Evelyn Buanik in the Porsche safety car, the ex-BMW racer. Big thank you to her for her service this weekend. The blue and pink truck of Mark Chalmers on pole position. He might be a little nervous here, his first time ever on the pole. Simon Ward alongside. Good to have Simon back out, the number 71. We haven't seen him for the last couple of meetings. Ryan Hadfield we want to watch. Watch for him going down the outside at the start here, the number 1 truck. This car about to head into pit lane. The last race of the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuits. 9 laps the distance for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. This is round number 15. Revs are up, waiting for the lights to go out. And off they go. They were overlapping off the line there. Look how closely bunched together they are. Oh, Simon Ward. I wondered where Simon had gone. He's pulled over. I wondered why Ryan Hadfield had burst through to the front a bit early, but we've lost Simon Ward already, the number 71. So that was a bit of a bunched start there because Simon's slow and everybody backed up behind him. Ryan Hadfield has got round the outside. I thought he would to take the lead from Mark Chalmers. But he had a bit of assistance there by there not being a truck in front of him after Simon Ward pulled over as they were coming towards the red lights. Dale Gent is third, and Aaron Thompson's already up into 4th place from towards the back of the grid. Now Alan Cooper, the championship rival of Gent and Thompson, has not made it through the pack as of yet. There he is on the outside line, the number 72, towards the back of the field. Side by side with Mark Willis in the 65. Mark Chalmers under fire from Dale Gent and Aaron Thompson. Thompson up the inside, he's taken Gent, he's up into 3rd position. Dale Gent kicks up the dust on the outside. Behind him, Michael Smith in the number 93. They make their way out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. It's Ryan Hadfield, number 1, who has the lead. And Mark Chalmers acquitting himself well here. He's holding on to 2nd place. Mark Willis sideways. Did he get a push there from Alan Cooper? I couldn't tell. Somebody's gone out onto the grass down the far straight. Is that Aaron Thompson? I think it was. Thompson got onto the grass. He may have clipped the back of Mark Chalmers there. I think it was Thompson, but amazingly, he hasn't lost a place. Is he struggling with his brakes here? He locks up going into the right-hander at Nelson. Still there in 3rd. He's all over the place, look, Aaron Thompson. Sliding about. He's got some sort of an issue there, I think. Up the inside now on Mark Chalmers, who tries to hold the place. It's a good run by Mark so far in 2nd. It's allowing Ryan Hadfield to get away into the lead. Thompson nearly clips the back of Mark Chalmers there. Now he goes to the inside out of Murray's and will try and go through into 2nd place. So they cross the line there, but just looking to see, there might have been a yellow flag there for Simon Ward's stranded truck, so I wonder if that passing move was made under yellows. Couldn't quite tell for certain there. So it is Thompson into 2nd place. Dale Gent has come through into 3rd. Alan Cooper now through into 4th. So Mark Chalmers gets shuffled back down the order. He hasn't got the straight line speed of the title contenders there. Ryan Hadfield it is who leads the way. And now Aaron Thompson is after it. They're all close, bunched up behind the leader. Just 8 trucks in this race, Simon Ward having dropped out at the start. Mark Willis chasing down Michael Smith. Alan Cooper chasing down Dale Gent. This is for 3rd place. Towards the back of the circuit they go, through Oggies, through Williams, to the Bentley straight for the second time. And Dale Gent under fire from Alan Cooper. They keep the dust up on the inside further back. Mark Willis still all over the back of Michael Smith, having a go on the inside here. Aaron Thompson has got the leader in his sights as they go down through Brundle and Nelson. Looks like Mark Chalmers still there in 5th position. He bounces off the curb. They all bounce up off the curb, especially Mark Willis. He likes doing that, getting up on the 2 wheels. So Aaron Thompson reeling in, your leader, Ryan Hadfield, the defending champion. How long before we see an attack from the number 41? Straight they come. Aaron Thompson goes to the outside of Ryan Hadfield. He's going to try and pull round him on the run into Riches. He's done it. Oh, superb. No stopping Aaron Thompson. And now Ryan Hadfield will try to fight back. Fastest lap of the race by Thompson, a 2:06.269. But here comes Dale Gent. He's sizzling up onto the tail of the 2 leaders, taking Alan Cooper with him. Those 3 really are a class above the rest in this championship this season. Mark Chalmers still there in 5th, looking for his best ever finish, ahead of Michael Smith. Mark Willis is sliding about all over the place in the 65 in 7th, and James Goldstraw at the back of the field, but he's not far away. We're split into 2 groups of 4 in this final race for the pickups. Is Ryan Hadfield going to try and retake the lead here? Dale Gent's going to try for 2nd place. The inside, he lunges from away back into Williams. He goes through. Superb from Dale Gent, and now he'll get after his championship rival Aaron Thompson. Alan Cooper's going to try and join them at the front of the field. Out of the sunlight they come. Thompson leads. Here comes Cooper on the inside in the 72. He's through the 3rd. Hadfield being shuffled back after his good start. These 4 pulling clear of Chalmers in 5th place. Completes their 3rd lap in this finale for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, round 15 of the season. Across the line they go. Thompson leads Gent by 1.6 seconds, 2:05.997 for Thompson that time through, and Alan Cooper's going for 2nd place. He's not close enough to Chad. Oh, he's had the back of Gent. I think Gent's going off. Off goes Dale Gent. It hits the tyre wall. That is a big spin. I think Alan Cooper just tapped the back of him there as he tried to get up the inside. Let's have a look at that again. Cooper goes for the inside for 2nd place. Dale Gent didn't know he was there. I think they just touched. The car is so light through there. The truck is so light through there. He spins off, hits the tyre wall, but he's kept it going. Rejoined hopefully at the back of the field. Now we've had a change further back. Michael Smith has got ahead of Mark Chalmers for what is now 4th place. It's now Thompson ahead of Cooper, Hadfield in 3rd. This fight is for 4th. Mark Chalmers holding off Mark Willis. There goes your leader, Aaron Thompson. Well, that was could have been a much bigger spin. If that tyre wall hadn't been there to stop this man's truck, Dale Gent, number 83, then he could have ended up on the other side of that field. And the local farmer wouldn't have been very pleased either. Here come your leaders down the Bentley straight. Thompson from Cooper and Hadfield. Here's the fight for 4th. Michael Smith, the man from Hartlepool in the northeast, leads Mark Willis. He's got ahead of Mark Chalmers now. Chalmers up the inside. Almost that's not going to work. And Chalmers very nearly flips it over. I thought that was going to send both of them piling off into the barriers. But they saved it, but perhaps at the expense of a bit of Mark Chalmers' suspension there, because he really bounced off that curb. Towards the completion of lap number 4. You don't need, once again proving, you don't need a big field of pickups for a good race. Thompson leads over the line, 2.2 seconds ahead of Alan Cooper. Hadfield in third place. Here's Smith. Then it's Mark Willis, Mark Chalmers, James Goldstraw. See how far behind Dale Gent is after recovering from his trip into the field. James Goldstraw going for the inside on Mark Chalmers. Am I seeing puffs of smoke from one of these trucks, or is it my imagination? Or it might be just the amount of dust they're kicking up. Michael Smith, saying we've seen smoke. Look at Michael Smith, he's lost a wheel. That might be where the smoke was coming from. May have been his wheel coming loose, or his suspension was on the way out. Coming into Palmer, the wheel just comes off. Bottom arm broken on the suspension. Another one, quite literally, bites the dust. Well, there is Aaron Thompson. There is smoke coming from Aaron Thompson. We saw it there. There was a puff of smoke from the back of the 41. Don't tell me we've got another truck in trouble. Michael Smith is keeping going on 3 wheels. Now, I said earlier it was Alan Cooper who was the former Reliant Robin champion. Michael Smith proving he could rival him here. I don't think he's going to make it back to the pits somehow. Did I see smoke, though, from the back of Aaron Thompson as he lifted off for Williams? No, Michael Smith, you can't make it back to the pits like that, surely. It's one of the longest laps in the country. Well, there's Mark Willis, number 65. He's still going. No, just look at that. The wheel tucking under because the bottom arm's broken. He's never going to make it back to the pits. There's Dale Gent. He's playing catch-up from the back as the leaders go over the line. There goes Thompson ahead of Cooper and Hadfield. Then a gap back to Mark Willis in 4th place. He's just done his personal best lap, 2:07.9. Mark Chalmers and James Goldstraw 5th and 6th. And the only other truck still going is Dale Gent, who's a long way behind after spinning earlier on. But we'll try and pick up Aaron Thompson, the leader, if we can, because I'm sure I saw a puff of smoke as he came through Williams from the red number 41. There he goes, down towards Agostini. Now, it was as he lifted off for the turn. There he goes. Comes out of Agostini. Yellow flags waving there. No, I'm not seeing it now. This is where we saw it, though, coming through towards Williams. It may have been just a bit of a lock-up from Aaron Thompson as he heads for potentially 3 out of 3. We're on lap 6 out of 9 now. It looks okay as they come through Williams, so Aaron Thompson's all right, continues to lead the way. His last lap was a 2:07.2, his quickest lap, the quickest of the race, a 2:05.9. Alan Cooper's got him in his sights. 1.8 seconds was the lead margin over Alan Cooper. Cooper did close in by about half a second last time through. And I think that's Michael Smith. It looks like he's given up. Yes, there's the 93. He didn't make it back to the pits, but it's a noble effort. Looked bizarre, certainly. So we're down to 7 trucks running. These two having a battle at the back, Mark Chalmers and James Goldstraw. Thompson continues to lead the way. Let's look at his lap time this time through. Over the line they go. Thompson a 2:06.6, Cooper a 2:06 also. Cooper is closing slowly but surely on our race leader. Hadfield is third, he's 2.5 seconds further back. And Chalmers and Goldstraw were together, but Chalmers pulls away they're down the centre straight. James Goldstraw seemed a bit slow as he came out of the last corner there. Aaron Thompson continues to set the pace, going for 3 out of 3. We don't see it very often with the reverse grid system. Alan Cooper determined to close down Aaron Thompson. There, again. Did you see that bit of smoke as they went into Agostini? There is a bit of smoke there as he lifts off. That truck was doing that at Pembrey as well. We don't know what might be causing it, but we're just keeping half an eye on it. Because Alan Cooper is slowly closing in. He's taken another couple of tenths of a second out of Aaron Thompson here. Lap 7 of 9. So another 2 to go. I think Ryan Hadfield is safe in third. He's 8 seconds clear of Mark Willis now. And Chalmers 5th, Goldstraw 6th. And Dale Gents 7th after spinning earlier on. With the right-hander Nelson. Through Coram. These two fairly well clear of Hadfield now. Here comes the battle for 5th position. They're being reeled in, these two, by Dale Gents on his recovery drive. Keep going because he needs points. He wants to challenge for the championship this year, currently led by Alan Cooper. The lead gap is just under 2 seconds. Thompson pulls away by about 0.4 of a second that time through. Here is the lead-up. Penultimate lap of the race, penultimate lap of the weekend. What a fantastic weekend this has been. Racing from the Brick Car Endurance Championship, the British Truck Racing Championship, the Civic Cup, TCI UK, the Audi Cup, the Mini Challenge Clubsport, and the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They have all been fantastic. There's Mark Willis, all on his own in 4th place. He's 8 seconds off Ryan Hadfield. He's 9 seconds ahead of Mark Chalmers. A lonely race for Mark. Leader slides it through Williams' corner, chased by Alan. Well, I think the battle for 5th has just been settled because Mark Chalmers has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that'll hand James Goldstraw 5th, which I think could be his best result of the season so far. Here they are, the 85 truck ahead, but he'll get a 5-second penalty which will drop it back possibly behind Dale Gents as well. There is Dale Gents in the background. Last lap board is out, the last lap of the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. 1.7 seconds is the lead for Aaron Thompson over Alan Cooper. Up towards Wilson's hairpin for the final time. We're on for what is quite a rare result in the pickup truck championship with the reverse grid system being used. It's not often we see a driver win 3 out of 3. After a few problems in the opening round at Brands Hatch, including a black and orange flag for loose bodywork, it's all coming good for Aaron Thompson in the middle of this pickup truck racing season. The former Brick Car Trophy class champion, racing a Clio with his father Steve, really beginning to come of age this year. You can see Alan Cooper in his mirror, knows exactly where his championship rival is. Through Oggies for the last time, bit of a lock up there for Cooper. Now down the right-hander at Williams. Cooper still pushing to try and catch him, but I think he's going to run out of time. Along the Bentley straight for one last time. Through the right-hander at Nelson. Aaron Thompson heads for 3 out of 3 in the Lightning McQueen lookalike number 41. I don't think Alan Cooper's going to catch him there. Clear of Ryan Hadfield to the tune of nearly 7 seconds in 3rd place. Championship rival Dale Gent spun. Here comes Aaron Thompson out of the final corner. Up towards the line. A rare result in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. It's a hat-trick for Aaron Thompson. Ka-chow, he says as he crosses the line. Alan Cooper comes over in 2nd. And Ryan Hadfield, a late entry this weekend, but he completes the podium. They are well ahead of their opposition. It's going to be Mark Willis in a rather lonely 4th position. Here he comes over the line. And 5th on the road, it's going to be Mark Chalmers, I think, as he crosses the line. No, 5th on the road is Mark Chalmers. I was just looking for James Goldstraw. He slowed up on the last lap. Problems for James in the Jonathan Hadfield truck. 5th on the road, as I said, was Mark Chalmers, but Dale Gent will inherit the place with Mark Chalmers having a 5-second penalty. Bad luck, James Goldstraw. He's slowed down on the last lap. Hope he's not damaged another engine. His own truck blew its engine in qualifying yesterday, so he borrowed the Hadfield brothers' spare truck. He's going to bring it in, though, for 7th place because we lost Michael Smith and Simon Ward. And quite an incident-packed race there to end the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Yes, the truck sounding very off-song as it goes over the line. We'll give you the provisional result in a second, and I will sign off for the weekend before heading back to the Midlands. Aaron Thompson takes the win then, ahead of Alan Cooper, 2.39 seconds the margin of victory. Ryan Hadfield completes the podium with Mark Willis 4th. Dale Gent fighting back after his spin at Riches to take 5th place, with Mark Chalmers penalised 5 seconds, but he ends up 6th, equalling his best ever result. James Goldstraw, engine problems in the closing stage, but he limped home to take 7th, and we lost Michael Smith with that broken suspension. Simon Ward pulled off on the opening lap, and Tom Hutchins didn't take the start. Well, that wraps things up from me. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. A big thank you to all the volunteer marshals and everyone else here at Snetterton. We could not go racing without the marshals, recovery crews, the medical staff, the timekeepers, race control staff, everybody here from Snetterton Circuit and everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club. A big thanks to all of them this weekend. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment, to all their mechanics and backup crews in the paddock area for keeping the cars running and keeping the drivers looked after. And most of all, thank you to you, the listeners and watchers, for keeping in touch. Thank you very much indeed. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard. I'll join you next Saturday from Alton Park for Caterham action. But for now, we'll hand down to Paul and Pointy for the final word down in Parc Fermé. Goodbye from me. Over to Parc Fermé.
Oh, well, we've done it. The race is finished. The weekend is over. Yes, he's onto the roof. Look at this. Yes. Oh, my goodness. 3 for 3 from Aaron Thompson. What a result. Let's get Alan Cooper over here as well. We've got Ryan Hadfield finally making it to the top 3 as we get Aaron Thompson. Yes. Alan, come on. Don't circle. Get in here. Get in here. My goodness, we've got Aaron's getting his helmet off. Ryan, great job, buddy, great job. We'll talk to you in a sec. Stay close, stay close. We've got to get him. He always wanders off and tries to hide from the camera. We'll get him before he goes, shall we? Swing. Right. Ryan, finally. I mean, we saw you yesterday making a serious charge. You pointed it out yourself. Was it 8th position into 4th overall in one race?
I think we went 10th to 4th.
10th to 4th, there we go, yeah.
We'll take that.
That was good.
these boys have been hard to chase all weekend, so just to finish as close to them as we could, it'll do for now.
It'll do for now. I mean, look, finally got some silverware for you. Got to happy with the result. We lost a couple of drivers through that race as well. So, yeah, all the more better for you making it to the finish line by the looks of it, let alone taking a third.
Yeah, I think my feet are verging on melting. I think I've just got stubs left now. So.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, Ryan, well done to you, sir. Very good. Great way to finish the weekend. Aaron, come here, buddy. Yes, 3 for 3.
I've wanted that for so long. I know it sounds silly and greedy, but no, it's not.
It's what you aim for.
I know, to have all of them. I mean, both pole positions and 3 wins. Obviously, coming from the back with the reverse grid as well. I just got my head down. But lap 2, the brake pedal went straight to the floor and had no pressure behind it. Imagine like a Logitech and first pedal set you get when you get a simulator, and it's just like that. Just like, and trying to when you're doing best part of 130 mile an hour down a back straight, and you've got nothing there. It took me a good 2 laps to figure out how to slow the thing down and how to adapt to it. And
so you were racing near the end there without effectively any useful
not
brakes.
the end, from the middle of lap 2.
The middle of lap 2.
Yeah, so that was best part of 17.5 minutes.
That's why it went so quick. He wasn't slowing down. That's what it was.
I had to try and find where almost completely adapt to where can I lose the least amount of time and
surf through the gears to be able to restrict you back
100%, and still trying to maintain composure in the parts where the brake pedal doesn't matter as much, not get too flustered. I did for a lap, but just that key word this weekend, breathe, and I just managed what I could. And God, when that checker flag come out, you almost felt like you've done it. I
know.
It's like I held my breath for 17 minutes.
The entire time, right?
But we did it, and it takes a full army of people to sort of get it done, and I can't thank them all enough. And I can't believe we did it. I cannot believe.
Absolutely smashed it, mate. Well done.
You know what we say? Go, ready?
What?
Good job!
Well done, bud. Well done. Honestly, great advocate for getting on with life and dealing with everything that hits you along the way. A saying that we both heavily believe in is coping is the new smashing it. And as you saw, he coped without brakes and smashed it. So there we go. Alan.
I'm Steve.
Alan, Steve. Wow. I mean, consistently top 3 throughout the weekend. The weather has been very difficult, especially I could feel the temperature in your cab at Pembrey, and to
you
come
stole
here,
the fan.
Yeah, I stole your fan and gave it to someone else. Sorry about that, mate. Sorry, but yeah, I mean, look, it's been a great weekend for you, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've had a real great weekend again. Same like I've said it every meeting. Like, as long as I'm on the podiums or in the top 4s, I'll be well happy. But got top 2s every race this meeting. Unfortunately, it's behind Aaron every single time. But that
Do you think you'll find that? Do you think you'll find that groove?
I don't know. I have definitely changed this year. I have improved drastically this year, but I'm happy with the top 2.
Do you think chasing someone like Aaron is the new challenge for you to kind of figure out a way to not just be good at driving, but also good at figuring out other people's techniques and kind of processes?
You do find a few different lines that you've not been taking where you think that's a fast line, and you follow Aaron and you see him takes a slightly different line, you think, well, he's pulled away from me there, and then you try his line, you think, oh, actually that is a lot smoother. It probably feels wrong, but it's not. It actually does work, and he does go faster.
So a little bit of consistency that you're finding there. It's like, actually, if I can get that everything, you might start to catch him.
Hopefully
you will. Come on, it's all out there. We've still got plenty of weekends left in the racing. Thank you very much, Alan Cooper. Another great result. Right now, where have we got James Goldstreet? Yeah, where is he? Where there he is. James, come on in. And Jack, you can say you can all hang about. Jack was meant to be racing this weekend. Get Jack in over there. Look, Jack Thomas at the back there with Dale Gent, Steve Thomas. So Jack is championship coordinator for the pickups. Obviously, terribly camera shy. Never learned media training like you have.
Exactly, that's true. That's
now
years of experience.
we had a chat with you earlier on today. You'd literally just woken up, I think, by the looks of it. You did a fantastic interview, actually.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The story behind the Jonathan Hadfield pickup truck, piloted by James Goldstraw.
Yeah.
How was it? I mean, you brought it home in one piece. I think you'll be happy with that. Yeah, it's fiberglass, mate. Don't worry about it. Look, still rolls, mate. Still rolls.
Well, my car had an engine failure in qualifying. Johnny, the whole family, just instantly said get in Johnny's car because he's racing his Formula 2. I didn't want to do it at first. Changed my mind, got in it. They've been mega helpful with everything, so a big thank you to the Hadfield family for that. Johnny kept saying, I don't want you to drive it if you're going to drive it slowly. Yeah. It's got to be crashed or you've got to win.
So have a look down here. I mean, you see here there is a little bit of contact, a little bit of paint transfer. Yeah. But this is it. I mean, we're rubbing along. It's tyre to the side of the trucks here.
Yeah, back end,
it's only
front end.
Really a little bit of fiberglass damage, though, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, and he did say that I haven't got to worry about any of the bill. He said he'll take care of it. He said,
"Sheesh, that is a mate.
He is a good mate, yeah." And he said, if I've got any problems with whiplash or any pains, he's going to pay the medical and everything.
I think we're starting to make this up, but it's on camera now, so it must be true.
It's got to be true.
That's it. End of story. Well, look, I'm really glad that you made it out, and from us at the championship as well. Massive shout out to Jonathan Hadfield and team for getting James out on the circuit this weekend. Do we think we'll see you at Donington? Have we got another rebuild in you?
Yeah, we've got another rebuild in us. We've got a couple of spare engines kicking about, so hopefully if everything goes according to plan and works good, we'll be there for the trucks.
Excellent. James, thanks very much, buddy. Well done for racing this weekend. It's brilliant. Right, so let's just get this fantastic picture in the back here as we see all the families, and it really is a family event with the pickups, as you've got the wives, the mothers, the husbands, the sons, everybody's here, the dads, of course, and it is a great effort from everybody involved, of course, as it is with everybody involved. We put in the weekend on for you, whether it be the Audis, whether it be the junior saloons, the trucks, the pickups, everything, the TCRs, minis, you name it, the Civics, can't forget the Civics, and a brick car as well, of course. You should see their hospitality tent. I'm going to get invited into that one day. Watch this space. Paul, come on in. But of course, from us at the championship, and as well here at BARC TV as well, thank you for watching. Thank you to all of the marshals, again, as always, for being here this weekend, because they do volunteer their time to make the racing happen. And again, to all the drivers and the teams for bringing along. Thank you to you for coming and for filling in for Ian, who is officially dead to me. So, I just want you to know that, Ian, you can stay at Goodwood, right? You want to trade in Goodwood for that one weekend a year? You're gone, mate. You're gone. There we go. Massive shout out again as well to all of the camera crew that have been dotted around the circuit all weekend in this absolutely scorching heat to bring you this live action. And of course to Danny, the cameraman. Roman, give us a nod, Danny. Thank you to you, who has covered absolute marathons this weekend to bring you all this Roman action. Quick review for you for the weekend?
Oh, indeed. It's been an absolutely phenomenal weekend, Pointy. I mean, and the good news is we've had, of course, our convoy here at Snetterton, and in only what is a month's time, if that 8th and 9th of August, save the date, we've got the convoy in the park at Donington Park, and you're going to see most of these series back there again, of course.
Absolutely. A massive event. The biggest of the year at Donington, convoy in the park. Make sure you head over to the MSV website to get your tickets for camping and the show. There's so much to see and do, a full race package. But I suppose it only leaves one thing, is to say thank you, and we'll see you all very soon. Don't forget to follow BARC TV for YouTube. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, as well as the Truck Sport and British Truck Racing and Pickups on YouTube as well for all of the action. If you missed any of it, you can replay it whenever you like. Until then, until Donington, thank you. It's been emotional.